Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 196, Shameless Alien. Who the hell cares about that? Before Fubuki could speak, Tatsumaki couldn't help but cut in with a snort. Anyway, whether they were monsters or aliens, anything that threatened humanity was an enemy that needed to be taken out. Besides, aside from Boros's weirdo dark matter thieves, what kind of alien would be bored enough to spend ages flying all the way to backwater Earth just to attack humans? Aliens. Lily couldn't help but cry out. When she looked again at the creature inside the cage, her perception shifted from weird slime monster to mysterious alien life form. Only something that bizarre-looking could live up to the name alien. Tatsumaki, let it out. Kizaru hadn't brought Garibas back just to show off an alien, it wasn't a zoo. Even without using its Devour Matter ability, Garibas' base combat power was on par with the top-tier S-class heroes. Its insane durability and regeneration made it practically untouchable for most A-class heroes, and even weaker S-classes wouldn't be able to do any real damage even if they fought until they dropped. As long as Garibas was banned from going for lethal attacks, it was basically a perfect training dummy, the ideal sparring partner. Lump of mud. Hairless native. Lump of mud. Hairless native. Saitama and Garibas were trading insults like kids in a schoolyard until they suddenly noticed the psychic barrier separating them was gone. They froze for a second, then grinned in unison. You're finished. Times. Unfortunately, before either could throw a punch, or rather, before Garibas got flattened by the bald Demon King, Kizaru grabbed it by the collar and chucked it toward the training ground. No inflicting permanent injuries. Do that, and I'll kill you. Garibas didn't even have time to react before Kizaru hit it with a very pointed warning. Looking around at the weak native humans surrounding it, Garibas breathed a small sigh of relief. As long as Kizaru didn't personally join the fight, everything was fine. These weaklings couldn't even scratch its defense. Numbers meant nothing. Lord Swift Flash, what exactly is that thing? A-class rank 6 hero Magic Trickster looked at Garibas with confusion. They had all heard what Kizaru said, but none of the heroes here believed for a second that they couldn't handle this squishy lump of goo. It's your sparring partner. When you all team up and manage to beat it, you'll be considered graduates of this training camp. Kizaru yawned as he gave them a goal, one that was just barely within reach, assuming they improved at a decent pace. Of course, this challenge didn't apply to Flashy Flash. Even the strictest instructors in the Navy Academy wouldn't say he hadn't already graduated. All of us. Against that one thing. Magic Trickster blinked, then looked faintly annoyed. He'd expected a one-on-one match. He didn't think Swift Flash would look down on them that much. Forget graduation, he figured they could probably take down an average S-class hero right now if they worked together. The other heroes didn't speak, but their expressions showed they were all thinking the same thing as Magic Trickster. Hear that? They're looking down on you. Show them what you've got. Kizaru chuckled as he addressed the already fuming Garibas. Barely able to hold back any longer, Garibas began to swell, transforming back into its original form, each fist and its head sporting gaping mouths. Its transformed state had a time limit, but it didn't need to go all out for this bunch of weaklings. Even its base form would be more than enough. Strongest one among you, step forward. Garibas bellowed. It was a sneaky alien, despite having the power to crush them all, it wanted to take out the strongest first, before they figured out what it could do. I'll go. Dressed in loose-fitting traditional robes, Blue Flame stepped up. Without Flashy Flash or the Demon Cyborg present, he was unquestionably the top trainee here, A-class rank 5. Blue Flame specialized in martial arts, and the training camp had boosted his strength significantly, second only to someone like Mumin Rider, who'd shot from top of C-class to nearly cracking into A. Kizaru didn't bother watching the beatdown. As far as he was concerned, it was just chickens pecking each other. The other heroes on the sidelines, however, didn't have the same self-awareness, and actually cheered Blue Flame on. Make it quick. I don't have time to waste. Wipe it out fast. Let Lord Flash see how much we've improved. TCH, I was just about to get a turn too. The heroes had formed a circle around Garibas and Blue Flame. Not a single one of them believed Garibas stood a chance. Even though that slime monster looked a little more intimidating than before, no one thought this thing was stronger than your average S-class hero. Can I go beat that thing up? Watching Kizaru approach, Saitama, still in a sulk, raised his hand and asked. That damn pile of sludge had dared to mock his bald head. Didn't it know he hated when people brought up his hair? No. You'd kill it in one punch, but you can keep an eye on it. If it tries to run, give it a light tap, just go easy. Kizaru rejected the request without hesitation. This sparring partner was way too valuable. If it turned out usable, he was planning to take it back to Navy HQ for future use. Even if it wasn't a long-lived species like Boros, it could probably live a few centuries, perfect as a Navy heirloom. TCH, fine, fine. By the way, didn't you fight that alien boss guy? That so-called universal overlord, how strong was he? Saitama clicked his tongue in annoyance, but quickly switched topics. He'd been curious about this. If even that pile of sludge could take a light punch from him, then the alien boss must have been seriously tough, right? Boros, huh? Could probably take 4 or 5 of your normal punches. Or 2, if you got serious. Kizaru tilted his head, did a rough estimate, and gave Boros a pretty decent rating. Damn it. If I'd known, I would have gone too. Wait, what about you? Saitama looked genuinely regretful. An opponent who could survive 2 serious punches. That was way better than those random monsters that exploded after 1 hit. But then he realized, if Boros, who could tank 2 serious punches, still lost to Kizaru, didn't that mean Kizaru might be the best opponent he'd ever face? How should I know? Never fought you before, and no thanks, hard pass. Kizaru sometimes wondered just how big the gap was between him and Saitama. But the moment he remembered how savage Saitama's punches were, he immediately gave up the idea. He wasn't like Boros, charging in to die for glory. Marching into certain doom. That was masochist territory. Come on, what's wrong with just trying once? Saitama muttered under his breath. While the two were chatting, the overly confident blue flame had already been effortlessly flattened by Gloribas. Because of Kizaru's orders, Gloribas didn't go for a kill. Still, the power gap was so massive that blue flame couldn't help but question reality. What the hell? How is this guy so strong? Even blue flame lost. No wonder Lord Flashy Flash told us to attack together. The heroes were dumbfounded by Gloribas' overwhelming strength. But then someone remembered, Kizaru had brought this alien back in a cage. In other words, the being that had just stomped one of their own was nothing more than Kizaru's prisoner. Some of the heroes who had started to feel just a little too confident, suddenly found themselves looking at Kizaru with very complicated expressions. Even after all their power-ups, the distance between them and Swift Flash was still insurmountable. So weak. You're really the same species as my master. Gloribas sneered without holding back. Forget Kizaru, who had defeated Lord Boros, compared to even the S-class heroes who'd captured him, these local warriors were pathetically weak. Even the strongest among them would barely rank mid-tier aboard the Dark Matter Thieves ship. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 197, Excavation. You bastard. You dare talk that much crap. Everyone, let's show him what humans can do. Tank Top Vegetarian stepped forward. One-on-one, none of them could take on that monster, but together, they had once defeated the Deep Sea King, a super powerful creature that even S-class heroes had fallen to. Spurred on by Tank Top Vegetarian, the rest of the heroes also stepped forward. After all, Swift Flash had made it clear, their test was to defeat the monster, not to win in a one-on-one. A bunch of heroes charged in with confidence, only to get instantly wiped, GG in seconds, taken out effortlessly by Gloribas. No way. This monster's that strong. Is it a dragon-level threat? Death Gatling clutched a wound that looked like it had been bitten, disbelief written all over his face. In reality, Gloribas was stronger than most typical dragon-level threats. Even in its base state, it could handle multiple S-class heroes at once. Hard to believe Swift Flash managed to capture a dragon-level monster alive, and without letting it hurt anyone. If it had been any other dragon-level monster, the heroes would have panicked by now. But since Kizaru had warned Gloribas already, it didn't dare go all out on them. Even the injured heroes were still standing around it, pointing and chatting. TCH. Can't believe I've fallen this low. These weakling natives are seriously annoying. Gloribas glared viciously at a few who were getting too bold, but it couldn't do anything. After all, that psychic who completely countered it was standing right there. Not to mention Kizaru, who had defeated Lord Boros. Even if it were 10 times stronger, it wouldn't stand a chance of escaping from those two monsters. Just as Gloribas was sinking into frustration, it noticed Kizaru saying something to the two female natives, then all three vanished. Suddenly, Gloribas' pulse quickened. Was this the perfect chance to escape? With the prophesied warrior and the psychic woman both gone, Gloribas figured that even if all the remaining natives teamed up, they wouldn't be able to stop it. As long as it could escape from the prophesied warrior, it could find somewhere safe to hide, and wait for a chance to return to the stars. Even if that warrior wanted to give chase, as long as the home planet was still in a technologically primitive era, there was no way they could build a spaceship fast enough to pursue it. Are you trying to run away? What Garibas hadn't expected was, just as the thought of fleeing surfaced and it began to act on it, that annoying bald native stepped right in front of it. He stared up at Garibas with eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. There was even a hint of excitement in his voice. Get lost. Garibas couldn't afford to waste even a single second. If it delayed, Kizaru might return. Even if the bald native was in the way, it just threw a casual punch, live or die, that was up to fate. Boom. But Saitama merely raised his hand and effortlessly caught Jiryugenship's fist. Are you trying to run away? He repeated the question, though his tone was noticeably less friendly this time. I want to rip you apart. Now truly enraged after having its escape foiled again, Garibas roared and lunged forward, jaws wide open, aiming straight for Saitama. If this bald native was so eager to die, then it would gladly oblige. Boom. Following Kizaru's instructions, Saitama gave Garibas the lightest punch he could manage. Even after holding back the majority of his strength, that one punch still sent Jiryugenship flying over 100 meters, just short of caving its entire skull in. What the hell is this native? Its head nearly flattened, Jiryugenship lay dazed, unable to believe it. The prophesied warrior had already left, yet somehow, this planet still had someone even more terrifying. For a moment, Garibas thought he was done for. Fortunately, Saitama had no real intent to go all out, or he would have been one-shot instantly. As the most mysterious S-class hero in the Hero Association, no one knew how many secret bases Metal Knight had. But for Lady Peruse, that clearly wasn't much of an obstacle. Hehehe. I didn't expect you to come find me in person. Originally, Dr. Beaufoy had fully intended to hide away, determined not to let Garibas flash track him down. But after receiving word that Lady Peruse wished to meet, he changed his mind. Even putting aside the fact that she was his biggest research sponsor, Metal Knight couldn't stay hidden forever. Whether he wanted to kill Swift Flash or make peace, he'd need Lady Peruse's help either way. So, after some careful thought, Dr. Beaufoy actually disclosed the location of his current hideout. What he hadn't expected, however, was that the famously cautious Lady Peruse would show up herself. I didn't expect the number 6 S-class hero, Metal Knight, to be driven underground by some rookie. Dressed in a long black gown, Lady Peruse spoke coldly. Even though Dr. Beaufoy hadn't meant to mock her, she was already in a foul mood and didn't care about his intent. Her words came sharp and biting. Getting embarrassed by Kizaru was one thing. The real sting was losing Garibas, a living specimen on par with an S-class hero, right out from under her nose. And more than that, it was that look Kizaru gave her as he left, like he'd seen straight through her. That was when Lady Peruse finally made up her mind. Normally, she preferred staying behind the scenes, manipulating those arrogant fools into doing her dirty work. But that approach was too slow, and increasingly unreliable. Having seen Kizaru's relentless style firsthand, she couldn't risk ending up like her old rivals, who never even knew who had killed them until the moment they died. There wasn't much I could do. Swift Flash's strength is off the charts, even aliens with potential god-level threat ratings couldn't beat him. Dr. Beaufoy didn't bother defending himself. Instead, he subtly hinted that he knew the true extent of Swift Flash's power. If Lady Peruse thought hiding in a bunker meant he was blind and deaf to the outside world, if she even considered manipulating him into a suicidal clash with Swift Flash, she was severely underestimating him. Lady Peruse's expression didn't change, as if dismissing the idea as a paranoid assumption. But in truth, she had considered it. If Beaufoy ended up dying in the process, she could still spin that outcome to her advantage, maybe even get Swift Flash kicked out of the Hero Association. You overthink things. Her voice was calm, revealing nothing. Even the crafty Dr. Beaufoy couldn't tell if she regretted anything at all. So why are you here, then? Beaufoy frowned. His brilliant mind wasn't meant to be wasted on idle speculation. Everyone knew a brain had a limited lifespan. And for a genius like him, wasting even a second was practically a crime. First, I need to confirm, this place is safe, right? Lady Peruse knew Beaufoy's temperament well. She was ready to drop the games and get straight to the point. But before anything else, she had to be sure she was in a secure enough environment. Relax. Without a tip-off from me, no one could possibly find this place. Beaufoy replied with confidence. He admitted Swift Flash was frighteningly powerful, but he wouldn't be picking fights if he couldn't protect himself. Against his brain, arguably humanity's greatest treasure, even Swift Flash's speed would be meaningless. No matter how strong a gorilla's brute force, it could never match the ingenuity of human intelligence. Lady Peruse exhaled slightly. She did trust Metal Knight's capabilities, but before she could respond, the ground suddenly shook violently. Impossible. Beaufoy cried out. This was one of his most carefully concealed bunkers, so hidden even Lady Peruse herself had never known about it. How could anyone possibly find it? Damn it. Don't tell me it's Swift Flash. Lady Peruse was starting to panic. If Kizaru caught them here, she might not get out alive. That bastard, it is him. And terrible tornadoes helping him. Beaufoy immediately pulled up the surveillance feed, and sure enough, there they were, flashy flash and terrible tornado floating in the sky above. The tremor just now had been Tornado's attempt to rip the base out of the ground. Fortunately for them, the place was so massive that her casual effort only caused a surface-level quake. Don't tell me your fancy bunker doesn't even have an escape route. Lady Peruse looked around in alarm. She hadn't even brought her secretary along. If she died here, no one would even know what happened. She was starting to regret everything. Someone in her position should have stayed behind the curtain where she belonged. This was what she got for acting in person. Don't worry. My base isn't going down that easily. Since those two came knocking, let's show them what Metal Knight's maximum firepower looks like. Beaufoy growled, activating the underground base's automatic defense system. Hundreds of missiles, each armed with different warheads, launched from hidden silos both inside the base and scattered across hundreds of kilometers, disguised as ordinary buildings and warehouses. To the untrained eye, they were just part of the urban landscape, but each one was a missile launch facility modified by Beaufoy. These installations covered nearly the whole planet. He simply hadn't launched all of them at once due to logistics and cost. Are you insane? Lady Peruse didn't know what Beaufoy was capable of. Watching hundreds of missiles arc toward the trio in the sky, her usually cold, impassive face finally cracked with panic. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 198, Blasting a Hole. It wasn't that she was worried about the safety of Tatsumaki and Fubuki, it was that she herself was currently inside Beaufoy's underground base. If the explosion was too powerful and she got caught in it, then what? No need to worry. All the warheads I launched are designed specifically to kill living organisms. Even if they can't take down those two S-class heroes, I'd like to see how that little B-class plans to survive. Dr. Beaufoy sneered. Hiding in his secret base didn't mean he'd been idle. During this time, he had not only tracked all of Kizaru's movements since his appearance, but had also uncovered the full details of his relationship with Fubuki. At first, he hadn't wanted to make things irreparably hostile with Kizaru, but since Kizaru had come knocking, he had no choice but to go all in. Upon hearing this, Lady Peruse sighed in relief, then found herself sharing the same thought as Dr. Beaufoy. If they couldn't kill Swift Flash, they could at least make him suffer. But at that moment, high in the sky, Kizaru calmly raised his palm, unleashing an overwhelming surge of armament hockey that formed a massive protective barrier. Boom 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 boom. A sky full of missiles rained down onto the shield, detonating first with a wave of poisonous gas and corrosive toxic liquid warheads. According to Dr. Beaufoy's calculations, not even demon-level monsters could survive such a concentrated dose of toxins. But against Kizaru's armament hockey, these tricks were utterly meaningless. Next came a barrage of ultrasonic, infrasonic, and plasma bombs. Refusing to give up, Dr. Beaufoy even launched an extremely dangerous biochemical missile, hoping to use a virus to wound Kizaru and his companions. But the invisible hockey barrier stood firm, an impenetrable wall that not even Beaufoy's relentless bombardment could so much as dent. Looks like your missiles are useless against them. Now tell me, where's the escape tunnel out of here? Lady Peruse felt her chest tighten. She hadn't expected Metal Knight to be able to defeat Swift Flash, but she had at least hoped he could threaten the people around him. The fact that he couldn't even do that left her deeply disappointed. Relax. My base is solid enough, and the entrance is filled with death traps. It won't be easy for them to break in. Dr. Beaufoy still wasn't willing to back down. He planned to use the underground base he had built with such care to battle it out with Kizaru. And his confidence wasn't without reason, this was the strongest and most fortified of all his secret bases. Not only was it buried more than 100 meters underground, its entire structure was made from the toughest alloy he could manufacture. If the enemy wanted to get in, they'd either have to survive over 200 deadly traps, or go head-to-head with dozens of meters of bedrock and a steel shell several meters thick. Even if he truly couldn't defeat Kizaru, Dr. Beaufoy was certain he had enough time to make his escape through a pre-planned route. Then I'll just wait and see how deadly your traps really are. Hearing that, Lady Peruse relaxed a little. She understood her partner. When it came to fearing death, Dr. Beaufoy was even more paranoid than she was. If things really got dangerous, she wouldn't have to remind him, he'd be the first one out the door. Heh. Don't worry, they absolutely, TSK, still not giving up, huh? Before Dr. Beaufoy could finish speaking, the base shook again. But this time, both of them were mentally prepared and didn't panic. Tatsumaki's psychic powers were indeed strong, but trying to dig up a fortress-like base from over 100 meters underground was pure wishful thinking. How long do you estimate they'll need to break in? Staring at the monitor, Lady Peruse asked the question as if it were casual. She wasn't worried about Beaufoy's escape, but she was worried about being used as a decoy. At least 3 hours. Even if, AAAGH. Dr. Beaufoy started to answer instinctively, but before he could finish, a blinding flash of light filled everything in sight. The sudden brilliance nearly burned out his eyes. The intense pain and overwhelming panic tore a scream from his throat, only to be drowned out by Mrs. Pellow's shrill shrieking. It was a while before Dr. Beaufoy's vision began to return. At first, he could only make out a few blurry figures, but soon enough, their shapes became clear. "Oh. You're awake." Kizaru looked down at the doctor with interest, watching him trapped inside a telekinetic cage. This balding man with buck teeth was none other than Metal Knight, the S-Class Rank 6 hero, and the rat who'd been secretly scheming against him. Swift flash. Beaufoy shivered in fear the moment he recognized Kizaru, but what truly stunned him speechless was the unbelievable sight around him. His supposedly impregnable secret base had been punched through from above, layers of solid rock dozens of meters thick, multiple meters of reinforced steel shell, and several floors of internal structure, all pierced clean through. Looking up from the deepest part of the base, the hole Kizaru had blasted open looked like a massive vertical tunnel. Everything that had once filled that space, earth, stone, steel, had been utterly annihilated by the blinding white light. "Let me ask you this. Back then, when you locked me in Fubuki in that research facility, was that your doing or not?" Before Kizaru could speak, a furious Tatsumaki stepped forward and lifted Beaufoy into the air with her psychic powers, voice trembling with rage. Without his carefully engineered weapons and tech, the so-called Metal Knight was just a feeble old man. And Beaufoy, who always looked down on self-modification and refused to exercise, had a body even weaker than your average elderly man. Now that Tatsumaki had him floating midair, he couldn't even breathe properly, let alone fight back. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Beaufoy shouted in anger. He was a genius among geniuses, and though he normally refused to waste mental energy on meaningless things, if he wanted to, he could easily be an award-winning actor. Even now, caught off guard, he still managed to pull off a convincingly furious outburst. Tatsumaki and Fubuki couldn't see through a single crack in his performance. Even Kizaru had to admit, the guy's acting was impressive. Too bad he was up against someone who could cheat. He's lying. Not only did he participate, he was the one who proposed the ESPER research program. He was its main architect and lead researcher. Kizaru exposed the lie with ease. Unless Beaufoy could completely rid himself of all hostile intent toward Kizaru, his lies, no matter how convincing, were completely transparent to him. "You bastard." Tatsumaki, overcome with rage, almost instinctively clenched her hands, ready to crush Beaufoy into pulp with her telekinesis. But at that moment, Kizaru gently caught her hand, pulling the seething Tatsumaki into his arms. "No need. He's not worth it. Just save him for the aliens later." Kizaru spoke softly, calming her down. If it had been Esteth, or Hancock, or even Guillaume, anyone hellbent on killing their enemies, he wouldn't have stopped them. He might have even handed them a weapon himself. But Tatsumaki was different. Aside from eradicating monsters, she'd never truly killed a human being before. Kizaru didn't want her to start now, not with blood on her hands for the first time. Every world had its own rules. In the worlds of Akame ga Kill or One Piece, refusing to kill often meant ending up like Zephyr. But in the One Punch Man world, while still dangerous, people survived by sticking together. And unless it was absolutely necessary, it was better not to kill with your own hands. It's all in the past now, sis. This time, it was Fubuki who stepped forward to comfort her sister. Compared to Tatsumaki, who was 5 years older, Fubuki had been much younger during their time in the research facility. Her memories of the ordeal were already starting to fade. Though those events had once haunted her nightmares, with Kizaru now by her side and a sense of safety in her heart, she had been able to let go. Ironically, it was Tatsumaki, the one desperate for revenge, who had never truly moved on. "This can't be." "How do you know that?" Dr. Beaufoy stared at Kizaru in disbelief. Quite a few people knew he had been involved in the ESPER research program, but how did this man see through everything? After all, in order to secure more funding, he had once shown parts of his resume to a few partners and investors, including the fact that he participated in the ESPER research program. However, fewer than 5 people alive in the world knew he had actually been the chief architect behind the program, and all of them had been participants. One of them was currently lying in the cage nearby, Madame Perouse. As for those who knew he was the originator of the project, the last one had died of illness years ago. Even Madame Perouse, his primary investor, didn't know he had proposed the project, so how the hell did Swift Flash know? Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 199, Mad Scientist. Want to guess how I figured it out? Kizaru said with a cheerful squint. At this close distance, and with the vast disparity in power between them, Kizaru could see even the identity of Dr. Beaufoy's first childhood crush. I've got it. Mind reading. You can read minds. Incredible. This is the first time I've ever met a psychic with true telepathy. Can you explain how it works? How did you learn it? Dr. Beaufoy's eyes lit up, shouting with excitement. He really was a textbook mad scientist, caught up in a subject that intrigued him so much, he completely forgot he was a prisoner and got visibly excited instead. I don't really mind, but the malice you're radiating is practically material at this point. Still going to keep pretending to be unconscious, old hag? Kizaru ignored Beaufoy's questions and turned toward Madame Peruse in the cage. He honestly had no idea when he'd managed to make such a mortal enemy out of her. Even for someone who had wiped out entire bloodlines, it was rare to see such concentrated, almost physical hostility. In Kizaru's sight, the malice pouring off Madame Peruse was like thick black smoke rising straight into the sky. Almost all of it was directed at him, with a small portion split between the two sisters, Tatsumaki and Fubuki. What stood out was that the malice toward Fubuki was stronger than that toward Tatsumaki. Coward picking on the weak. Did she think Fubuki was easy to bully just because she was a B-class hero? But the bulk of her killing intent was clearly aimed at Kizaru, surely she didn't think he was more vulnerable than Fubuki. Even after he called her out, Madame Peruse continued lying motionless, without the slightest change in her breathing. If not for the fact that the malice had slightly subsided, Kizaru might have thought she was deaf and hadn't heard him at all. Malice. So you sensed it through your telepathy, right? Can you sense my malice toward you too? Beaufoy leaned in eagerly, completely disregarding the fact that he was a prisoner. If he wasn't shackled, he probably would have complained about Kizaru not being more cooperative. I get that you're a science maniac, but could you please act a little more like a prisoner? Kizaru rolled his eyes. As the direct superior of the Navy's science division, he dealt with his fair share of eccentric geniuses like Vegapunk. Even so, he could never quite get used to their madness. Thankfully, compared to Dr. Beaufoy, Vegapunk had at least some baseline ethics and moral boundaries. And in just this brief conversation, Kizaru had already seen enough in Beaufoy's mind to put him in impel down for 10,000 years. Human experimentation. That was child's play. Beaufoy's research logs showed repeated violations of basic human decency and moral codes. Just testing a new weapon's effectiveness had directly or indirectly cost tens of thousands of human lives. And that wasn't even counting the poison gas experiments and cybernetic conversions. Calling Beaufoy scum might actually be too flattering. Since you can read minds, there's no point in lying to you anyway. So what, if I beg for mercy on my knees and cry my eyes out, would you let me go? Beaufoy asked coldly, not showing the slightest fear despite his circumstances. He had been terrified when he was first captured, but now it seemed like he'd decided to go down swinging. No. Let me be perfectly clear, you're dead. Kizaru could have spared someone like Boros, an alien warlord, but he would never let Beaufoy walk away alive. Then why should I act all scared and pitiful? If I'm dead either way, I might as well satisfy my curiosity before I go. Dr. Beaufoy spoke indifferently. As a genius among geniuses, or rather, a madman among mad scientists, his rationality had long overridden any fear of death. Put less politely, he'd given up. And if ordinary humans could travel to other worlds via the dimensional chat group, Kizaru would have already tossed him into Impel Down's deepest level, leaving him to the mercy of those very skilled jailers to re-educate him. Whatever. Just get ready to be alien chow later. As for you, still playing dead. This isn't a courtroom. I don't need hard evidence or a confession. Kizaru couldn't be bothered to argue with Dr. Beaufoy. He'd already used his malice-sensing ability to confirm everything he needed. Feeding this guy to Garibas would be the end of it. Lady Peruse, still clinging to a shred of hope, began breathing more heavily. Her heart rate quickened. Even though Kizaru had already exposed her, she stubbornly insisted on playing the part all the way through, pretending she had just woken up. Where am I? Swift flash. Terrible tornado. Why am I here? Lady Peruse asked with feigned confusion. If Dr. Beaufoy's attempt at playing dumb had earned a perfect score, then Lady Pello's acting was textbook level. Even Tornado and Fubuki, fully aware of her crimes, almost wavered for a moment. TCH. You sewer rats just can't come clean, can you? Do I really need to drag all your secrets into the open to break you? Here's a little hint, Project Immortality, the Broman tribe, monster cells. Kizaru smiled as he spoke, but every word from his mouth made Lady Pello's pupils visibly contract. Back then, in order to push forward the Immortality Project, they had secretly captured a tribe famous for their longevity. The plan was to study their genes through human experimentation. But when results stalled, it was under Lady Peru's command that the researchers injected monster cells into the Bromans, forcing them to undergo monsterization. Only then did they begin to isolate the unique cellular fluids that revealed the secrets behind their longevity. Not long after that, the researcher who carried out her orders died of a heart attack in the hospital. In other words, Lady Peruse was the only person left who knew the full truth. Cut the act. That guy reads minds. Whatever you're thinking, he already knows. Dr. Beaufoy chuckled darkly from the side. Now that he was doomed, he had no reason to stay friendly with his former sponsor. Besides, if Lady Peruse hadn't dragged Swift Flash here, Beaufoy could have remained in hiding. There'd have been no risk of exposure. There's really no personal grudge between us, is there? If you let me go now, I can pretend none of this ever happened. I didn't see a thing. No, actually, I could help you. I can offer you even more benefits. Lady Peruse forced a stiff smile. It wasn't that her acting skills were lacking, it was just that, under the threat of death, even someone as pampered as her found it hard to stay composed. In fact, the fact that she was still trying to negotiate with Kizaru already spoke to her impressive mental fortitude. After all, not everyone could suppress their fear of death with reason the way Dr. Beaufoy did. Benefits. Kizaru yawned. These stuck-up elites really had no imagination at all. Even with death looming over them, they still clung to the same old tricks, bribery and backroom deals. It was almost as if, despite being in an entirely new world, he'd somehow been transported back to the world of pirates. Back to when he was a Navy admiral, constantly butting heads with the rotten high command. He even remembered a particularly dumb vice admiral once sneaking off alone to Pleasure Street. Kizaru had caught wind of it and nabbed him on the spot, and just like now, the guy had tried to bribe his way out of it using his so-called influence. Kizaru had tossed him to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. It was proof that when true power was involved, all the status and influence in the world couldn't save these pompous fools from dying. Like, a hero ranking. Tornado of Terror has been holding on to rank 2 in the S-class for quite a while now, hasn't she? Perhaps it's time for her to move up to number 1. And you're currently ranked 9th, right? After the alien invasion incident, you were supposed to be promoted to 5th. Why not just jump straight into Tornado's spot? Peruse tried hard to make her offer more enticing. At least she had the sense to realize that money didn't hold much appeal for someone like Kizaru, and she didn't bother attempting a financial bribe. Not bad. At least a little more creative than usual, but that's it. Kizaru nodded thoughtfully, then frowned in mock disappointment. No matter what she offered, Mrs. Peruse was still going to die. But before that, there was no harm in letting himself have a little fun. Compared to Dr. Beaufoy, whose crimes could easily net him 10,000 years in prison, Mrs. Peruse wasn't actually that guilty. In many cases, she'd merely played the role of a facilitator rather than a direct perpetrator. Take the case of the Broman people, for example. In the pursuit of the Immortality Project, she hadn't even needed to give a subtle hint. Others involved, upon seeing genetic data suggesting long lifespans, had eagerly given the orders to capture them en masse. Mrs. Peruse hadn't directly involved herself in the operation. All she'd done was commission a simple age-related demographic report. From there, some overly ambitious researchers noticed the anomaly, and their findings had naturally found their way to the oldest and most desperate figures in the leadership, those who needed the Immortality Project to succeed the most. In the grand scheme of things, she hadn't committed any concrete crimes. But to claim that the Broman tragedy had nothing to do with her. The souls of the dead would crawl out of hell themselves to object. What do you want? Her face suddenly looked 20 years older, yet carried a glimmer of desperate hope. If it meant staying alive, she was willing to do anything. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 200, Telling Tatsumaki. At that moment, Madame Peruse suddenly understood why those old geezers were so obsessed with the Immortality Project. If she could survive this time, she swore to fully promote the Immortality Plan, not just treat it as a tool for power. You're at death's door, and you're still scheming. How boring. Kizaru shook his head. With his ability to sense malice, Madame Peruse's thoughts were as clear as day to him. If Kizaru wanted, he could play cat and mouse with her, show her what true despair felt like. But this old hag was so full of vile thoughts, it honestly made him feel sick. He couldn't even be bothered to waste time dealing with her. Still, before getting rid of these two rats, he had to collect the loot. Considering how most of Dr. Beaufoy's inventions were high-tech gadgets, Kizaru decided to let professionals handle the cleanup. That wasn't the only reason, of course. The more important one was that he wanted to take this opportunity to let Tatsumaki know about the chat group, and that he'd eventually have to return to the One Piece world. Are you really going to tell sis? Fubuki, who Kizaru had summoned, looked hesitant after hearing his decision. It wasn't that she thought Tatsumaki couldn't handle the truth, it just felt like now might be the wrong time to bring it up. She's going to find out sooner or later, right? And it's really not that big of a deal. You can think of it like I'm working in another world. Just ping me in the group if you miss me, I'm only one message away. Kizaru spoke with complete calm. Compared to Kizaru, the seasoned world hopper, Fubuki had a much harder time accepting the concept of traveling between dimensions. In her view, traversing worlds was a serious matter, and she couldn't really understand Kizaru treating the dimensional group chat like a casual transportation tool. All right. I'll go get my sister. Fubuki pressed her lips together in thought for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement with Kizaru's plan. She was ready to lay the cards on the table with her sister. If she didn't, and Kizaru left without explanation, she would be the one left dealing with the fallout. Kizaru, at Tony Stark, how's the mech wreckage I gave you coming along? Kobayashi, whoa, isn't Kizaru-san in Fubuki-chan's world? Why are there mechs there? Random guy trying to ride Luo Feng's coattails, where did you even get a mech, Kizaru-sama? Tony Stark, hey. A mech with only one leg isn't exactly groundbreaking. Got anything more complete? Kizaru, the mech. That was from Metal Knight. He tried to use it to assassinate me. I dismantled it on the spot. One of the leftover legs went to you, Tony. Kizaru, I don't have a full mech, but how'd you like the chance to access all of Metal Knight's research? Wanna take a look? Random guy trying to ride Luo Feng's coattails, what the hell, didn't you just beat Boros like yesterday? And now you've already taken down Metal Knight too. Kizaru, just a quick side job. A mere small fry. Not worth mentioning. Tony Stark, whoa, that's great news. Gimme a minute, I'm coming right over. AI Hybera, if it's no trouble, bring me too. The research systems of another world could be really enlightening. Kizaru, then come on over. At Orochimaru, wanna join us? Orochimaru, heh, I'm not very interested in mechanical things. Random guy trying to ride Luo Feng's coattails, oh, come on, Orochimaru-sama. You're being modest. That mechanical Naruto you made in the future could stomp all of Tony's early suits combined. Tony Stark, hey, I can't just pretend I didn't hear that. Kobayashi, you. I'm really interested in Fubuki-chan's world too. Kizaru, then come along. With me here, there's no danger anyway. Kobayashi, I can't. I still have to work overtime. Random person wanting to cling to Luo Feng's thigh, what? Weren't you planning to quit your job? It's not like you're short on money. Why are you still working? Kobayashi, I thought about it. Starting my own company is a hassle, and there's a risk of going bankrupt. It's easier to just keep working. Xiaomei, would it be okay if I tagged along too? Kizaru, of course you can, little Xiaomei. That nickname feels a bit awkward to say. Kizaru, let's see. Tony, Hybera, Xiaomei, anyone else coming? Random dude, you in. Random person wanting to cling to Luo Feng's thigh, I can't go either, I'm on a hunt right now. I can't just abandon my team. Is death at random person wanting to cling to Luo Feng's thigh, send me that list of hunters you mentioned before. Random person wanting to cling to Luo Feng's thigh, Big boss is death, you're already back in the imperial capital. Is death, yes. Just like you said, the Emperor and Minister Honest gave me the task of dealing with Night Raid. Random person wanting to cling to Luo Feng's thigh, I'll send the list now. You still remember what you promised me, right? Is death, you mean that girl I'm not supposed to kill? What was her name again? Random person wanting to cling to Luo Feng's thigh, Chelsea. Her Taigu is Jia Foundation, which lets her freely transform into anyone, even animals. Random person wanting to cling to Luo Feng's thigh, preferably, don't kill any of the Night Raid girls. Oh, and Dog Girl too if possible. They're all so cute, it'd be such a waste if they died. Is death, if I come across them myself, I'll try to capture them alive and hand them over to you. Random person wanting to cling to Luo Feng's thigh, that's not necessary. I just think of Chelsea like a little sister. I just don't want to see her die. Tony Stark, wow, that's a good excuse. I'll use that next time with Pepper. Dear Pepper, I only see that girl as a little sister, absolutely no romantic feelings involved. Kizaru, alright, save the chatting for later. I'm still waiting for you guys to come over. Hybera AI, on my way. Ding. Hybera AI is requesting to enter your current world. Accept. Accept/decline. Ding. Tony Stark is requesting to enter your current world. Accept. Accept/decline. Ding. Xiaomei is requesting to enter your current world. Accept. Accept/decline. Very quickly, 3 pop-up windows appeared simultaneously in front of Kizaru. Once he selected accept, 3 figures appeared in a flash of white light. Tony Stark in his Iron Man suit, Hybera AI in a lab coat despite being in child form, and Xiaomei, a girl with pink hair. Welcome to my, Fubuki's world, Kizaru said with a cheerful smile. Watching this dramatic scene of people popping out of nowhere, Tatsumaki, who had been skeptical, was now utterly stunned. When Fubuki first told her about the dimensional chat group, Tatsumaki thought her sister was making some kind of outdated joke. There was no way she'd believe it without seeing people from other worlds with her own eyes. And now, Kizaru had just summoned 3 people from other worlds right in front of her without needing any equipment or preparation. That, come and go as you please, moment even eased some of her earlier frustration. If Kizaru could appear at any time like this, then maybe these people from other worlds weren't such a big deal after all. Wow, this is spectacular. You know what this reminds me of? The first time we met. Tony Stark clicked his tongue in awe as he looked down at the massive, deep shaft piercing through the underground base. Even though this wasn't his first time witnessing Kizaru's destructive power, he still couldn't help but feel shocked by the sheer force of it. Compared to the terrorist base that had been pierced through before, Dr. Beaufoy's secret facility was even deeper and sturdier in every way. But in front of Kizaru, no matter how solid the underground fortress was, it might as well have been made of paper. This really does remind me of the time I came to rescue you. It's kind of similar to now. Kizaru raised an eyebrow slightly, recalling the time when Tony Stark had just joined the chat group and ended up getting captured by terrorists, calling for help in the chat like a newbie. It hadn't been that long since then, yet so much had changed. Tony was no longer the same. Now, he could easily defeat Boros, and even when facing a certain bald demon lord, he had the confidence to speak on equal footing. Nice to see you again, Fubuki-chan. Is this your older sister? Hibara AI also greeted Fubuki. The two had already become close besties in the chat group, which was why AI felt quite familiar with Fubuki's older sister, Tatsumaki. I'm Tatsumaki. Faced with the slightly overly friendly little girl, Tatsumaki subconsciously lowered her floating height a bit. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable fondness toward Hibara AI. Maybe it was that natural charm younger sister types carried in front of older sister types. And AI's initial impression of Tatsumaki was also very good, likely because they shared several similar personality traits. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 201, Summons. Big sis Tatsumaki, just call me AI. Fubuki's told me all about you. You're even more beautiful in person than I imagined. Hibara AI spoke warmly and affectionately. That one big sis almost melted Tatsumaki's heart on the spot. Fubuki had always been a source of joy for her, and now with another little sister around, that joy was doubled. Especially since Hibara AI's current height and childlike appearance made it easy for Tatsumaki to relive the experience of being a protective big sister. As the two newcomers chatted away with Kizaru and the sisters, Xiaomei, who had been encouraged by brother Xiaoyan to come along and explore, suddenly felt a little regretful. But kids' thoughts shift quickly. Xiaomei was soon distracted by all the unfamiliar machines and equipment around her. That was when she spotted the old man and old lady locked inside a telekinetic cage. Especially the old man with the huge buck teeth, he looked hilariously ridiculous and kept muttering nonsense under his breath. Spatial transmission. Quantum tunneling. How is this even possible? Unlike Tatsumaki, who, while surprised, didn't fully grasp how absurd crossing worlds really was, Dr. Beaufoy had seen it with his own eyes. As one of the most advanced scientists on Earth, Dr. Beaufoy could confidently swear that human technology was still several hundred years away from achieving spatial teleportation. So if it wasn't technology, could it be some kind of superpower? First, his secret base was discovered and effortlessly invaded by swift flash. Then he witnessed mind reading, and now, spatial teleportation. The number of shocks Dr. Beaufoy had endured in just one day was excessive. The man looked half-possessed at this point. His curiosity and desire to research were eating away at him like 100 claws scratching his insides. If he'd known this would happen, he never would have messed with Kizaru. Grandpa, why are you and Grandma locked inside a cage? Xiaomei blinked her eyes as she squatted in front of the cage, just like a child at the zoo watching lions and tigers. But if anyone mistook this seemingly harmless little girl for someone easy to bully, they'd be taught a harsh lesson in no time. Among everyone present, if no one used weapons or superpowers, only Kizaru could actually defeat her. Of course, that wasn't because Xiaomei was particularly strong, it was more that Tatsumaki and Fubuki relied heavily on their psychic powers, and Iron Man's strength came entirely from his suit. Well, of course it's because they're the bad guys, one's a mad scientist, and the other's a puppet master behind the scenes. Before Dr. Beaufoy or Lady Peruse could say anything, Kizaru's voice sounded from behind Xiaomei. Wow, such a classic combo, just like those totally evil villains in Hollywood movies. Let me guess, illegal human experiments and abuse of authority. Tony Stark lifted the faceplate of his Iron Man armor, a bit curious as he reached out and touched the telekinetic cage, seemingly trying to figure out what kind of material it was made from. Correct. If Orochimaru had shown up like I'd asked, I was going to have him bring a snake or two along. Kizaru shrugged. On second thought, bringing Garibas over would have been a hassle, feeding him to snakes might have been simpler. Who knew Orochimaru would have no interest in mechanical constructs? Oh well, having him send over a snake later worked just as well. So cliché. A mad scientist and a shadowy manipulator. Even post-80s Hollywood gave up on that trope. Whoa, there's a lot of good stuff in this base. Jarvis, back up all the relevant data. Tony Stark easily located the base's central computer and pulled up all its detailed data and control systems. Even someone as prideful as Iron Man couldn't help but praise what he saw. Dr. Beaufoy's research was undeniably impressive. Even though the two Earths' technological levels weren't too far apart, Dr. Beaufoy's technology was outstanding on any world, far beyond imagination. What you're seeing is just a portion of my research. If you want the rest. Dr. Beaufoy's heart was bleeding as he watched years of his work get snatched away by that damned mustache. Still, he forced himself to act unfazed, even trying to use his tech reserves to bargain with Kizaru. The remaining data is stored in bases 4, 8, 17, and 35. Just go on your way in peace, I promise I'll make full use of your legacy. Kizaru chuckled softly. Thanks to Dr. Beaufoy constantly scheming against him, the intense malice he radiated made it easy for Kizaru to see through everything with his malice-sensing ability. Damn you. That cursed mind reading. Dr. Beaufoy finally snapped and shouted. He still had no idea how Flash's mind-reading ability worked. He'd done his best not to think about the hidden base locations, but this guy still saw through him completely. Well, that's great news. I'd better speed things up. It'd be a shame to miss out on so many goodies. Tony Stark grinned as he spoke. If the victim here had been Dr. Casino, Tony would have never even thought about touching the data. But Kizaru had already told him about Dr. Beaufoy's crimes, and with someone so utterly deranged, Mr. Stark felt no need for mercy. I'd like a copy of the research related to biology and pharmaceutical chemistry as well, just not the ones that cross ethical lines. Hybera AI also walked over at that point. Seeing Kizaru and Tony Stark dividing the spoils, she didn't hesitate to ask for a share of the data. In any case, she planned to share the findings with her fellow chat group members. Mutual benefit like this didn't count as anyone taking advantage of anyone else. No problem, but let me finish backing everything up first. I'll have Jarvis compile and organize it for you. Tony Stark agreed without hesitation. His strengths lay mainly in mechanics and computer technology, anything outside those areas wasn't much use to him. He couldn't publish the data to earn fame anyway. Even the parts that caught his eye would only be incorporated into his Iron Man suits. Technology developed by villains, there was no better use for it than to strike down other villains. Let me out. I'll help you organize everything. That data represents years of my work, you better not mess it up. At that moment, Dr. Beaufoy, still trapped inside the telekinetic cage, suddenly shouted. Are you insane? They'll never spare you, and you still want to help them. Madame Peruse couldn't help but scream in rage. Her hysterical expression was like that of a prisoner falling into utter despair. We're dead anyway. Might as well ensure my life's work gets passed on. Let those ignorant fools see just how brilliant Dr. Beaufoy's technology really is. Dr. Beaufoy spoke proudly. Hearing this, even Mr. Stark was a little moved. As a fellow scientist, he could empathize with Beaufoy. If one day he had to die in a similar way, he'd probably pass on his Iron Man suit to someone worthy, so the world would remember the name Tony Stark. Just as Stark was silently nodding, even ready to speak on Beaufoy's behalf, Kizaru, who had been watching with cold eyes, suddenly chuckled. Nice performance. You almost had me fooled, almost. Kizaru drawled, unhurriedly. Dr. Beaufoy, true to his status as a genius with sky-high IQ, had figured out a way to counter Kizaru's malice-sensing ability in such a short time. Not only that, he had somehow coordinated silently with Madame Peruse through means even Kizaru hadn't noticed. Together, they had staged a flawless act that even tricked the unsuspecting Stark. The most impressive part? The execution. Their acting was nearly perfect, Kizaru himself had almost been deceived. As it turned out, Beaufoy's guess was correct. If one avoided actively thinking about something, Kizaru couldn't read it through malice perception. Unfortunately, the human brain hadn't evolved enough for that. Selectively controlling thoughts and avoiding certain topics was too difficult. With no better option, Beaufoy and Peruse had filled their minds with clutter, endless irrelevant thoughts, to try and throw off Kizaru's ability. Ironically, that clutter made Kizaru even more suspicious. One person rambling in their head was normal. But two people doing it at the same time, like they were intentionally hiding something. That screamed guilty conscience. What do you mean? They're plotting something. Tony Stark's face changed slightly. He felt deceived. After all, he had genuinely believed in Beaufoy's performance just moments ago, even empathized with him. Now Kizaru was telling him it was all an act. I don't know the full details, but it's definitely not some noble gesture. Isn't all that mental babble exhausting? Kizaru stared at Dr. Beaufoy for a while, but all he could see were jumbled, nonsensical thoughts. Even with their plan falling apart, Beaufoy still clung on with sheer willpower. Madame Peruse, on the other hand, had already broken. But she didn't know the full plan, she was just following Beaufoy's instructions, trying to help him escape from the cage. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have lost to you so easily. Dr. Beaufoy glanced darkly at Kizaru, speaking with lingering resentment. He believed he had figured out how to counter Kizaru. If he could escape from here, the final victory was still within reach. At the very least, he'd never give Kizaru another easy opportunity to catch him. As long as he kept testing and probing, he was bound to discover Flash's weakness, and defeat Kizaru with the superhuman intelligence of his brain. Just the whimpering of a defeated dog. Kizaru sneered in disdain, replying casually. Of course, he knew Beaufoy was unwilling to accept defeat, but what did that have to do with him? Was he supposed to let this lunatic go so he could crawl back underground and cause more trouble later? Chapter 202, Loot. When facing an opponent who challenged him head-on, Kizaru didn't mind giving them more chances. But trash like Dr. Beaufoy. Giving him a chance was just asking for trouble. F***ck. You actually dared to exploit my sympathy. Tony Stark felt his pride take a hit. He had actually felt empathy for this bastard. No, worse. This shameless scumbag had dared to manipulate the kindness of Mr. Stark himself. Humph. You lucky brat. Not only are you ungrateful after gaining access to the great Dr. Beaufoy's technology, you even have the nerve to question me. Dr. Beaufoy snapped back without hesitation. In his eyes, Stark's Iron Man suit was nothing more than third-rate tech, at least 2 generations behind his own work. Even JARVIS, Stark's so-called highlight, was just a toy compared to what Beaufoy had already moved past. And yet this brat, inferior in every way, was now inheriting all of his life's work so easily. TCH. As if I need your tech. It's nothing but trash cobbled together by hacks. Won't be long before I prove that with my own work. Tony Stark roared in frustration. If this bastard didn't deserve to die, he might have asked Kizaru to let him live just a little longer, just so Beaufoy could watch him get surpassed. Humph. You better prove it, or I'll look down on you even in death. Dr. Beaufoy sneered and then ignored the fuming Stark, sitting calmly in his cage with his eyes closed, waiting to die. Enough. Don't waste time arguing with that sewer rat. Pack everything up, and then let's hit his next hideout for more loot. Kizaru said flatly, clearly annoyed. He'd brought Stark along to save time and avoid waste, not to watch a shouting match. Let's get one thing straight. I'm only helping you organize. I want nothing to do with that guy's tech. Tony Stark was livid. His pride couldn't accept being treated like some lucky thief by Beaufoy. But the bitter truth was, at least right now, he didn't have anything that could outshine Beaufoy's tech. Even his proudest invention, the Iron Man suit, lagged behind the war mechas Beaufoy had developed. Still, Stark had unwavering confidence in his own genius. Give it 10 years, no more, and he'd definitely surpass Beaufoy. The only thing that annoyed him. By then, Beaufoy's bones would have already turned to dust. But aren't you just playing into his hands like this? What if he wants you to be too proud to use his tech, just so it all goes to waste? Kizaru commented casually. Stark was still too young. If it were Kizaru, he wouldn't care what Beaufoy said. So what if he used his tech? Come cry about it if you don't like it. The more moral you were, the more likely you'd suffer. Kizaru had learned that the hard way, after being disgusted for years by the decaying naval top brass and the world government. But he wasn't the loser in the end. Nearly all those high-ranking scumbags who tried to screw him over had eventually fallen into his hands. And after that, Kizaru just did the bare minimum, loafed around, and freeloaded government paychecks for decades. Fine. I still won't use it. But if you want to, I can help guide you. Tony Stark finally gave in a little, not because he cared about the tech, but because he didn't want Kizaru thinking he'd fallen for Beaufoy's reverse psychology. Thankfully, he came up with a perfect compromise. He wouldn't use Beaufoy's tech, but he could advise the others on how to use it. That way, no one could say he was a thief, and Beaufoy's work would still be put to good use. Perfect. Suit yourself. Just make sure you grab everything worth taking. You guys head out first, I'll stay here and clean up. Kizaru didn't care what Stark ultimately decided. Now that most of the tech had been copied, he'd already transferred the valuable stuff to Orochimaru in Konoha via the chat group's trading function, asking him to hold onto it. What came next wasn't suitable for children. Originally, Kizaru planned to feed Dr. Beaufoy and Madame Peruse to aliens, but then he remembered, Garibas never actually said it ate humans. So, he had Orochimaru send Manda, the giant snake, over to act as a living trash compactor. No one objected. Tornado and Blizzard both had personal grudges against Beaufoy and Peruse. Tony Stark had seen far worse and had zero sympathy for monsters like them. AI Hybra silently lumped the two of them in with the organization, the kind of trash the world was better off without. Even the seemingly harmless little Xiaomei, who grew up in a feudal-era fantasy world, didn't bat an eye. Death didn't faze her, especially when it came to strangers. Especially bad strangers. What are you doing? Don't do anything reckless. The Hero Association won't let you get away with this. Unlike Dr. Beaufoy, who had already closed his eyes and accepted death, Madame Peruse was clearly still struggling to face reality. Just half a day ago, she had still been a high-ranking executive of the Hero Association, high and mighty. And now, with one wrong move, she had fallen into disgrace, a prisoner awaiting execution. When Flash somehow summoned a giant serpent, the usually calm and rigid Madame Peruse finally lost her composure and began to panic. This is just to let you experience what your victims went through. Whether it's being eaten by a monster or swallowed by a giant snake, what's the difference? Kizaru casually patted the massive snake's body. He originally wanted to call over his old acquaintance Manda, but unfortunately, there had been a mishap on Orochimaru's end. Manda was throwing a tantrum, so Orochimaru had sent over a smaller, but still gigantic, snake. Still, it was more than enough to swallow 2 humans whole. Among the summoning beasts of the Ryuchi cave, while there were exceptions like the feathered serpents that didn't eat people, most of them were gluttons like Manda. This particular serpent was no exception, and it even seemed like someone had warned it beforehand, because it was especially obedient in front of Kizaru. Demon. You're a demon. Faced with a man-eating snake, Madame Peruse screamed in terror. Unfortunately for her, Kizaru, who had long been disgusted by people like her, felt no sympathy at all. He simply watched as she was swallowed whole in one bite. After sending the snake back to the shinobi world, Kizaru took a moment to review his Earth-style ninjutsu, burying the entire base deep underground. Ninjutsu really does come in handy sometimes. I should buy more from Orochimaru later. Leaping into the air, Kizaru looked down at the ground, now completely devoid of any trace of the base, and nodded in satisfaction. With his physique and mental fortitude, chakra wasn't even a stretch to describe his power. Even in the world of tailed beasts, only the complete form of the 9 tails could compare to him. Even the most basic earth release techniques wielded by him held the power to move mountains and fill seas. While most ninjutsu didn't exactly align with his combat style, as the saying goes, you can never know too many tricks. You never know when something might come in handy. But that was for later. Right now, he still had to act fast, before word got out about the deaths of Madame Peruse and Dr. Beaufoy, and secure Beaufoy's legacy for himself. They say, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but Beaufoy was at least 100 times more cunning than a rabbit. The number of secret labs and hideouts he had was anything but small. Fortunately, only a few of them actually held significant value. As long as he secured those key assets, the rest could be left for the Blizzard Group to make use of later. There was also Madame Peruse's inheritance to consider, but compared to the independent Beaufoy, she had preferred working through others. Aside from a few assets only she knew about, everything else would be too risky to touch. Taking over her holdings would basically be a dead giveaway that Kizaru was behind her death. It took several days for the group to finish raiding all of Beaufoy's key facilities. The primary loot consisted of all kinds of cutting-edge tech. In addition, his mobile armors and various types of weaponry were all cleared out. Nuclear fusion armor tech, EMP-resistant communications, microelectronic cores. That old freak really had some tricks up his sleeve. Tony Stark winced as he read the long list of recovered tech. He had definitely underestimated the scope of Beaufoy's life's work. Even with his unmatched creativity, it would likely take over a decade to fully surpass Beaufoy's level. Thinking he could beat the guy in under 10 years had been overly optimistic. But in fairness, Stark's age and time spent in scientific research were both far shorter. And Beaufoy, from the looks of him, had nothing going on besides science. He was the textbook mad scientist. Whereas Tony Stark, with his playboy lifestyle, parties, and all-around high-energy life, had still managed to maintain top-tier innovation. Thinking of it that way actually made Tony feel a bit better. Not long after, he helped compile a tech shortlist to hand over to AI Hybra. Beaufoy truly did deserve the title of genius. Even in areas like biology and pharmaceuticals, fields he hadn't focused on, his work was astounding. After removing the more inhumane and ethically disturbing projects, what remained still left AI Hybra wide-eyed with awe. Not bad at all. If there's another opportunity like this next time, make sure to call me. AI Hybra pursed her lips as she scanned the newly organized list of technologies. Her usually cold and aloof face finally softened into a satisfied smile. She had no interest in things like human modification or biochemical weapons, but even just the few formulas and compounds they had recovered made the whole trip worth it in her eyes. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 203, New Ranking. This chocolate cake is amazing, the donuts are so good, and these chips and soda. Wow. While Tony Stark and AI Hybra were busy reviewing technical data and high-end equipment, and Kizaru was looting mechs, missiles, and weapons, Xiao Mei, fresh from the Dochi continent, had completely fallen in love with the pleasures of modern life. One could only imagine how Xiao Yan would react when he saw his little cousin returning with arms full of chips and junk food, after tagging along just to mooch a few benefits. Aliens take 20 years just to reach Earth, but people from other worlds can just pop in whenever they want. Tatsumaki had come to terms with the idea of a dimensional chat group, but that didn't stop her from throwing a sarcastic jab. We're all just regular people, really. I went to AI-chan's world once, they couldn't even guess who I was. Fubuki smiled, joining the conversation. The only thing she regretted was not being able to bring her sister into the group chat. Going on multiverse adventures with Tatsumaki would have been a dream. Luckily, Orochimaru was still researching that kind of tech, maybe there was hope. Did you ever run into any locked room murders? Kizaru walked over carrying a remote-controlled tank. Even though he had buried all evidence deep underground, it hadn't even been 2 days since Dr. Beaufoy's death when Child Emperor personally showed up. As Beaufoy's former assistant, Child Emperor wasn't there to point fingers, he just wanted to confirm if it was Kizaru who had done it. If so, then fine, he and Dr. Beaufoy hadn't exactly been close. In fact, when he heard about the old man's death, he'd been tempted to set off fireworks. But due diligence demanded he rule out other possibilities, like a powerful monster or surviving alien faction still hiding on Earth. Even as someone whose hero rank now surpassed Metal Knights, Child Emperor had to admit, Dr. Beaufoy was a terrifying old man. Anything capable of killing him, whether monster or alien, was something worth fearing. Fortunately, Kizaru admitted it quite straightforwardly, at least in private. If it had been someone from the Hero Association's upper brass, he'd have definitely shifted the blame. Child Emperor had no intention of pressing the matter. In fact, it was Kizaru who called him over and, using gadgets looted from Beaufoy's labs, bartered for a bunch of strange contraptions. Ruler lightsabers, umbrella shields, pencil missiles. Maybe not the most viable in real combat, but the black tech level was high enough to make him look like Doraemon at a cosplay convention. Even the toy cannon on Kizaru's remote tank could match the firepower of a real battle tank. Murder case. Fubuki tilted her head, tapping her lip with a finger and showing a puzzled expression, clearly not catching Kizaru's reference. Understandable. No matter how deranged a serial killer might be, they'd probably freeze in shock upon encountering someone with psychic powers. Totally different genre. Haha, I just heard from the locals. They say AI's world is full of locked room murders, and I got curious if that's actually true. Kizaru chuckled, fiddling with the remote tank. He was already planning to toss the device over to Vegapunk to reverse engineer some of this black tech. Compared to Dr. Beaufoy's high-end, high-cost, and hard-to-mass-produce weapons, Kizaru much preferred these gadgets. He didn't even need them to be as crazy as this remote tank, just getting every basic Marine soldier a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher would be a game-changer. Forget the Yonko or the Warlords. Even the supernovas would get blown up, ship and all. Tony Stark, of course, wanted to win that contract. Sure, the profit margin on a single rocket might not be high, but with the Navy's huge numbers and constant consumption, it would be a long-term goldmine. Landing that deal would mean Stark Industries wouldn't need to worry about orders for decades. Too bad. Kizaru just glanced at the quote and coldly told them to scram. He even firmly rejected Tony Stark's attempts at bribery with beautiful women. That might have worked when Kizaru was still working under the world government, but now that he was planning to overthrow them, there was no way he'd spend that kind of money on overpriced military gear. With his wealth, he could outfit 1 million Marines with gear on par with US Special Forces, but the bullets, shells, and rockets weren't one-time costs. They'd burn through his wallet like wildfire. If he didn't want to be held hostage by supply chains, or see his gold vaults drained, he had to produce locally. Unfortunately, the Navy's engineering skills were still subpar. Even after Kizaru provided samples, they still hadn't made anything up to his standards. Out of options, Kizaru began looking into some unorthodox solutions, trying to enhance the Navy's combat capability with black tech. I never ran into one. But are you really okay handing the whole training camp over to that bald guy in a cape? Fubuki shook her head, still looking anxiously toward the direction of the training grounds. Even though Kizaru had repeatedly said Saitama was strong, it was hard for Fubuki to imagine it for herself. That dopey-looking bald guy, stronger than even the universe-conquering tyrant Boros. It didn't quite compute. Don't worry. He's reliable, well, unless there's a supermarket sale. Kizaru knew exactly what was on Fubuki's mind. But honestly, if he didn't send Saitama to mess with Garibas and those other heroes, who else was going to deal with them, him? Especially after hearing from Garibas just how terrifying Boros was, well, terrifying in his eyes. Anyway, Saitama had started giving Kizaru a very mournful look. He hadn't outright complained that Kizaru stole a great opponent from him, but the hints had been there, constantly pressing Kizaru for compensation. At this rate, if Kizaru didn't find him something to do soon, Saitama might just come up with an excuse to fight him out of boredom. By the way, the association just released the new hero rankings. They also finalized the bonuses and rewards for those who contributed during the alien invasion. Since Kizaru seemed dead set on his decision, Fubuki gave up trying to change his mind and switch topics, bringing up recent news from the Hero Association. Normally, heroes receive monthly stipends based on their class ranking. On top of that, there are bonuses for defeating monsters or protecting civilians. Usually, these are awarded directly to the heroes. But the alien invasion had been catastrophic, City A was practically flattened, and Kizaru's final attack had lit up half the planet. To keep public morale stable, the association had released the full details of the god-level disaster, along with updated hero rankings and rewards. Oh, they finally put it out. I was wondering how long they were going to stall. Kizaru curled his lip in mild annoyance. He'd started wondering if the association was targeting him, or maybe they'd already guessed he was the one who took out Madame Pellis. According to the new list, the top 3 S-class spots remain unchanged. You're now ranked 4th. Atomic Samurai dropped to 5th, Child Emperor to 6th. Metal Knight was removed completely after refusing to be mobilized and offering no explanation afterward. After that it goes, King, Drive Knight, Pig God, Flashy Flash, Zombie Man, Super Alloy Darkshine, Genos, Watchdog Man, Tank Top Master, Metal Bat, and Poripori Prisoner. It was Fubuki's first time seeing such major shifts in the association's rankings, but then again, this had been the first time nearly every S-class hero had participated in an operation. Doesn't sound like the list changed that much. Wait, King. I don't remember him doing anything. Kizaru tried to recall the details. Though he had been busy soloing Boros, the power gap had been so vast that he still had bandwidth to observe what was happening on the ground. With King's actual combat strength, it was hard to believe he contributed in any meaningful way. Not exactly someone fit to play the hero. Because of how unique the enemy was this time, King didn't really get a chance to shine. But the association mostly ranks based on merit and presence. Otherwise, you'd be sitting at number 1. Fubuki explained, though halfway through she couldn't help casting a look of awe toward Kizaru. Sure, she had seen him in action before, back during the Marineford War, she had watched a live stream of his powers through the group chat feature. But witnessing Kizaru in person as he saved the entire Earth was on a completely different level. I see. Makes sense, I guess. Kizaru said with a suppressed smile. King's whole situation was absurd, but then again, Buggy the Clown existed too. When you remembered that, everything else started to feel pretty reasonable. Also, the event has been officially classified as a theoretical level, God disaster. Tatsumaki chimed in at that moment. With her strength, she didn't normally worry much about dragon-class disasters. Most dragon-level monsters weren't even close to being a threat to her. But even she had felt powerless in front of a foe like Boros, the conqueror of galaxies. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 204, Returning. That kind of speed far beyond human limits, that terrifying power capable of moving mountains and filling seas, it all went beyond her comprehension. Even thinking back on it later brought a faint sense of despair. If it hadn't been for Kizaru, Tatsumaki had no idea how Earth would have survived the crisis. Even Blast, who once saved her and her sister, probably wouldn't have been a match for Boros. By the way, aside from that, a new member was added to the S-class. Sweet Mask has officially been promoted to an S-class hero. Fubuki couldn't help but find it a little unbelievable herself. That guy clearly had the strength of an S-class hero but had always refused promotion, until now, for some reason, he finally changed his mind. Who's that? Kizaru paused for a second, unable to remember who Fubuki was referring to. The name Sweet Mask sounded vaguely familiar though, like he'd heard it somewhere before. Oh, that showboating guy. Tatsumaki showed a disdainful expression. She didn't exactly respect the S-class heroes recognized by the Hero Association either, but determining who was qualified to be S-class wasn't something a mere A-class lackey should be doing. Someone truly powerful like Kizaru got directly placed into S-class rank 9. Who was Sweet Mask to criticize that? When the training camp opened on the first day, the one who caused a scene was Sweet Mask. Fubuki reminded him. Ever since getting his ass kicked by Kizaru, Sweet Mask had vanished for quite a while. He only recently reappeared, applying to the Hero Association for a promotion to S-class. Even without considering his celebrity status, based purely on his past achievements and real strength, he was fully qualified for S-class. So it wasn't long before Sweet Mask was appointed rank 18 in S-class. His hero alias didn't change, but it was said that he turned down continuing his career as a pop idol, seemingly intending to focus fully on being a pro hero. I kinda remember now, whatever, just another irrelevant guy. Kizaru said indifferently. As far as he was concerned now, you'd need at least Shichibukai level strength, equivalent to a top-ranked S-class hero, for him to take you even halfway seriously. Or maybe be someone like Child Emperor or Drive Knight, who used tech and didn't have an annoying attitude. At the very least, someone like Genos, an obedient tool guy, was worth remembering. As for Sweet Mask, Kizaru barely even remembered he existed. Anything beyond that, personality, abilities, sorry, who were you talking about again? Oh, and your bonus was deposited into the Blizzard Group's bank account. Do you want to open a new account or what? Fubuki rubbed her forehead in mild exasperation. When Kizaru registered to become a hero, he couldn't be bothered to go to the bank, so he just used the Blizzard Group's account. At the time, she never expected his bonuses would be this massive. Seeing all those extra zeros compared to her own balance, Fubuki just wanted Kizaru to hurry up and take the money. Otherwise, she couldn't promise she wouldn't be tempted to borrow a little if a new designer bag or luxury item hit the market. Before this, the Blizzard Group's account basically functioned as Fubuki's personal wallet. She could spend however she wanted, since most of the money in there was deposited by her anyway. But now that Kizaru's earnings were part of it, things suddenly got complicated. Just leave it, you and Tatsumaki can use it as pocket money. If it runs out, just come ask me for more. Kizaru replied casually. He never minded spending on women or toys, though in his case, toys meant ancient weapons. Of course, Kizaru always kept public and private funds separate. Before he made up his mind to overthrow the world government, he was the kind of guy who'd spend billions of berries sending his subordinates to have fun in Pleasure Town, but wouldn't spare 50,000 berries to buy them a sword. Only after deciding to become Fleet Admiral did Kizaru start considering things like upgrading the Marine's gear. Before that, all he ever thought about was falsifying expenses to embezzle money from the world government. If Tony Stark had revealed his weapons catalog back then, Kizaru might have actually teamed up with him, two scoundrels squeezing every last coin out of the government's treasury. TCH. I don't need it. Fubuki, give me a card later. Tatsumaki turned her head away with a tsundere huff, and only when Kizaru wasn't paying attention did she quietly ask Fubuki for one of the cards. With her hero rank and track record, there was no way she'd be short on money, but since it was Kizaru's cash, even if she didn't plan to spend it, she had to get her share. Hey, what are you guys chatting about? Carrying a large leather suitcase, Tony Stark walked over and greeted Kizaru and the Blizzard sisters, Tatsumaki and Fubuki. Although most of the data had already been copied by Jarvis, there were still some files Stark deemed too sensitive for digital transfer. He opted to bring them in paper form. It wasn't that he didn't trust Jarvis, but rather that physical documents had their own irreplaceable value. The contents of these papers were things Tony Stark believed must never be leaked, so he chose the most old-school way to handle them. We were just talking about the Hero Association. Interested in registering as a professional hero yourself? Kizaru asked with a bit of mischief in his tone. After all, Iron Man was already a superhero, what's the harm in becoming a professional hero too? If all went smoothly, maybe Kizaru could rope in the other members of their dimensional group chat to join the One Punch Man world and register as heroes as well. Fighting for justice and saving civilians in another world, huh? Not a bad idea. Too bad I've got zero time for that. Tony Stark chuckled and shook his head bitterly. As the head of Stark Industries, he already had his hands full managing the company, developing new Iron Man suits, and fulfilling his duties as Iron Man. And now, thanks to Kizaru, he had a mountain of advanced tech to study. Even though he'd made up his mind not to integrate it into his suits or body, he still had to understand it to help out other group members. Not to mention his time spent flirting and playing the role of a playboy. At this point, Tony was desperately hoping the new group chat member, Miss Hermione from the magical world, would bring good news about a time turner soon. Well, if you ever change your mind, let me know. Kizaru didn't care much either way. With his personality, impulsive ideas like this came by the dozen. If he tried to follow through on every one of them, even 10 of him wouldn't be enough. Everything's packed up on my end. I'm heading back, don't forget to come find me when it's time to throw a party, and don't forget my dinosaurs. Tony patted his Iron Man suit and returned to the Marvel world. Although he didn't plan on using Dr. Beaufoy's tech, the glimpse alone had already sparked countless ideas in his genius mind, waiting to be brought to life. The difference between a genius and an ordinary scientist was this: geniuses constantly had endless ideas, and could actually pull them off. Normal scientists might occasionally get a flash of inspiration, but executing it took time, effort, and might still fall short of what a genius could casually accomplish. Well, I'm leaving too. Don't forget to pick up the alien and his spaceship ASAP. If Earth disappears one day, I'm sending the bill to you. AI Hybra, equally satisfied with her trip, was ready to leave as well. Besides the pile of tech left behind by Dr. Beaufoy, she and Fubuki had also exchanged a bunch of brand-name handbags. Of course, they only swapped bags that were still on the market. The limited editions. Both girls were sly enough not to offer those up. Don't worry. Once I'm back, I'll bring Boros and his gang over right away. Kizaru smiled. He was planning to give the world government and the five elders the surprise of their lives, delivered straight from the stars. After all, space pirates were still pirates. And if they were pirates, then there was nothing wrong with wanting to become the Pirate King. Once crowned Pirate King, causing trouble for the world government seemed only natural. Then would come his cue to appear, Fleet Admiral Kizaru, stepping in dramatically to defeat the Cosmic Pirate King and save the world. Of course, before all that, Kizaru hoped Boros and his crew would completely wreck the world government and the five elders, maybe even reduce the celestial dragons to nothing more than dust. And if him got taken down along the way, even better. No, maybe better to let Boros destroy him and the world government. As for the celestial dragons, Kizaru had a different plan, an auction. He wanted them to experience what it felt like to be the ones getting sold off. He was sure a certain golden emperor would gladly pay an outrageous sum to buy all the celestial dragons, just to play nice with them. Kizaru and Tatsumaki-ne, Fubuki-ne, I'm heading out too. Little sister Xiaomei also came over to say goodbye a bit sheepishly. After all, both Tony Stark and AI Hybra had shown up to help, bringing along piles of technical documents to benefit the members of the chat group. She, on the other hand, hadn't contributed anything the whole time, just ate a ton of delicious food like she was on vacation. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 205, Loophole. Come hang out again when you've got time, Fubuki said warmly. She didn't mind that Xiaomei had been essentially just tagging along. Everyone in the chat group was so overwhelmingly capable that it made even her feel a little inferior sometimes. Having someone weaker than her for once was, kind of nice. If anyone bullies you in the future, be sure to tell Fubuki so she can let me know, and I'll send Kizaru over to back you up. Tatsumaki straightened her back and put on her mature big sister act. It was only in front of Xiaomei and AI Hybra that she could comfortably play that role. Thank you, big sis Tatsumaki. Xiaomei clearly knew exactly what Tatsumaki wanted to hear, and that one big sis made Tatsumaki beam from ear to ear. She nearly grabbed Xiaomei's hand and tried to swear sisterhood on the spot. Fubuki simply smiled beside them, watching everything play out. Of course, she knew exactly what her older sister was thinking. But it wasn't like she wanted to look more mature than Tatsumaki on purpose. Unless she shrank herself with some poison like AI-chan had, Fubuki genuinely didn't know how to look younger than her sister. As Xiaomei disappeared alongside AI Hybra in a flash of white light, Tatsumaki couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed, just as Kizaru's expression turned strangely thoughtful. He glanced at Tatsumaki's sulking face and scratched his head, shifting his consciousness into the dimensional chat group. Chat log. At roadside passerby who wants to cling to Luophone. Whoa. Are you serious? So if you eat a Zoan devil fruit, you can cross over to other worlds through the chat group. That means I can too. At roadside passerby who wants to cling to Luophone. Oh wait, I could already travel between worlds. Never mind. At Kobayashi, but didn't Kizaru-san say that even if a human eats a Zoan fruit, they're still considered human? You didn't turn into a gorilla, did you? At roadside passerby who wants to cling to Luophone, it's a Conclass giant ape. Get it right, Kobayashi. At Kobayashi, oh, Conclass giant ape. Got it. At Orochimaru, hey. It's true roadside Kuin is still technically human. But the dimensional chat system's restrictions can be circumvented. At Orochimaru, let's set aside Kobayashi-san's dragon for now. Didn't Kizaru-kun just try sending an alien through the system? Is an alien not a person? Hard to say, isn't it? At Kizaru, a Zoan devil fruit, huh? Orochimaru, how confident are you? At Orochimaru, let's just test it and see. I already had one of my test subjects eat the Zoan fruit you gave me earlier. Anyone want to help verify it? At Orochimaru, don't worry, he was a heinous bandit before I turned him into a lab rat. Not a single tear would be shed if he dies. At Kizaru, I'll do it. Send him over. If it works, I'll trade you another batch of Zoan fruits so we can confirm the risks. At Orochimaru, hey. Prepare to receive him. Kizaru had barely returned his consciousness to reality when he received a trade request from Orochimaru. Technically, the dimensional chat group wasn't designed to allow people to cross over. But leave it to Orochimaru, the loophole king, to exploit the trade function and launch a side hustle sending snake creatures from Ryuk to other worlds. Kobayashi followed suit, helping Toru the dragon sneak across the same way. Then Kizaru had used the trade function to transport Boros and his spaceship to another dimension. Now Orochimaru was pushing a new theory, that someone who had eaten a Zoan fruit no longer counted as human. If that workaround succeeded, it could expand the chat group's potential far beyond its original purpose. And the key to that expansion? Kizaru himself, because only he, living in the One Piece world, had access to a supply of Zoan devil fruits. At least until Orochimaru found a way to clone or synthesize them, this functionality was practically tailor-made for Kizaru. Ding! Orochimaru has initiated a trade request. Target at Kizaru. Accept/reject. Kizaru didn't hesitate, he hit accept. A beam of white light flared, and the next thing he saw was a half-beastman with a blocky head and feline features appearing in front of him. The sudden transition between worlds clearly scared the beastman, but once he looked around and saw nothing but a ridiculously tall man and two girls, one big, one small, he immediately broke into a wide grin. He didn't know what had just happened, but judging from the surroundings, he'd escaped from the terrifying Orochimaru. Awesome. Sis, that means you can go to Kizaru's world too. Fubuki exclaimed happily, hugging Tatsumaki. She'd already seen Orochimaru's chat messages. As long as you ate a Zoan fruit and maintained beastman or full beast form, the system wouldn't register you as human. In other words, even Tatsumaki could now sneak across dimensions. Granted, she'd still need Fubuki's help to come and go, and she wouldn't be able to interact directly with the chat group. But for someone like Tatsumaki, who was always glued to her sister anyway, that hardly counted as a problem. TCH, it's not like I really wanted to go to his world anyway. Tatsumaki pouted, still trying to act tough, but the joy in her eyes was impossible to hide. If that's the case, should I raise the exchange rate for Zoan-type devil fruits? Or just cancel their exchange entirely? I wonder if artificial devil fruits would have the same effect. Kizaru rubbed his chin, his thoughts a bit tangled. Given a choice, most people would naturally prefer Logia or Paramecia-type devil fruits. After all, compared to those two, the potential of Zoan types was clearly lower, unless it was an extremely rare mythical Zoan or a special ancient type. Otherwise, Zoan fruits were generally the least valuable. But now, thanks to Orochimaru exploiting a loophole in the chat group system, a whole new use for Zoan fruits had been discovered. Never mind others, Kizaru himself could already think of several practical scenarios for this. And it was only a matter of time before the rest of the chat group began mass requesting them as well. Even though he was soon to become Fleet Admiral of the Navy and was planning to overthrow the world government in the near future, gathering enough Zoan fruits to meet demand wasn't going to be easy. He had originally been wondering which Yonko to deal with after Whitebeard. But now, it seemed the decision had been made for him. After all, Kaido had a notorious obsession with recruiting Zoan-type users. Sure, reclaiming fruits by killing current users was inefficient, but clearing out a few would free up some spots regardless. Hey! You kid over there. Where the hell is this place? While Kizaru was still busy calculating how to gather more Zoan fruits, the half-catman, having come down from his high of excitement, suddenly began yelling arrogantly at him. Kizaru's towering 3-meter height might intimidate most people, but his youthful, handsome face often misled others about his age. And now that this half-catman had undergone some upgrades, he clearly didn't take the tall guy in front of him seriously. Huh? You talking to me? Kizaru replied, a faint look of confusion on his face. He couldn't even remember the last time someone dared speak to him like that. Must have been back in the Navy Academy days. If memory served, that guy had ended up under Kizaru's command, and every time they crossed paths afterward, he looked like his spine had turned to jelly. TCH, looks like you're just a dumbass. Let me tell you, I'm known as the Spider Demon. The catman hadn't even finished his sentence when Kizaru let out a snort and reached casually toward him. Furious, the catman unsheathed his claws, planning to teach this tall punk a painful lesson. That plan didn't go well. Kizaru casually grabbed the half-catman mid-swing and gave him a light shake, just enough to drain every ounce of strength from his body. Shift back to your beast form. Or I'll kill you. Kizaru spoke decisively. According to Orochimaru's hypothesis, only Zoan-type devil fruit users in either their beast human or full beast form could exploit the loophole in the chat group system. But for Tatsumaki's safety, Kizaru needed to run more tests to make sure it wasn't a one-time glitch or fluke. How do you know that? The half-catman, still limp from Kizaru's earlier grip, was suddenly struck with dread. He had no idea what kind of experiments Orochimaru had done to him, but ever since then, he'd gained the ability to transform. He had carefully hidden the fact that he could shift into an animal form, and Orochimaru had never exposed him. Who would have thought that a young man he'd never met could not only easily subdue him but also immediately call out the secret he had worked so hard to conceal? 3, 2. Kizaru began to count down in a deadpan voice. Just a faint release of bloodlust from him was enough to make the poor guy nearly wet himself. In the blink of an eye, the half-catman transformed into a palace's cat. It was a small creature resembling a puffed-up house cat, but with a fierce temperament and decent combat ability, one of the relatively stronger types among ordinary zoan fruits. Cat fruit, Pallas's cat form, huh? What a waste. Kizaru shook his head. A single zoan fruit wasn't anything significant to him. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even bother. But now, with zoan fruits essentially acting as one-way tickets to other worlds, things had changed. If the celestial dragons back in the One Piece world found out, the value of these fruits would skyrocket by dozens or even hundreds of times. Of course, that's assuming Kizaru was even willing to help them cross worlds. But by the time the secret got out, odds were high that there wouldn't be any celestial dragons or world government left to speak of. Lord, please. The Pallas's cat dangled from Kizaru's hand with an awkwardly cute smile, clearly trying to beg for mercy. Too bad it didn't get the chance to finish its plea. Kizaru simply initiated the trade and sent it back to Orochimaru without hesitation. There was still more cross-world testing to be done with this particular lab rat. And if it managed to survive through everything, one final experiment still awaited it. They needed to determine whether, in another world, a devil fruit could be reclaimed by killing the ability user, and if not, would the fruit reappear in the shinobi world? Or the One Piece world? Or vanish entirely? Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 206, Hogwarts. The cat had been begging Kizaru for mercy just a second ago, but in the blink of an eye, a flash of white light engulfed it, and when it finally managed to see its surroundings clearly, it almost peed itself in terror. Heh, so both beastman and full beast forms can cross dimensions successfully. Next test will be with a human form. Wearing the ceremonial Hokage robe, Orochimaru calmly studied the creature now trapped in a cage. In the world of One Punch Man, after learning the good news that Zoan-type devil fruits could exploit certain loopholes, Kizaru had been preparing to return to the One Piece world, to report back to the Five Elders with pure gold and start collecting more Zoan fruits. Although the replicated pure gold so far only looked identical and had no actual effects. After much trial and error by Orochimaru, they discovered that mixing in a tiny amount of genuine pure gold produced a degraded version that looked exactly the same but had significantly reduced life-extending properties and a limited shelf life. Hybra AI tested it and confirmed that while degraded pure gold could delay aging, it no longer granted eternal youth, and its effects only lasted about 3 to 5 years. Unless Kizaru was willing to add more genuine pure gold, which would ironically dilute and ruin the remaining pure gold, rendering it unextractable. In other words, the more you mixed, the more you lost. Considering the Five Elders were doomed sooner or later, Kizaru wasn't about to waste the real stuff on them. Fortunately, even for the world government and the Five Elders, pure gold remained a priceless treasure. Other than some vague records of its supposed powers, the world government had never actually obtained any. No one knew what the real effects were. As long as Kizaru insisted his gold was authentic, who was going to argue? Don't ask too many questions. If pressed, he could always claim the discoverer exaggerated its power. But just as Kizaru was about to return to the One Piece world, something unexpected happened in the dimensional chat group. Kizaru, so you told your headmaster about the group. Random guy trying to ride Luo Feng's coattails, and now Dumbledore wants to talk to us. Kobayashi, well, it couldn't be helped. Hermione is still a kid after all. Hermione Granger, I didn't mean to. He found out accidentally. You guys want the Philosopher's Stone, right? Then come talk to Professor Dumbledore. Orochimaru, the magical world, huh? I must say I'm curious. If no one minds, I'll go speak to him. Random guy, maybe don't. I mean, we know you're not a villain, Orochimaru-sama, but I'm worried you and Dumbledore might end up fighting. Hybra AI, a headmaster of a magic school. That just sounds weird. Mages go to school. Kizaru, Then I'll go with Orochimaru. Since they're open to talks, we should show some sincerity. Isteth, mages, huh? Doesn't sound very impressive. Hey you, background guy, got any powerful characters among them? Random guy, well. Dumbledore, who wields the Elder Wand, is probably the strongest. But compared to you, Isteth-sama, he's probably not much. Random guy, no way he could beat Kizaru, and probably not Orochimaru either. To be fair, Dumbledore never really went all out in the story, so nobody knows his true limits. Isteth, TCH, forget it. But if someone tougher shows up, count me in. Kizaru, anyone else want to come? If not, we're heading out now. Kobayashi, I still have overtime. Hybra AI, hurry up and come back, also, take this alien off my hands. Kizaru, don't worry, let Boros wait a little longer. I'll come get him soon. Random guy, I'll pass. If a fight breaks out, I'd get flattened instantly. Jotaro Kujo, magic. If you need backup, give me a shout. Kobayashi, even Kujo-san, who never talks, showed up. Jotaro Kujo, been investigating something lately. Kizaru at Hermione Granger, if you're ready on your end, we're heading over. Hermione Granger, all good. Come on over, headmaster's already waiting. Because Orochimaru's repeated experiments weren't yet complete, it remained uncertain whether Zoan-type devil fruit users faced any hidden risks when crossing dimensions. On top of that, Kizaru didn't currently have any Zoan fruits on hand, so Tatsumaki was unable to travel with him for now. Fubuki, not wanting her sister to feel left out, also chose not to accompany Kizaru on this trip. With another familiar flash of white light, Kizaru reappeared, this time inside an office filled with moving portraits hanging from the walls. Standing before him were an old wizard with a long beard and a slightly crooked nose, and a stern-faced witch who looked like the classic strict professor. Having concealed his identity as also a transmigrator, Kizaru could easily tell who the two were: Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, and Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House and Transfiguration teacher. As for Miss Hermione Granger, the one who had joined the chat group, she was being firmly guarded by Professor McGonagall, along with her two Gryffindor friends. 3 pairs of curious and astonished eyes were now fixed on Kizaru, who to them looked as large as Hagrid the half-giant. But unlike Hagrid's bulky frame, Kizaru stood 3 meters tall with a well-proportioned build, giving him the appearance of an abnormally tall and strikingly handsome young man. I must first apologize to Miss Granger, the old wizard finally spoke, after sizing Kizaru up several times, using a half-joking tone. When she first told me about all this, I thought she had been bewitched by some enchanted object. Unbelievable. Do people from other worlds all grow this tall? Oh no, am I dreaming? Don't be ridiculous. Paintings don't dream. The portraits of past headmasters behind Dumbledore began chatting noisily, all visibly shocked by Kizaru's appearance. Even as mere portraits, they couldn't hide their astonishment. If this wasn't some elaborate lie, then the very foundations of human and magical knowledge would have to be rewritten. The existence of not just one, but many other worlds, was even more unbelievable than aliens. If I may be blunt, you don't seem particularly surprised, Kizaru said with a relaxed shrug. Even though this wasn't his first time, seeing faces that were both familiar and foreign to him always brought a unique thrill. Getting old dulls one's reactions, does it not? Ah, but where are my manners? Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please, have a seat. I suspect our discussion today will take some time. With a flick of his wand, several chairs floated out from the corner of the room and gently landed behind the guests. Notably, the chair behind Kizaru had automatically grown taller and larger to suit his towering height. But before anyone could sit down, another flash of white light lit up the room. Orochimaru appeared, still clad in his ceremonial robes. Heh. Seems I'm a bit late, he said with a squinting smile. The 3 Gryffindor students behind Professor McGonagall instinctively recoiled a step. Something about this man gave them the same chilling sensation as standing unarmed before a deadly serpent. Harry Potter, in particular, couldn't help but feel like he was staring directly at Voldemort. Dumbledore's smile faded somewhat upon seeing Orochimaru. Clearly, people from other worlds were even more complicated than he had expected. Actually, not too late at all. With a gentle tap on the table, another chair floated behind Orochimaru. And so, everyone sat in a circle. So this is magic. Truly fascinating. Orochimaru said with a quiet chuckle, acting as if he hadn't noticed Dumbledore's subtle, warning undertone. Little Hermione is one of the chat group members, we're all on the same side, Kizaru said with a slight frown, as if offering a gentle reminder. He could tell Orochimaru was already starting to form ambitions after partially mastering how to let others travel between worlds via the group. Kizaru didn't mind taking advantage of the group members' worlds for benefits, but he didn't want anything done against their will. If this fundamental rule wasn't established from the start, it wouldn't take long before the harmony of the chat group collapsed. On the surface, Kizaru, with the strongest combat power, could easily gain the most from plundering the group members' worlds. But once members suffered losses, or newcomers realized the risks, they might start isolating themselves. And without the cooperation of other group members, even someone as powerful as Kizaru wouldn't be able to force his way into their worlds. The difference between a single feast and endless feasts, Kizaru wasn't so short-sighted as to confuse the two. Hey, indeed. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 207, Ambitions. Orochimaru's smile faded slightly, though he didn't seem disappointed. Even if he could only acquire the magical world specialties through trade, that would still be enough for Konoha to reap major rewards. But human desire is insatiable. Having just discovered a loophole in the dimensional chat group, it was no surprise that Orochimaru began entertaining other ambitions. However, Kizaru promptly cut off his ambitions. Until Orochimaru gained strength that could surpass Kizaru, he would fully cooperate with the latter's decisions. With Kizaru setting the tone, the atmosphere in the headmaster's office immediately relaxed. The three confused Gryffindor students had no idea how close Hogwarts had come to disaster. Only Professor McGonagall, whose palm beneath her sleeve was slick with cold sweat, pursed her lips even tighter. Though she had initially been skeptical about the existence of people from other worlds, after all, Hermione couldn't produce concrete evidence. When Dumbledore decided to invite people from the chat group for a meeting, she had opposed the idea without hesitation. Even if Hermione's descriptions painted these off-worlders as not evil, inviting unknown beings from another world into Hogwarts still seemed far too dangerous to Professor McGonagall. But she had been swiftly persuaded by Dumbledore. After all, it was safer to meet them under their supervision than to risk Hermione secretly bringing them over on her own. Knowing the reckless tendencies of Gryffindor's young lions, McGonagall had to admit that Dumbledore was right. In the end, it wasn't until she met these visitors that McGonagall realized she had underestimated how dangerous they truly were. That towering young man, almost as tall as Hagrid, seemed to radiate warmth and didn't look dangerous at all. But the snake-like men who appeared after him nearly made her cry out. If Orochimaru hadn't clearly had Asian features, McGonagall might have thought the Dark Lord himself had appeared before her. He was just as dangerous and powerful, and in his snake-like eyes shone both ambition and confidence. This man was even more terrifying than Voldemort. And yet, this frightening man became completely well-behaved after a few words from that handsome youth. It wasn't hard to guess who was truly in charge between them. Then let's continue with introductions. Kizaru said lazily. I'm Kizaru, Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. Like little Hermione, I'm also a member of the Dimensional Chat Group. He wasn't worried that Orochimaru's ambition hadn't been fully crushed. As long as Kizaru remained the strongest member in the chat group, Orochimaru, who had succeeded in becoming the fourth Hokage, would never dare challenge his authority. Orochimaru. Fourth Hokage. I hope to establish cooperation with Hogwarts and the wizarding world. Orochimaru spoke calmly, with no sign of the danger he had exuded just moments before. Minerva McGonagall. Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts. McGonagall kept her introduction brief. She knew her strength wasn't enough to stand on equal footing with these off-worlders. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor student. Hermione mustered her courage and spoke up, far more composed than the two stammering boys beside her. I'm Harry Potter. Ron. Ron Weasley. With Dumbledore's encouraging look, Harry and Ron finally forced out their introductions. I imagine little Hermione has already mentioned our intentions, Kizaru said with a smile. Since you've invited us for a talk, I assume there's room for negotiation. He wasn't particularly fond of Harry or Ron, but seeing their familiar faces still put him in a good mood. Philosopher's Stone, Time Turners, Felix Felicis, Wands, Polyjuice Potion, Flying Brooms. He had to admit, the unique treasures of the Harry Potter world were undeniably tempting. No wonder Orochimaru had acted slightly out of character upon arriving. Even though he had obtained pure gold that could theoretically grant eternal youth, anything related to immortality still piqued Orochimaru's interest. Not to mention miraculous artifacts like the Time Turner. If not for Kizaru's presence keeping him in check, Orochimaru might really have attempted to invade the wizarding world. At most, he would start by securing control over Hermione, then slowly expand his influence until full occupation. While it was still unclear whether the average wizard was stronger than a genin, it was undeniable that Konoha had Chunin, Jonin, and even several Kage-level ninjas like Orochimaru. Wizards, having long grown used to peaceful lives, would likely be no match for shinobi hardened by war. After all, Voldemort, the so-called Dark Lord of the wizarding world, was little more than a serial killer with a cult following. Compared to shinobi who sent 6-year-olds to the battlefield, Voldemort simply didn't measure up. To be honest, Dumbledore began, the Philosopher's Stone has already been destroyed. As for Time Turners, they're strictly forbidden from misuse. However, the Felix Felicis, Polyjuice Potion, as well as werewolf fluids and dragon blood, those we can provide you. Dumbledore slowly placed a series of potion bottles on his desk. The smallest bottle contained Felix Felicis, a potion that could bring its drinker a streak of good luck with just a single drop. Next to it was Polyjuice Potion, which, when combined with a strand of a target's hair, allowed the drinker to take on the appearance of that person. As for the werewolf bodily fluid, that had been specifically requested by Orochimaru, who intended to see whether it could be used as a substitute for Zoan-type devil fruits. After all, each cross-world transfer required consuming one of these extremely valuable fruits. Using them in bulk seemed like a terrible waste. McGonagall's mouth twitched at the sight. She could accept trading the Polyjuice Potion, but Felix Felicis was notoriously difficult to make and incredibly rare. And the bodily fluids of werewolves. That was an extremely dangerous substance, absolutely prohibited for sale. Yet here Dumbledore was, openly bringing them out as bargaining chips. But since their counterpart was from another world, even the strict McGonagall knew better than to object now. Compared to truly dangerous things like the Philosopher's Stone or Time Turners, even werewolf fluids seemed minor. We'll need a lot of this, Kizaru said with great interest as he picked up the Felix Felicis and examined it. The Philosopher's Stone and Time Turners weren't particularly attractive to him. He already had something better than the stone, pure gold. As for Time Turners, even if he managed to get one, Kizaru didn't believe he, or any of the researchers in the chat group, could unravel the secrets of time so easily. Otherwise, wizards wouldn't be using such a powerful item just to let students make up missed classes. But Felix Felicis intrigued him. Just how powerful was the good luck this potion granted? Could it allow a weaker fighter to defeat a stronger one, if only they had this potion and their opponent did not? Both Felix Felicis and Polyjuice potion are difficult to brew. Werewolf fluids are also hard to obtain. Dumbledore said with a faint smile. But trade always goes both ways. Can you offer us something of equal value? If off-worlders wanted more potions, they could certainly have them, provided they could produce something wizards couldn't refuse. Otherwise, even if the wizards were forced to comply once due to overwhelming power, no one could expect them to remain willing partners. Dumbledore, shrewd as ever, had already gathered plenty of information about the chat group from Hermione. Even if there was a power gap, Hermione clearly had a voice in the group. What about gold? Equal volume in exchange for Polyjuice potion, and as for Felix Felicis, how about 100 times the volume in gold? Kizaru's offer nearly made Dumbledore's heart skip a beat. The potion was indeed valuable, but 100 times its volume in gold was even more tempting. Even master potion brewers needed to make a living, and Dumbledore wasn't entirely sure if even Snape could resist the allure of such an offer. As for Polyjuice potion, though it took a month to brew, any skilled brewer could produce several cauldrons simultaneously. In fact, any competent 6th-year Hogwarts graduate could make it. The question was never skill, but necessity. If Kizaru's offer ever became public knowledge, the wizarding world would almost certainly plunge into a potion-making frenzy. If werewolf fluids and dragon blood were valued the same way, by weight in gold, then those poor werewolves might very well be captured and drained until death. Dragons would fare slightly better. Their blood was more abundant and renewable. But even so, dragon breeders would likely expand operations drastically, raising more dragons just for their blood. You're very generous, Kizaru-kun. Orochimaru said with a mildly troubled expression. But Konoha is a poor village, you know. If your side needs someone assassinated, or help against an enemy force, we can offer interdimensional mercenary services soon enough. Of course, as the main military power of the Land of Fire, the Hidden Leaf Village wasn't actually poor. Still, as Hokage, Orochimaru couldn't just dip into village funds. Not that he was noble, he simply wanted to prove to Lord Hiruzen that he was a worthy 4th Hokage. So soon? I haven't even begun collecting Zoan-type devil fruits yet. Kizaru said with a bit of surprise. Even if he did collect enough of them, he'd still have to prioritize using them himself. There were already many talents in the One Punch world he had his eyes on, and if they were willing, he'd absolutely bring them back to the Marine HQ. For now, only the snakes of Ryuchi Cave can fight. But I've already raised a large number of serpents affiliated with Konoha. I'm working on getting every Chunin and Jonin to form a summoning contract with at least one. Orochimaru explained calmly. In the past, even with the mission commissions from the Land of Fire, Konoha barely had enough resources to feed its shinobi, let alone raise armies of summoning beasts. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 208, Dumbledore. Now that the dimensional chat group existed, and summoning beasts could leave the shinobi world to work, it made sense to raise as many as possible. Ah, well. Kizaru was momentarily speechless. Were Konoha's ninja trying to turn into Pokemon trainers now? Still, just imagining a future where Naruto, upon encountering an enemy, casually threw out Kurama like a pokeball, Kizaru couldn't help but chuckle at the mental image. Hogwarts has no need for assassinations, nor do we require any organizations to provide violent services. Dumbledore frowned, immediately and firmly rejecting Orochimaru's suggestion. If they could use magic, he might not have minded hiring a few to teach defense against the dark arts. Although this year they already had Gilderoy Lockhart, that unfortunate soul who took the bait. Still, Dumbledore seriously doubted that Peacock of a man would last the whole year. Professor McGonagall, standing off to the side, instinctively tightened her grip on her wand. Her wariness toward Orochimaru only grew. Her earlier instinct had been right, this man truly felt like another Dark Lord. Is that so? What a shame. Aside from assassinations and mercenary work, we also take all kinds of commissions, bodyguarding, intelligence gathering, bandit suppression. Orochimaru shook his head in disappointment. With the most profitable avenues, assassination and war, shut down, he could only scale back. Feeding tens of thousands of ninjas in the Hidden Leaf Village was no easy task. In peaceful times, the funds allocated by the daimyo couldn't compare to those during war. Even if the Land of Fire's current mission allotment could still support the village's shinobi, as the 4th Hokage, Orochimaru had to plan ahead. Competing with other nations for missions was unrealistic. Small neighboring nations aside, the other 4 great countries could barely meet their own quotas. They wouldn't tolerate Konoha muscling in. Thus, Orochimaru was exploring new directions. And the dimensional chat group was clearly full of limitless potential. That was why he was so eager to exploit its loopholes. Outside of the Zoan-type devil fruits, over 80% of his dozens, possibly hundreds, of experiments had been attempts to cross into other worlds. "I'm afraid that won't work," Dumbledore said, his expression softening slightly after hearing the alternative tasks, but still refusing the offer. "Hogwarts is a school for young witches and wizards. We cannot allow dangerous individuals to mingle among them." While the era Dumbledore grew up in had seen the decline of old mercenary groups, he knew well enough how ruthless and unscrupulous mercenaries could be. To give a simple example, in European history, one of the most notorious mercenary companies, the White Company, made more money at their peak than an entire ducal estate. That alone was evidence of their chaotic behavior. Shopping themselves to both sides before battle, choosing whoever paid more, that was standard procedure. Extorting their employers, former employers, or even potential future clients for massive protection fees was one of their main revenue streams. And then there were those outrageous incidents, like raiding both sides after a war, looting their employers and enemies alike when both were weakened. No matter how nicely Orochimaru phrased it, Dumbledore would never allow such mercenary-like outsiders to walk openly into Hogwarts. "Then we'll use gold as a universal equivalent." Kizaru cut in before Orochimaru could respond, making the decision himself. "If other members of the chat group need gold, they can exchange dimensional coins with me. Coincidentally, I'll be needing to hire some help soon as well." With the vast gold reserves of Skypiea under his control, Kizaru had every right to say that confidently. Even the wealthiest among the group, Tony Stark, couldn't compare to him in personal assets. After all, in the Marvel world, gold was valued at over $100 million per ton. And even if Iron Man liquidated everything he owned, the gold he could afford still fell far short of what was used to forge the Golden Bell on Skypiea. "Would you mind explaining what you mean by dimensional coin?" Dumbledore was silent for a moment before turning to Kizaru and speaking. From what Kizaru had just said, he had keenly picked up on something special. In truth, Hogwarts was far from poor. The school not only owned large tracts of land and assets, but also received substantial funding each year from its 12 governors. Without that, Hogwarts wouldn't be able to afford the scholarships and subsidies it offered to many underprivileged young witches and wizards. Those who couldn't afford tuition were still provided with enough galleons to continue their magical education. Of course, that amount wasn't excessive. Those students still had to use second-hand cauldrons and textbooks, and even worn-out robes were rarely replaced. But when you added up the expenses for all such students, year after year, it was no small sum. Yet Hogwarts had operated for over 1,000 years without serious financial strain, a testament to how well-funded the magical school truly was. So while acquiring large amounts of gold was certainly tempting to Dumbledore, it wasn't a life-or-death necessity. "That's a currency I issued with another group member inside the chat group. It's pegged to the purchasing power of gold and the currency in his world." Kizaru glanced at Dumbledore with a hint of surprise, then casually explained the currency he and Tony Stark had developed, dimensional coins, and their general use within the chat group. As a monetary system still in its infancy, dimensional coins were undeniably basic. But as a prototype of a universal currency for the multiverse, its potential was vast. As long as Kizaru and Tony Stark could sustain its development, the power that currency could one day wield would be astonishing. That's truly astonishing. After listening to Kizaru's explanation, Dumbledore had to admit that his view of the chat group members had shifted. Before this, he had assumed it was merely a gathering of individuals blessed with unique powers. But upon hearing about dimensional currency, especially how Kizaru and Tony Stark had generously distributed the coins to other members, Dumbledore began to realize that the chat group was something on a far higher level, something akin to the early form of the Wizengamot. One day, as more members of the chat group matured and rose to prominence in their own worlds like Kizaru had, the dimensional chat group could evolve into a governing body connecting their worlds, even expanding to countless other realms. In fact, the chat group already bore the early framework of such a governing structure. A recognized and accepted currency of its own, dimensional coins. A system of unspoken laws and shared expectations, informal rules and common agreements spearheaded by Kizaru. A means of enforcing those rules through strength, Kizaru himself, along with other powerful group members in Konoha's ninja forces. While most of the group was still naive, Kizaru and a few others, whether intentionally or not, had already begun constructing a platform that extended its reach into all worlds. Even their recent move in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber world, encouraging Zhang Zuishan to join a rebellion and overthrow the Yuan dynasty, could be seen as the chat group collectively attempting to expand its influence. So, Kizaru observed Dumbledore with interest. He had already guessed that Dumbledore had seen through something, but he didn't mind. After all, this was an open scheme, a plan that was plainly visible to all. And Kizaru's original intentions weren't nearly as deep or calculated as Dumbledore imagined. Most of what happened had unfolded naturally. When members of the dimensional chat group began seeking greater benefits, it was only natural that they would band together to use collective strength to pursue shared interests. And the emergence of dimensional currency was similar to how real-world currencies came into existence. When barter was deemed inefficient, someone, if not Tony Stark, would eventually propose a system like this. It was inevitable. The only difference was that without major funders like Kizaru and Tony, the development of a group-wide currency would have been much slower. Still, as more members joined, it would eventually have come to fruition. Hogwarts is willing to accept your dimensional currency, but in return, you must also grant Hogwarts access to more tradable goods and permissions. Dumbledore, after a long moment of contemplation, finally made a decision that left Professor McGonagall visibly shocked. The momentum behind the dimensional chat group was already unstoppable. Even if he convinced Hermione to reject everything about it, as long as people like Kizaru still sought magical goods from this world, it was only a matter of time before their defenses failed. Given his age and responsibilities, Dumbledore couldn't always keep an eye on Hermione. And as for using a memory charm, or worse, eliminating the problem entirely, Dumbledore would never do such a thing. Even if Hermione were removed, what guarantee was there that Ron, Harry, or even Malfoy wouldn't end up joining the chat group someday? It was far better to keep everything within Hogwarts, where at least he and his successors could try to manage things before worse consequences occurred. That's fine by me, Kizaru replied with a shrug, but is Hogwarts capable of meeting demand? What we need is quite substantial. He didn't comment on Dumbledore's strategic thinking. Instead, as a member of the chat group, he expressed doubts about Hogwarts' production capacity. Even without factoring in other chat members, he alone planned to supply every Rear Admiral and higher officer in the Navy headquarters with at least one vial of Felix Felicis. Tony Stark and Orochimaru probably had no small need for the potion either, and Kizaru had no intention of allowing Hogwarts to adopt a highest bidder wins model. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 209, Deals. If necessary, we can procure ingredients and labor externally, Dumbledore said calmly, though inwardly, he was already preparing to overwork Snape. Then I've got no problem. If any other group members need potions, they can contact Miss Granger directly. Kizaru nodded toward Hermione. Seeing that Dumbledore had decided to cooperate with the dimensional chat group made Hermione genuinely happy. That meant she wouldn't have to keep hiding things like before. Bearing such a massive secret alone had been a heavy burden. Plus, Hermione was deeply curious about other worlds. The fascinating items occasionally mentioned in the chat history had made her long to see them firsthand. Now that she had Dumbledore's approval, she no longer needed to worry. Very well, Dumbledore replied, smiling at Hermione. But I ask that before any trade is finalized, Miss Granger consult either myself or Minerva. He wanted to ensure that chat members wouldn't sell Hermione anything excessively dangerous. Though Hermione was more mature than most her age, her youth and inexperience still made it difficult for her to evaluate certain things properly. As long as Miss Granger is willing. But are you really unwilling to reconsider trading the Philosopher's Stone or Time Turner technology? Kizaru was overall satisfied with the outcome of the visit, but Dumbledore's firm refusal to share the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone or Time Turner still left a trace of disappointment. Then again, given Dumbledore's position, that was perfectly reasonable. The Philosopher's Stone's secrets required Nicholas Flamel's approval, and the Time Turners were stored directly under the Ministry of Magic's jurisdiction. Even with Dumbledore's influence, it was impossible to trade those items without alerting the Ministry. And once the Ministry got involved, it would go directly against Dumbledore's goal of keeping contact with the dimensional chat group strictly within Hogwarts. I can offer you abilities related to immortality, and even the power to bring the dead back to life, in exchange for the technologies behind the Philosopher's Stone and the Time Turners. Before Dumbledore could open his mouth to refuse, Orochimaru spoke up to elaborate. He cleverly used a bit of wordplay, saying the technique involved immortality didn't mean it offered true immortality. Whether it was Seastone Gold or his developing living corpse reincarnation, claiming they related to eternal life wasn't a lie. And the ability to bring back the dead? That was, of course, the infamous Edo Tensei. Absolutely not. Even the portraits of former headmasters behind Dumbledore cried out in unison. Immortality and resurrection were grave taboos, even in the magical world. Not even Horcruxes, those vile black magic creations, could truly be called immortality. Orochimaru shot a questioning glance at Kizaru. After receiving a confirming nod, he retrieved a glowing, radiant chunk of pure gold from his robes. All eyes were immediately drawn to it. Even real gold paled in comparison to this shimmering brilliance. This material is called pure gold. So long as it's kept on your person, it will preserve your youth. Living for centuries without aging is entirely possible. Orochimaru gave Dumbledore a meaningful look. Obviously, among everyone present, it was the white-haired headmaster who would benefit most from this miraculous substance. But what Orochimaru didn't expect was Dumbledore's utter lack of reaction. Though he admired the radiance of the pure gold, he showed no hint of excitement. As though death held no fear for him. Realizing this, even Orochimaru fell into silence. Desireless people are the hardest to sway. To move a man who doesn't even fear death is a daunting challenge indeed. I want to know if you can really bring the dead back to life. Just as Orochimaru found himself at a loss, Harry, who had been sitting silently beside Hermione, finally spoke up. He knew asking was probably wrong. It might trouble Dumbledore, but he desperately, truly longed to see his parents again. Professor McGonagall, who instinctively moved to stop Harry, now hesitated upon hearing his words. She couldn't help but glance at Dumbledore. It wasn't just Harry who longed for a reunion. McGonagall missed her husband, who had passed away years ago. Even Dumbledore found himself thinking of his lost family. Especially his little sister, Ariana, who had died at just 14. Her death, caused indirectly by his own mistakes, was the reason Aberforth had never spoken to him again. Of course. If you'd like, I can prove it to you anytime. Orochimaru didn't know whether Edo Tensei would work in the magical world, but that didn't stop him from stringing Harry along. After all, he never said he could revive people from this world, and in the art of leaving loopholes in his words, Orochimaru was a master. Harry, the living should not disturb the peace of the dead. But just as Harry's eyes lit up with hope, Dumbledore stared at him and spoke calmly. It was precisely because Dumbledore, too, had people he wished to bring back that he stopped Harry so firmly. This wasn't just about letting the dead rest. More importantly, reviving the dead must never become reality. There were far too many in the world who wished to see their loved ones again. If such a possibility existed, not even Hogwarts, nor Dumbledore, nor the entire British wizarding world, would withstand the tidal wave of longing that would follow. They would all shatter like fragile foam. If the Philosopher's Stone and Time-Turner technologies can't be traded, then how about magic itself? Surely Hogwarts, as a school of magic, wouldn't refuse admission to eligible students. Orochimaru wasn't particularly bothered by being rejected again. In the end, both the Philosopher's Stone and the Time-Turner were inventions of the wizarding world. At worst, he could simply select appropriately aged children from Konoha to study at Hogwarts. As long as they could learn magic, it was only a matter of time before Konoha could develop its own versions of the Philosopher's Stone and Time-Turner. With pure gold in hand, Orochimaru felt he had plenty of time and wasn't the least bit worried about living long enough to see that day come. Muggles without magic can't possibly learn magic. Dumbledore gently turned down Orochimaru's suggestion. Even Muggles from the same world couldn't learn magic, how much less so people from other worlds. Wizards in the Harry Potter world weren't so much mages as they were akin to sorcerers in other dimensions. Even so-called Muggle-born witches and wizards typically had magical ancestry. Some forebear had been a wizard, and their magical bloodline had simply reawakened in a later generation. As for where the first wizards came from, well, let's just say the cult of sad winds seems to exist in every world. Some humans' fetishes were so absurd that even magical creatures couldn't help but say, WTF. Then what about textbooks? Surely your school's textbooks aren't off-limits. Orochimaru didn't buy the idea that only wizards could learn magic. In his mind, magic was just another form of energy. If people like Kizaru and other off-worlders could learn chakra, and ninjas could grasp haki, then there was no reason they couldn't also master magic. I want a set too. Let's say 1,000 dimensional credits. That's about 100 kilograms of gold. Before Dumbledore could respond, Kizaru spoke up. As he said this, he glanced subtly at Hermione, a gentle reminder to Dumbledore that Hermione was the actual chat group member. Unless Dumbledore could monitor her constantly, they would eventually obtain whatever they wanted from her anyway. Even now that Orochimaru was the Hokage, that didn't mean he'd suddenly become all noble and righteous. If Dumbledore kept refusing him, Orochimaru would absolutely start pulling strings behind the scenes. To maintain peace and stability in the chat group, Kizaru ultimately chose to support Orochimaru's request. Of course, Kizaru himself was curious to see whether Harry Potter's magic could be used in the world of One Piece. As for the problem of magical power, that could be Vegapunk's headache. The genius scientist was constantly running on a brainpower surplus anyway. Might as well put it to use. Now that Kizaru had weighed in, Dumbledore couldn't very well keep refusing. His main concern wasn't really about letting Konoha send students to Hogwarts, it was more about the risk of ulterior motives. But if the spread of magic to other worlds didn't harm Hogwarts, and could even convince Orochimaru to back off from the wizarding world, Dumbledore thought it might actually be for the best. Very well. I'll make the preparations and have Miss Granger deliver them to you both. Dumbledore, ever decisive, brought the core of the negotiations to a close. From here on, it was simply regular exchange between the parties. Both Dumbledore and Orochimaru were deeply interested in other worlds and began sharing bits of intel they didn't mind revealing. Meanwhile, Kizaru strolled around the office, casually observing the portraits of former headmasters, exquisite magical artifacts, and Dumbledore's phoenix. Hey, gentlemen from another world. If you're looking for more potions, consider going to the Blacks. While Kizaru was admiring a particular portrait, the old man inside it gave him a sly wink and quickly whispered a string of words. Unfortunately, before he could finish, several other portraits rushed into his frame, cutting him off with flailing arms and loud objections. Phineas, everything that happened today is to remain confidential. I trust you understand that. Dumbledore's tone carried a note of warning. The portrait that tried to speak with Kizaru belonged to Phineas Nigellus Black, the only Slytherin headmaster in Hogwarts history. It was worth noting that Phineas was often considered the worst headmaster in Hogwarts' entire history. The portraits in the headmaster's office all belonged to former headmasters, tasked with offering counsel to their successors. As such, once Dumbledore gave a command as the current headmaster, they were bound to obey. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 210, tempted Harry. Oh, of course. I was just, well, you understand. Phineas muttered a few words from within his portrait, then turned around and ignored Kizaru completely. If only these people from another world had shown up while he was still alive, with their help, the Black family surely could have risen to greatness. Fascinating, these portraits can move even without magic. Kizaru stroked his chin with great interest. That guy Morgans would absolutely love these animated portraits. Although Kizaru had leverage on that big bird and didn't need to worry about Morgans suddenly refusing their collaboration, it was still important to maintain good relations with allies. He was counting on Morgans to publish glowing reports about him every few days once he became Fleet Admiral. After all, no matter how good you are, you still need good PR. That's something the Navy never understood, which is why they were always under the thumb of the world government. As a transmigrator, Kizaru deeply understood the importance of propaganda. Once he took the position of Fleet Admiral, the newspapers would constantly run stories of how poor the Navy was, while pushing the pirate threat theory. The Navy has so few ships, how can we protect our allied nations? The Marines eat so poorly, how can they have the strength to even pilot a ship? Our weapons are outdated, how can we fight against pirates like this? In the past, the Navy would request funding once a year. But once Kizaru was in charge, it would be once a month, no, once a week. He was determined to bleed the fat cats of the world government dry before their regime collapsed. Yes, Dumbledore replied casually, still engaged in conversation with Orochimaru. Once a portrait has had magic cast on it, it can continue to remain animated indefinitely. Unlike the Philosopher's Stone or Time Turners, dangerous and secretive as they were, there was no need to keep the enchantment of magical portraits a secret. Unknowingly, the two sides had already been talking for several hours. But for someone with Dumbledore's vast life experience, and someone like Orochimaru with endless curiosity, this was just the beginning. Even Kizaru wasn't a greenhorn anymore. With decades of service in the Navy, he was nearly on par with Dumbledore in terms of life experience. Even Professor McGonagall had started to lower her guard and was occasionally joining in on their conversations. Grumble. Just as their discussion was in full swing, a strange and ill-timed sound echoed through the office. When everyone turned to look, Ron was covering his stomach in embarrassment. Ever since they were young, Mrs. Weasley had drilled into her children the importance of eating on time. Now that mealtime had passed, Ron's body had begun to protest out of sheer habit. Hearing the sound, Harry quickly placed a hand over his own stomach, praying it wouldn't follow suit and start growling like Ron's. Ah, it seems it's already dinner time without us realizing. Would I have the honor of inviting you both to dine with us? Dumbledore smiled as he spoke. After the time spent conversing, his impression of Orochimaru had slightly improved. Compared to his own disastrously awful former student, this dangerous-seeming man, Mr. Orochimaru, still appeared to possess his own, albeit questionable, moral bottom line. Though Dumbledore still considered that moral threshold rather low, as long as Orochimaru held no malicious intent, he could be reluctantly classified as not a bad person. And of course, there was also Kizaru, who seemed to command even Orochimaru's caution. In contrast to Orochimaru's ominous and unsettling aura, Kizaru gave Dumbledore the impression of a sun radiating warm light. Even in his actions, Kizaru seemed more willing to consider others' needs. Otherwise, with power that could make even Orochimaru tread carefully, if he truly intended to forcefully take what he wanted, not even the Elder Wand in Dumbledore's hand would give him the confidence to resist. Of course, I would be delighted to sample the magical world's cuisine. Kizaru smiled and accepted the invitation with ease. He had a pretty good idea what to expect from a country known for its culinary disasters, but the charm of the magical world outweighed any fear he had of bad food. Besides, with his current physique, even eating metal wouldn't be a problem, so what's a bit of dark cuisine? I still have experiments I need to finish. I'll have to decline the headmaster's kind invitation. Orochimaru, on the other hand, turned down the offer. Clearly, Dumbledore's repeated rejections earlier hadn't come without consequences. It was only out of respect and fear for Kizaru that Orochimaru hadn't lashed out on the spot. In a way, it wasn't without reason that Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't want Orochimaru to become the fourth Hokage. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Kizaru hadn't been there, Orochimaru and Dumbledore might already be locked in battle by now. I'll have the potion ingredients, related materials, and textbooks prepared as soon as possible and have Hermione deliver them to you. Dumbledore had sensed Orochimaru's displeasure, but at this point, all the elderly wizard could do was try to make amends. Even so, if given the chance to go back and choose again, Dumbledore would still reject the same offers, without hesitation. Hey, I'll be looking forward to it. With those words, Orochimaru vanished in a flash of white light. Only then did Dumbledore let out a faint sigh of relief, mentally noting to remind Hermione not to so casually allow Orochimaru to visit Hogwarts again. Minerva, please inform the kitchen to prepare a feast to welcome our guests. Dumbledore gestured to Professor McGonagall to escort the trio out. There were still a few topics left to discuss, ones that were not meant for young ears. Professor McGonagall cooperatively led the Gryffindor trio out of the office and also took the opportunity to remind them that what happened today needed to be kept secret. She wasn't too worried about Hermione or Harry. But Ron Weasley, unless she spelled it out clearly, the entire Hogwarts would likely know about the Otherworlders by morning. How long such a warning could hold, even McGonagall wasn't confident. Especially now that Dumbledore had decided to work with these people from another world, keeping it all hidden was going to be far more difficult. Professor, did I mess things up? Unlike the two boys who instantly perked up the moment they left the headmaster's office and began exchanging excited glances, Hermione, with a maturity far beyond her age, could see through what had just transpired. She could even vaguely guess the reasons behind Dumbledore's decisions. Had she known beforehand that the existence of the chat group would place even Dumbledore in a difficult position, she absolutely would have chosen to keep it hidden at all costs. There's nothing to worry about, Miss Granger. It's a good thing you chose to trust us. Dumbledore will handle all of this properly. Don't worry. Professor McGonagall, ever perceptive, could see the unease in Hermione's heart. Normally stern and strict, she spoke now with a rare, gentle tone meant to comfort. I really want to travel to another world someday, too bad Mum would never agree. We were supposed to visit Egypt years ago, and even that never happened. Ron wore a wistful expression, then added a little gloomily. Because the Weasley family had too many children, their finances were always in the red, with every canute needing to be carefully spent. A big event like traveling abroad would often be planned for years, only to be cancelled over a small mishap. I must remind you all, those are unknown worlds. If anything were to happen to you in another world, we might not be able to help you, Weasley. McGonagall stopped walking and frowned as she addressed Ron seriously. Given the notoriously reckless nature of Gryffindors, she felt a preemptive warning was very much necessary. I'll keep an eye on them. I promise. Hermione completely understood McGonagall's concerns and responded firmly with a guarantee. Only then did McGonagall breathe a sigh of relief. She gave them a few more things to be mindful of, especially stressing the importance of keeping today's events confidential, before finally allowing them to head to the dining hall. That was terrifying. I never knew Professor McGonagall could outnag even my mum. Once McGonagall's figure disappeared, Ron exhaled deeply, patting his chest in exaggerated relief. He was used to seeing her strict side, but this was the first time he'd heard her repeat herself so many times. Hermione, do you think what that Mr. Orochimaru said was true? Harry, after a brief pause, couldn't help but ask Hermione. Unlike Ron, Harry wasn't particularly excited about other worlds, or perhaps, for him, the magical world was already strange and new enough. At least until he became as familiar with it as Ron was. But Orochimaru's mention of a power that could bring the dead back to life had deeply unsettled him. Everyone around Harry had parents, even poor Neville, whose parents were at least still alive. Every time Ron complained about how overbearing and biased his mother could be, Harry couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He'd wanted to tell Ron more than once, at least they're still alive. Now, the chance to see his parents again had appeared, dangling right in front of him. And the one making the promise wasn't just anyone, but an otherworldly being even Dumbledore had to treat with caution. Of course Harry was tempted. This wasn't something a mere glance from Dumbledore could dispel. If he were the one joining the chat group instead of Hermione, Harry would have been willing to give up everything to bring his parents back. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 211, Transaction. Harry, I'm sorry. I don't really know either. But, whatever you're thinking, maybe it's best to talk to Dumbledore first. Hermione spoke carefully, even though she was more mature than her peers. Faced with such a potentially serious matter, she didn't dare give a careless answer. What's the point in asking Dumbledore? He's not from another world. And let's be honest, Dumbledore's so old he's probably starting to lose it. Ron replied grumpily. He was still sulking about being forbidden from talking about the visitors from another world. That was prime material for showing off, and yet Professor McGonagall had made it clear they weren't allowed to share anything. It was maddening. If only he could tell people about the interdimensional visitors, he'd be the center of attention at Hogwarts. Even George and Fred would be begging him, their little brother, for inside info. The fact that Dumbledore had agreed to work with them and still insisted they keep it secret. Utterly frustrating. Hermione frowned and was about to remind Ron how important this was when she noticed that both Ron and Harry were suddenly wide-eyed, pale, and staring behind her with trembling fingers pointing past her shoulder. About that part where old age equals senility. I feel I must express a small objection. A lazy-sounding voice rang out behind her, Kizaru's. With his imposing 3-meter-tall, Admiral physique, the trio looked positively tiny in comparison. Originally, Kizaru hadn't planned to interact with the trio, but Ron's comment had been a bit of a cheap shot. Strictly speaking, Kizaru was part of the elderly demographic Ron had just insulted. Ignoring the fact that his lifespan was still long, he was technically several years older than Arthur Weasley. Kizaru, sir. What are you doing here? Hermione stiffly turned around. Seeing Kizaru looming over them, her expression immediately turned tense. Especially since he'd been with Dumbledore just moments ago. If Kizaru was here now and Dumbledore wasn't, did that mean something had gone wrong? No need to be nervous. This is just a shadow clone. My real body's still chatting with your headmaster in his office. Kizaru raised his hands in a gesture of harmlessness. Sure, the three kids combined couldn't take on a single strand of his hair, but Hermione was a fellow chat group member. He was willing to have a proper talk with her. A clone. You mean, you can talk to us and Dumbledore at the same time? Hermione exclaimed, amazed. Even with all the magical wonders she'd already seen, this was still beyond her imagination. Ron and Harry's eyes were practically sparkling. Of course someone from another world would have such incredible powers. Of course. It's really quite simple. In fact, if I wanted to, I could even. Shadow clone technique. Kizaru was more than happy to demonstrate something Hermione would find intriguing. If he could keep her interested in the chat group, there might be a way to get around Dumbledore's restrictions. With a puff of smoke, 7 or 8 identical Kizaru suddenly appeared in front of them. Are they all real? I mean, can they really act independently like your original body? Harry asked, unable to hide his doubt. Even if people from other worlds had stranger magic, being able to casually create multiple copies of yourself just seemed excessive. Especially since this was just a clone, and yet the clone could make more clones. That was starting to defy all logic. Of course. Wanna shake hands? Kizaru's clones each extended their hands in a friendly gesture. They took turns shaking hands with Harry and Hermione, and even Ron mustered up the courage to try it out. To their amazement, the clones were all solid and tangible. No matter which one they talked to, whether one at a time or all three of them speaking to different clones simultaneously, each one responded naturally, without issue. This is incredible. I wish I had this ability. I could send a clone to class, one to listen to Mum nag, and the rest could just go play. I could even play wizard chess with myself. Ron's face was filled with admiration. And even if the clone that had to go to class didn't like it, they could rotate responsibilities. In a week, each of them would only need to attend class once. Hermione rolled her eyes. If I had this ability, she thought, I'd stay in the library every day. With both her original self and clones reading, maybe she could finish every book in the Hogwarts library before graduation. Heh, this is just a basic shadow clone technique. If you're interested in learning, just have Miss Granger exchange for the chakra refining method and the clone technique from Orochimaru. Should only cost about 50 dimensional coins. Seeing the eager looks from the trio, Kizaru smiled. As long as Hermione was willing to make one small exchange, it would open the door for more purchases. Eventually, she'd be motivated to collaborate with them just to earn more dimensional coins. Really? I could learn it too. I mean, I'm not exactly as smart as Hermione. Ron sounded uncertain. That kind of incredible cloning technique had to be difficult to learn, right? It wouldn't be a big deal if none of them could learn it, but if Hermione and Harry mastered it and he didn't. Relax, the shadow clone technique is super easy. Even an idiot can learn it. Kizaru was pulling out all the stops to tempt the trio, practically thumping his chest in guarantee. That sounds awesome. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, their eyes full of anticipation as they turned toward Hermione. They didn't have any dimensional coins and couldn't deal directly with chat group members, so Hermione was their only hope. But without Dumbledore's approval. Hermione looked conflicted. She really wanted to learn that magic, but most of the time she was a rule-abiding student. Without the headmaster's permission, she was nervous about the consequences. How about this? You three give me your old first-year textbooks. In exchange, I'll trade for the chakra refining method and the shadow clone technique and gift it to you. That way it's not technically a transaction. Kizaru simply rephrased the deal, and suddenly it didn't feel like a forbidden exchange anymore. Even Hermione was beginning to feel tempted, let alone Harry and Ron. As soon as dinner's over, I'll write to Mum and ask her to send the books with Errol. Ron said excitedly. Errol was the Weasleys' old owl. Because of his age, he flew slowly and often got lost. Ron used to complain about Errol all the time. But now, he could hardly wait to see the old bird again. You only want our used textbooks? Hermione asked cautiously. For someone usually strict about rules, she could still be quite flexible when she saw value. Of course. No need to worry, it's just an ordinary ninja technique. Like your common magic spells. Do you think a spell that everyone knows is worth that much? Kizaru smiled as he dispelled the other clones. Seeing this, Harry and Ron grew even more excited. They were already thinking, if a clone got in trouble, just dismiss it. The professors wouldn't be able to pin anything on them. Ron, who was often pranked by Fred and George, was already dreaming up ways to use clones to finally get some revenge. Growling. Just then, the air was filled once again with the protesting growl of someone's stomach, but this time, it was Harry clutching his belly. Thankfully, the trio was already getting familiar with Kizaru, so apart from Harry being a little embarrassed, Ron gave him a look full of sympathy. Looks like my real body has finished talking with Dumbledore too. You'd better head to the Great Hall. Oh, and remember, keep this a secret. With that, Kizaru's clone dissipated into a puff of smoke. The trio couldn't help but look on with eager anticipation. Oh, let's go already, I'm starving. The aroma of food was already faintly wafting from the direction of the dining hall. Ron could already imagine his and Harry's stomachs performing a duet if they delayed any longer. By the time the trio sat down in the Great Hall, the professors had already begun filing in. Tonight's dinner was clearly more elaborate than usual. Even Neville, who was usually the least perceptive, could tell the dishes were more extravagant than normal. Hey! Look over there. As Dumbledore entered the Great Hall, someone shouted in surprise. Almost everyone turned their heads, astonished by the towering figure that followed behind the headmaster. Merlin's beard, he's so tall. I bet he's at least 9 feet, maybe even 10. George Weasley exclaimed, just as he was about to come over to talk to Harry and Ron. Dumbledore was already considered quite tall compared to the average person, but next to Kizaru, he still seemed noticeably shorter. In fact, the only person in Hogwarts who could surpass Kizaru in height was Hagrid, who just so happened not to be present at the moment. Who do you think he is? Is he a new professor? He's so handsome. Please don't let him be another Lockhart. The students from all 4 houses whispered among themselves. The poor kid who dared to compare Kizaru to Gilderoy Lockhart was promptly glared into submission by a mob of Lockhart fangirls, nearly diving under the table in panic. The students at Hogwarts are certainly passionate. Kizaru took his seat without issue, seeming perfectly comfortable in the lively environment of the Great Hall. Compared to the peak of Marineford's mess hall, where over 10,000 soldiers could dine at once, Hogwarts' Great Hall felt as quiet as a private booth. As the most approachable Admiral of the Navy, Kizaru had eaten countless meals in the Navy's crowded dining hall and had long gotten used to enduring hundreds, if not thousands, of gazes at once. Children of that age are always full of energy. I hope you don't mind their lack of manners. Dumbledore said sincerely. His tone surprised many of the professors seated at the staff table. It was the first time they had seen Dumbledore speak with such respect, perhaps even placing the other men on a higher pedestal. Even the Minister of Magic tended to seem somewhat diminished in Dumbledore's presence. So who exactly was this tall man to warrant such treatment? Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 212, Introduction to Hogwarts. Aren't you going to introduce this guest of ours, Dumbledore? The shortest professor, Professor Flitwick, was curiously sizing up Kizaru. He was the head of Ravenclaw House and a renowned dueling champion. Phileas, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Kizaru, a guest from afar. Phileas is our charms professor and an exceptionally skilled wizard, Dumbledore replied. He wasn't ready to reveal Kizaru's true identity just yet. This was merely a precautionary move, to let the professors and students of Hogwarts gradually get used to his presence. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kizaru. I hope your experience at Hogwarts proves enjoyable. Professor Flitwick gave Dumbledore a slightly surprised glance. Was that really all the introduction he was going to give? But trusting Dumbledore's judgment, Flitwick still greeted Kizaru politely. Wow, a guest from afar, that's a good hook. I mean, I've also been to many far-off places. For example, the Himalayas in Tibet, where I even encountered a Himalayan yeti. What a beast that was. Before Kizaru could reply, a flamboyant man jumped into the conversation. It was none other than this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, a man as ostentatious as he was talkative. Regardless of whether anyone was paying attention, Lockhart launched into a self-indulgent rant, full of praises for himself and his supposed adventures. But just as he was reaching a particularly proud part of his tale, he suddenly felt something odd in his mouth. Instinctively, he swallowed. The next second, he let out a scream. It was so spicy he choked. Desperate, he gulped down a glass of water, only to realize it had somehow been turned into hot sauce. The bottle of hot sauce on the table was now completely empty. He had chugged the whole thing. Now Lockhart couldn't even scream. He slumped over the table, twitching like a dead fish. What an impressive prank. How did you pull it off? Dumbledore chuckled softly. He immediately zeroed in on Kizaru as the prime suspect. It was simple. Of all the people present, only Kizaru might have been able to pull something off right under Dumbledore's nose without him noticing. Still, even Dumbledore was baffled. He hadn't seen Kizaru make a single move. Could otherworldly magic really be this mysterious? It's nothing special. I was just a bit fast, that's all, Kizaru replied with a smile. There are physical limits to human vision, and even before acquiring the flash stand, Kizaru could move so fast that most people couldn't see him act. But for even Dumbledore to miss all traces, that was the power of Godspeed at work. Fascinating. Severus, I'll have to trouble you. Dumbledore nodded slightly, though it was unclear if he truly believed Kizaru's explanation. He didn't want one of his professors losing face in front of the students, so he turned toward the potions master for help. Snape, who had been quietly enjoying the scene, was reluctantly called upon. With an expression of great displeasure, he pulled out a potion and poured it down Lockhart's throat. Just as Lockhart was catching his breath, Snape spoke coldly. That was a pain suppressant. It only numbs the pain for now. If you don't want your throat and intestines permanently damaged, I suggest you visit the infirmary. Quickly. Snape flashed a cold, insincere smile. He had always wanted to teach defense against the dark arts but had been repeatedly denied by Dumbledore. Instead, the position had gone to this flamboyant fraud. No one knew how he'd earned Dumbledore's approval. If it weren't for Dumbledore's intervention, Snape would have been more than happy to let Lockhart keep twitching on the table. Clutching his throat, Lockhart seemed to feel the burning pain all over again, and now his stomach had also begun reacting to the hot sauce. Not daring to linger any longer, Lockhart fled in a panic before he could even utter a single threat. Until he figured out how Kizaru had tricked him, he probably wouldn't dare show his face in front of him again. This is our potions professor, Severus Snape, one of the finest potion masters in the wizarding world. Dumbledore added, casually introducing Snape to Kizaru. A pleasure to meet you both, Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape, Kizaru said with a polite nod to each of them. A charms master and a potions master, excellent potential assets. Especially Snape. If he ever learned about Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, Kizaru was almost certain he'd join the dimensional chat group in a heartbeat. If there was a chance to bring Lily Potter back to life, Snape would probably have no problem transforming into a relentless potion brewing machine. And considering Lily Potter's own skill in potions, their production efficiency might even double instantly. Well done. Professor Flitwick grinned and gave Kizaru a big thumbs up, clearly appreciating his earlier prank on Lockhart. The other professors didn't say anything, but the smiles on their faces made their thoughts just as clear. It had to be said, Gilderoy Lockhart's behavior really rubbed people the wrong way. The only reason he hadn't been kicked out of Hogwarts was that the faculty didn't want to openly cause conflict. Otherwise, a fraud like him wouldn't have lasted even a day here. Haha, I've been wanting to do that for a while. Professor Sprout laughed, the plump head of Hufflepuff. She especially hated people who questioned her expertise or messed around in her greenhouse. And Lockhart had managed to do both not long after arriving at Hogwarts. The only reason she hadn't fed him to a venomous tentacula was because she worried it might set a bad example for her Hufflepuff students. Now that the buzzing fly that was Lockhart was gone, the dining atmosphere for the faculty noticeably improved. Kizaru had also now met nearly all the Hogwarts professors. Though the students below were obviously curious about Kizaru too, Dumbledore didn't seem intent on introducing him to everyone just yet. The Hogwarts dinner also managed to shift Kizaru's impression of wizarding food. Calling it delicacy was a bit much, but he had to admit the house elves were true culinary wizards. They had taken what looked like ingredients straight out of a horror show and turned them into food even someone like Kizaru could tolerably eat. After dinner, Kizaru politely excused himself from Dumbledore. His objectives for the trip had all been met. He'd had a walk around Hogwarts, a nice meal, and made the connections he needed. There was no reason to linger. Next, he needed to return to the One Punch Man world to handle some matters regarding the training camp. To be honest, he had been a pretty irresponsible instructor. Not only had he barely taught the heroes anything, but he'd also dumped the aftermath entirely on Saitama. Good thing the heroes in the training camp weren't Navy soldiers, otherwise they'd have reported him to Marine HQ for sure. The time flow in the Harry Potter world was several times faster than in the One Punch world. By the time Kizaru returned, several days had already passed. The impatient Tatsumaki had ended her rare vacation and resumed her duties as the rank 2 S-class hero in the Hero Association. Meanwhile, the disappearance of Mrs. Peruse had left the Hero Association's top brass in a state of unease. But after more than a week with no leads, even they had to put the investigation on hold, for now. After all, the heroes of the Hero Association weren't under their direct command, they had no reason to just stand by and watch disasters unfold without acting. Of course, more importantly, Mrs. Peru's disappearance had created a power vacuum among the upper ranks of the association. Quite a few executives now had their eyes set on the position she'd once held. In this kind of situation, investigating her disappearance or taking action against Swift Flash became both difficult and unrewarding. Especially now that Tatsumaki had returned, and with the association relying on her as their ultimate weapon, no one dared suggest anything that might upset her. Meanwhile, Fubuki had also let go of her past grudges and had jumped from rank 1 in B-class straight to rank 7 in A-class. With the Fubuki group no longer limited to just B-class heroes, many from the training camp began actively joining, turning the Fubuki group into the largest faction within the Hero Association. In terms of numbers, they now had nearly 100 members, accounting for nearly 1/10 of all heroes in the association. In terms of strength, with Tatsumaki, S-class rank 2, and Swift Flash, S-class rank 4, among their ranks, not even Tank Top Master's Tank Top Army could compare. Then I'll leave the training camp to you. Kizaru passed on the Rokushiki techniques to Saitama, or rather, he just demonstrated them once in front of him, and the bald-headed demon lord easily mastered all 6 forms. Even the most difficult one, Life Return, didn't give him any trouble. However, Saitama was deeply disappointed that, despite theoretically being able to control every cell in the body with Life Return, it still couldn't save his bald head. Right, and we agreed, you have to come find me as soon as you finish your training. Though disheartened for a bit, Saitama quickly recovered his spirit. After all, Kizaru had promised that once his training was complete, they'd have a proper, all-out battle. Of course, the condition was that while Kizaru went into the mountains to train, Saitama would manage the training camp and also teach the heroes the Rokushiki. Don't worry, next time we meet, I'll fight you with everything I've got. Kizaru replied seriously. As for when he'd actually finish this training, well, that depended entirely on when he was confident enough to flatten that bald guy. Fortunately, unless something unexpected happened, like Saitama suddenly undergoing some super evolution, the gap between them wasn't as vast as before. Even without major breakthroughs like acquiring a stand or similar power, just steadily growing stronger would eventually allow Kizaru to catch up to Saitama. With everything arranged, Kizaru finally felt at ease enough to return to the One Piece world. Still, just before he left, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something. But even as his body vanished into the white light, he couldn't quite remember what it was. What? Master went off to train deep in the mountains. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 213, The Forgotten Subordinate. Every day, Gariba suffered under the constant beatings from heroes and the relentless thrashings by Saitama. He was completely broken. Countless times, he'd nearly given in to his darker urges, wanting to unleash his unbeatable acid on those damned heroes and melt them into puddles. But the only thing that held him back was the thought that Kizaru would eventually return. That hope was the only reason he kept enduring. And yet, what he got in return for all that patience, was Kizaru's complete abandonment. He didn't even realize that Kizaru had forgotten he existed. Did aliens not have human rights? Did aliens deserve to be treated like this? Furious, Garibas was on the verge of going berserk. Until he saw that dumb-looking bald head. The trauma from being punched into oblivion countless times by Saitama immediately forced him to calm down. Maybe, being a punching bag wasn't so bad after all. None of the native heroes could actually hurt him anyway. Consider it the price of staying alive. Of the 3 elite warriors, he was the only one left. Even Lord Boros had been obliterated, not even dust remained of him. What was there to complain about? After repeating this self-hypnosis over and over, Garibas had even trained himself to force out a smile whenever the bald demon king walked past. "Yo, so ugly. Time for your beating," Saitama said with his usual deadpan, clearly unimpressed. Kizaru had never said what should be done with this alien punching bag, so Saitama just kept him around in the training camp for practice. Sometimes, he even served as a sparring dummy for Genos and Flashy Flash. He was surprisingly useful. Though Garibas wasn't exactly happy about it, he had to admit, in the training camp, he was popular. The heroes thought punching him felt way better than punching a wooden dummy. The only problem was that only S-class heroes were allowed to challenge him one-on-one, which seemed like a waste. Right away, sir. Garibas replied with a forced smile. He had long since been terrified of Saitama. Gone was the iron-headed fool who used to mock the bald demon to his face. Even if he could ignore 99% of physical attacks, Saitama's 1% was more than enough to completely obliterate him. Every night, after all the over-energized heroes had finally gone to sleep, Garibas would lie alone inside his psychic prison, staring up at the starry night sky. If only I hadn't come to Earth with Boros. 2 decades of waiting had led to this, becoming a prisoner and being endlessly tormented by the natives. Was this really worth it? Back in the One Piece world, Kizaru stretched lazily on the sofa. When he glanced out the window, the darkness had already faded into daylight. The Marines aboard the warship were all very disciplined. No one dared disturb the Admiral who had just returned from a fierce battle. Buru buru. Buru buru. Just as Kizaru was about to get up, the den mushi on the table began to ring. This is Kizaru. What do you want? Though he'd been away from the One Piece world for a good 10 days or more, Kizaru immediately returned to his usual sluggish and relaxed tone. Kizaru. Why didn't you answer earlier when we were calling you? On the other end was one of the 5 elders, the bearded one, who was currently shouting angrily. Normally, they wouldn't even bother checking in on Kizaru, this notorious troublemaker. But now. Kizaru had something they desperately wanted, pure gold. When their earlier calls went unanswered, they were this close to dispatching CP0 to confirm whether he was still alive. I was sleeping, obviously. What else would I be doing? Kizaru scoffed. The relationship between the world government and Marine HQ had never been a simple superior-subordinate dynamic. While the Navy did rely on the government for funding and legitimacy, the government also relied on the Navy's military strength to maintain control. After all, the world government's own forces, the Land Army and the Gods Army, were essentially cannon fodder. On their own, they'd never be enough to sustain the massive structure of the regime. In other words, even the Fleet Admiral had enough weight to argue with the 5 elders, depending on their stance. Kizaru, watch your tone. You're not the Fleet Admiral yet. Saint Warcury growled in a stern yet clearly nervous tone. Making Kizaru the Fleet Admiral just for the sake of pure gold didn't seem like such a wise decision after all. The significance of the Fleet Admiral position in the Navy was far from something that could be summed up in a few sentences. The previous Fleet Admiral, Kong, had been more aligned with the world government and often suppressed the influence of the Navy faction. During his term, they didn't even manage to keep all 3 Admiral positions filled. It was precisely during his administration that the Navy was at its weakest, so weak, in fact, that they suffered the humiliation of the Fleet Admiral personally engaging in battle and still losing. Not to mention, during that same period, the fearsome pirate Roxty Zebek rose to power and became Pirate King. When the world government finally realized the situation was spiraling out of control, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and promote Sengoku, then an admiral, to the position of Fleet Admiral. After all, Zephyr was already contemplating retirement, and the only other admiral at that time was Kizaru. And just looking at what Kizaru is like now, it was pretty clear what kind of guy he must have been back then. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who believed in a form of justice that ruled from the top down, was relatively neutral in his stance, though he leaned more toward supporting the Navy. Although GOLD, Roger became Pirate King during Sengoku's tenure, given Roger's peak activity period had begun earlier, it wasn't entirely fair to pin that on Sengoku. Under Sengoku's command, the Navy grew to unprecedented strength. Not only did they manage to field 3 full admirals, they also had Garp, the legendary hero, albeit in an unofficial capacity. And if you included admiral candidates like Vice Admiral Tsuru and the already retired Zephyr, the Navy's high-end combat power was comparable to all the pirate crews in the New World combined. Even when Whitebeard's pirates and red-haired Shanks' crew joined forces, with the Revolutionary Army led by Dragon and even the defected former admiral candidate Delocus in the mix, they still couldn't defeat a Navy that hadn't even gone all out. Whitebeard ended up dead, Redhair seriously injured. That alone was proof enough of just how powerful the Navy had become. Even Kizaru, who hadn't officially taken up the mantle of Fleet Admiral yet, had enough clout to sass the 5 elders thanks to that power backing him. It's almost official anyway, isn't it? Or what, do you think I'm not fit to be Fleet Admiral? In that case, I'll just head back and keep being an admiral. Kizaru yawned as he spoke, completely unfazed. The want everything without giving anything attitude was nothing new from the 5 elders. These old fossils probably still hoped Kizaru would, like Kong, turn into a lapdog of the world government for the sake of the title. If nothing unexpected happened, Kong himself would likely be the first to welcome Kizaru when he arrived at Marie Joy's. After all, Kong had once promoted him and could be considered half a mentor, at least enough of one that Kizaru would give him a little face. Saint Warcury, on the other end of the line, was trembling with anger but dared not utter a single word in rebuttal. Because knowing Kizaru's bastard personality, if he said the wrong thing now, Kizaru might just really pack up and return to Navy HQ, then chuck the pure gold into some random part of the ocean just to spite them. And it wouldn't be the first time he'd done something like that either, which is exactly why the five elders considered him the most troublesome problem child in the Navy. If it were any other kind of treasure, Warcury would have already taught him a harsh lesson for mouthing off to the five elders. But unfortunately, Kizaru was holding pure gold, a substance that grants eternal youth, and the key to prolonging the five elders' grip on power. It was a priceless treasure the world government had pursued for centuries, something every generation of the five elders had dreamed of obtaining. Don't get snippy. Just get to Marie Joy's as soon as possible. Your promotion ceremony is already prepared. Saint Warcury growled through clenched teeth. In the end, he didn't dare gamble pure gold on Kizaru's unpredictable temper. But the moment the words left his mouth, there was a loud click. Warcury had angrily slammed the den mushy shut. He was afraid that if he kept talking, Kizaru might piss him off so badly he'd die of rage before the pure gold even arrived in Marie Joy's. TSK, yep, that same familiar feeling as always. Kizaru nodded in satisfaction. He was already thinking that, once he eventually overthrew the world government, maybe he'd keep the five elders around, assign them to poop-scooping duty or something equally fitting. Meanwhile, on the other side of the call, Saint Warcury was still cursing under his breath. Not just as a five elder, even back when he was just a celestial dragon, he had never been subjected to such disrespect. It was only because Kizaru's strength, record, accomplishments, and seniority were beyond reproach that he had no choice but to swallow his pride and green-light the promotion. Otherwise, even if he had to hold his nose and promote him, Warcury would have found a way to make Kizaru's life miserable. Was it that Kizaru guy again? Noticing the irritation on Warcury's face, Saint Shepherd Jew Peter spoke up with a chuckle. As the agricultural god of war, Peter wasn't quite as influential as some of the other veterans, but he also didn't have many headaches to deal with. Even the most tyrannical kings of affiliated nations knew better than to test the world government or the five elders. They understood very clearly that the only reason they could rob and oppress with impunity was because the world government had their backs. Who else would it be? Warcury grunted. But don't celebrate too soon. Sooner or later, each of you will need the Navy's help. When that day comes, you'll find out just how much of a pain in the ass that bastard can be. Each of the five elders had their own domains and responsibilities. Saint Zambalin V. Nashiro, finance god of war. Saint Marcus Mars, illusion god of war. Saint J. Garcia Saturn, scientific defense god of war. Saint Shepherd Jew Peter, agricultural god of war. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 214, Five Elders Discussion. As for Warcury, he was the judicial god of war. Each of the five elders had their respective fields of responsibility, and they usually refrained from interfering in each other's domains. Of course, that division was only rough. After all, the five elders wielded supreme authority, and theoretically, there was no matter they couldn't get involved in. In many cases, such as the collection of the heavenly tribute, the five elders had to work together, urging the affiliated nations to submit their payments. They coordinated with the world government to collect taxes, dispatched the Navy to escort the tribute, and finally sent it to Marie Joy's. The ultimate division of the heavenly tribute with the celestial dragons was handled by Saint Nashiro. Though said to be paid to the celestial dragons, in essence, the heavenly tribute was a form of protection fee extorted by the world government from the rest of the world. We really do need to be mentally prepared. Kizaru isn't like Sakazuki, that hardliner. Once he becomes Fleet Admiral, our influence over the Navy will likely shrink significantly. Saint Nashiro spoke lightly, resting a hand on his sword. Though most celestial dragons were spoiled scum, anyone qualified to become a five elder was elite among elites. They weren't blind to the reality that, beneath his tough rhetoric, Sakazuki was just a watchdog for the status quo. The five elders were more than happy with a Fleet Admiral like him, but they didn't care about his opinions. On the other hand, Kizaru, the so-called neutral slacker, had always been their main concern. To them, Kizaru showed no reverence for the world government, nor any genuine commitment to upholding its order. In other words, if the day ever came when the world government was about to be overthrown, Kizaru definitely wouldn't fight to protect it. Putting such a troublesome figure in charge of the Navy was like undermining the world government from within, something the five elders would never normally agree to. Except for one thing, pure gold. At the end of the day, the five elders were still human. Holding enormous power, they feared death more than anyone else. Never mind that Kizaru was just a potential threat. Even if he were a confirmed spy for the Revolutionary Army, they would still wait until after he handed over the pure gold before eliminating him. In any case, I don't want to see him. Cancel the celebratory banquet for the Fleet Admiral promotion. Once the ceremony is done, just get him out of here. Warcury snapped irritably. The thought of having to deal with Kizaru for the next several years, or even decades, made his blood pressure spike. Even though the pure gold could preserve his youth, the fact that Kizaru looked younger than his own grandson made everything feel bleak. Then let Kong handle the reception. They're old acquaintances anyway. Nashiro thought about it and decided it was best not to make the situation more unpleasant than necessary. Even if they knew full well that Kizaru wouldn't be as obedient as Kong, nor as cooperative as Sengoku, they still had to maintain a decent relationship. The Navy needed the world government, but the world government couldn't afford to lose the Navy either. Soon, they would obtain the pure gold of eternal youth, and no matter how annoying Kizaru was, it would only be for a few more decades. That's a good idea. And we should still give him the proper respect. Mars, you'll need to reach out to the celestial dragons too. At the very least, some of them should attend the promotion ceremony. Saturn nodded. Their issue wasn't with the Navy, it was with Kizaru. They needed the Navy's pro-world government faction to see that they still had the government's support. You're putting me in a tough spot, Saturn. The celestial dragons have absolutely no fondness for Kizaru. If Kong hadn't protected him back then, he would have been executed for insulting them. Saint Mars sneered. He was the most indulgent toward the celestial dragons among the 5 elders, which was why he had their unwavering support. Of course, considering that the 5 elders themselves were the highest-ranking celestial dragons, Mars's behavior was hardly surprising. If Kong hadn't protected him, we wouldn't be talking about Fleet Admiral Kizaru right now, we'd be dealing with Emperor Kizaru, the pirate. Nashiro added slowly, leaving Mars momentarily speechless. Kong was no soft-hearted Fleet Admiral like Sengoku. For him to shield Kizaru even under pressure from the celestial dragons, there had to be a damn good reason. Back then, Kizaru wasn't just the youngest Rear Admiral at Marine Headquarters, he had also just defeated the Admiral candidate Delokas, earning the title of a Navy monster. And with the unique power of the glint fruit, not even Marshal Kong himself could have guaranteed he could take Kizaru down. A being with Admiral-level strength turning against the world government and Navy would be a disastrous scenario. Marshal Kong's ability to protect Kizaru might not have been possible without the 5 elders' covert approval. Even Saint Mars had tacitly consented at the time. To now hold it against him would not only seem hypocritical, it would make him look petty. Understood. There will be celestial dragons in attendance at the promotion ceremony. Seeing the bigger picture, Mars couldn't keep pressing the issue, though his expression still held some frustration. Also, about this year's budget, Sengoku submitted a report 2 months ago. To cover the Navy's losses from the Summit War, next year's budget needs to increase by 30%. Warcury reminded them. The 5 elders had already discussed this once, a 30% budget increase was acceptable in order to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. Even though their long-term plan involved limiting the Navy's military expansion, they still had to ensure the Navy could maintain stability across the seas. It wasn't hard to imagine how devastating the Navy's losses were after the Summit War, even a 30% increase might only stabilize the situation. But Warcury bringing it up again now clearly implied that something had changed. Kizaru replacing Sengoku as Fleet Admiral meant he wouldn't be as understanding about the world government's financial strain. Forget 30%, even a 50% increase might not be enough to satisfy Kizaru. Impossible. 30% was already the Celestial Dragon's limit. If he wants more, let that bastard go ask them himself. Mars cursed aloud, shooting Warcury a sharp look. He couldn't help but suspect that Warcury might be secretly colluding with Kizaru, or at the very least, had some kind of unspoken agreement with him when it came to funding. Mars, who enjoyed closer ties with the Celestial Dragons, had more influence than his peers, but that also meant every Celestial Dragon-related headache fell on him. A 30% Navy budget increase might not sound like much, but considering the Navy's size, with over 1 million personnel, hundreds of branches, and thousands of warships, even a 1% increase could bankrupt a small nation. That 30% increase had already cost Mars dearly, he had to pull strings and siphon from the Celestial Dragon's own share to make it happen. And now Warcury actually expected him to find even more money. Utter lunacy. Don't look at me. The Holy Army's budget is untouchable. The land forces budget has already been slashed to the bone, and even that little bit isn't enough to cover the Navy's teeth. If we cut any more, even someone as mild as Kong will start flipping tables. Nashiro turned away. And everyone knew better than to touch the CP agency's funding. In a sense, the Cipher Pole organizations were the 5 elders' private army and treasury, they wouldn't touch that budget even if the army starved. The internal government budget is also extremely tight. Saturn shook his head. Though nowhere near as large as the Navy, the world government was also a bloated and unmanageable beast. Over the past 800 years, countless senior officials within the government had created a massive, tangled web of interests. Untangling it was practically impossible. Even the 5 elders wouldn't dare disrupt this web, not because they lacked the power, but because many of the threads led back to them or their direct subordinates. Looks like we'll have to squeeze the member nations a bit. I'll notify the kings, the heavenly tribute will increase by, let's say 30 to 50%. St. Peter shrugged, flashing a cold, gleeful smile. No one even considered the possibility of saying no to more funding. After all, if they could give away the position of Fleet Admiral, what was a little extra money? Before the pure gold, every obstacle must be cleared. No matter how much the citizens of the member nations suffered, they must not delay the 5 elders' dream of eternal youth. And then there are the non-member nations. The world government has been far too lenient with them these past few years. Saint Saturn spoke calmly. The only consequence of refusing to pay the heavenly tribute is losing naval protection. Apparently, that's still not enough to scare those trash into submission. Even for the sake of acquiring pure gold, the 5 elders couldn't afford to bleed the member nations dry, which meant they had no choice but to shift the burden onto the non-member nations. Agreed. In that case, I believe it's time to remind the kings of the member nations. St. Peter nodded knowingly. There were bound to be kings dissatisfied with the size of their territory who'd be delighted to hear such news. Even those uninterested in expansion would become more proactive in paying tribute. No one wanted to risk losing member nation status and becoming prey for others. The other elders simply smiled. St. Peter was still a bit too young, these unspoken truths didn't need to be voiced so plainly. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 215, Marie Joys. The distance between Marine Ford and the Holy Land of Marie Joys wasn't far, both essentially resided in the same sea zone. Not long after receiving the 5 elders' call, Kizaru stepped onto the deck of his warship and saw the towering red line ahead. The red line. No matter how many times I see it, it's still pretty spectacular. Kizaru narrowed his eyes, lifting his head to gaze toward Marie Joys. Even from this distance, he could vaguely sense a terrifying presence, a being so dangerous that even he felt a tinge of fear. It was barely noticeable, but the mere fact he could sense any danger at all meant the being was powerful beyond comprehension. Sadly, his hostility detection ability only worked on those harboring ill intent, and Emu, who currently slumbered within the flower room, clearly wouldn't have any reason to bear malice toward him, yet. Once I'm officially promoted to Fleet Admiral, I should find time to bring Boros here, let him probe the situation a little. Kizaru thought to himself. Apart from himself, there wasn't anyone in the world who could take Boros head-on. The dark matter pirates may be fodder compared to him, but they do fine as the subordinates of a pirate king. ADM, Admiral Kizaru, sir. We're about to dock. A marine on the warship called out respectfully. Kizaru's promotion was no secret, his popularity among the mid- and lower-ranking navy was immense. Coupled with his feats during the Summit War, killing Whitebeard and gravely injuring Shanks, his name carried enormous prestige. Many veteran Marines remembered the old days, the monstrous prodigy of the Navy. Even before the official ceremony, many already saw Kizaru as the new Fleet Admiral. Got it. Kizaru nodded. In order to reach Marie Joys, he still needed to stop at Redport at the base of the Red Line and take the bubble elevator to ascend to the Holy Land. Just as they were about to enter the harbor, Kizaru suddenly remembered something he had promised Tony Stark. He had agreed to send the dinosaurs from Little Garden to the Jurassic Park Stark was building. Rather than letting those prehistoric creatures serve as food for the giants in Little Garden, it was better to send them to the Marvel world where they could live comfortably. Making a trip there personally wasn't difficult, but capturing all those dinosaurs would take some time. Thinking of this, Kizaru casually picked up his Den Mushi and issued an order to Vice Admiral Vivian, the female giant still stationed at Marine Ford. Receiving her superior's order out of the blue, Vivian was utterly confused. Why would Fleet Admiral to be Kizaru suddenly ask her to go dinosaur hunting? But orders were orders. Without question, she immediately set sail aboard her personal warship headed straight for Little Garden. Catching dinosaurs would be nearly impossible for normal people. But Vivian, as a giant with power rivaling the 7 warlords, would have little trouble subduing them. Still, capturing them alive was a bit tricky. And with that many dinosaurs, who knows when her boss planned to use them? Bring me the Den Mushi. Having learned how to call reinforcements from Kizaru, Vivian quickly came up with a solution. She called her bestie, Black Cage, Hina. As the user of the cage fruit, Hina could easily produce a massive amount of shackles. With her strength, not even a dinosaur could escape once bound. While the reluctant Hina headed to Little Garden, Kizaru, who had arrived at Redport, ran into an old acquaintance. Long time no see, Old Man Kong. At your age, you're still dyeing your hair? Trying to keep up with trends. Kizaru draped an arm over Kong's shoulder with a lazy grin. Despite being his old superior and half-mentor, Kizaru showed no signs of nervousness or formality. Humph. Last time I saw you, you were still a punk kid, and now you're about to become Fleet Admiral. Kong spoke with a mixture of emotion and pride. Known for his strictness with subordinates, Kong showed none of that around Kizaru. It's already long overdue. And not that I'm saying I had a problem with Sengoku being Fleet Admiral, but if we're talking by the book, I should have gotten the position before him. Kizaru pouted slightly. He had no intention of showing gratitude to the 5 elders for the promotion. This was always supposed to be his. If the 5 elders hadn't deliberately suppressed him, he would have been promoted even before Sengoku. In terms of both strength and merit, after Kong's retirement, Kizaru was the more qualified candidate to succeed him. Of course, back then, Kizaru never actively competed with Sengoku for the position. Still, that didn't stop him from writing the 5 elders' names in his little mental grudge notebook. You've still got that nasty temper of yours. Don't tell me you don't know why the 5 elders chose Sengoku. Kong rolled his eyes. If it weren't for Kizaru's sheer strength and overwhelming reputation in the Navy, he never would have been allowed to become an admiral with all the stunts he pulled. Even when Kong had promoted him to admiral, he had hesitated for a long time before making the decision. So what? What's mine is mine, just a matter of time. Oh, right, I ran into Redfield back in Impel Down. Honestly, he wasn't that impressive. Kizaru snorted and deliberately changed the subject, not wanting to hear Kong nag further. But the moment he mentioned Redfield, Kong's expression darkened. Even though Kong was proud of his time as Fleet Admiral, even with monsters like rocks appearing, his defeat in battle against Redfield was a scar he could never quite forget. There had been plenty of admirals who'd lost fights before, but to be the first Fleet Admiral to be defeated by a pirate. That shame could last for centuries. That monster isn't as easy as you think. Wait, what happened to Redfield? Kong tried to defend himself but then paused, remembering Kizaru's terrifying capabilities. He asked cautiously. Dead. Not even ashes left. I just went pew and he was gone. Kizaru mimed a gun with his fingers. Maybe a year or two ago, Redfield could have still put up a decent fight. Unfortunately for him, when he crossed paths with Kizaru, the latter had already joined the dimensional chat group and received stand enhancements. Forget Redfield, even if rocks came back to life, he wouldn't stand a chance. Impossible. Just how strong are you now? Kong couldn't help but protest. He knew Kizaru well. If he thought a foe was powerful, he'd never speak so flippantly, even as a joke. In other words, Redfield probably didn't even land a hit. That monster who had once defeated him in single combat had been utterly crushed. The thought gave Kong a headache. He had always figured that with Kizaru's potential, surpassing him was only a matter of time. He even understood that current-day Kizaru was undoubtedly far stronger than him, but for the gap to be this wide. He'd assumed that maybe Whitebeard had weakened, which is why Kizaru was able to kill him. But now he was beginning to realize, was it actually because Kizaru had gotten that strong? If I had to put it into perspective, I guess the gap between us is about this much. Kizaru held up his fingers, leaving a tiny gap between his thumb and forefinger. Didn't look like much. But when Kong followed his line of sight, he realized that from this angle, the gap perfectly framed the entire red line, that colossal natural wall. Bullshit. Let's fight one-on-one, see for yourself. Kong swore out loud, his competitive spirit ignited. Old as he was, his drive hadn't faded. After all, he was the guy who once fought Redfield head-on as Fleet Admiral. Nah. I don't want to break your spirit. Kizaru waved it off. If it were before he joined the dimensional chat group, Kong might have still had a chance. Even at the start of the Summit War, a full-powered Kong could have forced Kizaru to use at least one hand. But now. The gap was so big, Kizaru didn't even feel like fighting. Is it really that bad? Kong still looked a little unconvinced, but seeing the sincere look on Kizaru's face, he couldn't help but feel depressed. Even during their ride up in the bubble pod, Kong wore a grumpy expression and didn't really feel like talking. Thankfully, he came around quickly. Kizaru was his old subordinate. His half-apprentice. The stronger Kizaru was, the more it validated Kong's vision and leadership. Redfield couldn't even beat half a student of his. That alone made Kong feel superior. With that satisfying thought, Kong's mood lifted. By the time they stepped into Marie Joy's together, a smile had returned to his face. Chapter 216, Meeting the 5 Elders. This wasn't just a passing visit, this would be Kizaru's third time coming to Mary Geos. No matter how much dissatisfaction the 5 elders held toward him privately, at least on the surface, they were still willing to give Kizaru, or rather, the soon-to-be Fleet Admiral, plenty of face. The moment he stepped out of the bubble pod, a lavishly dressed and perfectly synchronized orchestra began playing a grand welcoming anthem in his honor. A brand new hand-woven red carpet extended all the way from the pod's exit to the gates of the world government. This was no ordinary carpet, its base price was calculated in millions of berries per unit, and this one stretched for several kilometers. Just the cost of that red carpet alone was equivalent to several fully equipped battleships. And that was only a part of the welcoming ceremony. The entire event, in total, could have emptied the treasuries of over half the world's nations. The 5 elders put on this extravagant show not just for appearance's sake, more importantly, it was to ease tensions with Kizaru. Otherwise, while they could theoretically use military funding to force the Navy to comply, they would inevitably be inviting trouble upon themselves. TCH. Would have been better to just hand me all that money. What a waste. Unfortunately for them, their so-called goodwill was completely lost on Kizaru, who not only showed no appreciation but even marked it down in his mental notebook. Originally, he only intended to triple the Navy's budget demands. But now, looks like he'd have to go for a tenfold increase. Given the Navy's current military budget, a tenfold increase would likely drive the five elders to publicly curse him out, forgetting all about their dignity. But Kizaru wasn't worried about rejection, because it wouldn't be long before the seas gave birth to a new pirate king, one more terrifying than both Rox and Roger combined. By that time, forget about 10 times the budget, even if he demanded the five elders to do a hula dance on stage. Okay, maybe that was a bit much. He'd settle for them emptying their treasuries instead. Let's go. The five elders are already waiting for you at Pangaea Castle. Technically, the proper protocol requires inviting the kings of the allied nations to witness it, but Kong, the former fleet admiral, rubbed his forehead. As someone loyal to the world government through and through, he found it hard to accept Kizaru's defiant attitude toward the five elders. Still, he knew that this was now Kizaru's era. As the previous fleet admiral, all he needed to do was play his role and handle the necessary procedures. With that in mind, Kong led Kizaru toward Pangaea Castle, explaining the steps of the promotion ceremony along the way, just to make sure Kizaru didn't cause a scene. In theory, the fleet admiral of the Navy wasn't especially high in the hierarchy established during the world government's founding. But after 800 years, the once glorious army had become a relic of the past, and the Holy Guard had been hollowed out. Instead, the Navy, once the weakest of the three military branches, had grown massively powerful, to the point where even the status of the fleet admiral had risen with it. With a strong enough fleet admiral, even the five elders would feel the pressure. During Kong's own term as fleet admiral, the five elders seized the chance to suppress the Navy's growth as much as possible. But that backfired horribly. The turbulent seas soon gave rise to two pirate kings, one after another. Especially Rox, a brutal maniac who even began targeting the world government and the celestial dragons directly. It was then that the five elders realized, unintentionally, the Navy had grown into a pillar of stability that could not be allowed to fall. Otherwise, they wouldn't be bothering to mend ties with a thorn like Kizaru. So in the end, they're desperate to get their hands on that pure gold, and I'm the one who has to be reasonable. Kizaru couldn't care less about some kings of allied nations, but that didn't stop him from using it as leverage to demand more funding later. It's not exactly like that. I mean, the next reverie is still 2 years away. You can't really expect the kings to travel back and forth twice in such a short time. Besides, there'll be celestial dragons present at your promotion ceremony. Kong tried his best to explain. The Kong family had been part of the Army's high command for generations. It wasn't until his generation that they were reassigned to the Navy by order of the five elders. In an ideal world, this would have been the beginning of five elders' full control over the fleet admiral position. But Kong, a fleet admiral from an army background, failed to keep the situation under control. Or rather, no one could have suppressed the Navy's power per the five elders' orders and still kept the seas stable. At least the five elders hadn't been overly harsh, they still gave Kong the title of Commander-in-Chief of all forces, sparing him the humiliation of a disgraceful retirement. That's also why, even knowing the five elders had used him, Kong was still willing to speak up on their behalf. Celestial dragons. You're telling me some of them are actually willing to attend my promotion ceremony? What kind of sweet talk did the five elders use to make that happen? Kizaru could barely hold back a sarcastic remark. Sure, back then he'd kept his actions well hidden, but there were very few people in the world who had the guts to mess with the celestial dragons in the first place. Even with Fleet Admiral Kong protecting him, and the infamous fishman adventurer Fisher Tiger drawing some of the heat, since when did celestial dragons ever care about things like evidence? From that moment onward, Kizaru was placed on Mary Geos and the celestial dragons blacklist. Forget about promotions, even taking a simple vacation would bring out a bunch of idiots hoping to score points with the celestial dragons by trying to mess with him. Kizaru's response was simple, he stopped caring entirely. He didn't care who was backing those fools. Anyone who tried to provoke him would suffer an accident the very next day. He was never subtle about it either, anyone with half a brain could guess who was behind it. As a result, Kizaru's name became utterly loathed among the celestial dragons. If not for the pure gold, the five elders probably wouldn't even want to see his face. And now, Kong was telling him celestial dragons would be attending his promotion ceremony. Ahem. Don't overthink it. The celestial dragons, they're not that unreasonable, really. Kong tried to defend them, but the words died in his throat. Even a loyal old fleet admiral like Kong couldn't bring himself to lie that blatantly. In the end, he could only offer a vague and careful explanation, he certainly wasn't going to tell Kizaru the truth. That St. Peter hadn't been able to convince the celestial dragons at all, and had to trick two young ones into attending the ceremony. Heh. Kizaru let out a meaningless chuckle and didn't bother arguing with the old man. If loyalty could be quantified, Kong's devotion to the five elders and world government would probably score above 90. Not a perfect 100, only because Kong still had a shred of conscience, and also because even the five elders couldn't stomach some of the celestial dragon's lunacy. Pangaea Castle was one of the tallest palaces in Mary Geos, said to be the first structure built by the 20 kings who originally founded the world government. Of course, Kizaru doubted the truth of that claim. No matter how grand a palace, it was hard to believe it could remain intact after 800 years. And the people of Mary Geos had a habit of linking everything to those 20 kings. For all he knew, even their toilets were labeled as, used by the 20 kings. As he walked along the so-called royal path, the same road allegedly tread by those kings, Kizaru felt absolutely nothing. In contrast, Kong was practically giddy. He was a hardcore fanboy of the 20 kings, able to recite every detail of their exploits. If he weren't escorting Kizaru to his audience with the five elders, he'd probably spend the whole day admiring that road. Because no official guests were invited, the viewing stands were empty, except for two young celestial dragons, clearly bored out of their minds. But the moment Kizaru stepped into the palace, solemn and majestic music echoed throughout the hall. The five elders, clad in formal wear, sat high above on their platform, gazing down at Kong and Kizaru like gods judging mortals. Commander-in-Chief Kong, here to pay respects to the five elders. Kizaru himself felt nothing in particular, but Kong had already dropped to one knee, offering the highest possible gesture of respect. With his rank, he didn't have to be this deferential anymore. But for Kong, the five elders weren't just superiors, they were the lifelong allegiance of his entire bloodline. Rise, Kong. With your accomplishments, such formality is unnecessary in our presence. The five elders gave him ample respect in return. They didn't even wait for him to finish before allowing him to stand and speak. Even though that gesture wasn't solely out of respect for Kong himself, it was still deeply moving for someone as loyal as him. Admiral Kizaru of Navy HQ, here to pay respects to the five elders. Kizaru mimicked Kong's words, but that was about all he mimicked. He didn't kneel. He barely bowed, his back only tilted by the slightest visible degree. Even Kong found it hard to watch. He wanted to reach over and physically force Kizaru to bend further. Even though the viewing stand only had two dazed-looking celestial dragons, this level of disrespect still put the five elders in an awkward position. At ease. Admiral Kizaru, recently, at Marine Ford, you slew the great pirate Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. You injured red-haired Shanks, and severely damaged both the Whitebeard and red-hair pirates. Your merits are immense. The bearded elder's face darkened slightly as he loudly proclaimed Kizaru's accomplishments, listing one prestigious military achievement after another since he first joined the Marines. He kept going for over 10 minutes, because to even be mentioned by the five elders, one's deeds had to involve pirates with bounties of at least over 100 million berries. Even accounting for the fact that the bounties had skyrocketed during the eras of the two pirate kings, rattling off over 100 names and nicknames left the elder with a dry throat. Only now did the other four elders, those who had only a limited understanding of Kizaru, finally get a clear and visceral sense of what this so-called problem child really meant to the Navy. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 217, Shameless. Kizaru. Standing nearby, Kong felt a deep sense of pride. He looked at Kizaru with warmth and gratification. He might not have been the most successful fleet admiral, but to have raised and promoted someone like Kizaru, who now stood on the brink of becoming the new fleet admiral, wasn't something he, or the Navy, needed to be ashamed of. Therefore, we hereby promote Kizaru to the position of fleet admiral of the Navy. As the elder concluded, Kong immediately began clapping enthusiastically. Though he was the only one clapping, the atmosphere didn't feel awkward at all. Even the two celestial dragons seated in the observation gallery awkwardly joined in with a few half-hearted claps. It wasn't until Kong had nearly clapped his hands raw that an attendant finally stepped forward and handed Kizaru the official letter of promotion. Of course, this was only the ceremonial promotion. Kizaru still needed to return to Marine Ford for the formal inauguration and oath-taking ceremony. Only then would he officially become the supreme commander of hundreds of thousands of Marines, holding the highest authority within the Navy. All right, that's enough. Listening to all that is kind of embarrassing. Kizaru muttered, casually accepting the appointment letter before cutting off Kong, who was still clapping like a madman. It felt weird being the only one applauding here. If he wanted to enjoy real cheers and celebration, he'd wait until he got back to Marine Ford, where tens of thousands of Marines would be shouting his name in unison. That was more his style. Don't you dare be rude to the five elders in a moment. Kong leaned over and whispered urgently. In theory, becoming fleet admiral meant one should be even more respectful to the five elders. But Kizaru was infamous in the Navy for being the very definition of uncooperative. Expecting him to suddenly become obedient now that he was Fleet Admiral was pure fantasy. Kizaru simply snorted in amusement. He had always shown respect to those who deserved it, even someone like Kong, whose unwavering loyalty to the five elders bordered on blind devotion, still earned Kizaru's respect. In other words, if Kizaru didn't respect someone, it was because they weren't worth respecting. Kizaru, do you have anything you'd like to say? The elder suddenly asked. Kong, still anxious about Kizaru's attitude, feared the worst, that the five elders would take offense at Kizaru's lack of etiquette. But what he didn't realize was that the five elders were even more pragmatic than he'd imagined. Even Saint Mars, known for his obsession with decorum, someone who had previously revoked an allied nation's status over the slightest rudeness from a king, now sat silently, as if blind to Kizaru's irreverent behavior. Perched at the very pinnacle of the world government's power structure, the five elders now stared unblinkingly at Kizaru. All of them waiting for him to hand over the pure gold, the very treasure generations of elders had dreamed of obtaining. Ah, yes. I do have something. Kizaru said, pulling a crumpled sheet of paper from his pocket. This is next year's Navy budget. I'd like the five elders to approve it. He handed it off to a nearby attendant, whose face barely hid his rising panic. To be a personal attendant to the five elders, even just a glorified errand runner, was already enough to be considered a big shot in certain circles. But in all his years serving at the summit of the world government, he had never seen anyone treat the five elders like this. You're going too far, Kizaru. Saint Ethan Baron growled as he took the paper, then glanced at it, and immediately exploded in anger. Not because the individual budget items were outrageous, though they probably were, but because Kizaru had taken the printed budget total, and just added a 0 to the end in bold, black marker. Calm down, Ethan Baron. Let's just see how much you bastard. The blonde-haired elder, Saint Peter, tried to defuse the situation, attempting to smooth things over for Saint Nustero. He had long mentally prepared for the possibility that Kizaru would make outrageous demands, and had even been secretly amused at Nustero's lack of composure. After all, as long as they could obtain the pure gold, what did one round of overspending matter? They could always pass the costs on to the kings of the allied nations anyway. But the moment St. Peter glanced at the paper, his face also twisted with fury. This wasn't just a case of Kizaru asking for too much, this was a deliberate provocation. Kizaru. Are you looking to die? Don't think that just because you're Fleet Admiral now, we can't deal with you. You're getting too full of yourself. The other three elders were still confused. Wasn't this just typical Kizaru behavior? He'd always been a loose cannon, so why were Peter and Nustero reacting so strongly? But once they each took a look at the paper, they blew up one after the other, like a chain of powder kegs being set off. The collective fury of the five elders was so intense that everyone present began to tremble, even the two celestial dragons in the observation gallery started to look visibly unsettled. Fleet Admiral Kong was especially anxious, unsure of what was written on the document that had provoked the five elders so severely. So, are you giving it to me or not? Facing the five elders' overwhelming fury, Kizaru let out a lazy yawn, then casually pulled a dazzlingly radiant piece of pure gold from his pocket. Even Kong, standing beside him, couldn't help but have his eyes drawn to the brilliant glow. Even setting aside its rumored ability to preserve youth, the pure gold was more dazzling than the finest gemstones. Watching Kizaru toss it casually up and down like a toy, the five elders looked like they were on the verge of lunging forward to snatch it from his hands. It's so beautiful. Hey, you over there. Give me what's in your hand. I'll give you 10, no, 100 slaves in exchange. Shouted a female celestial dragon from the gallery. Like dragons hoarding treasure, women, especially celestial dragons, couldn't resist anything that sparkled. And the radiance of pure gold was something even Tatsumaki couldn't resist, let alone a spoiled celestial dragon. What would I want slaves for? Kizaru smirked, eyeing the five elders with deliberate arrogance. Besides, this is pure gold. Forget 100 slaves, even 100 billion berries couldn't buy it. The female celestial dragon hadn't fully grasped what he meant, but the other one suddenly gasped, clearly aware of the true power pure gold held. Wait. That demand is completely unreasonable. A 10-fold increase is out of the question. I can authorize a 7-fold budget increase at most. The long-bearded Saint Mars sensed things were about to go south and quickly stepped in, making a promise to Kizaru. Though the five elders were indeed the highest-ranking celestial dragons, that didn't mean they could completely ignore pressure from the broader celestial dragon class. If they could, they wouldn't have needed to negotiate or compromise, they could have simply taken the pure gold outright. Fine, 70% it is. Let's say I'm doing it for Old Man Kong's sake. Kizaru had been about to throw in a mocking comment, but suddenly sensed a flash of observation haki, sharp and fleeting. He changed his mind on the spot, and casually tossed the piece of pure gold into Fleet Admiral Kong's hands. Before that huge potential headache could arrive, even backed into a corner, the five elders would never bow their heads to him. A tenfold military budget wasn't just astronomical, it would essentially allow the Navy to become independent of the world government. In other words, the world government would no longer be a necessary entity for the Navy's survival, something the five elders absolutely could not accept. They would never risk the possibility of the Navy breaking free from their control. Kong. Bring the pure gold here, now. Shouted the samurai-garbed elder, overjoyed. Even though Kong still hadn't fully processed what was happening, the elder didn't care. He didn't know why Kizaru suddenly had a change of heart, but at this point, it didn't matter. The pure gold. Bring it up now. St. Peter was also elated. For a moment, the five elders had even mentally prepared to turn on Kizaru completely, even if it meant starting a war right there in Marie Joy's. They were ready to seize the pure gold. Luckily, the worst-case scenario hadn't happened. Turns out, Kizaru wasn't completely unreasonable after all. Thanks to the pure gold, the five elders had temporarily forgotten their earlier anger. Why yes. Here, quickly, bring it up. Fleet Admiral Kong instinctively tried to hand the pure gold to a nearby attendant, but under the elder's impatient urging, he had no choice but to climb the sacred staircase himself, nervously stepping up to present it directly. The five elders exchanged glances, and finally the highest ranking among them, St. Mars, reached out to accept the priceless artifact. As the pure gold landed in his obviously well-maintained, but still aged, hands, his fingers trembled slightly. You've done well, Kong. Truly worthy of the Steelbone lineage. St. Nasujiro gave a hearty laugh and clapped Kong on the shoulder, leaving the grizzled old general momentarily stunned by the unexpected praise. Yet, after the surprise came a strange twinge of disappointment in Kong's heart. From the moment he caught the pure gold tossed to him by Kizaru, something had stirred inside him, a thought he knew he shouldn't have. After all, Kong was no longer young. The youngest of the five elders, St. Peter, was still several years younger than him. Faced with something that could grant eternal youth, it was only natural for Kong's resolve to waver a little. But years of ingrained loyalty had pushed him to deliver the pure gold without hesitation. If he had to do it again, perhaps he would make the same choice. But, he might regret it afterward. Interesting. Kizaru, watching the whole scene play out, couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl into a smile. Even someone as hardcore loyal as Old Man Kong could waver under the allure of pure gold. If that was the case, then maybe, just maybe, toppling the world government would be even easier than he had imagined. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 218, Final Request. You've done quite well, Kizaru. If you have any other requests, just say the word. In excellent spirits, the elder spoke with a smile. In the face of the eternal youth granting pure gold, Kizaru's earlier minor offenses were now fully forgivable. Right now, the five elders only wanted to quickly send Kizaru on his way, so they could divide up the pure gold among themselves as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the news spread and other celestial dragons came knocking, the share of pure gold they'd get might shrink. Even though the size of the gold supposedly didn't affect its effects, a smaller piece just felt more painful to part with. Any request? Kizaru toyed with the appointment letter in his hands, smiling faintly, half mocking. Seeing that smile, Warcury felt a strong sense of unease. Increasing the military budget is out of the question, we've already pushed it up by 70%. Any more, and the world government simply can't cover it. Warcury reminded him. The annual heavenly tribute already placed a heavy burden on the member nations. If Kizaru wanted even more, they'd have to find creative ways to offset the costs. Cutting into non-member nations might be a decent strategy. But most of those nations were poor to begin with, how much they could actually extract from them was uncertain. You all know I'm engaged to Tsuru, right? Lately I've been struggling over what engagement gift to give her. And now I've finally thought of the perfect one. How about a supreme-grade sword? Kizaru said with a cheerful smile. Everyone's eyes followed his gaze, to the katana in the hands of St. Nashiro. Compared to the Navy budget, which even a 1% increase could bankrupt smaller nations, a sword, even a supreme-grade one, didn't seem like such a big ask. But the problem was, this particular supreme-grade sword was Nasujiro's treasured possession. The moment he realized everyone was staring at his Shodai Katetsu, Nasujiro nearly exploded in rage. For a swordsman, their blade was second only to their life, sometimes it was even more important than life itself. A good sword, especially one of the supreme grade, was the kind of treasure that swordsmen dreamed of for a lifetime. Nashiro may have been one of the exalted five elders, but he was also a true swordsman. There was no way he'd be willing to hand over his prized sword just to be used as Kizaru's engagement gift. Pick something else. That sword is out of the question. How about a fiefdom instead? I'll authorize you to have an independent countship, on the Red Line or elsewhere. St. Warcury forced a dry laugh after being fiercely glared at by St. Nasujiro. In truth, he thought handing Kizaru a supreme-grade blade to settle things was a pretty good deal, but saying that aloud might get him sliced. Back in his younger days, Nashiro was the type to draw his sword at the slightest provocation. Warkiri didn't have the guts to suggest he hand his beloved sword over to Kizaru. TCH, so stingy. Fine, forget it, let's just pretend you already gave it to me. Kizaru's tone carried a hint of disdain, which made the five elders, still in high spirits after acquiring the pure gold, feel a sudden urge to curse him out. Pretend they gave it to him. They were the five elders, the highest authority in the world. When did it become acceptable for the Navy's fleet admiral to mock them like this? The worst part was, even though Kizaru was now saying forget it, based on what they knew about him, he'd definitely use this as a bargaining chip in the future. It could even become the basis for his next outrageous demand. Even though they now had the pure gold and were theoretically no longer under Kizaru's thumb, the five elders didn't want to leave him any leverage. Come up with something else, something proper. No more of this nonsense, Saint Mars said coldly, emphasizing his words to keep Kizaru from further pushing boundaries. Then how about Vegapunk? Kizaru's gaze turned sharp. I know you've been planning to cut ties once he's outlived his usefulness. But the Navy still needs Vegapunk's technology. Until I give the word, don't lay a hand on him. Kizaru stared the five elders down. Just because Vegapunk was currently working under the Navy Science Division didn't mean he was safe. If the five elders wanted, they could make that genius brain, 500 years ahead of its time, disappear overnight. For many people, strength alone was enough to dismiss everything else. But Kizaru wasn't one of them. He never underestimated the value of science and technology, even with all his power. Especially when it came to Vegapunk, whose technology skills made him more valuable than any emperor of the sea, at least in Kizaru's eyes. What do you want Vegapunk for? Saint Warkiri frowned as he asked. Limiting the Navy's access to advanced technology was one of the main ways the five elders kept it under control. That's why, even as the pacifistas were being equipped with laser cannons, ordinary sailors were still using flintlock muskets, and some Navy branches couldn't even get those, leaving them to fight pirates with swords alone. Even Navy ships were outdated. Some pirates were already using steam engines, while the Navy was still stuck in the age of sails. Sure, limited budgets played a role, but the main reason was the world government's fear of the Navy growing too powerful. As long as the Navy could keep the seas relatively stable, that was enough. Beyond that, the weaker the Navy, the better, as far as the five elders were concerned. What do you think I want Vegapunk for? To improve the Navy's tech, of course. Or do you expect him to go bounty hunting for me? Kizaru said loudly, pretending not to understand their concerns and acting like it was the most obvious thing in the world. At a time like this, any hint of scheming would only make the five elders more suspicious. Instead, the more nonchalant and direct Kizaru acted, the more it helped ease their nerves. Vegapunk's research is far too dangerous. We can't hand him over directly to the Navy, Nasujiro said, after exchanging a look with Warkiri. But the Navy can be given access to select technical data from his lab. As long as Vegapunk remained under their control, they didn't have to worry about the Navy growing beyond their reach. In fact, they could use the technology Vegapunk provided to steer the Navy's development however they saw fit. Fine. But until I say otherwise, you're not to lay a hand on Vegapunk. Kizaru gave them a less than satisfied expression, but still reluctantly agreed to Nasujiro's condition. He never really expected to gain control over Vegapunk right away. As long as he had a starting point, the right opportunity would eventually let him seize both Vegapunk and his entire lab. The promotion ceremony had been stripped down to its barest essentials, no commendation speeches, no celebration. Kizaru's visit to Mary Geos, supposedly a major event, lasted less than an hour. After receiving his appointment as Fleet Admiral, he left. This alone showed how unwelcome he was among the five elders. Anyone else might have felt depressed or disheartened by such cold treatment. But Kizaru? He couldn't have been happier to get as far away from that so-called holy land as possible. Even the five elders breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate to have gotten rid of him so easily. Sure, they'd agreed to increase the Navy's budget by 70%, a bit more than planned, but other than that, they paid almost nothing in exchange for the most valuable prize, the pure gold. However, just as they were celebrating and preparing to divide the spoils, the two celestial dragons who had left earlier returned, with dozens more of their kind in tow, storming the palace in outrage. The five elders were the highest ranking of the celestial dragons, true, but the temptation of eternal youth wasn't something average celestial dragons were willing to give up so easily. In fact, Kizaru hadn't even left Mary Geos before the Hall of Pangaea turned into a fish market. The celestial dragons were trying to bargain with the five elders using heavenly tribute as leverage. But there was no way the five elders were giving up any of the pure gold they'd just acquired. That said, they also couldn't afford to reject their kind outright. The current group, dozen strong, represented just two of the celestial dragon families. When the world government was founded, 20 kings had formed it. Excluding the Nefertari family, the remaining 19 had all become celestial dragons. Which meant, there were still 17 more families out there. Dealing with this batch was manageable. The real headache would be when all the others came knocking. You know, if we stayed just a little longer, it looks like we'd be treated to quite a show. Kizaru said with a grin, glancing at the still distracted Commander-in-Chief Kong. Even now, Kong was a former top-tier powerhouse of the seas. With their mastery of observation hockey, and the events they'd already witnessed, the two of them could more or less sense what was happening inside the palace, even from this far away. The celestial dragons are the descendants of the gods. They are not to be profaned. Kong reflexively murmured, still half lost in thought. But as he turned, he caught a glimpse of something in Kizaru's hand. A small piece of glowing pure gold. Though smaller than the one handed to the 5 elders, its radiant glow left no doubt, it was genuine. Gulp. Kong stared wide-eyed at the shining gold in Kizaru's palm, involuntarily swallowing as his hand inched forward by instinct. He quickly caught himself and retracted his hand, regaining his composure. Strange, isn't it? Kizaru chuckled, deliberately flipping the gold between his fingers. Someone must have dropped a piece of pure gold around here. Wonder which lucky guy might pick it up. The gold in both the 5 elders' possession and this one came from the Dimensional Chat group, a cheap knockoff. Though it did contain trace amounts of real pure gold and retained its youth-restoring effect for a time, Tony Stark's most advanced instruments had shown that its lifespan wouldn't exceed 5 years. And even that was under optimal conditions. Its effects diminished over time, and after 3 years, the difference would become obvious. Kizaru had several of these on hand, prepared for exactly this kind of moment. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 219, Bribe. You secretly kept a piece. Kong glanced around nervously. They were inside a bubble lift, suspended in the middle of the red line, where theoretically, no one could see what was going on. But the transparent capsule made Kong feel exposed. Even if the people above and below looked like ants, he was still worried that someone might spot the pure gold in Kizaru's hand. Secretly. Come now. This is my war trophy. Besides, no one's noticed, yet. Kizaru's smile right then looked more devilish than ever to Kong. At their level, Kizaru and Kong both, no one reached the top relying on brawn alone. Maybe Garp, but he was a muscle-bound anomaly. Even without spelling it out, the implications were clear as day. Kizaru had kept some pure gold for himself. And now, he was showing it to Kong, on purpose. Everyone had a price. And Kizaru had just found Kong's. The fact that Kong didn't immediately report him, and instead looked around in worry, spoke volumes. By strict standards, this was already betrayal, and a rather serious kind at that. Say it. What do you want? Kong's voice sounded like he'd aged a dozen years in an instant. His mind was already racing, trying to guess Kizaru's true objective. The Commander-in-Chief title. Kong dismissed the idea quickly. The army and holy knights were firmly in the 5 elders' hands, and the navy only followed orders from its own admiral. His position as Commander-in-Chief was more ceremonial than anything, highly revered, but largely toothless. So not the job. Was it his strength? Though he had once lost to Redfield, Kong had still been a genuine powerhouse, capable of handling pirates with billion-berry bounties even now. But the navy had plenty of fighters just as strong, or stronger, than Kong these days. Thinking of this, Kong's mouth twitched slightly. If there was anything Kizaru couldn't, or didn't dare to, do outright, or any reason he couldn't openly mobilize the Navy's top combat power, it could only be one thing. An attack on the Celestial Dragons, or even the 5 Elders. Would someone really hold a grudge for decades and still be willing to burn something as priceless as pure gold to get back at his enemies? TCH. I don't know what you're thinking, but I feel like I've been insulted somehow. Kizaru grumbled as he clutched the glowing piece of pure gold, annoyed by the way Kong was staring at him, like he was some kind of ghost. With the light from the pure gold now hidden, Kong was finally able to clear his mind. I never thought you had this much nerve. Aren't you afraid I'll resist the temptation and report you to the 5 Elders? Kong muttered, still unable to believe what he'd just witnessed. That was pure gold. How could Kizaru dare to hide one, let alone show it off so casually? Why would I be scared? Kizaru snorted with amusement. This is normal operational loss, isn't it? Hearing that, Kong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Back when Kizaru wasn't even a high-ranking officer, every time he returned from sea, the ship's cannonballs and supplies would all be mysteriously used up. And whenever someone tried to hold him accountable, his answer was always the same, normal wear and tear. Eventually, among those who knew him well, it became a running joke, nothing escapes Kizaru. As for reporting me to the 5 Elders, are you really going to do that? Kizaru grinned, tossing the pure gold into Kong's hands with utter confidence. Kong gave a bitter laugh. If he did report Kizaru, there was no doubt the five elders would be thrilled, rewarding Kong handsomely for his loyalty. But let's be real, pure gold wouldn't be part of that reward. Time spares no one. Even if Kong had never heard that exact poem, his body reminded him of its truth every single day. His haki was fading, bit by bit. His muscles weakening no matter how much he trained. Sometimes, he feared that his desperate efforts to stay strong were only accelerating his decline. Even Whitebeard, who was younger than him, had become a withered shell. So what hope did Kong, the former fleet admiral, really have? Perhaps that's why, even after a lifetime of loyal service to the five elders and the world government, Kong found himself helpless before a small piece of glowing gold. I think I finally understand why Delocus chose to betray us. Kong murmured, nearly entranced as he stared at the fragment of pure gold in his hand. Kizaru, meanwhile, wasn't the least bit worried that Kong might take the gold and do nothing in return. All it would take was a whisper in the right ears, that Kong had kept a piece of pure gold for himself, and the five elders or other celestial dragons would take care of him without Kizaru lifting a finger. To the five elders, already in possession of a full piece of pure gold, a former admiral like Kong might still be valuable. But a traitor who kept pure gold without reporting it. No matter how powerful or decorated he was as good as dead. Speaking of Delocus, all these years I'd assumed he was long dead. Kizaru's tone turned icy, his eyes fixed coldly on Kong. Knowing Kizaru's personality, there was no way he'd ever let a grudge go just because the other guy had joined CP0. Back then, it was Fleet Admiral Kong who personally vouched for Delocus to Kizaru, swearing on his own reputation that Delocus would die on a mission soon enough. Kizaru had long forgotten about that promise due to how much time had passed. When Delocus resurfaced, he didn't even connect the dots right away. But now, with Kong accidentally mentioning it himself, those long-buried memories came flooding back to Kizaru. I apologize. You know I couldn't go against the five elders' orders. So, what do you want this old sack of bones to do? Don't tell me it's assassinating a celestial dragon. Kong replied awkwardly. But under Kizaru's faintly mocking gaze, he realized how absurd it sounded to say such things after choosing pure gold. At a loss for words, Kong could only grit his teeth and speak. Whatever prestige he once held as Kizaru's superior and half-mentor, it was all crushed today. I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know when I do. Kizaru shrugged casually. As the supreme commander of the military and a known five elders loyalist, Kong's value was unquestionable. And to buy such a high-level chess piece with just one chunk of low-grade pure gold, Kizaru was getting a bargain, no matter how you looked at it. Still, when it came to how to best use Kong without wasting the opportunity, Kizaru didn't have an immediate plan. You haven't even decided, and you're already willing to give up pure gold just to bribe me. Kong looked at Kizaru in disbelief. Although the five elders had never seen the original state of the pure gold, quite a few people in Marineford had back then. To Kong, the fact that Kizaru managed to squirrel away even this one piece was already pushing the limit. Anything more and the five elders would definitely notice. If this was to bribe him into assassinating the five elders, Kong could at least understand the cost. For a moment, he even considered escape routes he might use after pulling it off. But Kizaru's response was simply, "What else would I use it for? Do I look like someone who needs pure gold?" Kizaru pointed to his youthful, almost boyish face. Even the notorious Stussy the Witch had admitted to being envious of how young he looked. The nickname, Ageless Admiral, was well earned. To train life return to this level required not just talent, but also physique, enlightenment, and luck, all at once. Looking at Kizaru's youthful appearance, even younger than Kong's own grandchildren, Kong couldn't deny the logic in what he said. Then consider this, I owe you a favor. And maybe even my life. I won't ask about your plans. When the time comes and you need this old body, just call me. Kong responded decisively. The moment he accepted that pure gold, his life had basically been sold to Kizaru. The favor, though, came from Kizaru's willingness to give it first. He could have used it purely as bait to force Kong into service. But instead, he offered it freely. Knowing Kong's character, that favor was worth nearly as much as his life. Your life I'll take, fair trade. The favor? Keep it. You taught me once, after all. Kizaru waved his hand dismissively. He wasn't the type to squeeze someone dry like a cutthroat merchant. Kong breathed a small sigh of relief. Giving up your life but not your pride, it sounded cold. But it also meant that if he risked his life for Kizaru once, he'd no longer be in debt. As he tucked the pure gold into a hidden inner pocket, Kong felt much calmer. And whether it was the effect of the pure gold beginning to work, or just a psychological placebo, his aging body seemed to gain a new vitality. Even his heartbeat felt stronger. It was like he'd gone back several decades, to the height of his power. Sensing that slow, steady resurgence of power, Kizaru nodded approvingly. Previously, the only people in the chat group who had tried pure gold were still relatively young. The only older one, Elder Zhang, had been too busy with rebel affairs to really show the effects. Of course, if we're talking about chronological age, Kizaru himself was also quite old. But thanks to mastering life returned to its peak, his biological age and actual age were worlds apart. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 220, Getting Boros. Now that Fleet Admiral Kong could be used as a reference, Kizaru could clearly feel the true value of pure gold. And this was only low-grade, counterfeit pure gold, it had a shelf life, and its actual effects were diluted. With that in mind, it was easy to understand why the 5 elders and Kong would go mad over it. The bubble lift soon descended to the ground. Fleet Admiral Kong, who had already stashed the pure gold away, returned to his usual dignified, commanding presence. Admiral Kizaru, why are you back so soon? The captain of the warship that had brought Kizaru, still restocking supplies, was caught off guard seeing the Admiral return so quickly. Knowing what this mission was about, he panicked. Had Admiral Kizaru somehow offended the Celestial Dragons, or even the 5 elders, and lost the position of Fleet Admiral? Don't overthink it. I got what I came for. The 5 elders don't exactly like me, I didn't think it'd be polite to stick around for dinner. Kizaru casually flashed the Fleet Admiral appointment scroll. Though rolled up so the exact contents weren't visible, its ornate design made it clear it wasn't some random document. And it was only because Kizaru was one of the Navy's 3 admirals, and the most easygoing among the high-ranking officers, that the ship's captain dared to speak to him like that. Don't make it sound like you were chased away, you brat. Kong had already hidden any strangeness from his face, putting on the bold, hearty demeanor of the Supreme Commander. Other than a slight youthful glow and a barely concealed glimmer of joy, he didn't look all that different from before. Which made sense, seeing someone who was half his student promoted to Fleet Admiral would make anyone proud. Not much difference either way. Marineford's got a pile of work waiting for me, so I'll skip the small talk. Kizaru leapt high into the air and landed neatly on the ship's deck. Before returning to HQ for the official promotion ceremony, he still had a few errands to run. Like going to the Conan world to bring Boros and the dark matter space pirate crew over, and fulfilling the promise he made to AI Hybra to help her return to her original form. He hoped Zephyr would bring Ayn to the promotion ceremony. That way, Kizaru wouldn't have to go looking for Bonnie. Of course, that was assuming Ayn's regression fruit could turn Hybra back to the state she was in before taking the APTX 4869, rather than regressing her into an actual infant. If not, even if it was troublesome, Kizaru would have no choice but to hunt Bonnie down. Speaking of which, that woman had some sort of unique connection to Bartholomew Kuma, so unless absolutely necessary, Kizaru preferred not to arrest her. I don't remember you being this diligent in the past. Kong said with mild irritation. Before becoming an admiral, Kizaru was infamous for being a workaholic. The nickname, Navy Monster, wasn't something just pirates used. But once he became an admiral, he'd gotten tangled in Celestial Dragon politics. Realizing he was being targeted, Kizaru had simply started slacking off, entering full-on, getting paid to do nothing mode. That laid-back version of Kizaru gave Kong many headaches. The back and forth that Sengoku and Garp had nowadays. Yeah, that used to be Kong and Kizaru. I hunted pirates for years. Can't I enjoy some downtime? Kizaru fired back with confidence. Sure, the elders had only spent 10 minutes reading off his merits, but behind that was the blood and tears of hundreds of famous pirate crews and outlaws. When Kizaru decided to compete for the Fleet Admiral position, the only person who dared to challenge his qualifications was Sakazuki. No other Navy personnel even considered stepping up. Because everyone knew, no one in the Navy was more qualified to be Fleet Admiral than Kizaru. Humph. Let's see how you slack off once you're in charge of the whole Navy. Fleet Admiral Kong revealed a smile full of malice. He could already picture Kizaru buried in mountains of paperwork inside the Fleet Admiral's office. Too bad Sakazuki had too much integrity to slack off like Kizaru or Garp. Fortunately, Kuzan was still around to support Kizaru, and one of the Admiral candidates, Gion, was a fellow master slacker. Not a problem. I've already decided to keep Vice Admiral Tsuru as Chief Strategist, bring back former Fleet Admiral Sengoku as Chief Inspector, and if possible, rehire Old Man Zephyr as an advisor. Oh, Kong, wanna join in and complete a mahjong table? Kizaru looked entirely in control. If necessary, he could even bring in Karina from Grand Tesoro, and Nojiko from Kokoyashi Village to form a cute secretary squad, with Nami, all to serve as his personal aides. Hearing Kizaru's plan, Fleet Admiral Kong just barely held himself back from cursing aloud. He recalled how hard he'd worked back in the day, trying to be a proper Fleet Admiral and not let the 5 elders down, only to end up as the first defeated Fleet Admiral in history, retiring in disgrace. Now look at Kizaru, he hadn't even started his duties yet, and he was already thinking about how to slack off, and had even lined up scapegoats and labor replacements in advance. The most annoying part? Odds were, Kizaru was actually going to do a great job as Fleet Admiral. On one hand, the 5 elders wouldn't restrain him as much. On the other, Kizaru had climbed from the very bottom of the Navy to the top. His reputation and popularity in the force were far greater than Kong, who had been parachuted into the role. And with Sengoku, the former Fleet Admiral, acting as his support, Kong could already envision a future where the Navy might finally conquer the New World. Then go for it, Kizaru. The mess I left behind as a failure of a Fleet Admiral will have to be cleaned up by my own student. Kong declared loudly and seriously. If he couldn't even admit to the consequences of his own actions, that would have been disgraceful. Half student. You better be careful, old man Zephyr might come for you. Kizaru couldn't help but retort, causing Kong to burst into loud laughter once more. If Zephyr's not happy, he can come find me. I only ever held back on him, you know. Don't tell me you actually think I couldn't beat him. Kong straightened his back with pride. Just this short conversation already made him feel like he'd grown several years younger. If pure gold really had the legendary effects it claimed, perhaps he truly could return to his peak form. Kizaru grinned and pulled a Den Mushy recorder from his coat, pressing play right in front of Kong. If Zephyr's not happy, he can come find me. I only ever held back on him, you know. Don't tell me you actually think I couldn't beat him. Kong's face instantly darkened. The words were out, he couldn't take them back now. If he did, it'd look like he was scared of Zephyr. You're already Fleet Admiral and still playing sneaky little tricks like this. Kong grumbled as he turned to leave. With his body feeling rejuvenated, he headed for the training grounds to refine his hockey and hand-to-hand combat techniques, which he'd neglected in recent years. He just wanted to prove he wasn't old yet, not because he was scared of getting his butt kicked by Zephyr. I'm gonna get some rest. Don't come bothering me for nothing. Having pulled a classic trick on the old man, Kizaru happily stashed the Den Mushy away, then turned to the ship's captain. Yes, Admiral Kizaru, no, Fleet Admiral Kizaru. The ship's captain saluted him loudly and respectfully. As the most easygoing admiral, Kizaru had a reputation among mid- and lower-ranked Navy personnel that far exceeded Sakazuki or Kazan. This particular ship captain looked every bit the die-hard Kizaru fanboy. Save the Fleet Admiral until I've officially been promoted. Otherwise, it's just a piece of paper. Kizaru waved his hand dismissively. He didn't let receiving the letter of appointment get to his head or start acting like he was already the Fleet Admiral. Hearing this, the ship's captain looked at Kizaru with even more reverence. It felt a little disloyal to say this about Kong, but as an outsider who joined the Navy partway through his life, Kong wasn't truly acknowledged by the whole Navy until he voluntarily promoted himself to Commander-in-Chief of the World Military and handed the position of Fleet Admiral over to Sengoku, one of their own. While the 5 Elders' letter of appointment was a necessary formality, every truly accepted Navy Fleet Admiral had always been promoted at Marine Fort itself. Yes, sir. You can count on me. The ship captain responded loudly. Kizaru nodded and then returned to the cabin, turning into light and vanishing on the spot. By the time Kizaru reappeared, he was already hovering high above an unknown sea somewhere in the New World. After scanning the surrounding waters with his observation hockey, Kizaru nodded in satisfaction and contacted AI Hybera through the dimensional chat group. Because of the difference in time flow between worlds, Boros and the Dark Matter pirate crew had already been in the Detective Conan world for nearly half a month. To Boros, a primitive, backward planet without a single powerful warrior wasn't worth his attention. Fortunately, Hybera had downloaded a set of Dragon Ball manga from the chat group for him. There were tons of similar series uploaded by group members. For someone whose personality and love for battle practically mirrored the scions in those comics, Boros found himself genuinely liking the series. Especially after Hybera told him that, in theory, members from the Dragon Ball world might join the chat group someday, meaning he could finally fight Super Scions on the daily. Just the thought of that filled Boros with anticipation. So when Kizaru teleported him over to the One Piece world, he found Boros clutching a well-worn copy of the Dragon Ball manga. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 221, Pirate King Boros. Kizaru, do you know where Earth is? Boros immediately asked, barely able to hold back his excitement. In his eyes, the Dragon Ball manga was basically a prophetic text. In other words, Super Scions had to be real. If he could roam the galaxy for 20 years searching for a prophesied warrior, then sailing the universe again in search of Super Scions was no big deal. If you ever find it, let me know. Kizaru said with a complicated expression as he patted Boros on the shoulder. Was this the final form of being an otaku, truly believing that manga characters were real? Don't worry. This place isn't the same planet as before. Boros glanced around. Even though he didn't have hockey or other perception abilities, he could clearly sense that this One Piece world was fundamentally different from both the One Punch Man and Detective Conan worlds. Ah, this is my world. I brought you here to ask for a little help. Kizaru briefly explained the general situation in the One Piece world, including the existence of Emu. When Boros heard that this world had warriors stronger than the highest-ranking combatants, and even beings that Kizaru himself was wary of, his eyes lit up. While top-tier warriors were still just cannon fodder to Boros, fighters stronger than that, now those were interesting. The Pirate King, huh? Leave it to me. Boros declared confidently. But instead of sailing the Grand Line like everyone else, he planned to simply beat the so-called Yonko and every big-name pirate into submission. That was how he became the ruler of the universe in the first place. Of course, he also had a small personal motive. All of his elite subordinates had died, so why not use this world as a recruitment ground? If those so-called Yonko really were stronger than his former men, he could train with them during his downtime. Oh, right, if you run into the Navy, try to show a little restraint. Kizaru brought along the mothership of the dark matter pirate crew, the Dominator. There were still several hundred surviving space pirates aboard the ship, perfect as disposable tools. The Navy, huh? Got it. Boros didn't really care. Hold back probably meant he could still fight, just don't kill them outright. This is a log post to Wano country. Follow the needle and you'll find Kaido. As for the rest, just capture a few pirates along the way and interrogate them for intel. Kizaru handed over the pre-prepared eternal pose to Boros, then turned back into light and returned to the warship. Boros returned to the Dominator, casually tossing the eternal pose to one of his subordinates and ordering them to follow its direction. While Boros was heading to Wano, Kizaru, having returned to the warship, checked in with AI Hybra, and, with her permission, brought her into the One Piece world as well. Yo, did you move your whole lab over or what? Kizaru looked exasperated as Hybra checked through the scientific equipment she had shipped ahead of time. The captain's quarters, which had once felt spacious, now seemed a bit cramped. Well, since I'm already here, I figured I might as well do some basic biological surveys of this world. After confirming that her equipment was intact, Hybra answered righteously. These instruments had cost her a fortune, and she had to rely on Tony Stark to help her acquire them. Even in the Marvel world, they were top-of-the-line tech. Some were even gifts from Dr. Beaufoy of the One Punch world. For a researcher, this gear was as priceless as a supreme-grade sword is to a swordsman. If it weren't for the unique research opportunities in the One Piece world, she never would have brought so much. TCH, just so we're clear, I don't have a lot of time to help you collect samples, Kizaru said lazily, legs crossed. As the newly minted fleet admiral, he certainly didn't have time to indulge a little girl's whims. Of course, if it were Shiho Miyano, he wouldn't mind helping out a beautiful scientist. But AI Hybra. Even Kizaru, known for his wide-ranging tastes, hesitated. Didn't you say you were capturing dinosaurs for that playboy to raise? I'll start with the dinosaurs of this world. Hybra had her own plans all along. While her main focus was pharmaceutical chemistry, biology was also a major interest. And dinosaurs? As the most popular prehistoric species in scientific circles, she'd obviously be intrigued. I guess that's fine. The promotion ceremony isn't for a while anyway. I'll arrange for someone to take you to meet up with Vivian. As for safety, Kizaru scratched his head. He wasn't officially fleet admiral yet, and even if he were, he couldn't just casually assign an admiral to protect a little girl. Sending a vice admiral might be a bit underwhelming. Maybe he had spent too much time dealing with top-tier threats, because to Kizaru, vice admirals were basically slightly stronger background characters. They were fine for beating up small fry pirates, but guaranteeing absolute safety. Not quite enough. I already rented Manda from Orochimaru for a month. If necessary, I can call in Orochimaru himself. Hybra spoke a bit reluctantly. She wouldn't have come to such a dangerous world without proper preparations. If she weren't still waiting to turn back to her original form so she could commission a properly sized Iron Man suit from Tony Stark, her security detail would have been even better. The problem was, Orochimaru's services were very expensive. Just renting Manda for a month cost 200 dimensional credits, and requesting Orochimaru's personal appearance would be at least 1,000. Luckily, thanks to her research skills and the joint lab she had with Tony Stark and Orochimaru, Hybra had earned a lot of dimensional credits, enough to be considered a little rich girl in the chat group. Manda and Orochimaru, huh? Then it should be fine. When I get back to HQ, I'll assign a ship to take you to Little Garden. Kizaru stroked his chin and nodded. Manda's combat power was indeed remarkable. A typical vice admiral wouldn't stand a chance against it. As for Orochimaru, he was definitely at Shichibukai level, and among the Shichibukai, one of the stronger ones at that. Even two of someone like Mariah, that bloated couch potato, wouldn't be his match. With Orochimaru as a protective charm, Hybera AI would almost certainly be safe in the first half of the Grand Line. Are you about to be promoted to Fleet Admiral? Hybera sat down on the couch and glanced at the letter of appointment on the table, asking curiously. As one of the most active members in the Dimensional Chat group, Hybera had a decent grasp of Kizaru's situation and the world of One Piece. Just the thought that Kizaru was about to become the supreme commander of over 1 million Marines made her expression tighten. It felt just like discovering that the silly meme buddy you always joked around with online was secretly the president of one of the world's top superpowers. Even if he still acted like a goofball, it was hard for a normal person to remain completely unaffected in his presence. Yeah, it's about time. When the world government eventually collapses, it makes more sense for a fleet admiral to step in and stabilize the world than just a regular admiral. Kizaru replied calmly. It was tough bottling up so many plans inside, having someone to talk to helped. This was probably why villains in stories love to monologue to the heroes. After enduring for so long, a bit of triumphant boasting was only natural. Besides, Hybera had no conflicting interests with him and was far too smart to leak his plans. There was no harm in sharing. That sounds terrifying. You're talking exactly like one of those supervillains or shadowy masterminds. Hybera twitched her lips. If she didn't know for a fact that Kizaru was genuinely a good person, or at least firmly on the side of justice, she might have suspected he was orchestrating some massive conspiracy. Haha, I thought the same. But don't you think it fits the mood perfectly? Kizaru laughed heartily. Even the hyper-cautious 5 elders probably couldn't imagine that while they were busy fighting over pure gold, Kizaru was already setting plans in motion to overthrow their 800-year reign. Hybera fought the urge to roll her eyes. So even after becoming the top figure of the Navy, her ridiculous online buddy was still the same silly man at heart. Meanwhile, as Kizaru brought Hybera back to Marineford, the long-awaited Summit War headlines finally exploded across the world after a full day and night of delay, shocking everyone. The Whitebeard pirates, red-haired pirates, and Revolutionary Army had joined forces against Marine headquarters. Yet, the result was the death of one Yonko, another seriously injured, and massive casualties among both Yonko fleets. And the Navy. Though they suffered heavy losses among the lower ranks, virtually none of their high-ranking officers were harmed. This overwhelming military strength shook the seas to their core. Even with Sengoku retiring under such circumstances, no one could claim he hadn't fulfilled his duty brilliantly. What would have been earth-shattering news on any other day had exploded like a volcano during the Summit War. It said that Big News Morgans was so excited that night he had a heart attack and landed in the hospital. Right now, all eyes around the world were locked onto Marineford. The pirates of the New World were like startled birds, fleeing at the mere sight of a Navy warship. Fortunately, good news arrived soon after. The men who had led the Navy to deliver a crushing blow to 2 Yonko fleets and brought glory back to Marine HQ, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, was retiring. When this news spread through the underworld, the pirates who had been trembling with anxiety were instantly overjoyed. Some even joked about pooling money to donate to the world government in gratitude. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 222, Back to HQ. They had been thinking about giving Fleet Admiral Sengoku a higher pension, just in case the brilliant strategist ever felt the pinch and considered a comeback. But before the pirates could even throw a party to celebrate, they were hit with a massive piece of bad news. The successor to the Fleet Admiral position was none other than Admiral Kizaru, the man who killed Whitebeard and gravely injured red-haired Shanks. And to make matters worse, another piece of slightly less terrible news came along with it. The retired Sengoku would now serve as the Grand Inspector of Marine Headquarters. In other words, his retirement was basically a joke. Let's not even mention the chaos among the pirates, who, in mixed joy and horror, hacked to death the unlucky info brokers who had brought them such cruel news. Meanwhile, Kizaru, with the letter of appointment in hand, returned to Marineford. After a full day and night of post-war cleanup, Marineford had effectively become a massive battlefield hospital. Thousands of wounded Marines were receiving treatment in makeshift tents, while those with lighter injuries had been transferred to nearby branches to recover. The higher-ranking officers weren't so lucky. Except for the lucky few who were too injured to move, the rest had to return immediately to their assigned bases and sea zones to prevent large-scale upheaval across the seas. To deal with the Summit War, Marine Headquarters had pulled almost all its top forces. Even Zephyr had been dispatched to the New World to stabilize the situation. Now that the war was over, everyone had to be sent back as quickly as possible. What a sight! Hybera AI, who had returned to Marineford along with Kizaru, couldn't help but sigh as she took in the grand fortress and the countless white tents spread across the square. Just thinking that a battle involving over 100,000 people had taken place here a few days ago, she could almost still smell the lingering scent of gunpowder and blood in the air. Seeing so many wounded people, don't you want to do something? Kizaru's mood wasn't great. He wouldn't claim to be especially loyal, but he did have a strong sense of belonging to the Navy. Otherwise, back when the Navy and world government leadership disgusted him to the core, he could have just quit and turned pirate. Looking at the devastated Marine Ford, where he had lived for decades, he couldn't help but question whether his plan had been too cautious. Maybe Emu was no longer even a threat. Maybe the so-called national treasure of the celestial dragons couldn't stop him either. What if he just revealed his full power and bulldozed the world government, dragging Emu out for a proper beating? But Kizaru quickly dismissed that thought. If things really went south, sure, he could escape via the dimensional chat group, but what about the Navy and the people he cared about? But I'm not a doctor. Hibara replied meekly, completely forgetting to ask why Kizaru wasn't doing something himself. Didn't you stockpile a bunch of anti-inflammatory and painkillers? Zhang Jinren doesn't need them right now, give them to us first. Kizaru said as he pinged Tony Stark in the chat group, asking him to prepare more meds and medical gear. Although Marine Ford had its own supply of doctors and medicine, the sheer number of wounded meant those wouldn't go very far. Fine. Where are the doctors? I'll go deliver the supplies. Hibara let out a small sigh. She had no problem handing over the medicine. She could dissect frogs and rabbits in the lab without blinking, but seeing those bloodied, torn-up patients made her genuinely uneasy. Kizaru instructed some Marines to escort Hibara to the doctors, while he himself took the letter of appointment and went to see Sengoku. He had originally intended to immediately announce his promotion and hold a formal inauguration ceremony. But now, that would have to wait a little longer. It would be best to hold the ceremony after most of the injured could walk and sit without trouble. Only then could he fully embrace the title of Fleet Admiral. Immediately begin filling the vacancies for prison staff at Impel Down. Have Magellan compile the losses and list of escaped pirates as soon as possible. What's the situation in the New World? Have the Beasts and Big Mom pirates made any moves? How long until the hospital ships arrive? Have Branch 143 and 146 escort them here safely? Before he even stepped into Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, Kizaru could already hear Sengoku's somewhat weary voice. While the injured Marines were finally receiving treatment, the Fleet Admiral who had just survived a brutal war had been working non-stop since yesterday. Yo, I'm back. Kizaru gave himself a moment of mental prep before knocking on the office door. The first thing that greeted him was Vice Admiral Garp, snoring away on the couch. Poor Fleet Admiral Sengoku had several den mushi lined up across his desk, and the floor was littered with scattered documents. Vice Admiral Tsuru was sitting nearby sipping tea. But even she had visible dark circles under her eyes, it was clear she'd also been working tirelessly since the war ended. As for Sakazuki and Kazan, they were nowhere to be seen. Most likely, they had already been dispatched to suppress pirates in the New World or other dangerous sea zones. Perfect timing. Come over here and see how I've been handling all this. Sengoku ran a hand through his messy afro, which looked even wilder than usual. One had to wonder how he even fit all that hair into his cap on a regular basis. Truthfully, Kizaru had never been Sengoku's ideal choice for successor, not because of strength or merit, but because Kizaru's personality was far too unorthodox. Under his leadership, the Navy might well drift further and further away from the world government. But Kizaru was the only viable option left, especially after the Summit War. Despite the Navy suffering heavy losses, Sengoku knew the Five Elders wouldn't care about their sacrifices or bravery. They would only be concerned that the Navy's strength was slipping beyond their control. If Sakazuki or Kazan took the position, the Five Elders would definitely flood the Navy with spies and puppets to reinforce their grip. And between the two, neither Sakazuki nor Kazan would be able to fully resist the Elders' interference. Only someone like Kizaru, an old, battle-hardened rebel, had the spine to shove all their meddling right back in their faces without blinking. Sengoku's only worry was that Kizaru might get too comfortable resisting orders and start ignoring even the reasonable ones. Ahaha. Well, the weather's nice today, isn't it? Say, did we manage to recapture all the Impel Down escapees? Kizaru gave a hollow laugh and tried to change the subject. Normally, if he was asked to do some work, he'd just suck it up, but seeing Sengoku this exhausted, there was no way he was voluntarily stepping into that mess. Gion's already captured 27 escapees, Vice Admiral Tsuru said as she slowly sipped her tea. But it seems most of them escaped along with the Revolutionary Army. She was getting on in years herself, and pulling an all-nighter was no small feat. We can't let those dangerous criminals roam free. I'll head out to assist Gion immediately and ensure that none of them escape my grasp, I mean, justice. Kizaru declared righteously and turned, fully prepared to flee the room. But before he reached the door, Sengoku's voice rang out behind him. Get back here. First, tell me exactly how much extra budget you managed to wring out of them. If it's less than 50%, sit your ass down and get to work. Sengoku sighed deeply. At this point, expecting Kizaru to act like a normal fleet admiral was clearly asking too much. But from another perspective, Kizaru might actually turn out to be even more qualified than he was. At least they'd never have to worry about Navy funding again, and when it came to matters of principle, Kizaru was far more skilled at shooting down the five elders' outrageous demands. Ha! Don't worry, I went myself, of course it went well. 70%. I secured a 70% increase for next year's Navy budget. And if that's not enough, I can always go back and ask for more, just give it a little time. Only then did Kizaru relax and flop onto the sofa, casually grabbing a senbei from the sleeping Garp's hand and crunching into it with a crack. Vice Admiral Garp, who had been sound asleep, groggily woke up. Instinctively, he reached for the senbei in his hand, only to bite down on nothing. I could have sworn I had one last senbei left. Kizaru, have you seen where it went? Scratching his head, Garp looked around and only then noticed that Kizaru was sitting on the sofa next to him. He asked the question without thinking. You ate it in your sleep. Check your mouth, there's still some crumbs at the corner. Kizaru replied casually. Garp touched the corner of his mouth and, sure enough, found plenty of crumbs. So, without further suspicion, he believed Kizaru's nonsense. After all, considering some of the things he'd done while asleep, eating senbei was pretty tame. This was the same man who had fought pirates while sleepwalking. With a 70% increase in the budget, we'll at least have enough for compensation payments from the war, repairs to headquarters, and maybe a few more battleship orders. We could even upgrade some branch equipment. Vice Admiral Tsuru pushed her glasses up, pulled out a ledger from who knows where, and started planning how to allocate the extra budget. What was that about getting another round of funding? Kizaru, explain. Fleet Admiral Sengoku finally brought it up. For a navy that had just come out of a massive war, more money was always welcome. But what puzzled him was, how was Kizaru so sure the five elders would bleed funds a second time? Surely he wasn't holding another chunk of pure gold. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 223, Plans. Just what it sounds like. I can't explain now. Let's just say, once we see what the five elders still have in their vaults, we'll go from there. Kizaru leaned back comfortably on the sofa. That was the power of Borasa's presence. Snag a couple of Yonko as his left and right hands, drag in some over-the-hill legends as underlings, and in no time he'd have half the Rock's crew's former strength rebuilt. It'd be enough to scare the five elders shitless. At that point, he could name whatever price he wanted for military funding. What were they going to do, say no? Of course, he'd need to make some preparations first. If cornered, the five elders might try to bypass him as Fleet Admiral and issue direct orders to Navy HQ. Well, for now, you're the Fleet Admiral. The Navy's future is in your hands. Sengoku gave Kizaru a meaningful glance. He didn't know why Kizaru was so confident. After all, getting the five elders to change their stance was a monumental task. No matter how hard he thought about it, Sengoku would never guess that Kizaru was planning to groom a new pirate king himself. Nah, not until I'm officially promoted. As long as you haven't stepped down, you're still the one in charge of Marine Ford. Kizaru shook his head firmly. He wasn't stupid. Why take the reins during the busiest, most chaotic time? That'd just make him the biggest sucker in the room. Of course, he spun it differently. Out of respect for Sengoku, he wanted to wait until the man officially retired before stepping up. Even though Sengoku saw right through Kizaru's cheeky ploy, his expression did soften slightly. Being recognized by his successor like this affirmed that his time as Fleet Admiral had been worth it. As an old soldier who had climbed to the top from the bottom, Sengoku's love for the Navy couldn't be matched, not even by Kong. Even if the job had turned his hair white, he had no regrets. If you really have nothing better to do, take Garp and go comfort the wounded in the plaza. You've got enough clout already, but since you're preparing to be Fleet Admiral, building more goodwill can't hurt. Sengoku turned back to his work but paused, clearly annoyed that these two slackers were still loitering in his office. He figured giving them a task would be the easiest way to clear them out. He didn't expect Kizaru to actually help with the paperwork. Just not being lazy would be enough. No problem. Let's go, Mr. Garp. Kizaru slung an arm over the still confused Garp's shoulder, and the two of them left the Fleet Admiral's office together. While Kizaru was already the most beloved admiral among the Navy's lower ranks, he still paled in comparison to Garp, the Navy's living legend. This was a man the world government reluctantly turned into their poster boy, complete with an entire comic series based on him. Countless Marines had joined the Navy inspired by Hero of the Marines, Garp. Sengoku's message was clear: let Garp lend Kizaru some of his shine. Time really flies. Even you are about to become Fleet Admiral now. It wasn't until they were nearly outside the massive fortress of Marine Ford that Vice Admiral Garp finally snapped back to his senses, a bit slow on the uptake, and sighed. His mental image of the Fleet Admiral still lingered back in the days when Sengoku had just assumed the position. TCH, it didn't feel fast at all. I've been waiting for this day for years, Kizaru shrugged. If the 5 elders hadn't been such bastards, I might have become Fleet Admiral even earlier than Sengoku. Of course, Kizaru was the same guy who gave up and slacked off the moment he felt targeted. When Sengoku was promoted to Fleet Admiral, he didn't complain at all. In fact, he even cheered him on with both hands raised. Still, that didn't stop him from spinning the narrative in his favor now, painting himself as the poor, hard-working soul who was unfairly overlooked by the 5 elders. After all, history is just like a young girl, it can be dressed up however you want. And with the 5 elders still owing him a favor, and soon to be at his mercy again, this was the perfect time to rewrite the record. He had to lock in the legacy of being the overlooked and oppressed loyalist, before anyone had a chance to dig up the truth, that the new Fleet Admiral used to be the Navy's biggest slacker. That thought made Kizaru seriously consider silencing the witnesses, but it had just been too long, there were too many people who knew the truth. The cost of cleaning it all up was too high. He gave up on the idea. Especially with high IQ guys like Dragon. The price of buying his silence would be astronomical. Kizaru wasn't about to walk into that trap. The plaza of Marine Ford, once the gathering ground for 100,000 Marines, was now covered in thousands of medical tents. Those lightly injured had already been transferred to nearby branches for recovery. Only those in critical condition, who couldn't be moved, remained here for emergency care. But when Kizaru and Vice Admiral Garp appeared on the plaza, even Marines with broken legs tried to crawl out of their beds just to catch a glimpse of Admiral Kizaru and the hero of the Marines. The medical staff who were encouraged by Kizaru were practically overwhelmed with excitement. In the blink of an eye, the two were completely surrounded by a sea of wounded soldiers. Back to bed, all of you. I'm not a pretty lady, there's nothing worth staring at. Once you're healed, I'll let you gawk all you want. Kizaru joked as he scolded the injured Marines and gently sent them back to their cots. Only then did he and Garp begin visiting tent after tent, offering comfort and support to the injured Marines. It was the usual, asking if they had any difficulties or concerns. If the problems were simple, Kizaru fixed them on the spot. For more complicated issues, he took notes to resolve them later. And finally, he gave them words of encouragement, telling them to recover quickly and continue to fight for justice. But even that small gesture was enough to move most of the injured to tears. They were just short of swearing an oath on the spot to serve in the Navy until their dying breath, and in the next life, too. The morale and loyalty were through the roof. At this point, even if the Whitebeard pirates came back for another round, Kizaru believed these Marines would charge forward without hesitation. Among the injured were also Marines who, even with treatment, were destined for retirement. Sure, this world had monsters like Luffy, who could recover from near death with just a meal, but for those who had lost limbs or suffered severe injuries, even the best treatment couldn't bring them back to how they were. Your compensation will be issued very soon. No matter what you choose to do after this, if you ever run into trouble, go to your nearest Navy branch. And if that's not enough, come straight to headquarters and find me. The Navy doesn't abandon its own. Not a single one of you. Kizaru placed a hand gently on the shoulder of a Marine who had lost an arm, and spoke with rare seriousness. The once despondent Marine broke into tears on the spot. After becoming a cripple, he had mentally prepared himself to be discarded. He never imagined Admiral Kizaru would still treat him as part of the Navy family. But now, with Kizaru's promise, their futures had a solid anchor. In this vast sea, no one who has the Navy's backing will be left to fend for themselves. Soon, the injured but less seriously wounded Marines in nearby tents had spread word of what Kizaru said, and the morale across Marine Ford skyrocketed. Every Marine suddenly felt a renewed sense of loyalty and belonging. At the same time, Kizaru's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. Ahahaha, not bad. I've gotta say, you've earned some real respect from me. Vice Admiral Garp gave Kizaru a firm slap on the shoulder, looking genuinely proud. As a veteran of the Navy, Garp could feel exactly how much those words meant to the wounded Marines. Please don't talk like Sengoku, you saying that kind of stuff just feels wrong somehow. Kizaru rolled his eyes. Garp had just built up too strong an image of being unreliable. Even when he tried to speak seriously, it just sounded off. But Sengoku does talk like that. Garp muttered, digging in his nose with complete innocence. Blamed Sengoku for asking him to say some good things about Kizaru, but even when he did, Kizaru didn't seem grateful. Say, Garp-san, when's the last time you took a vacation? Kizaru suddenly smiled with squinty eyes, turning to Garp. That smile's got something shady behind it. Last vacation. Ah, wait, when was it again? Ha ha ha, I forgot. Garp scratched his head and tried to remember. Every time he took a vacation, he went to visit his grandson Luffy, so he just had to think about the last time he saw him. Marine Ford didn't count. The last time was at Water 7, but that was just passing through, not a vacation. And before that, when? Garp racked his brain for a while, and finally gave up, laughing loudly and patting his own head. Once I officially become Fleet Admiral, How about I give you a vacation? You must be missing Straw Hat, right? Maybe you can find time to visit Ace too. Kizaru reached for Garp's shoulder, but pulled back at the last second. He didn't want that nose-picking hand wiping off on him. Before long, the new name, Pirate King Boros, would echo across the seas. If Kizaru wanted to corner the five elders with no way out, he needed to cut off all their hopes in advance. First, give Garp a vacation to visit his grandsons. Then, do the same for Akiji. Even Akainu, the workaholic, would need some kind of arrangement. If the five elders were left with no muscle to command, then when Kizaru came calling for more funds, they'd have no choice but to cough it up. Wait, you're not trying to trick me into doing something, are you? What's the catch? Garp first lit up with joy, but then narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Kizaru. He wasn't being paranoid, it's just that Sengoku had used that exact same trick too many times. Every time he wanted Garp to do something, he'd promise him a vacation first, then play dumb and pretend he never said it. Garp had been played so many times that even someone as straightforward as him had learned to be cautious. You don't need to do anything, Kizaru said. I just think someone like you, who's fought pirates for so many years, deserves a proper rest. He wasn't just planning vacations for Garp and Akiji, he intended to have the headquarter vice admirals do some team building too, maybe even a vacation on Skypea. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 224, Hybris Alertness. You're really not messing with me. Vice Admiral Garp still couldn't quite believe it. Who knows how many times Fleet Admiral Sengoku had tricked him before, even someone as thick-skinned as Garp had become suspicious. Relax. You can go ahead and start planning your vacation now. And not just you, Garp-san. Soon, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru can both take a break too. Kizaru patted his chest confidently as he made the promise. While Boros had agreed not to turn his blade on the Navy, just to be safe, Kizaru planned to move all these old-timer Marines out of the way first. Ahahaha. I knew it, you're way more qualified to be Fleet Admiral than Sengoku ever was. Garp finally burst out laughing, slapping Kizaru on the shoulder with pride. Anyone unaware of the truth might have thought Kizaru had done something incredible for the Navy to earn such praise from the hero of the Marines. Given how many wounded there were, continuing to visit them one by one would take too long, and risk stirring up unnecessary commotion. So Kizaru and Garp soon decided to split up and console the soldiers separately. Just as Kizaru was stepping out of one of the medical tents, a sweet fragrance drifted over, and a tall, curvaceous figure suddenly leaped into his arms. Kizaru-sama. Boa Hancock's fair arms looped around Kizaru's neck, her delicate face nuzzling hard against his chest, as if she wanted to melt completely into his embrace. Despite being nearly 2 meters tall, next to Kizaru she appeared petite and dainty, but that mature, flawless figure could still make any man's blood boil. Oh, Hancock. Come down first. This isn't exactly the place to be doing this. Kizaru casually patted a rather convenient part of her body, motioning for her to dismount. Then he led Hancock back to his office at Marine Ford. The nearby Marines watching this scene didn't see anything inappropriate, in fact, they felt a strange sense of pride. The world's most beautiful woman had fallen head over heels for a Navy admiral. If you stretch the logic a bit, surely a common Marine had a decent shot at dating a village beauty, right? As for Hancock being the pirate empress, wasn't that even better? If all it took was sacrificing a bit of Kizaru's charm to make a warlord switch sides, even someone as hardline as Akainu might secretly wish for more deals like this. Kizaru-sama, I heard from Nami that you're going to become Fleet Admiral. As soon as they returned to the office, Hancock wasted no time climbing onto Kizaru, straddling him, face flushed and eyes sparkling. To her, things like Admiral or Fleet Admiral didn't really matter. In her eyes, there were only two types of men in this world, Kizaru, and everyone else. But if Kizaru was becoming the next Fleet Admiral, then it was a different story altogether. Anything connected to him could stir excitement in her, even capturing some random pirate. So becoming the Navy's Supreme Commander? That was practically an aphrodisiac. More or less. I haven't officially been promoted yet. After what happened today, I'll probably need to wait a few days. Once the wounded can walk again and the plaza is repaired, then we'll make it official. Kizaru reached up and gently caressed Hancock's cheek. It was still smooth and delicate to the touch, the world's most beautiful woman was flawless from every angle. Even someone as stunning as Esteth fell slightly short compared to Hancock in terms of pure beauty. Then can I stay in Marine Ford with you, just like Nami? Hancock rubbed her flawless face against Kizaru's palm, her stunning features glowing with happiness. The moment she said that, Kizaru immediately sensed a hidden crisis looming in the air. His internal Playboy radar went into overdrive and quickly calculated the most optimal response to this situation. Of course, but how could I bear to have you leave your homeland just to stay in Marine Ford with me? It'd be better if I visited Amazon Lily more often. Still, Hancock, You'll have to keep an eye on me, don't let me get so lost in your beauty that I forget my duties. That would be a dereliction of duty for a fleet admiral, wouldn't it? He spoke in the most affectionate, tender tone possible. Any girl who had been close to Kizaru before knew well to be on guard against this smooth-talking scoundrel's sweet words. But Hancock. For someone as love-struck as her, Kizaru's sweet talk was a full-blown WMD, a direct hit, critical damage, every single time. Swept up in joy, Hancock showered him with kisses, nearly transforming into a literal love-struck snake ready to go 300 rounds with him on the spot. Clack. At that moment, Nami finally couldn't take it anymore and pushed open the door. If she didn't step in now, once the action exploded into full-blown chaos, she was sure the deadbeat scumbag would drag her into it too. Nami, look what I brought for you. Faced with Nami's glare, Kizaru casually pulled a small box from his coat and tossed it toward her. You think a little gift will? Wait, is this pure gold? Nami caught the box with an annoyed huff. If that shameless jerk thought he could buy her off with some trinket, he was gravely mistaken. Then she opened the box. Blinding golden light hit her eyes so hard she had to squint. When her eyes finally adjusted, she realized what was inside, a completely ordinary-looking ring. Ordinary, because the style, material, and craftsmanship were all unimpressive, at most worth a few 100,000 berries, judging by her treasure-expert instincts. But what stunned her was the small gold-like substance embedded in the ring. She felt like she had seen it before. And in just a few seconds, Nami remembered that radiant gleam could only belong to pure gold. Even just a tiny bit of pure gold embedded in a ring like this could incite massive wars, where thousands could die just fighting for the chance to possess it. No one with power or ambition would pass up the opportunity to seize a piece of pure gold. If word got out that she had it, not even staying at Navy HQ would guarantee her safety. I worked hard to get this, you know. While Nami was still stunned, Kizaru reached over and pulled her into his arms, achieving the legendary double embrace. One side, a seductive beauty overflowing with mature charm. The other, a youthful girl bursting with energy and cuteness. Both snuggled up against Kizaru as he shamelessly took full advantage. But just as Kizaru was about to take things even further, the pure gold's shock finally wore off. Nami snapped back to reality. She ignored Kizaru's hand making itself far too familiar and instead grabbed his face, giving him a deep, passionate kiss. Where did you get this? Are you sure nobody saw you? She nearly kissed his lips swollen from excitement, then immediately launched into rapid-fire questions. Classic Nami. Even when faced with something as coveted and dangerous as pure gold, her instinct was to claim it as her own. Relax. Would I ever give you something that would cause trouble? Kizaru, loving the attention, swept both Hancock, who was still clinging to him, and Nami, still lost in gold lust, into the back room. Who knows how much time passed? When Kizaru finally emerged from the back room, looking completely satisfied, it was already dark outside. Just as he was about to take a shower and wash off the lingering traces of fun, he suddenly glanced toward the door and chuckled. You hopeless idiot. The office door creaked open. Standing there was AI Hybera, face stiff with disbelief, clearly having walked in on something she couldn't unsee. Admiral Kizaru. This child kept insisting she wanted to see you. The Marine who had been guiding AI Hybera looked incredibly awkward as he explained himself, especially when he realized that Kizaru was still in his pajamas. He felt deeply ashamed. Kizaru had just survived the Summit War and then gone straight to marry Geos, he was surely exhausted. If this matter was trivial, the soldier thought, then he had basically forced an admiral to come out personally because of his own incompetence. Oh, thanks for your help. I'll take care of her from here, Kizaru said with a smile, much to the Marine's surprise. He had expected to be chewed out, but Kizaru showed no sign of blame whatsoever. The Marine was so touched he almost cried on the spot. As he left, he kept wondering just who that little girl was. Could she be Admiral Kizaru's daughter? Unbelievable. You left me out there alone. You pervert. Womanizer. Filthy creep. AI Hybera grumbled her way into the office, muttering curses the entire time, only to suddenly freeze as she caught a faint, familiar scent in the air. She had no experience in such things, but as a modern girl, she immediately recognized what that smell meant. Her face flushed red, and she let loose another volley of angry scolding. Calm down, deep breaths. Don't worry. Even if I'm a pervert, I'd never lay a hand on a minor. Ahem, a child. Kizaru pulled 2 cold drinks from the fridge, but before he could hand one to her, AI Hybera instinctively took a step back, eyeing him like he was a dangerous animal. Kizaru chuckled at the sight, but then remembered something and quickly changed the topic. Then again. Tornado-chan doesn't look much older than me either. AI Hybera was now on maximum alert. Just among the girls she personally knew, 3 had already fallen victim to this scumbag's charms. And judging by what was happening now, who knew how depraved Kizaru really was? Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 225, My Child. You really misunderstand me, Kizaru said with a grin. Look at Tatsumaki, Fubuki, is death. Have I ever forced anything? I never act unless the girl's willing, alright. AI Hybera rolled her eyes hard. So what if you don't force anyone? It doesn't change the fact that you're a horny, womanizing bastard. And the worst part? He had left her, a defenseless little girl, outside alone just to mess around with women. Kizaru. Before AI Hybera could finish her rant, Hancock walked out from the back, wearing nothing but an oversized shirt on her upper body. She completely ignored AI Hybera, flinging herself onto Kizaru's lap like she belonged there, snuggling up against him without shame. Even though it was just a brief glance, Hancock's breathtaking beauty made AI Hybera's eyes widen. It's not like she hadn't seen beautiful women before. This might sound conceited, but before shrinking, AI Hybera had considered herself quite the beauty, too. But standing next to Hancock, she couldn't help but feel a little inferior. This absolute goddess actually liked someone like Kizaru. That womanizing creep. Come on now, we've got company. Kizaru finally managed to peel Hancock off just long enough to point out AI Hybera sitting on the opposite couch. Who's this girl? Your daughter. Hancock asked casually, still sitting in his lap, barely glancing in AI Hybera's direction. To her, any girl who couldn't threaten her throne as the world's most beautiful woman was irrelevant. She didn't even take Nami seriously. Why would she care about someone like AI Hybera? Only someone like Esteth, who was not only powerful but almost equally stunning, ever made Hancock feel a hint of rivalry. Who the hell would be the daughter of a perverted creep like him? AI Hybera snapped. So beautiful, yet clearly brain damaged. Maybe there was justice in the world after all. Somehow, thinking that actually calmed her down. Daughter. Kizaru-sama. Let's have a daughter together. We'll raise her as Amazon Lily's next empress, so I can stay by your side forever. Hancock lit up with an idea and cooed sweetly into Kizaru's ear. The sheer destructive power of the world's most beautiful woman acting cute was enough to make even AI Hybera's heart flutter. Every word from Hancock's luscious lips made AI Hybera want to nod in agreement, on Kizaru's behalf. Wait, what? I'm a girl too. What the hell is wrong with me? Fortunately, AI Hybera quickly noticed something was wrong with herself, but what terrified her was the fact that even though she realized something was off mentally, her body was still reacting, face flushed, heart racing, utterly unable to resist Hancock's charm. Just as she began to panic, Kizaru casually snapped his fingers. A faint wave of Conqueror's hockey quietly pulsed through the room with a hum. It stunned Hybera just long enough to break Hancock's passive allure over her. Hancock noticed this but didn't mind at all. This kind of thing was way too common. It didn't matter if you were male or female, her charm was nearly impossible to resist. Unless she was deliberately trying to charm someone during combat, Hancock usually didn't do it on purpose. But if someone couldn't even resist the passive effect of her presence, well, tough luck. Of course, if Kizaru gave the word, that'd be a different story altogether. No need to rush with the whole daughter thing, Kizaru said with a smirk, arms wrapped around the Hancock straddling him. As the saying goes, how can one start a family before pirates are wiped out? Ah, of course, Hancock doesn't count. I couldn't bear to share our alone time. Adding another person would only take away from the love I give to Hancock. With their cheeks nearly pressed together, the heat between them sparked again, heading straight for round 2, or 3, of romantic warfare. Off to the side, AI Hybera could only curse internally. Even in this world, there's no way Hancock is the only woman in Kizaru's mess of a love life. During Kizaru's live broadcasts, she'd seen a cute secretary constantly by his side. God knows how many girls have already fallen into his clutches. And now, after nearly getting charmed to death herself, Hybera's first impression of Hancock had hit rock bottom. A stunningly beautiful woman, with an absolutely nasty personality. She deserved to be head over heels for a scumbag like Kizaru. When will the ship be ready to take me to the dinosaur research site? Just as Hancock's breathing began to grow heavy and the fire ignited again, Hybera's cold voice suddenly cut through the tension like a blade. The seductive atmosphere shattered in an instant. Though she was a love-struck airhead, Hancock wasn't dumb. She immediately shot a glare at Hybera. This little girl was clearly doing it on purpose. Could she actually be Kizaru's daughter? Looking at Hybera's hair color, which was clearly different from Kizaru's, Hancock began speculating, which woman had a daughter with Kizaru? Nami was too young, definitely not her. Gion, Kizaru's supposed fiancé. Wrong hair color. Stussy. Reportedly can't have kids. Wait, could it be that blue-haired vixen from last time? They say that when women suspect cheating, they turn into Sherlock Holmes, IQ instantly surpassing Einstein. Hancock might not have cared about Kizaru fooling around with other women, but the way she could name every female who'd ever been near him showed she definitely kept tabs. After silently memorizing Hybra's hair color and features, Hancock decided, this needs to be investigated. Oh, that. I'll ask around, Kizaru said, picking up a den mushy from the desk and dialing up Vice Admiral Dalmatian. If he still had his personal warship, he could have sent Hybra to Little Garden directly. Unfortunately, Kizaru had recently transferred his old vessel to the front lines for replacement. His former ship, a so-called new model from decades ago, was notorious for being the weakest ship in Marine HQ. And since Kizaru had long been slacking off and hitching rides instead of using his own ship, most of the maintenance budget had somehow ended up in his pocket. In a massive war like the Summit battle, his outdated warship was predictably sunk at the front line. But the sailors on board? They'd already been warned by Kizaru ahead of time, and most bailed before the ship even went down. Admiral Kizaru? What can I do for you? Came the response from the den mushy. A matching Dalmatian spotted hat appeared atop the den mushy's head, clearly indicating that the one on the other end of the line was none other than Vice Admiral Dalmatian, who had eaten the Inu no Mi model, Dalmatian, a Zoan-type devil fruit. Dalmatian, who had remained at Marine headquarters, wasn't injured, nor was he assigned to hunt pirates or support other branches. Instead, he served as a mobile force, ready to be dispatched at a moment's notice. And whether as the incoming fleet admiral or as one of Marine HQ's top powerhouses, Admiral Kizaru had full authority to issue him orders. Dalmatian, your flagship's still on standby, right? Kizaru asked casually. The two weren't just a superior and subordinate in rank, they were also senpai and kohai under Zephyr's tutelage, and both proud members of the Navy's slacker faction. Their personalities were wildly different, but that didn't stop them from forging a solid comrade-in-arms relationship, mostly built in the bars of Pleasure Street. Yes, ready to set sail at any time. Dalmatian responded without hesitation. At that moment, he was already speculating on what the mission could be. Maybe to pursue remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Or perhaps to assist Vice Admiral Guion in tracking down escaped prisoners from Impel Down. Good. Send someone to my office to pick someone up, and escort them safely to Little Garden. Make sure the security detail is thorough. The individual just donated a large batch of medicine to HQ, and may have saved the lives of quite a few Marines. Kizaru issued the task with his usual laid-back tone, while also casually wrapping AI Hybra in the protective halo of a Marine ally. This way, he wouldn't need to worry about Dalmatian being too casual with her protection. Understood. I'll send someone over immediately. Admiral Kizaru, about your promotion ceremony, when is it? Dalmatian first accepted the mission without hesitation, but then hesitated slightly before asking. After all, he really wanted to attend Kizaru's promotion to Fleet Admiral. For the officers of the Slacker faction, seeing one of their own ascend to the top of Marine HQ was the kind of miracle they wouldn't have dared dream of before. Just before the Summit War, no one could have imagined that Kizaru, long known for being the king of laziness and the poster child for collecting a paycheck while doing the bare minimum, would be the one to step up and face off against both Whitebeard and Shanks, coming out of it with one emperor dead and another wounded. Even more incredible was how Kizaru, after securing the legendary pure gold, forced the five elders to grudgingly acknowledge his promotion, despite their reluctance. Honestly, who wouldn't want to shake off the deadweight label if their faction leader finally decided to shape up? Now that their slacker-in-chief was rising to the top, if Dalmatian didn't witness the moment with his own eyes, he'd probably never stop regretting it, even after retirement. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 226, AI Hybra's Little Journey. Don't worry, my promotion ceremony won't be held for a while. I can't exactly ask the injured Marines to move out just so I can hold a celebration, can I? Borsellino spoke calmly. Of course, the real reason was to buy more time for Boros to stir up trouble, and to prevent the five elders from bypassing him to issue direct orders to other Marines. There weren't many in the Navy who had the courage, or the qualifications, to defy the orders of the five elders. Especially the vice admirals of headquarters. If they weren't gathered together, even if the five elders wanted to send them on a suicide mission, few would dare refuse. Yes, I understand. Hearing this, Dalmatian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could still make it to the Fleet Admiral's promotion ceremony, it was fine. Otherwise, if he, the self-proclaimed key figure under Admiral Borsellino, weren't there, wouldn't it make the Hawk and Dove factions look down on them? Of course, whether Dalmatian just wanted to show off was up for debate. Thanks to their faction leader being a total slacker, Dalmatian had taken plenty of flack from both the Hawks and Doves over the years. Now, finally having the chance to get some payback, there was no way he was going to miss it. Alright, someone will be here soon to take you to study dinosaurs. Oh, by the way, Dalmatian is a Zoan-type devil fruit user. If you can convince him, he might even help with your research. Borsellino didn't think there was anything wrong with having a Marine Vice Admiral babysit a little girl doing science experiments. After all, while the Marines were supposed to fight pirates, more often than not they were just the world government's enforcers. Compared to helping some corrupt king of a member nation suppress a rebellion, escorting Hybrid AI to study dinosaurs at least contributed something, however minor, to humanity. And don't forget to help me return to my original body. Hybrid pouted. Just before leaving, she suddenly remembered something and quickly reminded him, before the battlefield between the dog and the woman reignited. Compared to her interest in researching prehistoric dinosaurs, regaining her original form was Hybrid AI's true purpose for this trip. The organization in her world was no longer a threat, and once she returned to her adult form, Hybrid, or rather, Shiho Miyano, planned to start looking into how to revive her sister. Of course, not by something like Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. What she wanted was her sister, Akemi Miyano, truly brought back to life, living, breathing, and real. Don't worry, once Old Man Zephyr gets back, Hancock, wait, then I'll have Ein help you rewind to your original self. Borsellino struggled to resist Hancock's kisses, answering with some difficulty. Blushing furiously, Hybrid quickly left the office, afraid she'd witness even more scenes unfit for children. Little girl, is this Admiral Borsellino's office? Not long after stepping out, Hybrid was approached by Dalmatian's adjutant, a shy-looking headquarters major. You're with Vice Admiral Dalmatian. Lead the way, I'm the person you're supposed to escort. Hybrid snapped irritably. She didn't want to stay here even a second longer. She swore she'd roast that scumbag Borsellino when she got the chance. How dare he make out with another woman right in front of her? Wait. Why did that sentence sound kind of weird? Why yes. Please come with me. The flustered major hadn't expected the person Admiral Borsellino designated to be a little girl. Before he could even ask for confirmation, Hybrid shot him a glare, and he had no choice but to lead her back to report to Vice Admiral Dalmatian. Damn scumbag. Stupid womanizer. Perverted bastard. Hybrid kept grumbling under her breath as they walked, feeling utterly indignant for her bestie Fubuki and her newly sworn big sister Tatsumaki. The worst part was that Borsellino was shameless about it. Tatsumaki and Fubuki both knew full well what kind of womanizer he was. Even in the dimensional chat group, he had someone like his death on the side. Even if she exaggerated everything and ratted him out to Fubuki, the best outcome would only be to make her friend heartbroken. More likely, Fubuki wouldn't care. She was even willing to share Borsellino with her sister, Tatsumaki, so how could she care whether he had other women in other worlds? Ahead of them, the poor major was sweating bullets. Considering that this girl had just walked out of Admiral Borsellino's office, was she seriously cursing him right now? Although the major's adjutant rarely interacted with Admiral Kizaru, her direct superior, Vice Admiral Dalmatian, had always considered himself Kizaru's #1 subordinate. He often quarreled with Vice Admiral Vivian over this, so if he ever heard her badmouthing Kizaru, the consequences would be unthinkable. Fortunately, by the time AI Hybrid met Vice Admiral Dalmatian, nothing the adjutant had feared had come to pass. Dalmatian held a favorable view of AI Hybrid for donating a huge stock of medicine to the Marines. Meanwhile, Hybrid herself was keen on building a good relationship with him so she could study a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Despite Dalmatian being old enough to be the little girl's grandfather, the two got along surprisingly well, like cross-generational best friends. I'll leave the rest of the journey in your hands, Mr. Dalmatian. Hybrid politely said while directing Marine personnel to load her precious research equipment onto the ship. In a world where mad scientists were not uncommon, it wasn't exactly wise to straight up say she wanted to study someone. Hybrid planned to first get on Dalmatian's good side, then later ask for a few strands of hair. From there, she'd take her time. She didn't expect to produce any groundbreaking results, just satisfying her own curiosity was enough. If she happened to discover anything special in the process, maybe she could even trade it for some benefits from Orochimaru. Even though she was already considered a little rich girl in the chat group, Hybrid knew she still needed far more dimensional currency if she wanted to resurrect her sister without side effects. Rest assured, I won't let anything happen to a benefactor of the Marines. Dalmatian laughed heartily. Perhaps it was due to his age, but he was exceptionally tolerant of Hybrid. He even personally helped move her equipment, praising how incredible kids were these days. She was the same age as his grandson, yet already engaged in serious research. Several days later, Vice Admiral Dalmatian successfully caught up with the slower-moving Vice Admiral Vivian and her crew. A giant. This was the first time AI Hybrid had ever seen members of the giant race in person. Even Dalmatian, who was quite tall himself, only came up to their knees. These women were nearly 20 meters tall, about the height of a 6- or 7-story building. The boss sent you to escort this little girl to see dinosaurs. The female giant Vivian bent down to get a better look at Hybrid. Once she confirmed the girl didn't look anything like Borsellino, she let out a small sigh of relief. A human kid, huh? She's so tiny. Another giantess, Gulls, leaned in as well. With both women standing on one side of the ship, the vessel began to tilt dangerously. Idiot. Sit back down before you sink my ship. Vivian quickly shoved her fellow giant back. Their movements were so forceful that the ship nearly capsized. Even a specially reinforced ship designed for giants couldn't withstand roughhousing from two beings thousands of times larger than a normal human. Once the two had settled down, the Marines hurried to inspect the vessel for any damage. Although the giants meant no harm, ordinary ships might as well be paper toys in their hands. Fortunately, this kind of trouble would soon be a thing of the past. A new generation of battleships designed personally by Vegapunk was nearly ready for deployment. Though 3 times more expensive than the old ones, they were said to be more than 5 times stronger in combat. Thanks to their steel keels, the new ships would be far more durable and capable of carrying tremendous weight, tough enough that even giants wouldn't be able to easily break them. Hina really regrets getting on this ship. Wearing her justice cloak, Hina covered her face in embarrassment. It's worth mentioning that her devil fruit powers had made a big impact during the Summit War, and she had just been promoted to Rear Admiral. However, her appointment wasn't yet official, and she'd been dragged aboard by Vivian to serve as temporary muscle. Vice Admiral Vivian may be a bit energetic, but her strength is definitely trustworthy. Seeing the nearby warship making such a commotion it almost capsized, nearly dragging theirs down too, Vice Admiral Dalmatian hurriedly ordered the Marines to steady the rudder. Then, a bit embarrassed, he turned to explain to AI Hybera. Yeah, I can tell. AI Hybera responded half-heartedly with a nod. Even so, she did accept Dalmatian's explanation. If nothing else, just considering Vivian's height of nearly 20 meters, even a Tyrannosaurus would look like nothing more than a big mud in front of her. Moreover, Vivian was a Vice Admiral of Navy headquarters. After spending several days in the pirate world, AI Hybera had gained a basic understanding of how things worked here. Borsellino, the Navy Admiral, was one of the top-tier powerhouses in this world, perhaps even the strongest among them. After all, during the recent Paramount War, Borsellino had already defeated the infamous World's Strongest Man, the Great Pirate Whitebeard. As a Vice Admiral, only a rank below an Admiral, Vivian was certainly not just some ordinary giant relying on brute size to win fights. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 227, Giant Warrior Pirates. That island ahead is Little Garden, huh? What's that? Feeling a little embarrassed by Vivian's overwhelming presence, Vice Admiral Dalmatian tried to steer the topic elsewhere. But just as he pointed to the island now slowly appearing on the horizon, he noticed something strange on the beach. Vice Admiral Dalmatian. Giant tribe spotted on the island ahead. Before Dalmatian could get a clear look, the lookout on the warship had already raised the alarm. To the Navy, the giant tribe was a particularly unique group. Among them were Marines who had joined the Navy to fight for justice, as well as pirates who used their massive size to plunder and kill without remorse. When dealing with issues involving giants, the Navy also had to take into account Elbaf, the giant kingdom known as the strongest nation in the world. Because of this, unless the giant pirate was notorious, the Navy typically chose to turn a blind eye to avoid conflict with the giants. Unfortunately, the giants currently seen on the beach weren't the type that could be ignored. Dori and Bragi. Even 100 years ago, both of them had bounties of 100 million berries. While a century would span generations for humans, to the giants it was barely a third of their lifespan. So even now, 100 years later, their bounties had never been revoked. That's the situation, more or less. Vice Admiral Dalmatian came aboard Vice Admiral Vivian's warship and briefly explained the identities of the 2 giant pirates inhabiting Little Garden. Then he looked toward Vivian a bit hesitantly. Usually, the Navy avoided sending giant Marines to subdue giant pirates. It wasn't because they doubted the loyalty of those Marines, but rather to prevent any misunderstandings with Elbaf, to avoid giving the impression the Navy was trying to turn giants against their own. Some giant Marines didn't mind this, but others cared deeply. Even as soldiers, they refused to raise a hand against their fellow giants. Dalmatian knew full well that he couldn't handle 2 infamous pirates at once on his own. So he could only seek Vice Admiral Vivian's opinion. Under normal circumstances, pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries wouldn't pose a threat to a Vice Admiral. But Dori and Bragi were pirates from a century ago, and back then, a 100 million bounty wasn't the same as it is today. Dalmatian felt confident in a one-on-one fight, but 2-on-1 was another matter. If Vivian wouldn't help, they'd have to wait for reinforcements from another Vice Admiral. Let Hina handle it. She hasn't fought against any giants yet. Before Vivian could make a decision, Rear Admiral Hina stepped forward and volunteered herself. Although the Marine headquarters didn't strictly require giant soldiers to fight against giant pirates, those who chose to avoid battle at such times would inevitably be labeled as untrustworthy. Hina, who had a good relationship with Vivian, naturally didn't want to see that happen. With her strength, even if she couldn't defeat either Dory or Broggy, holding one of them off wouldn't be a problem. Once Vice Admiral Dalmatian finished off his opponent, they could gang up 2-on-1 to take down the remaining giant pirate. What nonsense are you saying? I'm not giving up any credit for this. Vivian eagerly cracked her knuckles in anticipation. Of course she understood what they were worried about, but she didn't care one bit about those unspoken rules. To most humans, all giants were lumped together, perhaps separated only into those from Elbaf and those from elsewhere. But in reality, giants never had a true concept of nationhood. Even the so-called world's mightiest nation, Elbaf was, in essence, just a large human-style village, except that it was populated by giants. Vivian didn't even give face to Elbaf's prince. Why would she show any to other giants? For the battle-hardened giant race, challenging powerful opponents was an instinct embedded in their blood. Especially since Vivian had grown up hearing stories about Dory and Broggy, the legendary heroes. Now that she had the chance to take them down herself, she could barely wait. Then let's prepare for battle. We're going to arrest Dory and Broggy. I'll take on Dory, and I'll leave Broggy to you. Vice Admiral Dalmatian smiled as he spoke. At that moment, he truly acknowledged Vivian's strength, though of course, he wasn't about to hand over the honor of being Admiral Kizaru's top protégé. No. They're both mine. You just stay back and provide support. Leave the rest to me. Vivian declared without hesitation. Crushing one legendary hero underfoot was glorious, but crushing two at once. That was a legend in the making. As for the supposed symbolic importance of the giant warrior pirates to the giant race, what did that have to do with her? She wasn't descended from any of them, and none of her friends wanted to join their ranks. To Gerd, they might be heroes. But to Vivian, they were just two pirates with bounties over 100 million berries. Meanwhile, on the beach of Little Garden, Dory and Broggy, who were in the middle of building a raft to set out to sea, had already spotted the two marine ships approaching from offshore. Especially Vivian's flagship, which was several times larger than Dalmatian's beside it. There was no hiding it. Hey! Dory, do you see that? Red Ogre Broggy slung a stone axe over his shoulder. Since their original weapons had long since broken, they could now only rely on improvised replacements. Yeah, I see it, Broggy. That's the Navy, isn't it? Blue Ogre Dory, who didn't even have an axe, was gripping a sharpened tree branch, using it as a makeshift longsword. Talk about luck. Just when we were about to set sail, the Navy shows up to send us off. Looks like we won't need that raft after all. Broggy chuckled. Over the centuries, the giant warrior pirates had countless run-ins with the Navy. In fact, it was because of the activities of giant pirates like them that the world government and Navy began to consider training giant marines. Unfortunately, giants were naturally freedom-loving and hated being restrained. It wasn't until about 100 years ago that Sister Carmel founded the House of Lambs and began secretly trafficking people that the first giant marines finally appeared. Gwahaha. You idiot, Broggy. Navy ships can't even hold our weight, what's the point of stealing them? Dory burst into laughter. Even after 100 years, these two captains of the giant warrior pirates still didn't take the Navy seriously. You're the idiot. Didn't you see how massive that ship is? It could easily hold both of us at once, Dory. Broggy shouted back. Dory rubbed his eyes and took a closer look at the Navy vessels, then begrudgingly admitted Broggy had a point. Gwahaha. Then let's snatch it. I've been itching to see what today's Navy is made of. Dory scratched his head awkwardly, but still laughed heartily. The giants' confidence wasn't baseless. Despite their known presence on Little Garden, very few dared to challenge them. Those who did never returned, and eventually, even the Navy seemed to forget they existed. Only now, with Vice Admirals Dalmatian and Vivian arriving at Little Garden, had their century-long hideaway finally been disturbed. Wait a sec. One of those Navy ships is moving in toward us. Broggy shouted in surprise. But what shocked him wasn't the approach itself, it was the two towering figures standing on the ship. You've got to be kidding. Don't tell me our comrades have already taken that ship. Dory squinted. Like Broggy, he saw the figures of Vivian and Gull standing tall and unhidden. Vivian was ready to throw down, eager to defeat these legendary heroes of the giants. Gulls, on the other hand, was there as a fan. She'd grown up idolizing the giant warrior pirates and just wanted to meet their captains. No wonder Dory and Broggy were confused. In their time, it was common for giants to become pirates. But the idea of giant marines only began after they left the giant warrior pirates and began their prolonged duel. Blue Ogre Dory. Red Ogre Broggy. It's an honor to finally meet you. Before the ship even reached the shore, Vivian couldn't hold herself back. She leapt from the ship and landed on Little Garden's beach. Gulls lacked Vivian's jumping strength, but the seawater's depth was manageable, so she simply jumped in and began wading ashore. Oh! They're female giants. Broggy exclaimed in amazement. Just like with humans, female pirates among giants were rare. Even during the giant warrior pirates' peak, there were no female giants among their ranks. Gwahaha. You two came looking for us. Not bad. You've even got the guts to hijack Navy ships. Why not join the giant warrior pirates? Dory said in admiration. Spotting how young Vivian looked, he even began wondering if she might be the daughter of an old friend. After all, the giant race wasn't very populous, and their birth rate was low. There was a decent chance he knew her parents. Lord Dory. Lord Broggy. I'm Gulls. I grew up listening to tales of you and the giant warrior pirates. Gers waved excitedly as she ran through the shallows. Even though Vivian had pressured her into joining the Navy, Gull's original dream had always been to follow in the footsteps of the giant warrior pirates. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 228, Vivian's Strength. Puhaha, is that so? That's great to hear. Did you hear that, Dory? Broggy chuckled heartily. Even though 100 years had passed, there were still young giants growing up on the stories of their exploits. And what about you? Young one, what's your name? Dory smiled broadly and nodded in approval. Meeting two young members of their race just as they were preparing to set sail again was a joyous occasion for the two giant warriors who had spent a century on Little Garden. But what unsettled him a little was the fact that both of these female giants were wearing Navy uniforms, especially the one with long golden hair, who wore the justice cloak of a Navy Vice Admiral. Still, Dory didn't immediately jump to the conclusion that giants had started joining the Navy. He was simply puzzled about why two fellow giants were dressed like that. Me. I'm Vivian, Vice Admiral of Navy Headquarters. If you two veterans are willing to surrender, I can get you a better cell in Impel Down. Vivian grinned excitedly. Both she and Gulls had grown up hearing the tales of Dory and Broggy. But while Gulls dreamed of following in their footsteps and reviving the giant warrior pirates, Vivian had a different ambition. She wanted to surpass them, to become the new legendary hero of the giants. And what better way to do that than by defeating the two living legends herself? Oh, that's a nice name. Navy. The smile on Broggy's face slowly froze. He looked at Vivian with a mix of confusion and disbelief. In his mind, giants were always pirates. Since when did one of their kind become a Navy officer, let alone a Vice Admiral? Vice Admiral. Dory stroked his beard, suspecting Vivian might be joking. Her justice coat was indeed what Vice Admirals wore, but how could a giant have joined the Navy? And what about your weapons? Don't tell me you plan to fight me with your bare hands. Vivian raised a hand. The sailors on the warship immediately loaded a massive ship ballista, launching her pheasant blade into her grasp. With a quick flourish that sent arcs of steel glinting through the air, she stabbed the blade deep into the ground and crossed her arms, speaking with a cocky air. Let's see if the old legends can handle the new generation. Gahaha. Broggy, she's really underestimating us. Dory suddenly burst out laughing. Today's young giants were bold, too bold. Did she really think the blue ogre and red ogre were just like the cowardly pirates who wet themselves at the sight of a giant? Puhaha. Go play with her a bit, Dory. But don't hurt her. Broggy was laughing so hard he nearly teared up. They weren't angry, just amused. To them, Vivian was simply a young and naive junior. Compared to the giant pirates who hated the idea of giant marines, Dory and Broggy, who hadn't even heard of such a thing, were far more open-minded toward Vivian. Especially since, from their perspective, she looked like she had just come of age. Back in the day, someone her age wouldn't even qualify to join the giant warrior pirates. Damn it, Broggy. Why do I have to be the one to play with her? Dory grumbled, but he still tossed aside the giant tree trunk he was using as a weapon and strode toward Vivian with big, confident steps. As a senior of the giant race, he felt it was his duty to show this junior just how wide the gap was between her and a true warrior. Lord Dory, watch out. Vivian's super strong. Gers shouted in alarm. Gertz quickly spoke up with concern. She didn't know how powerful the legendary giant hero Dory really was, but she did know that Vivian was practically unmatched in Elbaf. Even the most famous warriors in Elbaf were no match for her. If not for the fact that Vivian was a girl, and had joined the marine force that most giants disapproved of, she would have long been hailed as the new legendary hero of the giant race. Gahaha. Thanks for the warning, little girl. But I'm the captain of the giant warrior pirates. Dory casually reached out to grab Vivian. Against a fellow giant, this should have been easy for a legend like him. Especially after 100 years of honing his skills through endless duels with Broggy, his techniques were sharper than ever, rivaling the heroes in the epic tales of the giants. Against a newly adult, female giant, this should have been a piece of cake. Bang. A solid punch sent Dory staggering back, one of his eyes instantly turning black and blue. Puhahaha. What the hell are you doing, Dory? Broggy laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. Seeing his old friend and rival getting humiliated, especially by a young female giant, was just too funny. He shamelessly mocked Dory at full volume. Like Dory, Broggy hadn't taken Vivian seriously, and he hadn't even seen how she landed the hit. But giants weren't exactly known for subtlety. All he needed to know was that Dory got wrecked, and that was enough. You're really something, little girl. But this time, I won't hold back. Dory rubbed his eye, but didn't seem too bothered. He was more focused on regaining face. If he didn't, Broggy would never let him live it down. Bang. This time, Dory was taking things seriously, putting in at least 80% effort. But Vivian still landed a clean punch on his other eye. Now both of Dory's eyes were blackened, and even these legendary warriors finally realized something was seriously wrong. Ugh. I did tell Lord Dory to be careful. Gertz covered her face, unable to bear the sight. These two legendary giants were being totally humiliated by this she-demon named Vivian. She'd been hoping Dory and Broggy could help her escape her bitter fate. But now, that was looking less and less likely. Hiss. What a terrifying little brat. Dory backed up a few steps, clutching his head, and looked at Vivian with shock and suspicion. If the first hit was due to carelessness, then the second was a genuine show of overwhelming strength. Even if he wasn't going all out, not even Broggy could have smacked him around like this so easily. Oi, oi, oi. Dory, don't joke around like that. If you can't even beat a junior, how am I supposed to show my face in Elbaf? Broggy decisively stepped forward to shield the wounded Dory. Having fought side by side for decades and then battled each other for 100 years, their synergy was unmatched. Gahahaha, I wasn't being careless, Broggy. Despite sporting panda eyes, Dory grinned widely, baring his teeth in excitement rather than frustration. That's why I said, come at me both of you. Don't waste my time. Vivian clenched her fists with a sharp cracking sound. Not waiting for a reply, she raised her Shiranui blade and swung it down toward Broggy, who was still holding his stone axe. Crack! Broggy tried to block with his axe, but the Shiranui blade sliced through it effortlessly, splitting the axe in two and even leaving a visible crack in his helmet. Had he not swiftly retreated, that single strike might have taken out the legendary giant warrior. Don't underestimate your elders. Dory had already picked up a giant tree trunk, using it as a makeshift greatsword. He swung it down toward Vivian with immense force. Even without a blade, such a weapon in Dory's hands could easily shatter boulders. Then we'll see if your strength lives up to your legend. Vivian parried the blow with her Shiranui blade, then immediately followed up with a powerful kick, catching Dory before he could change moves, sending the giant pirate flying over 100 meters. What a fearsome warrior. Hey, Dory. You all right? Broggy tossed aside his now broken axe and called out seriously. I'm fine. An Elbaf warrior doesn't go down that easily. Dory stood, clutching his stomach. Even though Vivian didn't have Broggy's raw power, the force of her kick had been more than he could comfortably endure. Giants were born with strength and physique far beyond humans. A human might train for over a decade and still be no match for an average adult giant. However, giants also had inherent drawbacks, especially when it came to mastering hockey. Perhaps due to their overwhelming natural strength, giants had less reliance on hockey, which in turn stunted their development of it. With sheer brawn, they could crush most humans with ease, but very few ever went beyond that level. So even though Dory and Broggy were legendary among their people, powerful enough to defeat even Navy vice admirals, they still never learned to wield armament hockey. Facing Vivian, who had trained for decades under Borsellino and mastered both observation and armament hockey, it was only natural that they were at a disadvantage. Where are your real weapons? Dory the blue ogre's longsword, Broggy the red ogre's battle axe, where are they? Vivian spun her Shiranui blade again, creating a swirl of flashing steel. She shouted in irritation. If she wanted to become a new legend by stepping on the names of these two giant heroes, she couldn't allow anyone to say she won just because of her blade, especially not Gulls, who was a die-hard giant warrior pirates fangirl and would never accept a tainted victory. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 229, Vivian vs. Legendary Giants. Gahaha. Broggy. Where's your axe? Dory suddenly burst into laughter. Even though that weapon had accompanied them for over 100 years, to break at the right time for the right person, neither Dory nor Broggy felt any regret. Pohaha. You've lost your weapon too, haven't you, Dory? Broggy laughed back carelessly. The two giant pirates didn't mind at all that losing their weapons had now placed them at a great disadvantage. Even if they could go back and do it again, they'd still have no hesitation in sacrificing their old partners to help send their friends out to sea. TCH. Then let's fight barehanded, fist to fist, fair and square. Vivian thrust her pheasant blade deep into the beach. The ground beneath her feet collapsed with a thud as she lunged directly toward the two giant pirates. Don't get too cocky now, X. The two giants swung their fists in unison. Vivian had already proven her strength. Dory and Broggy no longer saw her as just another female giant. Boom. The fists of the three giants collided, shaking the entire little garden island. Gulls, who was closest, nearly lost balance entirely. On the distant battleship, AI Hybera stared wide-eyed at the three giants exchanging blows. It was her first time seeing a battle between such inhuman beings. Even though Kizaru had live-streamed a battle far more grand, the war at Marine Ford, and even though his duel with his death was far more dangerous than this fight on Little Garden. Seeing it in person was an entirely different experience. Just like how Fubuki only truly realized the gap between an S-class hero and Kizaru when she first saw him in action. Hina's worried, is this really okay? Red Ogre and Blue Ogre are giant pirates who became famous over 100 years ago. Isn't it too reckless for Vice Admiral Vivian to take on both at once? Hina bit her lip anxiously. She had a good relationship with Vivian, mainly because they were both female Marines. As someone from the Navy's dovish faction, Tina had never seen the true strength of the slackercore pillar that was Vivian. In Hina's mind, as a female giant, Vivian was naturally weaker than male giants. And among the ordinary giant vice admirals, their combat power was slightly lower than that of headquarters vice admirals. Now, going 1-on-2 against two pirates that even headquarters vice admirals might not beat. She might end up being badly beaten. Vice Admiral Dalmatian twitched at her words. He didn't think Hina's concern was wrong, but he couldn't help reflecting on whether their faction had been a bit too laid back lately. Otherwise, how could a rising star like Hina not even know how strong Vivian was? That woman was personally trained by Admiral Kizaru. Dalmatian dared to compete with Vivian for the title of Kizaru's top subordinate, but not for top fighter. Even within Marine HQ, there were barely more than a handful of people stronger than Vice Admiral Vivian. Don't worry. Vice Admiral Vivian won't lose. Vice Admiral Dalmatian adjusted his spotted dog hat, but didn't explain why Vivian was so strong. Mainly because he was afraid Hina would naively ask, then between you and Vice Admiral Vivian, who's stronger? And he'd have no good answer to that. If he told the truth, it'd be embarrassing. If he lied, and Vivian found out later, yikes. Hina was still somewhat doubtful, but soon, the three giants on the island had already settled the fight. Elbaf Spear, Hakoku, X. All three giants unleashed their strongest attack at once. Even without weapons, for the finest warriors of the giants, bare hands were more than enough. Boom. Their final strikes collided violently. Shockwaves erupted like a storm in all directions. The sea was churned by the blast and the winds, forming tsunamis over 10 meters high, rushing toward the open ocean. The beach used as a battleground collapsed significantly, the entire island trembled, volcanoes erupted, and dinosaurs fled in panic. Lower the sails. Everyone hit the deck. Prepare for impact. Vice Admiral Dalmatian never imagined Vivian and the two giant pirates could create such a spectacular scene. Seeing the shockwave roll the ocean into a towering tsunami, like a wall bearing down on the warship, he quickly shouted at the sailors. Thankfully, the Marine headquarters crew was well trained. Almost as soon as Dalmatian gave the order, they were already cutting the sail ropes. We're screwed. AI Hybera instinctively wanted to summon Manda or Orochimaru for help, but the tsunami was already upon them. There wasn't even time to call for help in the chat group. Barricade. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Hina flung out a row of black iron bars, shielding both herself and AI Hybera from the tsunami's impact. It was unclear how much time had passed, but when AI Hybera finally regained her senses, the tsunami had completely subsided, and the Marines were already busy assessing the damage to their warship. Even though they had just survived a terrifying natural disaster, not even the youngest-looking Marine showed any trace of fear or lingering tension, as if nothing had happened at all. You're finally awake. Are you okay? Startled by the voice, AI Hybera instinctively turned her head and saw Hina sitting beside her, drying her hair with a towel. The cage fruit could block the tsunami's force, but it couldn't stop all the seawater from flooding in. Thankfully, the Navy headquarters warship was sturdy enough and hadn't been destroyed by the tsunami. Miss Hina, don't you all think that tsunami was terrifying? AI Hybera pushed herself up from a duck-like sitting posture, voicing her confusion. It had clearly been a dangerous situation. Why did everyone look so calm? You'll get used to it. Compared to the storms we deal with at sea, this is nothing. The battle on the island is over. Do you want to go over now, or wait until we've set up camp? Hina shook her head and replied calmly. Seeing Hina's composed expression, AI Hybera began to realize just how dangerous the world Borsalino lived in truly was. I'll go with you now. Mustered with renewed spirit, the thought of seeing real dinosaurs, albeit from another world, instantly lifted her mood. Soon, AI Hybera followed Hina ashore to Little Gardens Beach. The aftermath of the battle had left the shoreline in utter ruins. The two giant pirates had been securely bound by chains as thick as bowls. Only this kind of heavy-duty iron could restrain the strength of giants. Gwahaha. How pathetic, Broggy. Beaten by youngsters. Dory, hands chained behind his back, sat back-to-back with Broggy. Even the battleship of a vice admiral couldn't accommodate 4 giants at once. They would have to wait for a prison ship from Impel down to transport Dory and Broggy. Despite now being prisoners, the blue ogre Dory showed no fear, just a tinge of regret. He and Broggy had planned to return to Elbaf and reunite with their former crewmates. Pwahaha. May the war god bear witness, I've never seen such a strong female giant. Broggy, the red ogre, laughed heartily alongside him. Truthfully, even now, he could hardly believe that even with their combined strength, they'd lost to a female giant, one who wasn't even half their age. By giant standards, she'd only just reached adulthood. Well. Now do you see who's stronger? Vivian triumphantly held up her fist, showing Gulls exactly who was in charge now. Ugh, that violent girl. How could she treat Lord Dory and Lord Broggy like that? Gulls, cradling her head where Vivian had thumped several large bumps, muttered quietly in a corner, fearful that Vivian might hear. To the giants, the giant warrior pirates were a source of immense pride. Every generation of captains had been legendary heroes. Who could have predicted that 2 such legends would fall to a navy-aligned female giant? It was only because most giants were thick-headed that they hadn't yet realized how serious this was. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Dalmatian, having just learned the true identities of the 2 giants, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Who would have thought that the 2 giants who had been dueling on a deserted island for 100 years were actually legendary heroes of the giant race? This is going to be a problem. Dalmatian rubbed his temples. What should have been a major achievement now felt like a political nightmare. If the giants demanded the return of their heroes, would the Navy hand them over or not? If they did, it would be a major loss of face. If they didn't, the fragile relationship with the giants would turn ice-cold instantly. Worse, this could be the spark that reignited a new generation of giant warrior pirates setting sail once more. Even more troubling was the stance of the Navy's own giant soldiers. Loyalists like Vivian were rare, most giant marines had questionable allegiances. If the Navy clashed with the giants, the number of giants who would remain loyal was likely to be worryingly small. With no other options, Dalmatian had no choice but to call Kizaru via Den Mushi, hoping he could handle the brewing storm. While poor Dalmatian fretted over the coming crisis, AI Hybera, accompanied by Hina, ventured into the jungle of Little Garden. It was only then that AI Hybera realized she had nearly overlooked something crucial. There weren't just dinosaurs on this island. The prehistoric creatures here went far beyond her imagination, especially the skeletal remains of 2 sea kings, which left her utterly stunned. The very existence of such massive creatures was mind-blowing. And according to Hina, those weren't even the largest ones. The truly colossal sea kings were so massive that their bodies, just floating on the surface of the sea, resembled entire islands. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 230, Boros Expedition. There were even giant beasts that fed on islands, creatures like that weren't even considered too rare in this strange world. And while AI Hybera was still fascinated by the many prehistoric creatures of Little Garden, Boros, who had arrived in the One Piece world even earlier than her, had already destroyed 4 or 5 unlucky pirate crews in a row. Through the pirates he captured, he roughly grasped the basics of this pirate-filled world. The fact that Kizaru wasn't already the ruler of this planet was something Boros found difficult to comprehend, but in the end, he didn't really care about such things. Captain Boros, we're about to enter the seas near Wano country, but getting through here won't be easy. The speaker wasn't one of the alien members of the Dark Matter pirates, but rather a pirate captain from the New World who had pledged allegiance to Boros. As it turned out, pirates in this world were surprisingly adaptable and accepting of Boros' identity as a space pirate. Especially after witnessing Boros' overwhelming strength firsthand, even a pirate captain with a bounty of 350 million berries, Kosoro, who had eaten the shock fruit, didn't hesitate to kneel before Boros. Considering that Kizaru had asked him to recruit a few more major pirates, Boros simply promoted Kosoro to a combatant, making him the first pirate officer of the Dark Matter pirates in this world. Then what are we waiting for? I can't wait to meet my new subordinates. Boros gave the order decisively. After a 20-year voyage, and being ravaged by the aftermath of his battle with Kizaru, Boros' flagship, the Dominator, was already in tatters. But for in-planet travel, it was still good enough. The massive natural barrier of ocean currents surrounding Wano meant nothing to the Dominator. However, the bold intrusion of the Dominator into Wano's skies was immediately spotted by the beast's pirate sentries. Enemy attack. They're coming from the sky. Ear-piercing alarms echoed through the skies of Wano and Onigashima. In sheer size, the Dominator even surpassed Gecko Moria's thriller bark. Only the massive snails of Germa 66 could compare. A giant airship like this appearing in the sky was impossible to miss, it was simply too huge. The Dominator moved at an astonishing speed. Not long after the alarms rang out, the colossal vessel was already looming over Wano like a dark cloud. Unbelievable. I can't believe Lord Boros' ship can still fly. Haha. Once Captain Boros defeats Kaido, he'll become the next Yonko. Yonko. No way, Captain Boros will become the Pirate King. Not Pirate King. The King of the world. Many pirates rushed to the upper deck of the Dominator, looking down excitedly on the Wano country they never even dreamed they'd see, cheering loudly in the name of Boros. Just like Kizaru, many other pirates also surrendered to Boros. Although most of them were small fry pirates, even small fry who could survive in the New World were troublesome characters that would give marine branches headaches in other seas. The reason Kizaru wanted Boros to become the so-called Pirate King wasn't just to discuss the world government, it was more importantly to use Boros' banner to gather all these cockroach-like characters together. Then, once Kizaru overthrew the world government in the future, he could take the opportunity to wipe out all these rats and cockroaches in one fell swoop. If those cheering pirates knew that the Boros they relied on was actually working with the Marines, they'd probably mentally collapse on the spot. Who are you people? Why are you invading Wano country? Don't you know this is Lord Kaido's territory? A massive pteranodon flew in from the distance, circling the Dominator once before hesitating to attack out of caution. He shouted a warning to the pirates on the upper deck. As one of the all-stars of the Beast's pirates, King was quite experienced. But he had never seen such a colossal pirate ship, let alone one that could fly. Especially when he looked more closely and realized the entire ship seemed to be made of steel. Wano wasn't just rich in sea stone, it was also famous for producing steel and weapons. But even if all the blacksmiths in Wano worked together their entire lives, they wouldn't produce even 1% of the steel used in this ship. We are the cosmic dark matter pirates. Now get Kaido out here, our Captain Boros has decided to make him his underling. Kizaru, being the pirate with the highest bounty aboard the Dominator at the moment, stepped forward on behalf of Boros to speak. Though it was extremely risky, being able to talk smack to someone he once could only look up to gave Kizaru an immense thrill. You're asking for death? King, who had been racking his brain trying to recall what the cosmic dark matter pirates were, immediately flew into a rage after hearing Kizaru's words. No longer caring about who Boros might be, he dove straight down toward Kizaru. Shock cannon. Kizaru wasn't about to back down. Even knowing he wasn't King's match, being able to make a name for himself in the New World meant he wasn't someone who lacked the courage to fight back. Of course, the real reason he dared to resist was because Boros was behind him. Without Boros, Kizaru probably would have chosen self-preservation instead. Whoosh! The shock fruit could apply force to any object, even the air itself. However, King, in his massive pteranodon form, relied on his powerful physique and charged straight through the shockwaves, like a cannonball. Go repent in hell. Still in his pteranodon form, King let out a sinister grin. Unlike the flaky pirates below, the three all-stars of the Beast's pirates were unwaveringly loyal to Kaido. Especially King, who was a Lunarian. If Kaido hadn't taken him in back then, he, a surviving remnant of the Lunarian race, wouldn't have had any chance at life. That's why anyone who dared insult Boss Kaido would be shown no mercy when King struck. He pierced through the final air wall, aiming the hardest part of his beak straight at Kizaru, launching a full-speed thrust. Even someone as strong as fellow All-Star Queen would struggle to withstand this strike. However, what made King slightly uneasy was that even facing the full assault of a Beast's Pirates All-Star, Kizaru didn't look panicked. Instead, he wore a smug grin, like a hunter watching prey step into a trap. But in the blink of an eye, King didn't have time to think it through. He had complete confidence in his power. At such close range, no one in this sea could save Kizaru, not even Boss Kaido himself. Snap. Just as King was about to pierce through Kizaru with full confidence, he suddenly felt a sharp pain shoot through his beak. A man with a single massive eye had appeared before him. With just one hand, the man clutched King's beak tightly, rendering him completely immobile. The strength King once used to lift an entire pirate ship was nothing before this man, like a toddler just learning to walk. So this is Kaido. Still gripping King's beak, easily subduing this famed all-star of the Beast's pirates, Boros spoke with mild disappointment. While stronger than your average fighter, this guy clearly wasn't who Boros had come here for. MMMPH. MMMPH. Hearing the name Kaido from this one-eyed freak's mouth, King began thrashing in panic, but under Boros's grip, he couldn't even speak. Captain Boros, this is one of Kaido's all-stars, King Conflagration, with a bounty of 1.39 billion berries. Kizaru, who was once a pirate captain himself, now laughed carefully at Boros's side like some sycophantic flunky. If any of his former crewmates or enemies saw him now, they'd probably question reality itself. But Kizaru had no choice in the matter. As a pirate with a bounty of 350 million berries, he'd never wanted to be someone's lapdog, especially not to some random space pirate. Unfortunately, while Boros might seem calm and rational most of the time, vaporizing subordinates for trivial reasons was basically routine for him. Kizaru, who very much valued staying alive, could only cave in. He had thought about resisting. But the last pirate captain who tried, someone even stronger than Kizaru, who had secretly allied with several pirate crews, was obliterated in an instant. That force had a combined bounty of at least 2 billion berries and over 2,000 men. And Boros didn't even realize they were enemies plotting against him, he wiped them out just because they were in his way. Against such an inhuman monster, Kizaru truly had no other choice but to play the loyal dog. Oh, so he's one of Kaido's men. Not bad. We'll keep him for now. As Boros finished speaking, he casually flung King onto the upper deck of the ship. The reinforced alloy deck caved in under the impact, forming a crater, while King lost consciousness entirely. The watching pirates fell silent with terror. That was a pirate worth nearly 1.4 billion berries, and he couldn't even put up a fight. As for them, petty pirates whose combined bounties might not even match King's, they didn't stand a chance. Captain Boros, Kaido hasn't shown up yet. Should we take control of the beast's pirates and force him to appear? Kizaru, mustering his courage, offered the suggestion. If King's strength was only SOSO in Boros's eyes, Kizaru knew that to survive, and thrive, under this monster, he had to prove his worth however he could. Most of the captured pirates had already submitted. But even among dogs, there were those who barked first and those who just got dragged along. Kizaru, who once believed in carving his own path through power, suddenly realized, maybe being a dog was his true talent after all. When Captain Boros becomes the pirate king, maybe he, Kizaru, could rise with him. A dog turned great pirate, feared across the seas. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 231, Boros Expedition, 2. Go ahead, Boros replied. Boros spoke indifferently. Truth be told, Kizaru was still a bit too naive. Boros didn't care whether his subordinates were useful or not. To Boros, the only standard for judging a subordinate was strength. Those lacking in strength were all pathetic weaklings and worthless trash. The dark matter pirates needed only the strong. So, under Kizaru's disbelieving gaze, he and a group of pirates who wanted nothing more than to kill him were unceremoniously tossed to the ground, and sent to take control of the beast's pirates. Outside the flower capital in Wano, the beast's pirates had already fully assembled. When they saw a bunch of unfamiliar pirates descend from the sky, they immediately assumed an all-out attack was about to begin. But once the fighting started, they quickly realized the enemy wasn't even worth mentioning. A few of the stronger ones couldn't even lift a finger against one of the all-stars, Queen. They're all weaklings, one of them's passable. Aboard the ship, Boros shook his head in disappointment. His gaze finally landed on Queen, who had transformed, only then did his expression ease a little. Still, among a crew of several thousand pirates, only a dozen were barely worth noticing, with just 2 or 3 of them barely acceptable in strength, and then there was the supposedly superior king of the beasts, Kaido. Looks like Borsalino hadn't lied to him after all. What the hell? A bunch of nobodies think they can attack the beast's pirates? Speak up. What did you do to King? Queen's massive foot stomped down on Kizaru's chest. Despite their usual disagreements, Queen knew well that King, just like him, was one of Kaido's irreplaceable pillars. Kizaru, whose limbs had already been broken, was completely despairing. He couldn't understand why Boros would treat him like this. Had he not groveled hard enough? The searing pain in his shattered limbs and caved-in chest pushed him into deeper hopelessness. Pirates rarely looked after injured crewmates, let alone someone now practically crippled. You're all doomed. You've caught the eye of that monster, ha ha ha. Kizaru mumbled weakly. And when the corner of his eye caught Boros descending from the sky, he suddenly burst into hysterical laughter, despite the pain. Crunch. Queen, already in a foul mood, crushed Kizaru's chest like a tin can, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared down the newly landed Boros. Or more precisely, the Boros who was still casually holding the unconscious king by the throat. You've got guts, punk. Queen's beady little eyes flared with rage. He and King may have clashed often, but that was family business. Seeing King, another all-star, being held up like a dead duck was infuriating. What Boros had done was basically the equivalent of slapping Kaido and the entire beast's pirates in the face, with a mud-covered shoe. Bastard. Let go of Lord King. Jack the Drought bellowed furiously. If King hadn't still been in Boros's grasp, Jack would have charged already. Though mocked for his useless elephant reputation and 10 billion bounty with 9 billion in ivory, Jack was still one of the 3 all-stars. His strength and loyalty were both unquestionable. Unlike the mutual disdain between King and Queen, Jack was devoted not just to Kaido, but also respected the two who ranked above him. Where is Kaido of the beasts? Boros's gaze passed over Jack, lingered briefly on the transformed queen, then he asked the question emotionlessly. Kaido isn't. Jack started to answer honestly, but Queen quickly slapped a hand over his mouth. Humph. For someone like you who doesn't know their place, there's no need for Kaido to step in. Men, take him down. Queen shouted arrogantly, and with his order, the beast's pirates roared in unison and charged. Take down the Cyclops. Rescue Lord King. Feel the might of the beast's pirates. You're dead meat. Queen had also charged forward with Jack. Nearly 2/3 of the beast's pirates' total combat strength had gathered here. Even if their opponent were a monster like Big Mom, they wouldn't be entirely outmatched. But as the furious wave of beast's pirates surged toward him, Boros simply extended his hand, his face still calm and expressionless. Those who survive are worthy of becoming my subordinates. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive surge of energy erupted from Boros's palm, forming a wide, ferocious shockwave that engulfed every member of the beast's pirates. Boom. The entire flower capital shook violently from the explosion just outside the city walls. Even the shell-shocked citizens, already like the Walking Dead, gazed in horror toward the blast, wondering what new madness Kaido was up to. By the time King awoke from unconsciousness, his naturally cautious instincts kept him from opening his eyes immediately. Instead, he quietly listened to the sounds around him. The first things he heard were the gentle sounds of string instruments and soft laughter from women, and footsteps of someone dancing. Confused, King cracked open one eye, and the first thing he saw was that fat idiot Queen, dancing and twisting his body. Was it all just a dream? Relieved and hopeful, King didn't even notice how stiff Queen's smile looked as he quickly sat up. But before he could let out a sigh of relief, he saw the one seated on the main throne, not Kaido, nor Orochi, but the very monster who had effortlessly defeated him. Boros. Wearing his distinctive armor, Boros lounged on the throne that once belonged to Kurozumi Orochi, looking completely uninterested. Beside him, the courtesan Kamirasaki poured him wine with an affectionate smile. Below the throne, Jack was wrapped up like a dumpling in heavy chains, and Queen was dancing lifelessly like she had lost the will to live. As for Orochi and his retainers. When King's eye swept over the rest of the hall, all he saw were 3 charred, vaguely humanoid remains. A chill ran down his spine. Could Kaido have suffered the same fate? Fortunately, as King looked further, he saw the Tobi Roppo kneeling outside the palace, but no sign of Kaido. You're awake. Boros said casually after sipping his wine. Your power's mediocre, but your body's quite durable. Stronger than I expected. To Boros, even the fearsome disasters of the beast's pirates were just high-ranking fighters. Sitting beside him, Kamirasaki's beautiful eyes shimmered with fascination. Although the time prophesied hadn't yet come, the fact that even Orochi and his clan had been killed by Boros made her wonder, could this man truly be the samurai from the prophecy? It was just a shame, he only had one eye. It was a bit intimidating. But Kamirasaki thought, if it was to repay the men who saved Wano, that really wasn't such a big issue. You. What the hell are you? Why did you attack the beast's pirates? King finally demanded, voice filled with disbelief and lingering fury. King's expression, hidden behind his helmet, turned extremely grim. Boros's confident and overbearing demeanor made him uneasy, especially since he had been effortlessly defeated along with the rest of the beast's pirates. Such strength, even Big Brother Kaido might not be able to handle this guy. I am the overlord of the universe. Captain of the Dark Matter Pirates, Boros. I'm going to become the Pirate King. I heard you guys were strong, so I came to recruit you into the Dark Matter Pirates. Boros frowned slightly, recalling the speech that Borsalino had taught him. He didn't quite understand why Borsalino wanted him to become this so-called Pirate King. But since it was Borsalino's order, Boros had no choice but to follow through. King and Queen had imagined countless possibilities, even the idea that Boros might actually be a secret agent of the Marines. But they never expected such a wild answer, to become the Pirate King. Isn't becoming Pirate King just a matter of sailing across the Grand Line and reaching Laugh Tale? With this guy's strength, who in the world could even stop him? We've already sworn loyalty to Big Brother Kaido. We appreciate your offer, but we must decline. As an apology, I can give you a replica of the road poneglyph. A flurry of thoughts flashed through King's mind, but in the end, he gave up the idea of making Boros an enemy. He didn't know what exactly had happened while he was unconscious, but judging from how Boros had single-handedly crushed over half the beast's pirates without a scratch, his strength was beyond question. If such a terrifying man could be sent away with just a replica of the road poneglyph, that would be ideal. He doesn't seem too cautious anyway. Maybe the fake copy we prepared will work. Big Brother King. Jack, bound tightly with chains like a rice dumpling, couldn't help but call out. That replica was something Kaido valued more than anything. To just hand it over to the enemy. If Kaido finds out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shut up, Jack. Queen also figured out what King was planning. Even though he constantly butted heads with King, right now he fully supported his decision. Get this monster out of here ASAP, preferably before Kaido returns. Jack writhed in protest but didn't dare to disobey the decision jointly made by his two elder brothers. It's fine. Kaido can join the Dark Matter Pirates too. He'll be a top-tier combatant. You three can be elite fighters. Boros didn't care at all about King's polite refusal. No one could say no to a decision made by him, either accept it or die. Of course, if someone like Borsalino could beat him half to death again, that would be a different story. Beside Boros, Kamurasaki was stunned. The All-Stars, the Tobarapo kneeling outside the palace, and even the Shinichi, were all speechless in shock. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 232, Boros vs. Kaido. You want Kaido to be your subordinate. The word squeezed through King's clenched teeth. He couldn't believe someone in this world could be so arrogant. Even Roger and Whitebeard had never entertained such delusions. That's one way to put it. Boros sipped his drink and curled his lips slightly in disdain. Impossible. Stop dreaming. There's no way Boss Kaido would ever become your underling. The most hot-tempered of them, Jack, could no longer hold back. Despite still being a prisoner, he roared furiously at Boros. The All-Stars were all hardcore loyalists, utterly devoted to Kaido's charisma. Even now, with their lives in Boros' hands, none of them would submit. Before Boros could respond, a commotion erupted outside the palace. It seemed someone was trying to force their way in. Tobarapo tried to stop them, but none dared to actually attack the intruder. What's going on out there? Are those samurai trying to stir up trouble? Queen jumped at the chance to change the subject. As enraged as he was by Boros' remarks, saving Jack was more urgent right now. Once Kaido returned, he could deal with this damn one-eyed freak personally, with his kanabo. Boros wasn't fazed. Recruiting these high-ranking combatants would be ideal, but even if it failed, it was no great loss. His real target was Kaido. In fact, if it came down to it, killing Kaido would serve just as well as recruiting him. If it weren't for Kizaru's request, Boros might have preferred the former. Lord Queen, young Master Yamato is trying to break in. Black Maria spoke hesitantly. Kneeling on the floor, she was sneakily glancing at Boros from the corner of her eye. She'd arrived late and hadn't witnessed Boros crush the Beast Pirates' main force firsthand. But if even the All-Stars had been defeated, Maria, who always knew which way the wind blew, wasn't going to do anything reckless. Damn it. Of all times, kick her out, now. Queen was furious enough to curse, but Yamato was Kaido's son, the kind of person you couldn't hit or scold no matter how much they caused trouble. And it wasn't just that, every time Kaido faced a crisis, Yamato would jump in to cause even more chaos. It was infuriating. Yes, sir. Black Maria knew exactly where the problem lay. But before she could deliver Queen's command, Yamato, masked and wielding her kanabo, had already stormed in. Where's the guy who wants to take down Kaido? Yamato shouted impatiently, her eyes quickly locking onto the figure seated at the head of the room, Boros. Of course, it wasn't because she could sense his power, but simply because Boros was the only unfamiliar face in the hall. Who's she? Boros glanced at Yamato and suddenly regretted killing off that earlier group of small-time pirates. He should have spared the one who could identify others for him, then at least he wouldn't be this clueless. Young Master Yamato is Kaido's son. What surprised Boros was that the woman who'd randomly come over to pour him a drink earlier actually answered for him this time. He glanced at the woman beside him, then turned his head away disinterestedly. That previous guy could barely be called a fighter, but this woman didn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Even if he just wanted an assistant to help introduce people, it couldn't be someone this weak. If you want to take down Kaido, I can help you. Yamato said excitedly. There had been others in the past who dared challenge Kaido, but most couldn't even get past the Tobarapo, let alone the All-Stars or Kaido himself. Now that someone had beaten all the All-Stars, there was no way Yamato would miss this chance. Here we go again. Queen groaned and resisted the urge to cover his face. Once Kaido beat this one-eyed freak, he had to suggest locking Yamato up. They couldn't keep letting him team up with every enemy. This happened every time. King, who had said little so far, stared coldly at Yamato. Loyal to Kaido to the core, he couldn't tolerate such betrayal. Still, King knew that Kaido would never allow him to punish Yamato. He had too much hope for his son. Otherwise, given how Yamato constantly disrespected him, anyone else would have been dead 10 times over. Aren't you Kaido's son? Boros asked, puzzled by Yamato's behavior. I'm Kazuki Oden. I'm destined to defeat Kaido. Yamato declared righteously. He refused to acknowledge his other identity, at least not while he still had a shot at beating Kaido. Whatever. Do you know where Kaido is? Boros was starting to lose patience. Kizaru hadn't specified a deadline, but Boros wasn't one to waste time on locals. I don't, but since you took down Orochi, he'll come to you soon. Yamato replied confidently. This had actually been her own plan, to provoke Kaido by stirring trouble. Unfortunately, Queen had stopped her before she could act. Is that so? Just as Boros finished speaking, deafening thunder suddenly echoed in the sky. The All-Stars' faces lit up in unison. Kamirasaki collapsed in fear onto Boros. Kaido's here. Yamato gripped her kanabo tightly and looked up anxiously. The next moment, a violent storm tore the roof from the hall, and a colossal azure dragon hundreds of meters long inhaled deeply over Boros' position. Wait. Boss Kaido. Queen and King ran for it, dragging a tightly bound Jack along. Even Yamato, who had just pledged to team up with Boros, bolted at top speed from the hall. Boros calmly stared at the dragon in the sky. For the first time, his usually expressionless face showed satisfaction. Heat breath. A scorching wind incinerated the entire hall in an instant. As the flames devoured the last remnants of the structure, Kaido transformed back into human form and landed. Boss Kaido. As expected, Kaido of the beasts is the strongest. That damn one-eyed freak was burned to ashes. The beast pirates swarmed around him excitedly. They'd actually thought that guy was strong, only to see him instantly annihilated by Kaido. Big bro Kaido. Be careful, that guy might still be alive. King and Queen returned with Jack in tow. Unlike the naive Tobarapo, the All-Stars who had actually faced Boros weren't so easily fooled. Bang. As soon as the words fell, the wreckage of the Great Hall suddenly exploded. Boros, shrouded in a protective energy shield, emerged from the ruins with the trembling Kazuki Hiyori in tow. Even a blast capable of leveling a mountain was no threat at all to Boros. Hick. Who the hell is this guy? Drunk as ever, Kaido suddenly hiccuped. Only then did the surrounding pirates realize that Kaido didn't seem entirely sober. If it had been any other pirate facing such a terrifying foe while intoxicated, it would have been suicide. But Kaido was notorious for his near-invulnerable body, tough skin, monstrous endurance. Even opponents of equal strength would struggle to inflict real damage. No matter how drunk he was, a fight could quickly sober him up. No idea. All we know is that he came from that massive ship in the sky and that his power is terrifying. His speed and strength are insane. If he's not some unknown special race, then maybe, he's an awakened Zoan-type devil fruit user. King racked his brain for whatever information he could recall about Boros, trying to find anything that might give Kaido an edge. But even he knew this intel was almost worthless. After all, they hadn't even figured out what Boros's abilities really were. Zoan-type. Hey, Cyclops over there, interested in joining the Beast's pirates as one of my underlings. To King's disbelief, Kaido didn't even bother listening to his analysis. He simply extended an olive branch and tried to recruit Boros, someone clearly stronger than even the All-Stars. Queen's expression twitched. What was this, a mutual recruitment party? These two hadn't even really fought yet and were already trying to make the other their subordinate. If Kaido weren't within arm's reach, Queen would have rolled his eyes and started complaining. Beast Kaido. Not bad. If you're willing to submit, I can make you the supreme combatant of the Dark Matter pirate crew. It was like Boros hadn't heard a word Kaido said. His voice remained calm and flat. The entire area fell into stunned silence. From the Beast's pirates to Kazuki Hiyori behind Boros, everyone looked to Kaido in horror. Even Yamato, who had been preparing to charge forward with her kanabo, slowed to a cautious halt. I'll say it again. Are you joining the Beast's pirates or not? I'll even make you the fourth calamity. Kaido, previously drunk and sluggish, now seemed much more awake. His sharp eyes locked onto Boros, glowing with menace. Since conquering Wano, it had been a long time since anyone dared to refuse his offer. Are you deaf? Boros asked plainly. Having a deaf subordinate would be a bit inconvenient, after all. Boom. The ground under Kaido's feet exploded as he launched forward like a speeding bullet train. He could tolerate Yamato's defiance, but not the disrespect of a stranger, especially one who hadn't pledged loyalty yet. Thunderbagwa. Intent on at least teaching Boros a painful lesson, Kaido didn't hold back in the slightest. Anyone strong enough to defeat the All-Stars couldn't be weak, so Kaido went all out from the start. Coated in Conqueror's haki, his kanabo was enveloped in black lightning as it crashed down with ferocious force. Even among the All-Stars, only the thick-skinned Queen could take a direct hit from this. Bang. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 233, Boros vs Kaido, 2. Expressionless as ever, Boros calmly raised his arm and caught the Thunderbagua strike with his bare hand. The ground around them cracked and shattered under the impact. Though Hiyori had hidden behind Boros, she was still blown away by the shockwave. Wah! You've got to be kidding me. He blocked it with his arm. That was Kaido's Thunderbagua. This guy, is he even human? Gasps of disbelief spread among the beast's pirates. Even the All-Stars, who had already fought Boros, could hardly believe their eyes. No one had expected this mysterious outsider to be so monstrously strong. Impressive. So Kizaru didn't lie to me after all. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Boros' face. Even compared to the top-tier fighters he had before, Kaido's strength was by no means inferior. Especially since Kaido's greatest asset was said to be his physical toughness, making him a perfect warm-up opponent without having to worry about accidentally killing him. Kizaru. What's your relationship with that bastard Kizaru? Kaido hadn't expected to hear that name, the very name that once made him grit his teeth in fury, coming from Boros' mouth. Thinking about Kizaru's usual maddening behavior, Kaido suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that Kizaru had set him up again? That's none of your business. If you surrender now, my previous offer still stands, Boros said flatly. He felt he was being generous enough. If it weren't for the current shortage of top-tier fighters, someone like Kaido, who had dared to reject his offer, would have already been eliminated, no matter how strong. Same goes for me. Surrender now and I'll still reserve you a spot as one of my calamities. Kaido growled through gritted teeth, continuously putting pressure on Boros' arm, trying to force it down. Aside from Big Mom, that iron balloon, Kaido had never encountered a monster who could challenge his raw power head-on. Yet Boros was using just one arm to block his Thunderbagua. That level of strength was even more outrageous than Lean's. So annoying. Boros gave Kaido an impatient glance, and slowly began lifting the arm that was blocking the Kanabo, completely unfazed by Kaido's brute force. Roar. Feeling provoked, Kaido instantly transformed into his hybrid beast form. In his half-dragon, half-human state, his power surged tremendously. Even Boros' lifting speed was forced to slow slightly under the increased pressure. The clash of these two monsters caused the ground beneath them to collapse again. Seizing the moment, Kaido leapt into the air, spinning his Kanabo before swinging it down with a powerful overhead strike. Three Worlds Ragnarok. His Kanabo, wrapped in Conqueror's haki and crackling with black lightning, came crashing down toward Boros. Given how even the All-Stars had stood no chance against the one-eyed freak, Kaido didn't hold back at all. Boros, unfazed, raised his fist to meet the blow. He didn't need a weapon, his body was his greatest weapon. Boom. The moment Kaido's Kanabo collided with Boros' fist, countless streaks of black lightning exploded outward from the center of impact. Like a nest of black serpents, the chaotic lightning tore the plaza in front of the palace to shreds. Yet, despite the devastating energy capable of pulverizing rock and even steel, Boros didn't so much as flinch, his expression remained unchanged. Wah. That's insane. Get back. Don't get caught in the fight. He's a total monster. Just who the hell is this guy? The beast's pirates scrambled to retreat in panic. Even the All-Stars and Tobi Roppo weren't exceptions. They originally thought Kaido would easily defeat Boros, but now it seemed it was going to take a lot more effort. As it turned out, the beast's pirates had underestimated Boros. The battle between the two monsters quickly reached a stalemate, or rather, Kaido was at a massive disadvantage. Since becoming a pirate, Kaido had never faced an opponent like Boros. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't truly threaten him. This one-eyed freak's strength and physique even seemed to slightly surpass his own, though for some reason, he still hadn't used any of the three types of haki. Kaido refused to believe that someone this powerful didn't know how to use haki. The only explanation left was that this one-eyed freak was toying with him. Roar. Drunken Thunderbagua, Naraka drop. Kaido spun his Kanabo at high speed, a torrent of Conqueror's haki raging around it as he fiercely slammed it down toward Boros. Enraged, Kaido began abandoning his own defense, throwing everything he had into taking down the one-eyed monster before him. Clang. But the next moment, Boros caught Kaido's Kanabo with his bare hand. The resulting shockwave ripped up the ground behind him, as if hundreds or even thousands of oxen had plowed through it. Even so, Boros's body merely swayed slightly. In terms of pure physical strength, this might be the area where the gap between Kaido and Boros was the smallest. Armament haki. Were you looking down on me this whole time? Kaido's half-dragon face twitched, and his golden dragon pupils trembled slightly in their sockets. He was clearly furious beyond reason. If that one-eyed freak hadn't suddenly started using armament haki, he wouldn't have even noticed it. That meant the opponent had been taking his ferocious attacks barehanded without using haki at all until now. Not even the former Whitebeard or that navy monster Kizaru would have dared to humiliate him like this. I just discovered something kind of interesting. and as for the other one, maybe it's like this. Boros completely ignored Kaido's furious, oppressive aura. After a brief moment of thought, he seemed to figure it out. Boom. It was as if thunder suddenly exploded in the air. A massive surge of Conqueror's haki erupted skyward. Though invisible, it roared up like a colossal ocean current shooting into the sky. It blasted a huge, visible hole through the clouds over Wano, and then this immense Conqueror's haki spread out like a vortex, sweeping across the entire country in the blink of an eye. Aside from Kaido, his daughter, and the three all-stars of the Beast's pirates, barely anyone in all of Wano could remain conscious under the pressure of that overwhelming Conqueror's haki. Even Kaido himself was momentarily shaken by such a terrifying aura. Conqueror's haki could be simply understood as the willpower of the strong. The more powerful and confident a person was, the more intense their Conqueror's haki would be. As someone who was once the ruler of the universe, Boros clearly possessed both overwhelming strength and absolute confidence. In fact, if he hadn't been defeated by Kizaru before, his Conqueror's haki might have been even more fearsome. Feeling both armament and Conqueror's haki coiling around his hands, Boros couldn't help but let a faint smile curl at the corner of his lips. So that's how it works, interesting. Boros didn't dwell on his newly awakened haki. For a true powerhouse, mastering haki was simply a matter of course. With his level of strength, Boros didn't even need to trade blows with Kaido for long, just a glance was enough to grasp 70 to 80% of the concept, and a bit of testing was all it took to master it. No one has ever dared act so arrogant in front of me. Stunned by Boros's Conqueror's haki, Kaido came back to his senses in just the blink of an eye. Realizing what had just happened, Kaido erupted like a raging volcano. His own burst of Conqueror's haki violently clashed against Boros's and even forced it back through sheer intensity. While mastering haki came easily to Boros, reaching or surpassing Kaido's level of usage would still take time and training. Until then, Boros's haki was mostly superficial, more than enough to deal with fodder, but not yet a true threat to someone of Kaido's caliber. Realizing this, Kaido went all out, determined to defeat Boros at any cost. Gripping his kanabo, now crackling with black lightning, Kaido hurled it down on Boros with the weight of a mountain behind it. Known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, Kaido was undoubtedly the strongest in terms of raw physical power among the pirate emperors. Then I guess I'll get a little serious and play with you a bit. Even Boros had to admit that this guy, worthy of being called a top-level combatant, didn't disappoint in the strength department. The only pity was that Kaido's power still fell short of Boros's expectations. Still, based on what he'd heard, Kaido's body was extremely tough, so maybe he could afford to cut loose a little. The armor covering Boros's body gradually fell away, one of several limiters he'd prepared to restrain his power. He wore them precisely so he could enjoy a good fight if he encountered a strong opponent. But considering he still had a mission from Kizaru to complete, Boros didn't intend to keep wasting time on Kaido. Great Might, Thunder Bagua. Enraged, Kaido unleashed more than everything he had. The force of his strike was like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting, truly worthy of a pirate emperor feared across the new world. Energy burst. The moment his armor was fully removed, Boros unleashed a staggering surge of power that sent Kaido flying with overwhelming force. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 234, Boros vs Kaido, 3. Chapter 152, The Beast's Pirates are annexed. Kaido's entire body was hurled into the ruins of Orochi's palace. At the same moment the ruins collapsed, a massive azure dragon, stretching several hundred meters long, soared into the sky. Destructive wind breath. The enormous dragon circled in the sky. Its long body swelled like a balloon before it opened its mouth and released a violent torrent of wind blades toward Boros. This single strike engulfed the entire surrounding area of the palace, showing no regard for the unconscious Beast's pirates members who might be caught in the blast. The still conscious all-stars were so terrified they turned and ran, desperately trying to stay as far from the battlefield as possible. Even Yamato, who wanted to team up with Boros against her father, didn't dare to charge in recklessly at a time like this. Shoo 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 shoo. Countless thin and sharp wind blades poured down like water, scraping layer after layer from everything within range. In just the blink of an eye, a massive crater, hundreds of meters in radius and bottomless in depth, formed on the ground. There was no deafening roar, just silent devastation. Whether earth, rock, or metal, all were reduced to dust under the countless wind blades. The sky was completely obscured by dust and debris, yet Kaido showed no signs of letting up. He continued to circle above, generating high-temperature flame clouds that gradually engulfed the battlefield skies. Even from several kilometers away, one could feel the rising heat in the atmosphere from the ground below. As the temperature rose and the hot winds began to disperse the swirling dust, Boros was revealed, standing calmly inside a shimmering energy shield. Not bad at all. Boros looked up at the scorching sky, the curve of his smile widening. First came armament and Conqueror's haki, and now a finishing move that finally made him feel a hint of danger, Kaido had brought Boros quite the pleasant surprise. Though it still didn't compare to the thrill of life and death he experienced when fighting Kizaru, having a dessert right after a feast wasn't a bad idea either. Flaming heat stream. As the blazing clouds filled the entire sky and the heat baked the ground red-hot, the dragon Kaido took a long, deep breath and swallowed all the fire clouds into his belly. Then, with explosive force, he unleashed a torrent of scorching dragon's breath at Boros. The nearly pure white stream of heat surged forth like a world-ending flood, threatening to completely consume Boros. Energy cannon. But in the very next moment, Boros's energy beam shot skyward, smashing directly into the endless stream of fire clouds like a river reversing course, slamming straight into Kaido's face. Roar. Kaido roared, forcing every ounce of power from his body as he unleashed an even stronger surge of white-hot flames, trying to overpower Boros's energy beam. Unfortunately for him, now that Boros was being even a little serious, Kaido could only watch helplessly as the cutting edge of the beam, razor-sharp and blinding, raced toward him. Boom. Even though Kaido barely dodged at the last moment, the devastating energy beam still grazed him, scorching a huge black mark into his draconic body. Even with Kaido's monstrous physique and impenetrable scales, he couldn't resist the residual shockwave of the blast. Damn you. I'm gonna kill you. The searing pain, something Kaido hadn't felt in ages, made him roar with rage. Not even when Odin had cut him had he been this furious. The terrifying power that had nearly obliterated him made Kaido truly feel the horror of standing on the edge of life and death. Oh. Really? Just as Kaido roared in fury, he suddenly heard Boros's voice whisper beside his ear. Before Kaido could react, an astonishing force struck him squarely, hurling him violently from the sky. Having removed the armor that constantly suppressed his own power, Boros in his true state now vastly outclassed Kaido in both speed and strength. Even future sight, observation hockey at the level of foreseeing events, was rendered nearly useless in the face of such overwhelming disparity. Boom. The massive azure dragon crashed hard into the ground, causing the entire flower capital to tremble as if struck by an earthquake. But for Kaido, whose skin and flesh were as tough as iron, this level of damage did little more than enrage him further. Rag. Kaido, having just been slammed into the earth, sprang up again with a roar and shot back into the sky, prepared to fight Boros to the death. But before he could even spot Boros, a sudden sharp pain shot through his tail. Boros had somehow appeared on the ground and seized Kaido's dragon tail before he could fully take flight. He looked like he intended to drag him back down from the sky. Enraged, Kaido thrashed his tail furiously to shake Boros off. But to his shock, even in his strongest form, the azure dragon, he was still being overpowered in brute strength. Before Kaido could even begin to figure out how to break free, a sudden jolt surged through his tail. And then, his entire massive dragon body was spun violently in place. Boros, gripping Kaido's tail like a giant whip, spun him around like a top, turning the terrifying dragon into a flying windmill. Kaido, shocked and furious, struggled with everything he had, but could not stop being flung around over and over. Finally, like an enormous god-slaying whip, Boros smashed him brutally into the earth of the flower capital. Boom. KRRRKKKKKK. The entire city split down the middle, with Kaido as the axis. A giant fissure, tens of kilometers long, tore across the land. Even people in other parts of Wano could feel the ground beneath their feet violently shaking. An earthquake. It's coming from the direction of the flower capital. Damn it. Is Kaido testing weapons again? The people of Wano looked toward the flower capital in fear and anger, but after so many years, even the bravest samurai had lost the will to resist under Kaido's tyranny. Some began to suspect something had gone wrong with the beast's pirates, but until they saw Kaido fall with their own eyes, none dared to rise up against the rule of the beast pirates. Kaido-san. Queen's teeth were chattering as he watched Kaido get slammed into the ground by the one-eyed monster. Several seconds passed, and Kaido still didn't move. Even the All-Stars, who had the utmost faith in Kaido, were beginning to panic. Bastard. I'll die before I let you get away with this. The hot-headed Jack charged blindly at Boros, trying to rescue his fallen Kaido-sama from the clutches of the one-eyed monster. But Boros casually swatted him away with a single punch, instantly knocking him out cold. If Kaido still had room to struggle against Boros, then Jack was nothing more than a weakling, barely better than cannon fodder. The difference in power was so vast that no matter how determined or courageous Jack was, he couldn't cause Boros even the slightest inconvenience. Flame Emperor Dragon. King's katana erupted into blazing flames as he slashed, sending a massive dragon-shaped flame wave toward Boros. As a Lunarian, King naturally possessed control over fire. After combining that with his swordsmanship, hockey, and devil fruit powers, he had developed his own unique combat style. Among the All-Stars, King was undoubtedly the strongest. Even Boros looked at him with mild surprise after effortlessly dispersing the flames. It seemed Boros hadn't expected this man, whom he'd previously brushed aside with ease, to actually show some trace of worth. Royal Fire Shot. Even knowing he was no match, King still transformed into his Pteranodon form and, like Jack, charged forward in a desperate attempt to rescue Kaido. The massive Pteranodon flapped its wings and launched an attack at Boros, only to be casually knocked to the ground by a single punch, losing consciousness on the spot. Clack 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 clack. Queen watched helplessly as Kaido and the two All-Stars were all brought down by the one-eyed monster. His fat body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his teeth chattered violently. He had no idea what to do. He wanted to charge in, to fight like King and Jack, but under Boros's emotionless gaze, his two stubby legs refused to move even an inch. That guy actually beat Kaido. Yamato was stunned at first, then overcome with joy. The Kurozumi Orochi was already dead, and now Kaido of the Beasts had been defeated as well. Didn't this mean Kazuki Oden's dream of opening Wano's borders was about to come true? While Yamato's head was filled with visions of Wano's future, Boros had already walked over to Kaido, who had reverted to human form. The title of strongest creature on land, sea, and air wasn't for nothing. In just a few minutes, even after being smashed unconscious, Kaido had already begun to regain awareness. As the memories of what had just happened came flooding back, Kaido instinctively prepared to explode with rage, only to see Boros standing calmly in front of him. "You still want to keep fighting?" Boros asked with a calm expression. Though the fight hadn't exactly thrilled him, he didn't mind this kind of battle. If Kaido still wasn't convinced, Boros didn't mind dragging it out even longer. Kaido stared hard at Boros for a long time, but unexpectedly, this time, he didn't leap up and go berserk. "Who the hell are you?" Kaido growled through gritted teeth, as if he wanted to grind Boros's bones to dust and swallow them. "Then let me reintroduce myself. I'm the captain of the Dark Matter Pirates, from space." Boros stood before Kaido, speaking slowly and deliberately. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 235, News. A few days later, a piece of news that shocked the world spread like wildfire across the seas. The Beasts Pirates had become a subordinate crew under the Dark Matter Pirates. And their captain, Kaido of the Beasts, had officially joined the Dark Matter Pirates as a top-level combatant. The initial reaction from most who received the news was disbelief. Either they had misread it, or the paper had made a mistake. If it said the Beasts Pirates had gained a new subordinate crew, that would have made more sense. But the report came from the World Economic Journal, the newspaper renowned for publishing breaking news. Ever since it had covered the Summit War in full, its readership had skyrocketed to an unbelievable level. As its boss, Morgans had done his job well. He never stooped to clickbait tricks for the sake of hype, and because of that, many saw the World Economic Journal as more reliable than even the world government's official bulletins. And yet this time, the paper was saying that the Beasts Pirates had been absorbed by some unknown pirate crew, and that Kaido, one of the four emperors, had become someone else's underling. This kind of fake news just sounded too absurd. "You've got to be kidding me. No way that's real." A pirate aboard the last surviving Moby Dick screamed in panic after reading the paper. "What's going on?" Marco, now fully healed, scratched his head as he walked out of the cabin. He was still struggling to adjust to life without Pops. That morning, he'd even woken up and instinctively gone to check on Whitebeard's health. Fortunately, no one saw it happen. Otherwise, they might have ended up just as heartbroken as him. "What's going on, Marco?" Ace stepped out, a bit unaccustomed to wearing the captain's hat. He was now the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Originally, Ace had wanted Marco to take over as captain, but Marco had refused without hesitation. His reason was that he lacked leadership skills and was better suited to be the captain's right-hand man. "I don't know either. I just came out." Hey. This has to be a joke, right?" Marco casually took the newspaper and glanced at it, but his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The other pirates, unable to suppress their curiosity, gathered around. But with just one look, all of them couldn't help but shout in shock. Beast Kaido had actually become someone else's subordinate. Even when Whitebeard was still alive, not even he could have pulled that off. As one of the four Emperor's pirate crews, the Whitebeard Pirates had clashed with the Beast's Pirates more than once. Which was precisely why they found it all the more unbelievable that Kaido, of all people, would ever willingly bow his head to anyone. Just as shocked as the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates were the red-haired pirates, who had only just begun to recover from the grief of losing their crewmates, and the Big Mom Pirates, who had been preparing to form an alliance with Kaido. Hiss. It's really hard to believe that Beast would actually submit to someone. Ben Beckman, now with only one arm, furrowed his brow deeply, trying to find some clue between the lines of the article that might explain Kaido's surrender. This is gonna be real troublesome. Oh well, no use overthinking it. Let's just throw a party first. Shanks, still wrapped in bandages, had a flicker of unease in his eyes. But the possibility he suspected was too absurd, so he kept it to himself, not wanting to dampen his crewmates' spirits. After all, everyone had only just started to crawl out of their sorrow, and there was no need to drag them all to Wano on a hunch. If that mysterious figure had truly tamed Kaido, he likely wouldn't remain in Wano for long. Mama. What the hell is that idiot Kaido doing? Don't tell me he's actually become someone's lackey. Upon receiving the news, Charlotte Lean instinctively suspected that Kaido was up to some kind of scheme. Although, knowing Kaido's character, that seemed unlikely, but compared to him becoming someone's subordinate, she'd rather believe the brute had changed his nature. Our people have already started investigating the Dark Matter Pirates crew. If all goes well, we should be able to uncover their background very soon. Pyrospiro licked his candy cane staff with his long tongue. Though his combat strength couldn't compare to his younger brother Katakuri, the face of the Big Mom pirates, Pyrospiro could still be considered Charlotte Lean's most trusted aide, in a way, the strategist of the Big Mom pirates. Are we still going ahead with our previous plan? Taking advantage of Whitebeard's death and the red-haired pirates' heavy losses, and grabbing as much territory in the New World as we can. Of course we continue. Mama. More territory means more delicious treats. And more tea parties. It's decided, call a tea party. Invite all our guests. Charlotte Lean cackled shrilly. She didn't believe such an absurd rumor for a second, and she definitely wasn't going to back down just because of a newspaper article. Now that Whitebeard was dead, and Redhair had retreated to recover, if she didn't expand now, when would she ever become the Pirate King? Boros. Katakuri leaned silently against a doorframe. For some reason, just seeing that name made his heart skip. It reminded him of the time he desperately tried to stop his mother from attacking a marine base, and nearly got killed for it. Only later did he learn that stationed at that base was none other than Kizaru, one of the Navy's monsters. Now this Boros gave him an even worse feeling than Borsalino did back then. Unfortunately, even with his future sight, there were limits. He couldn't see that far ahead. New World, Dressrosa Kingdom. Young Master. We've got a problem. Buffalo waddled into the palace like an oversized penguin, his body wrapped in thick chains and a heavy coat. In his hand was a freshly bought newspaper, its headline enough to shock the world. You're late, Buffalo. To his surprise, the palace was already filled with the core members of the Don Quixote family, including their leader Doflamingo, all deep in strategy talks. As the infamous underworld broker Joker, Doflamingo had received word almost as fast as Morgan's world economy news. Doffy, if it really comes to it, maybe we should agree to their terms. Treble, sniffling as usual, spoke up nervously. Through the underground network, they just pieced together what had happened in Wano. At the same time, a group calling themselves the Dark Matter Pirates from Space had used Kaido's old contact line to reach out. They didn't need artificial devil fruits anymore, but they demanded the Don Quixote family hand over at least 20 Zoan-type devil fruits as a protection fee. For Doflamingo, that number wasn't impossible, but gathering 20 Zoan fruits in a short time was another story. Even if I wanted to give them the fruits, I couldn't possibly find that many that quickly. Doflamingo frowned deeply. Zoan fruits weren't as valuable as Logia or Paramecia, but all the ones he'd had already been handed over to Kaido. Even if he pulled every string in the underworld and military arms market, it would be near impossible to gather what the Dark Matter Pirates demanded. Doffy, did the Beast's pirates really join that cosmic Dark Matter pirate crew? Even Kaido wasn't a match for them. Pika's shrill voice was grating, but since everyone present was a member of the Don Quixote family, no one dared laugh at the giant right now. Foo. I wish it were just a rumor too. But unfortunately, knowing Kaido's nature, if he's been this quiet for so long, it's probably true. Doflamingo sat on the main seat, one hand covering his forehead, his expression dark and shifting as he spoke. Damn it. Where the hell did this cosmic Dark Matter pirate crew come from? Diamante couldn't help but curse. Waking up to find their biggest backer had suddenly vanished, who could take that calmly? Don't be fooled by Doflamingo's status as both a warlord and joker. Without Kaido backing him, staying afloat in the underworld wasn't going to be easy. The most likely scenario was their business share being ruthlessly carved up, until all that was left was what the Don Quixote family could barely hold onto. Tell our people to suspend business for now. We'll wait until the heat dies down. Doflamingo had no choice but to painfully tighten operations. At the very least, they needed to reach a deal with the cosmic Dark Matter Pirates before they could resume their business. What about the devil fruits? Treble sniffled hard. 20 Zoan-type devil fruits, regardless of how hard they were to collect, were already a fortune in themselves. If that was the price for buying peace, there wasn't much to hesitate about. But the cosmic Dark Matter Pirates still hadn't made any kind of statement. No one knew if they'd take the gift and turn on them anyway. The Don Quixote family had pulled those kinds of stunts countless times themselves. Naturally, they weren't counting on other pirates to have any honor. Keep collecting. Tell Caesar to halt production for now. Find a way to contact our new clients, figure out what they really want. Doflamingo spoke gloomily. Even as a warlord and former celestial dragon, he looked powerless in the face of such a mess. And while Doflamingo was racking his brains on where to find that many Zoan-type devil fruits, Marine headquarters, busy preparing for the Fleet Admiral promotion ceremony, also convened an emergency meeting to discuss how to respond to the cosmic dark matter pirate crew. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 236, Meeting. The pirates are just biting each other, what does that have to do with us? Kizaru, who was about to be promoted to Fleet Admiral, was the first to set the tone of the meeting. Many of the Marine headquarters officers nodded instinctively, though some didn't agree with such a passive stance. That's still a Yonko we're talking about. If we let them swallow each other up unchecked, it'll eventually turn into a disaster we can't contain. It was Vice Admiral Doberman who spoke up, a well-known hardliner in the Marines. His stance had always been that the Marines should interfere with and control the scale and power of pirate forces as much as possible. If it were just regular pirate infighting, there'd be no need to step in, but this cosmic dark matter pirate crew had clearly swallowed up the beast's pirates. Even allowing for a short adjustment period, they were already significantly stronger than the original beast's pirates. Besides that, we still need to acquire Seastone from Wano. If the cosmic dark matter pirates fully seize control of Wano, getting our hands on Seastone won't be so easy anymore. Another Vice Admiral, Enigmo, added this point. Wano, home to many skilled stonemasons, was one of the primary sources of Seastone. Even when Kaido ruled over Wano, the Navy and world government had managed to get what they needed from there. But now that the cosmic dark matter pirates had taken over Wano, no one knew whether these mysterious cosmic pirates would continue the same dealings with the Navy. Seastone, huh? Remind me, why didn't we ever decide to bring Wano under our control in the first place? Kizaru rubbed his chin and asked with visible confusion. Considering how important Seastone was, even with how strong Wano's samurai were, it didn't seem like they could have kept the Marines at bay. And yet, the Marines and world government had stayed out of it for centuries, willing to make under-the-table deals with the beast's pirates rather than get involved directly. It was, undeniably, strange. The top brass of the Navy exchanged awkward glances. For a moment, no one could answer Kizaru's question. The secrets about Wano can't be made public yet. If you really want to know, I'll tell you later. For now, focus on dealing with the cosmic dark matter pirates. Former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who no longer needed to dye his hair and now sported a full head of gray, spoke calmly. Some secrets were reserved only for the Fleet Admiral, especially when they involved the Celestial Dragons or the Five Elders. Then let's just send someone over to check. See if those pirates are still willing to uphold the agreements the beast's pirates made with us. Kizaru said lazily. Time was on his side. By the time the world government and the Five Elders realized something was off, Boros would have likely already swallowed up both the beast's pirates and Big Mom's crew. At that point, even if the Navy wanted to intervene, it would already be too late. After all, Boros and his top-tier allies made a force arguably stronger than even the old Rocks pirates. And with Kizaru, now Fleet Admiral, leading the Navy and dragging its feet, even the Five Elders would be powerless to command Marine headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku exchanged a subtle glance with Vice Admiral Tsuru. Something felt off. Knowing Kizaru's personality, it didn't make sense for him to slip into the role so easily. But no matter how imaginative Sengoku's thoughts got, he couldn't possibly imagine that Boros, who had subdued Kaido and the beast's pirates, had been sent there by Kizaru himself. After wrapping up the discussion on the cosmic dark matter pirates, the meeting moved on to the topic of Kizaru's promotion ceremony. Unlike the rather simple event held in Mary Geos, the official promotion of a Marine Fleet Admiral had to be done in front of tens of thousands of Marines and all top-ranking officers at Marine Ford. As the new Fleet Admiral, Kizaru would officially receive the Fleet Admiral's staff from Sengoku's hands under the watchful eyes of all. It sounded straightforward enough, but with so many high-ranking officers involved, many with major responsibilities like Vice Admiral Jonathan who guarded the Marine branches, detailed planning was essential to avoid any issues. Of course, from Kizaru's point of view, all of this was unnecessary. He'd already made up his mind to stir the pot. No matter how carefully the ceremony was planned, it wouldn't stop the highest-ranking mole from sabotaging it all. What's this? As soon as the meeting ended, Kizaru casually handed two exquisitely wrapped gift boxes to Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Sengoku, already suspecting something, frowned slightly. He couldn't guess what Kizaru was up to this time. Fancy wrapping. A luxury ticket for a 7-day, 7-night cruise on the Grand Tesoro casino ship. Vice Admiral Tsuru opened the box and spoke in surprise. This was a package usually priced over 30 million berries, but in reality, you'd need 60 to 70 million plus a few connections to actually get one. I got a Sky Island 7-day vacation combo. Why the sudden generosity? Planning to send us on vacation? Sengoku was genuinely puzzled. He couldn't figure out Kizaru's motive for giving them travel passes. What's more, the cruise dates were conveniently set after the promotion ceremony. If Tsuru hadn't gotten one too, Sengoku might have suspected Kizaru was just itching to get him out of the way and take over as Fleet Admiral sooner. It's just that you've both worked so hard all these years. Now that there's finally a chance, I figured you deserved a break. Kizaru smiled cheerfully. By the time the promotion ceremony ended, Boros would likely have defeated the Big Mom pirates too. And it would conveniently coincide with most of Marine HQ going on collective vacation. As for workaholics like Sakazuki, Kizaru already had plans for them too. After that, it'd be up to the 5 elders and the world government to handle the mess. The Marines certainly weren't going to take the fall. Haha, well, I won't refuse a thoughtful gesture. Sengoku, while feeling vaguely uneasy, didn't reject Kizaru's gift. If the vacation were longer, he might have sensed something was wrong, but 7 days seemed like a normal break. No matter how hard he racked his brain, Sengoku couldn't imagine that Kizaru would use such a short time to pull off something big. You've prepared something for Garp too, right? Vice Admiral Tsuru reminded him. If Garp found out they got gifts and he didn't, that troublemaker wouldn't let it go easily. Don't worry, Vice Admiral Garp gets the same as Sengoku. A Sky Island luxury 7-day vacation. And just to be safe, I've booked the entire travel group. Kizaru spoke generously. Everyone in the tour group, on the Sky Island, and even on the casino ship were his people. Even the day's newspaper had been replaced in advance with fakes. As long as Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the others boarded the ship or Sky Island, all contact with the outside world would be cut off immediately, ensuring the world government and the 5 elders couldn't reach them. At that time, the 5 elders still had no idea that Kizaru had already made up his mind to screw them over. Ever since they acquired pure gold, Mary Geos had been caught in an almost endless cycle of internal conflict. Even the dumbest celestial dragons had gotten a bit smarter in the face of such a tempting treasure, even learning to band together to pressure the 5 elders. Ordinary celestial dragons couldn't sway the decisions of the 5 elders, but among them were also high-ranking individuals, especially the direct descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government. Aside from the Nefertari family, who alone chose not to stay in Mary Geos, the direct bloodlines of the remaining 19 kings weren't people the 5 elders could simply dismiss like regular celestial dragons. This was also why, despite the massive incident in Wano, the 5 elders remained relatively silent. Desperately trying to keep hold of the pure gold, the 5 elders had no energy left to handle anything else. They would only be able to deal with the cosmic dark matter pirate crew after they resolved their internal chaos. With the promotion ceremony for the new Fleet Admiral drawing closer, more and more high-ranking Marines began returning to Marineford. Though reluctant, the uniquely positioned Hancock had to tearfully bid Kizaru farewell and return early to Amazon Lily. In preparation for the Fleet Admiral's promotion ceremony, Marines from various branches had gone to great lengths to clear the surrounding seas of pirates, ensuring no disruptions during the event. It doesn't feel all that different from the old one. Dressed in the Fleet Admiral's uniform, Kizaru stood before the mirror, casually examining the image of the dashing young man reflected back at him. He never expected that after all these years of drifting along, he would actually become the Fleet Admiral. How could it not be different? The shoulder epaulets, the cuff studs, and the sash buckles, they're all pure gold. Nami couldn't help but loudly object. She wouldn't tolerate anyone showing disrespect to such a valuable uniform. All right. I'll get your own pure gold outfit later. Kizaru affectionately patted Nami's head. Once she left carrying the uniform he'd changed out of to finalize its design with logistics, Kizaru finally had a moment to relax and opened the group chat. Passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, it was brutal. You guys didn't see it, I was so scared I forgot to start the stream. 30,000 people. Big Sis's death froze them all into ice statues in one go. Shaolin, that's terrifying. She's that ruthless. Passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, just look at this pic, you'll see how insane it was. She froze an entire mountain. Xiao Mei, amazing. Even a Do Huang wouldn't be a match for Mrs. Death, right? Kizaru, what are you guys talking about? 30,000 what? Passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, finally. Kizaru-senpai's here. Quick, use your powers and recall Big Sis's death. People on Master Zhang's side are starting to think she's some kind of immortal demon. Kizaru, huh? Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 237, Tanjiro Kamado. Passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, Wudong Mountain got surrounded by the Mongol army, and when Esteth heard, she rushed over and turned the entire mountain into an iceberg in one go. Kizaru, that insane. Esteth, darling. Let's fight again, shall we? Kizaru, haha, well, lovely weather today, isn't it? Before Esteth could reply, Kizaru promptly exited the group chat and rejected her request to teleport over. On Esteth's side, she kept applying persistently, while Kizaru kept rejecting her again and again. Marine Ford had only just been rebuilt not long ago. If Esteth showed up now, they'd probably have to start reconstruction all over again. Kizaru originally considered inviting some chat group members to the promotion ceremony. But thinking about it now, less trouble is definitely better. Only when Esteth finally gave up did Kizaru breathe a sigh of relief. In the Heavenly Sword world, Esteth stood atop a towering glacier, her face cold as ice, terrifying the Wudong disciples into shivering silence. No one knew where their master or grandmaster had found this ice witch. Despite it being the height of summer, the massive mountain of ice beside them made everyone feel a bone-chilling cold. I followed Nyo's advice exactly. Why doesn't my darling seem pleased? Esteth furrowed her elegant brows, puzzled about how to win Kizaru's affection. Could it be that her strength still wasn't enough? It was possible. She had to become even stronger. Unlike Akiji, who often spared lives, most of the enemies frozen by Esteth were beyond saving. The horrifying sight of 30,000 troops frozen solid at the base of Wudong Mountain quickly spread across the land. From the emperor of the Yuan dynasty to the lowliest soldier, panic was widespread. Taking advantage of the chaos, rebel forces rose up, capturing cities with unstoppable momentum, and soon posed a threat to the entire empire. But that's a story for another time. Just as Kizaru was about to contact Boros to resume operations, he noticed someone tagging him in the group chat. Orochimaru, at Kizaru at Jotaro Kujo, have you two ever encountered enemies who could control time? Passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, is Orochimaru-sama talking about Zawarudo? Kizaru, HM. What's going on? Jotaro Kujo, Dio stand, the world can indeed stop time. Orochimaru, hey. I think I've found a power that allows me to traverse time. Kizaru, huh? That overpowered? Passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, no way, don't tell me it's the dragon vein. Orochimaru, interested in experiencing it. Feel time travel through the dragon vein. Kizaru, sounds kind of fun, but don't tell me you're not going to try it yourself and want us to be your free test subjects. Orochimaru, not for free. Tony Stark, that's more like it. But if the reward's too low, I'm out. Orochimaru, no, what I mean is, there's a fee. 200 dimensional coins per person. Kizaru. Shaolin, sounds kind of fun. Can we choose the time period we travel to? Passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, question, when did Orochimaru-sama become this, weird? Orochimaru, hey. Seems even you've grown bolder, Passerby-kun. Passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, Sumi Mason. I take it back. Please, let's talk this out. Kizaru, I'll sign up first. Once I confirm it's not too dangerous, you guys can try. Passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, love it. Kizaru-senpai is the best. AI Hybera, we've pretty much captured all the dinosaurs on Little Garden. Want me to send them over to Playboy? Kizaru, of course. Saves me a trip. Tony Stark, whoa. Mr. Stark's Jurassic Park is finally about to live up to the name. AI Hybera, by the way, how much longer until you turn me back to normal? Didn't you say it would be after you became Fleet Admiral? Kizaru, don't worry. I've already contacted Ein. Once you send the dinos over, you can return to HQ with Vivian and the others, perfect timing. Hermione Granger, wait a minute. When you say dinosaurs, do you mean actual dinosaurs? Shaolin, Hermione-chan, aren't you a wizard? You're into dinosaurs too. Hermione Granger, of course. They're dinosaurs. Who wouldn't be interested? Shaolin, I see. Maybe I should bring Toru and Kana to check out the dinos too. Tony Stark, if anyone's interested in dinosaurs, feel free to visit anytime. Mr. Stark's Jurassic Park is open to everyone, free of charge. Random guy wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, childhood dream come true. By the way, how many types of dinosaurs do you have now? Want me to help fill the numbers with a few monsters? AI Hybera, dumb dog, stop making things worse. At least Kizaru's creatures are biologically normal. Yours, not so much. Kizaru at Orochimaru, let me know when time travel's ready to test. I want in. Orochimaru, hey, anytime. But are you sure it won't interfere with your promotion ceremony? Kizaru, let me think. I'll go after the ceremony. Perfect time to start slacking off. Random guy wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, slacking off. But Kizaru-sama, aren't you about to become Fleet Admiral? Kizaru, well, some people aren't too happy about me becoming Fleet Admiral, so I stirred up a little trouble for them. Random guy wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, scary. If it were me, I'd never dare mess with Kizaru-sama. Ding. Welcome Kamado Tanjiro to the Dimensional Chat Group. Kobayashi, whoa. A new member. Throws confetti welcome. AI Hybera, a newbie, huh? Dumb dog, come identify the new guy. Random guy wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, yo. Tanjiro. Hello, big bro-in-law. I'm your future brother-in-law. Kizaru, cough cough bro, tone it down a bit before you scare the poor guy. AI Hybera at Kamado Tanjiro, ignore that creep. Mind introducing yourself? Kamado Tanjiro, who are all of you? What is this? Am I dreaming? Kobayashi, seems like a young guy. Don't worry, Tanjiro-san. Everyone here is nice. Kamado Tanjiro, everyone's a good person. My name is Kamado Tanjiro. Please take care of me. Random guy wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, so Tanjiro, have you joined the Demon Slayer Corps yet? Met the trash boss. How's Nezuko doing? Kamado Tanjiro, Nezuko. You know how to cure Nezuko. Random guy wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, I know you're in a rush, but hold on. First, do you know Urokodaki? Kamado Tanjiro, yes. Master Urokodaki is teaching me swordsmanship. Random guy wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, okay, got it. First of all, welcome to the group, big bro-in-law throws confetti. Kizaru, cough cough bro, bullying newbies will get you bad karma. AI Hybera, he doesn't even know who you are. Fubuki, another newbie. Finally, a guy joined. Kamado Tanjiro, I'm truly sorry. But please, tell me how to turn Nezuko back to normal. AI Hybera, if I'm not mistaken, Nezuko is your little sister, right? Back to normal. Is she like me, turned small or something? Kamado Tanjiro, Nezuko, she turned into a demon. No. She's just sick. She still remembers me and doesn't hurt anyone. Random guy wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, let me explain simply, big bro-in-law, ahem. In Tanjiro's world, there are man-eating monsters called demons. Random guy wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, demon blood is contagious. Nezuko's case is special for now. Random guy wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, so the easiest way is to kill the trash boss. Oh, the trash boss is Muzan Kibutsuji. We call him that because he's trash. Kamado Tanjiro, Muzan Kibutsuji. I will never forgive him. Random guy wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, well, you know, as the saying goes, if you want it done right, do it yourself. But to beat the trash boss, I'd recommend getting outside help. Random guy wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, considering the trash boss has a bunch of lackeys, only a few in our group can beat him, Kizaru-sama, Orochimaru-sama, and Esteth-sama. Kamado Tanjiro, that's possible. How do I get these big shots to help me? Jotaro Kujo, flesh-eating demons afraid of sunlight, sounds a lot like vampires. If you need help, call me. Random guy wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, Jojo offering to help is great news. But it's not enough, you've got to get the big shots in the group to move. Orochimaru, you've improved a lot, Mr. Random Guy. But I'm not too interested in man-eating demons right now. Better ask Kizaru. Kizaru, then I'll help. But give me a little time first. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 238, 239, Punching Bag. Do I really have to read the script word for word? Isn't that kind of insincere? I bet the Marines would rather see me go off script. While the Vice Admirals rehearsing for the promotion ceremony chatted idly, Borsellino himself was on stage negotiating with the ceremony's chief coordinator, Vice Admiral Kizaru. Traditionally, before officially taking office, each new fleet admiral would deliver a speech outlining their vision, part retrospective, part projection. Unless the previous fleet admiral had been a complete disaster, the retrospective section was typically full of formulaic praise. The projection portion, however, was the new fleet admiral's moment to shine. But Borsellino had a sudden burst of creativity and wanted to spice things up a bit. After all, the same format had been used for centuries. It was getting stale. Why not give the Marines, who'd never seen another world, a taste of something new and exciting? Unfortunately, both former Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Kizaru firmly rejected Borsellino's proposal. Having dedicated their lives to the Navy, the two elders just wanted a smooth and orderly transition, no surprises. With your reputation at Navy HQ, you don't need to do anything fancy. Just take over Sengoku's position properly. Vice Admiral Kizaru replied with an expressionless face. Whether as Borsellino's senior in service or from her connection through Guion, Kizaru understood Borsellino better than most. If it had been the old, lazy Borsellino, she wouldn't have worried. But this man had clearly reverted to the Navy monster he once was. From the Navy's perspective, this was actually a good thing. A lifeless slacker was hardly fit to be Fleet Admiral. But every blessing came with its curse. Borsellino hadn't just become active again, he'd also regained his old habit of doing things his own wild way. Vice Admiral Kizaru, tasked with organizing the promotion ceremony, was practically losing her mind thanks to him. But there was no one else more suitable for the job, so she had to grit her teeth and carry on. Every ceremony's the same, don't you get bored of it? Borsellino tapped lazily on the podium, sounding utterly uninterested. According to the rehearsal schedule, this was supposed to be the time for his speech. But if Borsellino wanted to slack off, no one was going to be stupid enough to call out the newly appointed Fleet Admiral for breaking protocol. Even Vice Admiral Kizaru turned a blind eye. As long as Borsellino didn't go completely off the rails, everything was negotiable. When Fleet Admiral Kong was appointed, I was just a regular sailor. Kizaru said calmly. Not many Marines had witnessed 3 different Fleet Admirals come and go like she had. Most retired after their prime years. The odds of making it to the top ranks were less than 1 in 10,000. That's really something. So, this should be the final rehearsal, right? Borsellino shook his head a little regretfully, though it was really just a passing whim. Since Vice Admiral Kizaru didn't agree, he didn't press the matter. To ensure Borsellino's promotion to Fleet Admiral would proceed in a grand and dignified manner, Marine headquarters had been thrown into complete chaos lately. Rehearsals like today had already taken place no less than 10 times. Thankfully, Borsellino only needed to attend the final few. Even the overworked Sengoku, who barely had time for a proper day off, had been dragged out by Vice Admiral Kizaru to run through the ceremony process ahead of time. This will be the final one. The promotion ceremony will officially take place in 3 days, Kizaru said, visibly letting out a subtle sigh of relief. While things hadn't gone perfectly smoothly, everything was still within the range of what she had anticipated. The ceremony's procedures were on track, and most of the Marine High Command had already arrived at headquarters. Only a few remained en route, Zephyr, as well as Vice Admirals Merdavia and Vivian, who were still on assignment. But 3 days was more than enough time for them to return. If necessary, seating arrangements could be adjusted on the fly. After all, not every high-ranking officer was strictly required to attend the Fleet Admiral promotion ceremony. 3 days, still plenty of time, Borsellino quietly calculated in his mind, glancing toward the direction of the New World and murmuring to himself. The New World, Wano country. The Beast's pirates, now all part of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates, had moved their base from Onigashima directly onto the mainland of Wano country. Onigashima itself had been repurposed by Boros into a gladiator arena, or more accurately, a personal amusement park where he relentlessly beat up Kaido for sport. Boom. 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 Even from the coastlines of Wano, one could feel the intense tremors coming from Onigashima's direction. It was like 2 monstrous titans clashing non-stop on the island. What once resembled a horned skull had now been almost completely flattened. The land was pockmarked with countless deep craters. Flying overhead in his pterosaur form, King couldn't help but shudder at the sight of them. Every crater and collapsed area on the island had been hammered into existence by Boros, using Kaido himself as the hammer. Still, recalling Boros's orders, King could only grit his teeth and descend. The moment he landed, a violent quake shook the ground beneath him, followed by a deafening roar from the central region of the island. Ironically, that put King more at ease. From experience, that sound usually marked the end of one of Boros and Kaido's fights. While most would call it a one-sided beatdown by Boros, out of respect for his boss, King, and the other All-Stars would never frame it that way. To them, Kaido was still their big brother Kaido, and his dignity mattered. Huff, huff, you bastard, what kind of monster are you? Still in his half-man, half-dragon form, Kaido lay sprawled in a crater, disheveled and covered in grime, chest heaving. His dragon-scaled face was full of confusion and frustration. Even now, he couldn't understand why a monster like Boros existed in this world. Not even Captain Rox could have taken this guy down, could he? You've asked that question many times already. I'm just a humble spac, pirate, Boros replied coolly, glancing at Kaido with his single giant eye. Despite the beating, not a speck of dust had landed on him. Boros was quite satisfied with Kaido, whom Borsellino had recommended as a top-tier fighter. Stronger than Melzergard, incredibly tough, and most importantly, with a head hard enough to take the punishment. Unlike previous top-tier warriors who treated fighting Boros like a chore, Kaido kept coming back for more. Even after taking so many beatings, there was still fire in Kaido's eyes. Boros admired that kind of unbreakable spirit. Kaido involuntarily shrank back under Boros' gaze, then, realizing how pathetic that looked, grit his teeth and glared back with renewed fury. Don't screw with me. There's no way the sea could produce a monster like you. And if you're that strong, why the hell are you messing with me? Thinking back on his recent experiences, even Kaido couldn't help but curse. He was beginning to understand the fear and helplessness felt by those he'd once trampled over. Boros was a force of nature, an unchallengeable calamity. Even someone as hard-headed as Kaido was starting to feel his fighting spirit waver in the face of an opponent he simply couldn't defeat. What made it worse was how this damned one-eyed freak kept picking fights with him just for fun. His incredible defense and regeneration had become a curse, subjecting him to endless sparring sessions. Because I want to become Pirate King. And to do that, I need strong subordinates. You're my chosen top-tier combatant. Boros answered casually. Conversations like this were practically daily occurrences. Kaido never believed Boros' origin story, but Boros never budged, always insisting he was just a normal cosmic pirate. Bullshit. I'm Kaido of the Beasts. I'm nobody's damn combatant. Kaido roared, then struggled to get back on his feet, ready to go another round. Thankfully, before Boros could knock him out again, King appeared in their field of vision. Boss Boros, brother Kaido, I have something to report. King took one look at Kaido's pitiful state and nervously knelt on one knee. Aside from Kaido, the rest of the Beast's pirates had quickly come to terms with the reality of Boros' overwhelming power. Even the All-Stars had fallen in line. Thankfully, Kaido hadn't blamed them. But he had become even more enraged at Boros. What is it? Boros asked casually, briefly scanning the area with observation haki. When he sensed no idiots planning rebellion, he looked slightly disappointed. As per your instructions, we've been monitoring Marine headquarters. Admiral Kizaru's promotion to Fleet Admiral is set to begin soon. King reported dutifully. Loyal as he was to Kaido, he had considered planning a rebellion or a rescue operation. But Boros' power was just too absurd. Even with King's intelligence and tactical skills, the problem of how to defeat Boros had no solution. All he could do was watch helplessly as Boros trained Kaido day after day. Fortunately, Kaido's endurance and healing factor were insane, so he probably wouldn't die from all this, probably. TCH. So it's about that time, huh? Still not joining me, Kaido. Boros I narrowed as he turned to the still-prone Kaido, voice flat. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 239, 240, Next Mission. It was clearly the same question as before, even the tone hadn't changed much, yet somehow, Kaido suddenly felt that if he refused again, he might die right here. Faced with the overwhelming terror of life and death, especially with the repeated beatings and humiliations he'd endured recently rushing back to mind, Kaido's expression shifted drastically. Big bro Kaido. King, ignoring Boros' presence, shouted anxiously from the side. Anyone could see that for some reason, Boros had completely lost his patience. If Kaido refused again, the outcome would definitely not be in his favor. You'd better think this through. I'm a pirate, schemes and betrayal are in my blood. Don't come complaining when I end up killing you someday. Kaido still glared fiercely at Boros. Even under the threat of death, he refused to utter a single word of submission. But despite his stubborn tone, his words showed the first signs of backing down. Anyone who knew Kaido would probably start questioning their entire worldview at this point. That suicide-obsessed monster who didn't even take Pirate King Roger or the Navy seriously, was actually showing signs of yielding. Then again, anyone with some knowledge of Kaido's recent experiences wouldn't be surprised at all by his change of heart. After all, even the hardest steel can be forged into a proper weapon with enough fire and hammering. And Kaido, having been beaten into the ground countless times by Boros, finally lowered his proud head. Boss Boros, big bro Kaido was just joking. Before Boros could respond, King hurriedly jumped in to smooth things over. From Kaido and the three disasters down to the low-ranking members and fodder of the Beast's pirates, the entire crew had been beaten into submission by Boros. Pirates, by nature, respect strength above all else. Most of those who joined the Beast's pirates were already obsessed with following the strong. After all these days, even Kaido had been pounded into a daze by Boros, let alone everyone else. Boros was like a violent outsider who crashed in, using sheer overwhelming force to forcibly reshape the Beast's pirates into whatever he pleased. Kaido shot King a furious glare, clearly irritated that King had dared to speak for him without permission. Still, Kaido didn't say much. He just stood there with his neck stiff, glaring defiantly at Boros. No matter how many times he was beaten, Kaido wasn't someone who would easily acknowledge someone else as his boss, at least, not out loud. Fortunately, Boros didn't care whether his subordinates were loyal or not. To him, subordinates were merely tools. If they didn't work, he'd simply replace them. Inform everyone to get ready. We set out in 3 days. Boros completely ignored Kaido's stiff-necked defiance and gave his order to King without hesitation. Despite having crushed the entire beast's pirates not long ago, Boros gave commands with such natural authority that even King froze for a second before scrambling to obey. Hey! What the hell are you really trying to do? Kaido couldn't help but ask. With Boros's power, there were practically no opponents left on the seas. Although he had always been full of himself, even Kaido didn't believe he or his beast's pirates could offer Boros much in terms of real assistance. Didn't I already say? I want to become the Pirate King. Boros spoke with a tone so dismissive it sounded like he wasn't even serious. The blatant attitude made the veins on Kaido's forehead throb. Boss Boros, where are we going in 3 days? King quickly jumped in to mediate. The fact that someone usually so cold and aloof would act this humbly showed just how much Boros had shaken him. Tato Land. Boros recalled the itinerary Kizaru had arranged for him. After confirming that it wouldn't interfere with the plan, he finally gave an answer that made both Kaido and King instinctively widen their eyes. Tato Land. The nation ruled by the pirate emperor Big Mom, danger-wise, it might even surpass Wano, Kaido's territory. Of course, given Boros' strength, neither Kaido nor King believed that Big Mom posed any real threat to him. But for Boros to target Tato Land right after forcibly subduing Kaido, it wasn't hard to imagine what he intended to do next. Given the level of power Boros had shown so far, combined with the pirate emperors Kaido and Big Mom, if he could successfully take in the Big Mom pirates, the force he'd command would be enough to shake the seas. Even the Marine headquarters, who had just taken down Whitebeard and severely wounded the red-haired pirates, might not be able to match them. Oi! Are you planning to destroy the world or something? If that's the case, I might just consider helping you out. Kaido grinned savagely. Since long ago, he had tried to team up with Charlotte Linlin to launch a top-tier war. Unfortunately, pirate emperors were all prideful individuals, neither Kaido nor Linlin truly wanted to work under the other, only to use each other's power. After realizing this, the two parted ways on bad terms. But that didn't mean Kaido had given up on the idea of an alliance with her. If you want to think of it that way, that's fine too, Boros replied casually. After all, Kizaru's mission for him was to go after the world government. Calling it a top-tier war wasn't far off the mark. If Kizaru hadn't insisted on him subduing Kaido and Big Mom first, Boros would have likely already flown his spaceship straight to Marie Joy's by now. Since you're kind of interesting, I'll stand on your side, for now. Kaido sneered. He was already planning to ally with that old hag Linlin to overthrow Boros once he dealt with her. Aside from his days as an apprentice on Rock's Zebek's ship, Kaido of the Beasts had never once had any interest in serving under someone else. Even Charlotte Linlin, who had given him the mythical Zoan fish fruit, Azure Dragon model, had only earned a single big favor in return. Boros glanced at Kaido, unmoved, not really understanding what he was scheming. But soon, he looked away without care. Whatever Kaido was plotting, it was meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. In fact, Boros was even hoping Kaido would stir up some trouble. Lately, he'd stopped feeling much enjoyment using him as a training dummy. Even someone as defiant as Kaido of the Beasts, after repeated defeats, had unconsciously begun to lower the intensity of his resistance. East Blue. Because the Summit War had drawn away many elite Marines from the branches, pirates who had once been suppressed began stirring again. They raided merchant ships, attacked towns, some even assaulted nations with proper military forces. There were even arrogant pirates trying to seize Marine branches while they were weakened. Such was the price the Marines paid for assembling such a luxurious lineup during the Summit War. Fortunately, it wasn't long before news of the Marines' decisive victory spread around the world. The Marine headquarters, having gone all out, emerged as the victors of the Summit War, and even their enemies, two pirate emperors, had been left one dead, one injured. The only blemish was their failure to execute Fire Fist Ace, but compared to the feat of killing Whitebeard, that regret seemed almost negligible. When the news spread, pirates from the Grand Line to the New World were first stunned into silence, then they began to shrink back their operations almost instinctively. No one wanted to be the next target of the Navy's crushing blow, especially those who had been the most active and arrogant before. They now considered retreating and perhaps taking up the promising new profession of mountain banditry before the Navy turned its attention to them. Unfortunately, not all pirates were as alert as those in the Grand Line. Or rather, the name and reputation of a pirate emperor didn't carry the same weight in the Four Blues as it did in the Grand Line or New World. Even knowing the Navy had just killed one of the emperors, to the pirates of the Four Blues, it still felt too far removed from their reality. That's why, while pirates in the Grand Line trembled with fear after the Paramount War, worried the Navy's iron fist could fall at any moment, the pirates of the Four Blues continued their wild ways, unfazed, unrepentant, and going on one last rampage. And no one could feel that more clearly than those working aboard the Sea Restaurant Barity, a long-time haven for pirates, operated by chefs who were once pirates themselves. Welcome. Sir, please come this way. This is the Sea Restaurant, Barity. At the restaurant entrance, a muscular chef, whose appearance strongly resembled Popeye the Sailor, stood grinning obsequiously at the air, practicing his customer greeting while trying his best to make his fierce face appear more friendly. But judging by the lack of customers inside the Barity, those efforts didn't seem to be paying off. If it were any other restaurant, such a situation might not seem odd, but this was Barity, one of the East Blue's most famous floating restaurants. Even customers from other seas would travel to dine here. It was hard to imagine it ever being this deserted. Hey, Patty. If you've got nothing better to do, get over here and help. You're scaring off the customers just by standing at the door. Chef Karn shouted as he carried 2 large bags of spoiled ingredients to be disposed of. Out at sea, chefs had to treasure even the tiniest bread crumb, but food that had already spoiled was strictly forbidden from being served to guests. If there hadn't been so much surplus stock, the chefs would rather eat the food themselves than see good ingredients go to waste. Bastard. It's your fault the customers left, you're the one who treats the sheep, I mean, the customers, with no respect. Patty shot back loudly but still moved to help Karn deal with the spoiled food. Though these ingredients could no longer be used in the kitchen, once processed they made excellent animal feed and bait. Respecting food was a basic principle for any seafaring chef. It's so weird. Why did the customers suddenly stop coming? We're wasting so many top-quality ingredients. After finally finishing the task, Karn stood up and rubbed his sore back, grumbling in frustration. Barity was famous across the East Blue. Normally, customers would be lining up outside. When had things ever gotten so bad that their food went unused long enough to spoil? Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 241, All Parties. Zeph, boss. You shouldn't be doing this kind of thing yourself. Just as he was about to respond, the familiar sound of wood knocking against the ship's deck reached his ears. He turned around and, sure enough, saw Zeph walking over, carrying a sack of spoiled food. He quickly rushed over, trying to take the sack from him while muttering under his breath. If the other cooks on board saw this, they'd definitely come looking to scold him and Karn. If it were Patty who saw someone letting his most respected boss, Zeph, do such chores, he'd definitely give that guy a serious beating. I'm not so old I need others waiting on me, Zeph grunted. He shook his head and insisted on carrying the sack himself. Then, with practiced ease, he began sorting through the spoiled ingredients. The kind of dirty work others would avoid at all costs, Zeph treated it as nothing more than a chef's most basic duty. It's fine. I'll handle the rest, boss Zeph, Karn said with a dry chuckle. Although they'd only been talking about the sudden drop in customers, letting Zeph overhear it felt a little embarrassing. You think I'm deaf? Even if I was deaf, I'm not blind. All this spoiled food, obviously we've had way fewer customers lately. Zeph snorted. What he hated most was being treated like some feeble old man who needed looking after. Not even Sanji was an exception to that rule. Hee. So boss heard us after all. Hey, boss Zeph, do you have any idea why the customers suddenly stopped coming? Patty scratched his head sheepishly. Despite his burly frame, he instinctively lowered his voice and bowed slightly before the shorter Zeph out of respect. Same reason as always. Pirates getting too rowdy, scaring folks off, Zeph replied casually. The situation that left Patty and Karn so anxious didn't seem to trouble him in the slightest. For someone like Zeph, who had walked the line between life and death countless times, very few things could still make him feel uneasy. Sigh, those damn pirates are a real nuisance. If they keep stirring up trouble, we're gonna be in a tight spot. Karn muttered, seemingly forgetting that he and Zeph had once been pirates themselves. Even if Barity wasn't afraid of pirates, their guests definitely were. Even the thrill-seeking folks who enjoyed watching the chefs beat up dine and dashers, or even pirates, wouldn't risk getting caught in a real pirate attack just to eat there. Yeah, boss Zeph. It's a real waste to keep losing food like this, Patty added with concern. Though they tried to repurpose spoiled ingredients as bait or animal feed, there was only so much they could do. And the most expensive ingredients were also the quickest to spoil. If this kept up, Barity wouldn't last much longer. No need to worry. Things will go back to normal soon, Zeph said calmly. He knew his old peers far too well, and knew exactly how terrifying the Navy truly was. If the Navy had lost the war at Marineford, then maybe they'd have had no choice but to tolerate the pirates for a while. But they won. And not just any win, 2 Emperor-level pirates ended up dead or wounded. Any pirate with half a brain would know what to do next. Of course, there were always some cocky, clueless rookies, especially in the so-called weakest sea, the East Blue. Once the Navy freed up some forces, it wouldn't take long to crush those idiots still causing trouble. What really worried Zeph was Sanji, now a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sure, the Marineford War had been all about the Navy and the Yonko, but anyone paying close attention would have noticed the chaos caused by Monkey D. Luffy midway through. Zeph had seen Luffy. But he hadn't seen Sanji. And that absence gnawed at him. Stupid kid. Don't you dare die so easily. Zeph gazed toward the entrance of the Grand Line and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Boss Zeph, what did you just say? Patty leaned over with a curious look. He had been arguing with Karn and hadn't heard what Zeph said. Get to work. Get rid of all the spoiled ingredients before the guests arrive. If there's any left, that's your dinner for tonight. Just a moment ago, Zeph had been worried about Sanji, but he quickly changed his expression and barked at Patty with irritation. If those idiots found out he was actually missing that brat, they'd definitely be laughing behind his back. South Blue, the Kingdom of Vissen. This nation, famous worldwide for its technology and mechanical modifications, was one of the few powerful countries that had never joined the world government, yet still held a firm place on the seas. However, few people knew that years ago, the Kingdom of Vissen had quietly become the largest revolutionary army stronghold in the South Blue. What was even more shocking was that the high-ranking revolutionary officers who had just participated in the Paramount War were now all gathered in the capital of this southern nation. And it had been less than a month since the war. If word got out, even the 5 elders, currently wrangling with the celestial dragons over pure gold, wouldn't be able to sit still. Because this would mean the Revolutionary Army had already mastered the technology to sail through the calm belt, making any hope of wiping them out even more remote, and the difficulty of guarding against a surprise attack from them had gone up another level. So scary, so scary. I didn't think that Kizaru boy would be that strong. Last time he even had Kuma pass along a message saying he wanted to beat me up. Now I'm really done for. Emporio Ivankov, the Okama king, held a freshly printed newspaper in hand, wailing as he looked at the front page. The new fleet admiral's face, unchanged for decades, as if immune to aging, stared back at him. But the other revolutionary leaders present were far too familiar with Ivankov to take him seriously. They all knew the Okama king was just fooling around, and even his deputy, Inazuma, didn't bother reacting. After all, it's been decades since Kizaru last really went all out. Even I thought his strength had deteriorated along with his attitude. Fortunately, a slightly chubby revolutionary officer spoke up, stopping Ivankov from monologuing further. Despite his appearance, like a harmless neighborhood uncle, this man had once been a promising Marine headquarters rear admiral who left the Navy alongside Dragon more than a decade ago. Though he hadn't participated in the Paramount War, Dragon had entrusted him with critical responsibilities as a stay-behind officer, proving that his power and status in the Revolutionary Army were second only to the 5 army commanders. After decades of silence, he suddenly explodes with power and nearly scares everyone to death. If Mr. Dragon hadn't had a contingency plan, we and those pirates would have likely been wiped out together. Lindbergh, the Southern Army commander, scratched his head with lingering fear. He finally understood why Dragon had repeatedly refused his proposal to launch a nuclear bomb strike on Marine Ford after the nuclear bomb was developed. With a monster like that stationed at Marine Ford, even if Mr. Dragon personally helped cover the operation, the nuclear bomb wouldn't have posed any threat to Navy headquarters. Don't be discouraged. Compared to before, we've already grown stronger. Exposing the enemy's true strength now isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least now we know who we're trying to catch up to. The North Army commander, Crow, spoke in a soft voice. Not because he was trying to whisper, but because he was naturally born with an extremely quiet voice. If it weren't for Lindbergh's invention of the voice amplifier, even if someone pressed their ear right against Crow's mouth, they still wouldn't be able to hear what he was saying. Could you speak up? Morley can't hear you. The West Army commander, Morley, who looked like an oversized potato, poked his head through the window and said a little awkwardly. Thanks to his outstanding performance in the Summit War, Morley had now replaced Ivankov as the second highest bounty holder among the Revolutionary Army. West Army commander of the Revolutionary Army, Giant Morley, bounty, 1.76 billion berries. Compared to most pirates, Revolutionary Army members tend to have lower bounties relative to their actual strength. Yet the Navy still issued such a high bounty, and it was personally approved by Vice Admiral Kizaru, Chief of Naval Strategy. This alone shows just how much trouble Morley had caused them. You bastard. I am speaking loudly. Crow shouted in frustration, quietly, but even with the amplifier, his voice still sounded like a child talking. Expecting Morley, sitting outside the building, to hear that clearly, well, that was asking a bit much of giant ears. HHSS, HAAA. What a damn headache. Eastern Army Commander Bello Betty leaned against a pillar with a cigarette in her mouth, totally unconcerned about the fact that her tiny vest on top was barely covering anything anymore. Perhaps because, under Dragon's leadership these past few years, the Revolutionary Army had advanced and acted with such success. Somewhere along the way, both the high-ranking officers and the rank-and-file had developed a kind of blind confidence. As if it was only a matter of time before they toppled the world government and saw the dawn of a successful revolution. They even dared to charge into a battlefield as brutal as the Summit War. Even someone like Bello Betty, fully aware of Dragon's true plan, had once fantasized about it, smashing the Navy at Marineford completely, then uniting with those pirates to storm Mary Geos in one breath and overthrow the world government altogether. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 241, 242, Germa. All illusions were shattered by that nightmarish flash of light. Even without getting the chance to face Kizaru directly, Bello Betty could deeply feel the terrifying pressure, one that surpassed even top-tier powerhouses. As a user of the pump fruit, she even had to secretly use her ability on herself just to keep from losing the will to fight. Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Mr. Kizaru, is this part of your plan? Ignoring the noisy and bickering officers, Dragon walked over to the window and gazed toward the east blue. The face that rarely revealed much emotion now showed a faint expression of anticipation. To the world government, Dragon was the most dangerous criminal in the world. To the Revolutionary Army, he was the most reliable leader. To countless others, he was their great savior. But Dragon had never forgotten the one who first guided him onto the path of revolution. Yet just as Dragon was feeling expectant about Kizaru becoming the next fleet admiral on another sea, someone was exploding with rage. West Blue, Navy Branch 44. As the closest branch to Reverse Mountain in the West Blue, this base annually received Navy graduates for field training. The best among these recruits were even personally led by the former Admiral Zephyr himself. Even after losing his family and an arm in a tragic incident, Zephyr never lost his love for the Navy. But it was precisely because of that deep love that Zephyr sincerely worried about the Navy's future. That bastard Kizaru. Holding a pink ticket for a luxurious 7-day vacation to Pleasure Street, Zephyr's mouth twitched. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush to Marineford right now and settle the score with that bastard Kizaru. To think he was even slightly moved when he received the gift from Kizaru, he had opened it right in front of Ayn and Binz. Master Zephyr, are we still returning to Marineford? Watching her teacher fume over the strange gift, Ayn asked with feigned seriousness, trying hard not to laugh. To her, Zephyr was like a father figure. Seeing his mix of anger and embarrassment, even knowing it was wrong, she couldn't help but find it funny. Of course we're going back. I want to see what that bastard Kizaru is up to. Zephyr shouted with a stern face. Technically, all high-ranking naval officers should attend the Fleet Admiral's promotion ceremony. But since Zephyr was a retired former admiral, attending or not was up to him. Ayn had asked because Zephyr hadn't made a decision until now, and there was no time to spare before the promotion ceremony. If it weren't for the new warship's high speed and ability to cross the comm belt directly, they might not have made it in time for Kizaru's promotion. Yes, Master Zephyr. Ayn and Binz responded immediately. They were both quite curious about this Admiral Senior who Zephyr always mentioned. After all, this was the man who broke multiple promotion records and was once hailed as the strongest Navy officer in history, that Navy monster. As his two students busied themselves with preparing to set sail, Zephyr, expressionless as always, casually slipped the Pleasure Street luxury tour ticket into his pocket. No deeper meaning, he simply didn't want to waste it. He'd just give it to someone who might need it later. North Blue, Kingdom of Edmonton. Edmonton, a nation once known for its beautiful snowy scenery and thriving tourist industry, is now shrouded in the smoke of war. Fed up with endless exploitation by the king and nobles, merchants, and citizens launched a civil war to overthrow the cruel monarchy and greedy aristocracy. Backed by most of the common people, the rebel army grew with astonishing speed. In less than a year they had occupied almost all the principality's territory. The royal army proved no match for them, many soldiers even defected. After only a few campaigns, the king controlled nothing but the capital. But just as the rebels prepared to storm the royal city and topple the tyrant, the king hired Germa 66. The battle for the capital lasted a single day. The vast rebel force collapsed under the onslaught of the war experts of Germa 66. Too easy. All we had to do was swing by and we collected a fat fee. Vinsmoke Niji laughed, tossing aside a clone soldier he'd used as a human shield, utterly unconcerned by the corpses strewn across the field. Ha ha ha. If only every job were this simple. Youngest brother Yanji lounged beside the rebel leader's body, hands behind his head, casually admiring the carnage. Just hours earlier, the three brothers and their clone troops had overrun the rebel camp, routing the army and capturing its officers and their families in one stroke. Idiot. Jobs aren't always this sweet. And if the enemy's too weak, there's no thrill in crushing them. Eldest brother Ichiji, phone snail in hand, was reporting their victory to Judge in the palace. Though Germa had lost plenty of clone soldiers, exchanging endlessly replaceable clones for a chest full of war pay was a bargain. Well, that's true, Yanji laughed, patting the rebel leader's skull. These trash were no challenge, killing them was like squashing bugs. To his surprise, the corpse beneath his hand stirred, the rebel chief still clung to life despite his wounds. Germa 66. You devils, why did you join this fight? The leader opened blood-filmed eyes, face twisted with despair. They had been so close to toppling the tyrant, now, all was lost. Why? For the money, of course. Your king offered his whole treasury to pay us to wipe you out. Yanji grinned, unfazed by the man's hateful stare. As emotionless modified humans, the brothers were used to such looks, sometimes they even found them amusing. Unfortunately, he couldn't toy with this one, someone had already reserved the rebel's head. Germa 66 kept its contracts, even the wild Niji wouldn't ignore a client's wishes. Especially your head, Yanji added cheerfully. The king has put a 200 million berry price on it. Niji stepped on the rebel leader's neck, a cruel smile on his face. With a slight exertion of force, he crushed it completely. At the same time, back at the royal palace of the Edmonton Principality, Vinsmoke Judge was overseeing clone soldiers as they emptied the national treasury. The king watched helplessly as his treasury was looted piece by piece. His heart ached so much he nearly fainted, yet he didn't even have the courage to open his mouth and stop it. His cruelty was reserved only for his own people. When faced with monsters like Germa 66, he didn't even dare to bargain. He let them walk away with a fortune in treasure without protest. Is something wrong, father? Reiju, tall and slender with mid-length pink hair, asked with mild confusion. Though Edmonton was a small nation in many ways, its treasury, built up over centuries, held a staggering amount of wealth. Normally, seeing this much money, which could significantly speed up Germa's revival, Judge would at least show some satisfaction, if not joy. But ever since hearing Niji's report, Judge hadn't said a single word. In fact, he'd been in a heavy mood for several days, ever since he received the news about the Marines appointing a new fleet admiral. What puzzled Reiju was this: Germa had no direct dealings with Marine headquarters. Why would a new admiral matter to them? It couldn't possibly be because of who the new fleet admiral was. The moment Reiju thought of that shameless man who had toyed with her feelings, her fists clenched. A dignified Marine admiral, playing innocent to flirt with women, and even worse, the man already had a fiancée. Naturally, what annoyed her the most was that she couldn't beat Borsellino's fiancée. If she could, with her personality, Reiju would never let it slide. If we could gain the support of the fleet admiral, reviving the Germa kingdom might be much easier. Judge suddenly muttered. Reiju's face instantly darkened. Judge had become obsessed with restoring Germa to its former glory. And if trading one daughter could make that happen, there was no doubt in Reiju's mind he would do it without hesitation. Oddly enough, being used as a bargaining chip was something Reiju despised the most. Yet, thinking about what might come next, she couldn't bring herself to be as angry as usual. In fact, there was a faint sense of anticipation deep in her heart. But just thinking about that violent woman who would draw her blade at the slightest provocation made her question whether Judge's plan could actually succeed. Reiju. Submit the application to the world government. Germa Kingdom will attend the fleet admiral's promotion ceremony. Judge didn't care about Reiju's opinion, nor the fact that the Marines hadn't invited any outside factions to the ceremony. Cruel, arrogant, and self-important, in many ways, he was no different from the King of Edmonton. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 242, 243, Germa 66, 2. Grand Line, Little Garden. Under the watchful eye of Vivian, the blue ogre Dori and the red ogre Broggy boarded two specially designed warships made to contain giants. Their journey was nearing its end. Soon, the two giant pirate legends would be delivered to Impel Down, now fully restored. Given their immense strength and status as heroes of Elbaf, they were likely to be imprisoned on Level 6, Infinite Hell. Their sentence? 500 years. Gahaha. How embarrassing. Getting caught by a little girl from our own tribe. Broggy. Even with arms shackled in iron chains as thick as barrels, and their towering bodies crammed into reinforced iron cages, Dori showed no fear at all. The legendary warrior was still laughing as he shouted toward Broggy on the other ship. Ha 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 ha. Look who's talking. Still, that little girl really is something. We've been away for 100 years, and Elbaf's raised a real powerhouse. Broggy also burst into hearty laughter, completely unconcerned about their fate as prisoners destined to spend the rest of their lives in jail. What a pity that little girl became a Marine. Otherwise, the new generation of the giant warrior pirates would surely be even more fierce than we were back then. Dori turned his head to look at Vivian, who was directing the Marines to board the ship. In the eyes of ordinary humans, the tall and strong Vivian was already an extraordinarily powerful female giant. But to fellow giants like Dori and Broggy, Vivian was still just a newly grown little girl. Even though the two of them had lost to her in combat, they couldn't bring themselves to harbor any resentment toward such a little girl. Lord Dori. Lord Broggy. I'll follow in your footsteps and make the giant warrior pirates greater than ever. Ow. The giant woman standing on the shore, Gulls, shouted loudly as she watched the two legendary heroes of the giant race being locked in cages. But before she could finish her sentence, Vivian gave her a hard smack on the head. Idiot. Remember your current position. You're a Marine now. That giant warrior pirate stuff ends with me. Vivian mocked her, imitating Kizaru's usual lofty stance, looking down at Geltz, who was half a head shorter than her. Even though Kizaru had never deliberately instilled any era-transcending ideals in her, after spending so many years by his side and within the Navy, Vivian's way of thinking and worldview had inevitably been heavily influenced. Though she still sometimes displayed the giant race's characteristic love for battle, if one overlooked her enormous size, Vivian's mannerisms actually resembled those of a true Marine even more than Kizaru's. Ugh, violent woman. Gulls muttered under her breath while holding her head, but under Vivian's oppressive presence, she could only look on with teary eyes as Dory and Broggy were taken away. All right, let's get moving too. We have to make it back to Marine Ford before the ceremony starts. Vivian shouted loudly to the other Marines on the beach. At that moment, she couldn't wait to return to headquarters and witness the moment when Boss Kizaru became the new fleet admiral with her own eyes. Are we already heading back? AI Hybra packed the blood sample she had extracted from a Styracosaurus into a refrigerated box. Looking back at the lush, fern-covered primeval forest, a look of regret appeared on her small face. This massive island known as Little Garden preserved a wide range of prehistoric species. Even though they were all creatures from another world, to a researcher like AI Hybra, it was an unimaginably rich genetic treasure trove. Ahem. If we don't leave soon, we might miss the promotion ceremony. Vice Admiral Dalmatian, wearing his signature spotted dog hat, said helplessly. They had already spent a long time here on Little Garden. If he missed Kizaru's promotion ceremony because of this, Dalmatian would regret it for the rest of his life. Then let's head back. Will all the Marines attend the ceremony? After locking the box and double-checking to ensure nothing was left behind, AI Hybra finally nodded and replied. She wasn't the kind of unreasonable and overbearing woman either. What's more, her expertise lay more in chemistry and pharmaceuticals, her research into biology was primarily a personal interest. During this time, with the help of the two giant women, Vivian and Geltz, AI Hybra had managed to collect samples of almost every major species on Little Garden. She even helped Kizaru by shipping a batch of every dinosaur species over to the Marvel world. There really wasn't much point in staying on the island any longer. Of course not. Only vice admirals from headquarters and the fleet admirals are required to be there in person. The officers from the branches still have their own duties to fulfill. However, most branch Marines will send representatives to observe the ceremony at Marine Ford. Vice Admiral Dalmatian glanced curiously at the high-tech refrigerated box before patiently explaining. If the promotion ceremony weren't relatively short and a good opportunity to coordinate some large-scale operations, Marine Ford might have even considered only summoning a portion of the vice admirals from headquarters. After all, the Navy never paid much attention to formalities. Historically, there had even been fleet admirals promoted in the middle of battle, with the official ceremony held at Marine Ford afterward. It really is something to look forward to, the promotion ceremony of the fleet admiral. AI Hybra boarded the warship alongside Dalmatian. The box samples, naturally, would be carried into the hold by the Marines. Although she wasn't exactly a sheltered girl in her original world, AI Hybra had never had the chance to get close to such a high-ranking figure like a fleet admiral. Especially someone like Kizaru, as a fleet admiral, his power and status far exceeded that of any so-called king or noble. While Vice Admiral Dalmatian was hurrying back to Marine Ford, the Navy headquarters was already bustling with excitement. Hundreds of warships from the Four Blues and the Grand Line's various Marine branches had gathered there, creating a scene comparable to the Marine Ford War itself. Marine officers from all over the world were eagerly awaiting the promotion ceremony of the new fleet admiral. Many were veterans stationed far from headquarters, returning for the first time in years, or even decades. Some had never been to HQ before at all. It's magnificent. Truly worthy of being called headquarters. That's where Kizaru took down Whitebeard, right? He's Fleet Admiral Kizaru now. Mere pirates could never hope to stand against the Navy. Marines from every corner of the world were gathered together in rare unity, though there were still a few unsociable individuals, like Smoker, who always had a scowl on his face no matter who he was talking to. Most of the Navy officers were quite happy to connect with colleagues from other seas, after all, who knew when they'd have to work together in the future. After being Fleet Admiral for so long, I can finally put down this burden. Come to think of it, the last time I went on vacation was more than 20 years ago. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked relaxed as he gazed down at the lively scene in the Marine Ford Plaza. Originally, he had planned to vacate this office for Borsellino, but due to Borsellino's insistence, Sengoku ended up keeping his old room. Borsellino's previous office was instead converted into the new Fleet Admiral's office. Although the official promotion ceremony for the new Fleet Admiral was still days away, Sengoku had already gradually transferred his authority to Borsellino. The mountain of paperwork that used to pile up daily had suddenly vanished. Even Sengoku himself felt a rare sense of ease. Just as he was basking in the warm sunlight and thinking about taking his pet goat out for a stroll, the den mushy on his desk suddenly rang urgently. Don't tell me it's another one of those careless fools. Sengoku frowned slightly. Despite having stepped down from his post as Fleet Admiral, a number of airhead idiots still came to report things directly to him in the past few days. Good thing the new Fleet Admiral was Borsellino. If it had been Sakazuki, those people wouldn't have gotten off so lightly. But to Sengoku's surprise, the voice on the other end of the line wasn't some slow-witted marine, it was a high-ranking official from the world government. After just a few sentences, Sengoku couldn't help but furrow his brows. The official had specifically contacted him to ask that a portion of the viewing area at the Fleet Admiral's promotion ceremony be reserved for certain special guests. What? Germa 66? Are you joking? If it had been just that, Sengoku might have still done the world government a favor. But once he heard the identities of those so-called guests, he refused without hesitation. First of all, Marineford's promotion ceremonies for Fleet Admirals had always been internal affairs, open only to Navy personnel. It was only in Mary Geos where non-Navy spectators were permitted. And more importantly, the identity of Germa 66 made it impossible for the Marines to welcome them. After all, there had even been serialized comic strips in the North Blue newspaper showing the Navy and Germa 66 clashing. Vice Admiral Garp was even the inspiration for the protagonist. Of course, in reality, Germa 66 didn't have that kind of star power. And since the Germa Kingdom was nominally a world government affiliate nation, the Navy couldn't outright deal with them, but that didn't mean they'd allow them to step foot on Marineford soil. No wonder the official had called Sengoku the washed-up Fleet Admiral, instead of Borsellino, who was already in charge. If they'd gone to Borsellino, they probably would have gotten cursed out on the spot. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 244, Ceremony begins. Please understand, I really couldn't refuse. That guy Vinsmoke Judge brought along several kings from allied nations to apply together, and even invoked the name of the celestial dragons. On the other end of the den mushy, a high-ranking official of the world government sounded a bit helpless. Normally, he wouldn't have to give much face to the kings of allied nations. But unfortunately, not long ago, the 5 elders had decided to increase the celestial tribute for the year, and the king's judge brought in to speak on his behalf were all his former clients. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of people would be willing to cooperate with Germa 66, an infamous mercenary army. Ironically, these very same kings were among the most proactive in paying their celestial tribute. On top of that, the world government needed their support in the upcoming reverie. Of course, the most crucial detail was that the world government official all but said outright that this was the will of the 5 elders. Otherwise, even the name of the celestial dragons wouldn't carry that much weight in front of high-ranking officials and the Fleet Admiral of the Marines. Why is Vinsmoke Judge suddenly so eager to attend the ceremony? Fleet Admiral Sengoku fell silent for a long while. In the end, he couldn't reject the request as decisively as before. Not everyone could be like Kizaru, standing firm even in the face of the 5 elders. Though Sengoku upheld the ideal of justice reigning supreme, he was still flexible where compromise was possible. What truly unsettled him was the suspicion that Germa 66 might have some hidden agenda in attending the ceremony. Their stated reason is to build good relations with the Marines and seek opportunities for cooperation and technological exchange. At this point, the world government official's tone turned somewhat strange. A collaboration between the justice-driven Marines and the notorious war machine Germa 66. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed absurd. But no one really knew what Judge was thinking. He came knocking with such confidence. If the official weren't an old friend of Sengoku's, he wouldn't even know how to persuade the Marines. I understand. I'll find a way. Sengoku rubbed his forehead. He had already stepped down from the position of Fleet Admiral, so why was he still dealing with such troublesome matters? If it were Kizaru, he'd probably reject them without a second thought. But Sengoku had to weigh the pressure coming from both the 5 elders and the world government. I'm counting on you. I really don't know what I'd do without you. The world government official finally let out a sigh of relief. Sengoku was indeed more reasonable. Still, the mere thought of having to deal with Kizaru in the future gave him a headache. I'll try to convince Kizaru, but you'd better remind those kings that Marineford is no place for them to act recklessly. Hearing the relief in the other's voice, Sengoku could easily guess what he was thinking. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he issued a stern warning. Looking at the big picture isn't a bad thing, but turning it into a habit could eventually become his weakness. Fortunately, he was about to step down as Fleet Admiral. From now on, all this nonsense wouldn't be his problem. That thought lifted Sengoku's mood a bit. He casually picked up the cloak from the rack and prepared to go talk to Kizaru. Unlike those obsessed with power and status, Sengoku had quickly adapted to his new role. A Grand Inspector of the Navy should behave like one. Convincing Kizaru would be his job. All Sengoku needed to do was clearly explain the pros and cons. On the other side, after receiving Sengoku's reply, the world government official couldn't wait to notify Vinsmoke Judge that the application for several member nation kings to attend the Navy headquarters promotion ceremony had been approved. I see. Much appreciated, Your Excellency. We and the other kings will fully support the matter of the heavenly tribute. Judge was in high spirits upon receiving the good news and patted his chest, making a firm promise to the official. The Germa kingdom had no vast territory and only a pitifully small population. Its tribute payments were already in the lowest tier, and even if doubled, the amount wouldn't be significant. As for the kings he pulled in to attend the ceremony with him, as long as they still needed to hire Germa 60 SIXS army, none of them would dare stir up trouble at a time like this. That's good. But don't say I didn't warn you, Kizaru is not Sengoku. That guy's tolerance, no, that guy doesn't even know what tolerance means. You'd better behave. Perhaps because Judge was being respectful, the world government official even gave a kind warning before hanging up. Haha, no matter how crazy someone is, they wouldn't go to Marineford just to die, except for Whitebeard, maybe. Judge, in a great mood, cracked a rare joke, which made the world government official laugh heartily. Whitebeard's death had not only greatly reduced the Navy's pressure, but also removed a thorn in the world government's side. Otherwise, even for the sake of pure gold, the five elders wouldn't have compromised again and again with Kizaru. Father, are we really going to Marineford to attend the ceremony? Reiju, who had been silent, couldn't help but speak up only after Judge ended the call. Even now, she couldn't understand why her father believed it was possible to convince Kizaru to support Germa's restoration. Even though she had only interacted with Kizaru for less than a week, and never saw him again after learning his true identity, that didn't stop her from firmly believing Kizaru was just a scumbag who pretends not to know you once his pants are on. Hoping that such a scumbag would support Germa's restoration. Reiju couldn't think of any word other than delusional to describe it. I believe this will be the first step toward rebuilding the Germa kingdom. Judge replied simply. If the Navy was willing to support Germa's restoration, he was even willing to help them fight pirates. At worst, getting the fleet admiral support was ideal. But even if that failed, acquiring the new admiral's genetic lineage would still be a great outcome. After defeating and killing 2 Yonko, Kizaru was now recognized as the strongest person in the world. If they could use his lineage factor to create even stronger clones, then perhaps Germa 66 could restore its nation with its own strength. Of course, there was no need to tell Reiju about this. After all, acquiring Kizaru's lineage factor would start with her. At this moment, Reiju had no idea that her own father was already planning to sell her out. She was still agonizing over how to deal with that scumbag when the time came. Back then, she had resolutely told him she never wanted to see him again. And now, she had to shamelessly go knocking on his door. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. Yet, whether Reiju liked it or not, time marched on. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Navy Fleet Admiral's inauguration ceremony had arrived. Marineford wasn't as bustling as it had been during the Summit War, but tens of thousands of headquarters and branch Marines had gathered. The number of warships docked in the harbor even surpassed that of the Summit War. The old execution platform, hastily erected back then, had been torn down and replaced with a far grander stage. Over 2,000 den mushy speakers were placed throughout Marineford to ensure that no matter where one stood, they could clearly hear the new Fleet Admiral's speech. The Navy ceremony was far simpler than the world government's. And in such a solemn atmosphere, no one dared to stir up trouble. Over 10,000 Marines stood in perfect formation across the plaza, awaiting the start of the inauguration. The first to arrive were 9 giant vice admirals, each nearly 20 meters tall. Notably, the recently returned Vivian had used her sheer strength to convince, by the traditional, giant persuasion method, the other giant vice admirals to let her claim the center position. Following them were 12 vice admirals stationed at Marineford and 12 guarding branch fortresses. They lined up in a predetermined order in front of the stage. Candidate Admiral Guillaume, who had recently been chasing down escaped impel-down prisoners, stood solemnly before the stage with her hand resting on her sword. Her beautiful features, however, betrayed her pride and excitement. To Guillaume, Borsellino was more than just her fiancé, he was the man she had always admired and followed. Otherwise, no matter how slick Borsellino's flirting was, it wouldn't have been so easy to win her over. Next came Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the retired Admiral Zephyr. These veterans took positions on the stage toward the rear. A stir swept through the Marines in the plaza. Whether it was Garp the hero or Black Arm Zephyr, they were all idols to countless Marines. Even Vice Admiral Tsuru had a huge fanbase among the female soldiers. It's really Admiral Zephyr. I didn't think he'd show up at Fleet Admiral Borsellino's inauguration. Kobe, standing toward the front of the plaza, was visibly excited. He had just been promoted to lieutenant commander thanks to his contributions during the Summit War. As Vice Admiral Garp's direct subordinate, there was no way he'd be left standing in some obscure corner. For someone who had idolized the Navy since childhood, both Garp and Zephyr were living legends to Kobe. Well, that makes sense. In a way, Admiral Zephyr was Fleet Admiral Borsellino's teacher, you know. Helmeppo added in a low, proud voice, clearly flaunting some recent insider info. The once spoiled rich boy had become a capable Marine in his own right under Garp's iron fist of love. Not long after Garp and Zephyr stepped onto the stage, Admirals Akainu and Akiji also ascended from the sides and stood on either end of the stage, like guardians flanking the center. If Garp and Zephyr were the Marines' idols, then Akainu and Akiji were the embodiment of the Navy's current peak combat power. Countless Marines looked up at the star-studded stage with awe, dreaming that one day they too might stand upon it. No, even just standing in front of it alongside the Vice Admirals would be enough. The atmosphere was so electrifying that even the most well-trained Marines struggled to contain their emotions. The plaza buzzed with excited voices. The chatter of 10 or even 100 Marines wasn't enough to stand out in the vast expanse of Marine Ford. But when 1,000, or even 10,000 Marines all started murmuring in excitement, no matter how softly they spoke, it inevitably turned into a tidal wave of sound. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 244, 245, Ceremony. Clack clack clack. Just then, as a series of soft yet firm footsteps echoed, the noise in the plaza gradually faded. Everyone's eyes turned toward the tall, commanding figure slowly ascending the podium, Fleet Admiral Sengoku the Buddha. In terms of combat feats, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had never produced results as flashy as Kizaru's. Even his career highlight, taking down the Golden Lion who had stormed Marine Ford, was done alongside Garp. In terms of popularity, compared to the dazzling Marine hero Garp, Sengoku had always been the one working quietly in the background. Even during the war at the summit, which he personally orchestrated, the spotlight had ultimately landed on Kizaru. But in the eyes of every Marine, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was the most trustworthy commander. As he stepped onto the podium, Marine Ford's plaza fell into absolute silence. Even the guests attending the promotion ceremony, including Judge of the Vinsmoke family, had been seated far from the stage in a designated viewing area. This way, even if any of them tried to cause trouble, the Navy would have enough time to respond. That guy's the Fleet Admiral. Yeah, he does look like someone terrifying, muttered Yanji, who was usually reckless and lawless, upon seeing how quickly the crowd had fallen silent. To avoid potential conflict, Judge had only brought Reiju and the relatively obedient Yanji on this trip. Even so, after arriving in Marine Ford, the foul-tempered Yanji had already gotten into a few minor altercations with the Navy. But now that the Fleet Admiral's inauguration ceremony had begun, even Yanji dared not act out. As a modified human, he lacked emotion and fear, but that didn't mean he lacked intelligence. If he caused trouble now, Judge wouldn't forgive him, and with the dozens of powerhouses surrounding the stage, even a single one could wipe the floor with him. Reiju, sitting beside him, didn't bother acknowledging her foolish little brother. Her beautiful eyes were too busy scanning the stage, searching for a familiar figure. Shut up, Judge growled, glaring at Yanji. In his eyes, nothing was more important than restoring his kingdom. For that goal, he would sacrifice even his own children without hesitation. The only thing he ever weighed was whether it was worth it. Swallowing hard under Judge's glare, Yanji finally quieted down and pretended to vanish. By now, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had begun his speech. This ceremony wasn't just to celebrate Kizaru's promotion, it also marked Sengoku's farewell as he officially stepped down from the role of Fleet Admiral. The Navy had chosen to combine the two events, with the former Fleet Admiral personally passing on his authority to his successor, an act symbolic of the Navy's unique tradition of inheritance. Sengoku briefly recapped his career, from the time he joined the Navy to becoming Fleet Admiral. All of the sea's top powerhouses were legends in their own right. Even though Sengoku skimmed over most of it, his brilliant history still left countless Marines filled with reverence. But Sengoku wasn't recounting the past to glorify himself. With the authority and respect he commanded in the Navy, he had no need for such gestures. His real purpose was to lay the foundation for the next part of his speech. The execution of Gold Roger did not extinguish the pirates' delusions. The bloodline of evil continues. In order to uphold justice and eliminate the pirate threat once and for all, Marine Headquarters launched an offensive against the Whitebeard pirates. Standing on the podium, Fleet Admiral Sengoku wore a solemn expression. After reviewing the past, he affirmed the Navy's current achievements. The Summit War had crippled 2 of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. Even the former, strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, fell at Marine Ford. Such accomplishments were undoubtedly a source of pride for the Navy. The Marines in the plaza couldn't help but stand up straighter with pride. Especially those elite Marines who had participated in the Summit War, they lifted their heads high with a shared sense of honor. The only regret was that the original execution target, Ace the Fire Fist, had managed to escape in the end. If not for Kizaru slaying Whitebeard first and then severely injuring red-haired Shanks, his overwhelming performance would have left the outcome of the war more ambiguous. As Fleet Admiral Sengoku delivered his impassioned speech from the stage, the vast majority of those present listened with full attention. It wasn't just out of respect for Sengoku, it was because he was now speaking of the vision for the Navy's future. Although Kizaru would soon be in charge of the Navy, the vision presented by former Fleet Admiral Sengoku also served, in a way, as a blueprint for what was to come. After all, before outlining his vision, Sengoku would certainly have consulted with Kizaru. The audience was filled with either Marines or monarchs from world government-affiliated nations. Even the warmongering Germa 66 needed to understand the Navy's future goals. So almost everyone listened very seriously. The only exception was Kizaru, waiting in the lounge for his grand entrance. Brings back memories. Feels like it all passed in the blink of an eye. Kizaru muttered from the large sofa in the rest lounge, watching the live broadcast screen with a nostalgic tone. Back then, he'd been in the plaza watching Fleet Admiral Kong and Fleet Admiral Sengoku pass the torch to the next generation, and now, it was Sengoku handing the Navy over to him. Nicknamed the Ageless Admiral, Kizaru still looked like a 17 or 18-year-old youth, yet here he was sighing about the years flying by. The contradiction was almost comical. But you literally look younger than me. Sitting across from Kizaru was Shiho Miyano, also known as AI Hybera, now restored to her original form. Hearing Kizaru's nostalgic musings, the genius girl couldn't help but poke fun at him. Thanks to Ain's return fruit, Hybera AI successfully reverted to her original pre-APTX 4869 state. It was the first time Ain had ever used her ability and watched someone grow older instead of younger. The experience nearly shattered her confidence. Thankfully, in the world of pirates, devil fruits came in all shapes and absurdities. Kizaru brushed it off with ease and made up a plausible-sounding explanation. Experience has nothing to do with appearance. Didn't you say that once you returned to your original form, you were going to leave? Dressed in the Marine Admiral's uniform, Borsellino shrugged lazily. Sengoku's retirement speech was still ongoing, and once it ended, it would be his turn to take the stage. But knowing Sengoku's reputation for long-winded speeches, Borsellino wasn't in any hurry. I want to bring my sister back to life. Compared to Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, devil fruits might offer a more viable path. Shiho shook her head. After witnessing the absurdity of the return fruit firsthand, she'd begun to place her hopes on the countless mysterious powers within this world. If a fruit that reverses time exists, then resurrection may not be as impossible as it seems. A fruit that can bring back the dead, huh? Honestly, I only know one, the Yomi Yomi no Mi. But that one can only bring the user themselves back. Kizaru lightly tapped the armrest of the couch. To be frank, he didn't hold much hope that Shiho would find a way to truly bring someone back to life. And even if such an ability did exist, it was most likely already in the hands of the celestial dragons, or worse, Imu. At the very least, the five elders surely didn't possess it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so obsessed with pure gold. There's still hope. Also, if possible, I'd like to meet Vegapunk. Shiho's expression softened with longing. If it meant she could see her sister again, there was no price too great. Where'd you hear about Vegapunk? Kizaru narrowed his eyes. As far as he could recall, he hadn't mentioned Vegapunk in the group chat. Not even once. Vegapunk's abilities were far too special. Depending on how you looked at it, his devil fruit could very well be considered one of the strongest. The only other person in the chat who knew about it was Random Guy, but after being warned by Orochimaru, he had stopped casually spoiling future events. Unless she had been specifically chatting with Kizaru, there was no reason for her to learn about Vegapunk from the group. Ain's a pretty good conversation partner. But, her curiosity can get the better of her. And she's, well, somewhat naive. Shiho chuckled softly, tapping her chin with a finger. Unlike Zephyr, who was used to Borsellino being surrounded by women, Ain was still a bit shy and overly curious about everything regarding her admiral. She didn't dare approach Borsellino directly, so she turned to Shiho, someone she'd just interacted with, in an attempt to learn more about him. Unfortunately for her, Shiho was a former member of the organization. And even though she was primarily a scientist, she'd still been trained in basic interrogation resistance and psychological reading. In the end, the naive Ain got nothing out of her, while Shiho casually pried loose a handful of secrets without much effort. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 245-246, Nami's Wariness. Fortunately, Zephyr was nearby at the time, otherwise, Ain would have probably spilled even the embarrassing details like how she used to wet the bed as a child. To meet Vegapunk isn't out of the question, but now's not the time. Kizaru stroked his chin thoughtfully as he spoke. Although Vegapunk was technically under the Navy's control, even a fool could guess the world government must have left itself a backup plan. Unfortunately, he transmigrated too early, same with the random guy from the chat group, so neither of them yet knew exactly what the world government had planned. Fortunately, Kizaru had proactively requested control rights over Vegapunk from the Five Elders, and as Fleet Admiral and the newly crowned world's strongest, they more or less had to show him some respect. At least until they found a way to restrain Kizaru, the Five Elders and the world government wouldn't lay hands on Vegapunk. Looks like you're planning something big. Hybra AI raised an eyebrow slightly. Having been in the One Piece world for a good while, she had a solid grasp of the global landscape. On the surface, the world government resembled the United Nations from her own world, but in truth, it was nothing of the sort. It stood above all nations, ruling the world through sheer force and absolute power. Even the Navy, which bore the banner of justice, was essentially just one of the world government's enforcers. Abilities like devil fruits and hockey made sheer numbers meaningless. Even if lucky individuals among the common people obtained devil fruit powers, they still stood no chance against the might of the world government. In a world where strength reigned supreme, top-tier powerhouses could crush entire countries single-handedly, and just within the Navy alone, Hybra AI could name 6 or 7 such individuals. Below them were secondary powerhouses who could still stand against nations, for instance, Vivian, who had defeated 2 giant heroes simultaneously on Little Garden. These secondary-tier elites were even more numerous than the top-tier ones, and that was just the Navy's publicly known strength. Who knew how many hidden trump cards the world government had? To start a grassroots revolution in a world like this? In Hybra AI's view, it was practically impossible. You'll find out in due time. Now's just not the right moment, Kizaru said with ease. He wasn't worried about Hybra AI leaking anything, he just wanted to be absolutely safe. After all, unlike him, Hybra AI didn't possess powerful observation hockey or malice detection abilities. If someone with a mind-reading fruit like the Glare fruit appeared, she wouldn't stand a chance. Is that so? Well then, I'm looking forward to it. Hybra AI chuckled softly. She seemed to have guessed what Kizaru was thinking, but she didn't mind. Patience was, after all, a core trait for any true researcher. Knock knock knock. Before Kizaru could say anything more, they heard knocking at the door to the lounge. Wearing a white female marine uniform and draped in a justice coat, Nami stepped inside. Her large eyes first swept over Hybra AI warily, then turned toward Kizaru. Due to Kizaru's promotion to Fleet Admiral, his adjutant Nami had also been promoted to the rank of Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Commander. If it weren't for her young age, she might have even broken Kizaru's own record for the fastest promotion to full colonel in HQ. Fleet Admiral Kizaru, it's nearly time for your inaugural speech. Please begin your final preparations. Nami, expressionless, spoke in a formal and measured tone, as if her relationship with Kizaru was strictly professional. Ever since she personally witnessed Ein reverse AI Hybra from a little girl into a beautiful young woman, Nami had become hypervigilant. It wasn't because she wanted to compete for Kizaru's affection, but because she was worried that AI Hybra was after Gion's position as his fiancée. Kizaru had many women around him, and even Nami hadn't escaped his clutches. But most of the women who stayed by Kizaru's side were simply lovers. There was also someone like Esteth, who walked her own path. Only Gion held the status of main wife. That's exactly why Nami felt such intense hostility and wariness toward AI Hybra, because AI definitely wouldn't settle for being just another woman like Nami or Hancock. In other words, she was a potential rival to Gion. All right, got it, Kizaru said with a smile as he stood up. Taking advantage of Nami's distracted stare at AI Hybra, he playfully smacked her on the butt, startling her. But before Nami could get angry, Kizaru had already stepped out of the lounge and was heading toward the stage in the plaza. Seeing this, Nami didn't have time to warn AI Hybra and had no choice but to quickly follow after him. What a flirt. Back in the lounge, AI Hybra rubbed her forehead and casually opened the dimensional chat group. Just as expected, she saw that Kizaru had started a live stream. She didn't need to follow him around like that silly Nami. She could enjoy a VIP-level experience of the ceremony from right here. Ding. AI Hybra has entered Kizaru's live stream room. Fubuki, AI-chan, you're finally online. I thought Kizaru locked you up and did those things to you. AI Hybra, I have no interest in fighting over a playboy with other women. Romance is stupid. Random person trying to cling to Luo Feng's leg, watch your mouth, sharp tongue. Lord Kizaru isn't some playboy, he's compassionate. AI Hybra, shut up, you pathetic simp. Random person trying to cling to Luo Feng's leg, humph. A real man doesn't argue with a venomous woman. It's starting. Look. Lord Kizaru is finally taking the stage. Kobayashi, so many marines and giants, it looks incredible. Esteth, so this is the Navy, huh? Seems interesting. I wonder how they compare to the Empire's naval forces. Hermione Granger, oh. My. She's at least 60 feet tall. Is that a giant? Xiaomei, so many people, it's like the entire Wuten city gathered in one place. Tony Stark, hey. I'm not late, am I? Whoa, now this is a proper event. Orochimaru, to gather tens of thousands of people for just a promotion ceremony, the Navy's influence is quite something. Jotaro Kujo, Justice, looks pretty cool. Tanjiro Kamado, wow. So many people. Random person trying to cling to Luo Feng's leg, Tanjiro, didn't you have sword training today? Tanjiro Kamado, yes. I'm waiting for Master Urokadaki to teach me. Random person trying to cling to Luo Feng's leg, then keep at it. Even though Lord Kizaru said he'd help, you still need to be able to protect yourself. Tony Stark, come on, it's the modern age, why are you still swinging swords around? Save up some dimensional coins and I'll give you a discount on an Iron Man suit. Random person trying to cling to Luo Feng's leg, for real. I want one too. Kobayashi, exercising is still good. Otherwise, you end up like me, random back pain from aging, ugh, so painful. AI Hibara, Kobayashi, aren't you in your 20s? Kobayashi, A girl's age is a secret. AI Hibara, so you do remember you're a girl, huh? Tony Stark, amazing. So, now that Borsalino is the fleet admiral, think there's a chance he might order more weapons from Stark Industries to re-equip the Navy. Orochimaru, unfortunately, from what I know, Borsalino-kun seems to prefer importing technology over buying finished products. Tony Stark, now that's unfortunate news. While the group in the live stream chat continued their banter, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku's retirement speech had just ended. Amid thunderous applause and cheers, he stepped down from the podium and went to change out of his admiral uniform. From this day forward, the Navy would no longer have a Fleet Admiral Sengoku. But it would gain a Chief Inspector Sengoku. At the same time, under the eager gazes of the masses, Borsalino stepped up to the podium, dressed in his admiral uniform, cloaked in the coat of justice. Before we begin today's inauguration address, I would first like to express, on behalf of the entire Navy and the countless people protected under its banner, our highest respect to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. For once, Borsalino abandoned his usual lazy, laid-back demeanor. At least to the vast majority of the Marines who weren't especially familiar with him, the new Fleet Admiral appeared sufficiently dignified. The only small flaw was that Borsalino's face, young, and almost excessively handsome, seemed slightly out of place in such a solemn setting. Salute. With that single command, tens of thousands of Marines moved in perfect unison, delivering a crisp salute to Sengoku as he stepped down from the podium. All of Marine Ford fell into total silence. Clearly, this wasn't part of the scheduled ceremony. This was something Borsalino decided on his own. To have the entire Navy salute the former Fleet Admiral, now the Chief Inspector, because in his eyes, Sengoku deserved that honor. This guy, Borsalino. Sengoku's shoulders trembled slightly as he walked down the steps. Seeing the respect and admiration on the faces of countless Marines, whatever lingering disappointment he felt vanished, replaced by a deep sense of fulfillment. To have earned the Navy's full approval by the end of his term. That, to Sengoku, meant everything. Meanwhile, former Admiral Zephyr stood beside Vice Admiral Garp, fuming as he stared at Borsalino. He trained that brat with full dedication back in the day, yet when he retired, Borsalino didn't arrange anything even remotely close to this spectacle. Sure, he had refused the idea of a retirement ceremony back then, but seeing Sengoku trembling with emotion now, Zephyr suddenly felt a twinge of regret. His own achievements and credentials weren't much less than Sengoku's. Even if he hadn't reached the rank of Fleet Admiral, wouldn't a send-off half this size have been justified? Wow. I want the same kind of send-off when I retire. Tsuru, remind Borsalino later. While Zephyr was still silently regretting, Vice Admiral Garp was already shouting his request, impatiently claiming his future farewell tribute. Back in their day, the older generation of Marines retired with barely any fuss. Maybe a farewell dinner with a few old comrades at most. None of them imagined retirement could come with such flair. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 246, 247, Farewell Salute. Salutes are for admirals and fleet admirals. Since when do lowly vice admirals like you get them? Before Tsuru could respond, Zephyr interrupted with a sharp remark. Even if Borsalino's grand gesture was admirable, it had nothing to do with him anymore. He wasn't about to return from retirement just to chase after a symbolic salute. And if he didn't get that treatment, there was no way he'd let the crazy old Mutt Garp enjoy it either. What did you just say, old bastard? Wanna fight? Vice Admiral Garp was nearly livid. If it weren't for the tens of thousands of Marines watching below, he'd have gone up there and duked it out with that old bastard right then and there. What did he mean by, just a mere headquarters Vice Admiral? If not for his refusal to be the celestial dragon's dog, would the great hero of the Marines have failed to become an admiral? All right, that's enough. Quiet down. Don't make a scene in front of the youngsters. Vice Admiral Kizaru gently tried to mediate, afraid those two unruly geezers would really come to blows on the spot. Still, she had to admit she was quite pleased with Borsellino's impromptu tribute segment. Not for her own sake, but because of the long-term benefit it would bring to the Navy. Even someone like Zephyr, long since retired, seemed visibly moved by the gesture. One could only imagine the motivation it would spark in the younger generation, to one day receive such an honor upon retirement. Though Borsellino hadn't outright stated that the tribute was reserved for fleet admirals, anyone could guess you'd at least need to be a highly decorated veteran vice admiral to earn that kind of send-off. Ah, such a Borsellino, no, I mean, Fleet Admiral Borsellino kind of move, murmured Akiji, standing on one side of the podium. Since the O'Hara incident, Kazan's personality had grown increasingly laid back, with very few things able to stir him anymore. But that moment, watching tens of thousands of Marines salute Sengoku in perfect unison, had ignited something inside him. A long-lost spark, a wave of emotion. He found himself reminiscing about the days when he had just joined the Navy, filled with nothing but dreams of upholding justice. That heat, long cooled, now seemed to simmer once more. Sakazuki unusually held his tongue. After losing his chance to become Fleet Admiral, he had apparently discovered a new direction for his ambitions. If he could one day retire to a scene like that, thousands of salutes, universal respect, then maybe not becoming Fleet Admiral wasn't such a bitter loss after all. However, not everyone was thrilled by this show of unity within the Navy. Far away in Mary Geos, the five elders had just barely managed to brush off some celestial dragons who were pestering them about the legendary pure gold, only to be confronted with a far more troubling scene on the broadcast. Tens of thousands of elite Marines following Borsellino's orders with absolute discipline. That alone was enough to make the five elders feel like they were sitting on a bed of needles. Worse still, Borsellino's intentional tribute to Sengoku had rallied a good portion of the previously neutral officers under one banner, and more than that, it had established a dangerous precedent. A role model. A role model that could, one day, guide the Marines toward independence from the world government. A justice Navy, loyal to its ideals rather than its masters. In theory, this might seem like a good thing. But in the eyes of the five elders, the Navy was meant to be a sword in the hands of the world government, lapdogs under the celestial dragon's command. Anyone who defied that order was a traitor. We can't just sit back and let Borsellino do as he pleases. If we let this go on, by the time he retires, will the Navy even still belong to the world government? The one who broke the silence was Saint Warkiri, usually the most pro-Navy of the five elders, his beard thick and voice frigid. But now, seeing even the slightest hint of the Navy slipping from their control, he was the first to push back. Truthfully, even if the Navy was beginning to drift away from the world government, any real separation was still decades, if not centuries, away. At the very least, without independent funding, the Navy had no chance of operating on its own. That, more than anything, was why Warkiri was panicking, because it meant his influence, which had always been tied to the Navy, would start to shrink. That Borsellino only just took office. A tribute to Sengoku is hardly a crime. If we act rashly, we might trigger something none of us are prepared for, said Jupiter, trying to temper things. Even though he also disapproved of Borsellino, he had no intention of provoking him before securing the latest tribute of heavenly gold. Stability was crucial right now. They'd already had a major headache dealing with the pure gold fiasco among the celestial dragons. Thankfully, not many celestial dragons even knew about pure gold yet, so the pressure was still manageable. But if the heavenly gold tribute fell apart too, and all the celestial dragons turned against them, not even the five elders, backed by Imu, could withstand their wrath. Peter was already running himself into the ground over this. His once golden hair had even begun to dull from stress. As long as we control the Navy's funding, we don't need to worry about Borsellino turning against us, scoffed Saint Nashiro, the katana-wielding elder. As the so-called financial god of war, he was the most practical among them. No organization could function without stable funding, least of all an institution like the Navy, with over 1 million personnel. Not even Borsellino, with all his power and even the backing of Sengoku, could fund an independent Navy. Over 1 million Marines, thousands of warships, and hundreds of naval branches formed the largest armed force in history. The Navy wasn't just a military entity capable of toppling nations, it was also an insatiable beast of gold and resources. Even with Kizaru's treasure of Skypea and a net worth that surpassed the five elders and most celestial dragons, he could never afford to support such a massive force on his own. Nashiro is right. Just wait. Once the Seraphim are fully combat ready. Thanks to Borsellino, we've got one thing in abundance right now, time. Saint Mars gently stroked his proud long beard and spoke with a hint of amusement in his voice. The other five elders also smiled upon hearing this. With pure gold in their hands, the last thing they feared was someone trying to outlast them in a game of patience. Only Saint Warcury, who felt his authority being challenged, was in a foul mood. Yet even one of the exalted 5 elders couldn't go against the collective will of the other 4 when it came to dealing with Borsellino and the Navy. Helpless, Warcury could only curse under his breath before shifting his attention back to the live broadcast screen, wanting to see what kind of stunt Borsellino was planning to pull next. At Marine Ford, in the spectator seat some distance from the podium, Yanji, who had been laughing and joking earlier, had already zipped his mouth shut. The sight of tens of thousands of Navy troops standing in perfect silence had an undeniably intimidating presence. Germa 66 was hailed as the experts of war, and that wasn't just because of its fearless clone soldiers or Judge's advanced modification technology. Having spent his youth on countless battlefields, Yanji himself was an accomplished military commander. It was easy for him to sense just how strong the Navy was. Even if Germa 66 deployed its most elite cloned vanguard unit, they would likely still be no match for these forces. Their army's might was lacking, and their individual strength couldn't compare at all. Just a single glance from Yanji was enough to detect multiple figures emanating heavy pressure. If a real fight broke out, there were probably dozens of people present who could beat him senseless. Even his eldest brother, Ichiji, the strongest of their trio, probably wouldn't even crack the top 10 here. As a modified human, Yanji had lost his emotions and fear, but that didn't make him brainless. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to stir up trouble in a place like this. Reiju, once the ceremony's over, come with me to pay respects to Admiral Kizaru. Judge's voice was full of barely restrained excitement. From the Navy's performance just now, it was obvious Borsellino, the new fleet admiral, had truly earned the respect of all. And that meant, if they could earn Borsellino's friendship, it would be equivalent to winning the full support of the Navy. The restoration of the Germa kingdom would no longer be a mere pipe dream. All right, I understand, father. Reiju lightly bit her lip, her beautiful eyes unblinking as she stared at Borsellino up on the stage. Years had passed, and she was no longer the little girl she once was. Now, perhaps she could stand before Borsellino and show him just how much she had grown. The hope of Germa's restoration rests entirely on your shoulders now, Reiju. If we can't secure the Navy's support, then no matter how many wars we fight or how much money we make from mercenary work, we'll never truly claim a place of our own. Judge recalled every past moment when they had come close to reviving the kingdom, only for one reason or another to ruin it all. His face darkened with a mix of rage and frustration. If not for the world government and the Navy constantly interfering behind the scenes, then with the strength of Germa 66, was there anywhere they couldn't seize land to rebuild their kingdom? Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 247, 248, Pay Rise. At the very same time that the promotion ceremony for the Navy's fleet admiral was beginning at Marine Ford, the Beasts pirates in Wano country began to gather. Although Kaido of the Beasts had been the most active of the 4 emperors over the past decade or so, when it came to the Beasts pirates themselves, they had made surprisingly few big moves. It was as if, after occupying Wano, these pirates had been content to hole up there like shut-ins. By comparison, whether it was the Whitebeard pirates, who controlled the largest territory in the New World, the Big Mom pirates, who spent their days sending out invitations for tea parties, or even the red-haired pirates, who relished adventure, each had a far greater presence than the Beasts pirates. For that reason, when the Beasts pirates began to mobilize, even the CP agents embedded in Wano and within the crew didn't react immediately. By the time the pirates boarded Borasa's spaceship, the Dominator, and prepared to set sail, it was already too late to send any messages out. A machine that can block den mushy signals, huh? Now that's a fine piece of work. Quinn, half a scientist himself, was like a kid in a candy shop aboard Borasa's ship, running around and pestering the strangely shaped alien crew members, whose bizarre appearances still somehow fit the Beasts pirates' aesthetic, with question after question. It's simple technology, Lord Quinn. Just find the corresponding electromagnetic waves and jam them. The speaker was a 4-armed alien pirate with low combat power, but its race was highly skilled in invention and engineering, which was why it was allowed to serve aboard a ship of the Dark Matter pirates. Unfortunately for Boros, the only thing he valued in a subordinate was combat strength. Weakness itself was a crime. That was why he could tolerate a subordinate like Kaido, whose head was full of thoughts of betrayal, but had no regard for the life of a loyal technician. So when this 4-armed alien realized that the newly arrived senior combatant Quinn was interested in technology, it clung to him like a lifeline. Even at the Dark Matter pirates' peak, there had never been more than 30 senior combatants on the ship, and back then, not one of them would have even looked twice at a combat trash like this alien. Outstanding. Truly worthy of being called space pirates. Come on, show me all the other good stuff you've got. Quinn excitedly slapped his new underling's shoulder. Sure, the little guy was weak, but the endless stream of new technologies from space was just too tempting. If he could absorb all of it and rebuild himself with these upgrades, maybe, just maybe, he'd finally be able to give that annoying king a serious beating. Achoo. Standing at Kaido's side, King suddenly sneezed. Jack, who was in the middle of stuffing his face, glanced over in curiosity, only to be silenced by a single glare from King. Aside from Quinn, who was fascinated by the dark matter pirates' technology, the Beast's pirates' other officers were all gathered in a massive temple. Boros, the alien overlord, had no interest in a lively atmosphere, but he didn't mind if his subordinates enjoyed throwing a feast. Oi. We've been sailing for ages now, are you ever going to tell me where the hell we're headed? Kaido, already tipsy from downing a huge barrel of sake, suddenly barked at Boros, who sat at the head of the table. Once the captain of the Beast's pirates, Kaido now had to suffer the indignity of sitting beside Boros's throne even at banquets. It was still a position countless people would kill for, but for the proud and untamed emperor, it was nothing but a bitter humiliation. The officers, who had been enjoying themselves a moment earlier, all froze mid-motion, terrified that the slightest noise might set off either Boss Boros or Kaido. Ahaha. Kaido's just joking. Normally aloof, King didn't dare maintain his cold image now. He forced a laugh and tried to smooth things over. Because if these two started fighting, it was never just for show. The former Beast's pirates' stronghold, Onigashima, had been reduced to nothing but bare bedrock barely sticking above the waves after one of their scuffles. At high tide, only a tiny tip of the island could even be seen. If this were in Wano, everyone could just run and give them space. But on a spaceship? If a fight broke out here, King could fly and probably get away fine. The problem was, almost all the Beast's pirates' officers had Zoan-type devil fruits, and not one of them could swim. But when Boss Boros makes a move, he doesn't seem like the type to care about the people on this ship. For all they know, Kaido's thick skin will keep him fine, but the Beast's pirates could get wiped out first. I didn't tell you all. On the throne, Boros slowly opened his massive single eye. Even without unleashing Conqueror's haki, for some reason, everyone present felt an oppressive weight. Even the short-tempered Kaido couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, secretly startled. This Cyclops, why does he seem even stronger than before? No. I don't think you did. The officers looked at each other. After confirming that no one had secretly been told anything, one of the braver ones cautiously spoke up. Wait. You're not planning to go now, are you? Kaido suddenly remembered the thing the Cyclops had mentioned before. A single top-level fighter clearly wasn't enough to satisfy Boros. And according to Kizaru's instructions, Boros also had to bring Big Mom under his banner. 2 Yonko joining forces, plus the mysterious Boros whose strength surpassed even theirs, that lineup would be enough to give the world government and the Gorosei a real surprise. You know, so you can tell them. Boros merely cast Kaido a faint glance. He was quite satisfied with this top-tier fighter that Kizaru had recommended. Hopefully, the other one he was planning to recruit wouldn't disappoint either. Kaido ground his teeth, then turned and glared viciously at the curious officers, scaring the questions right out of them. But Kaido still didn't explain anything. Instead, he just grabbed his sake jar and started gulping it down again. He refused to believe that this Cyclops could really take on both him and Big Mom at once. As long as he could team up with Lean to defeat. No, even if they could just fight to a draw, he'd have a chance to shake off this monster. The officers were burning with curiosity, but none dared to ask. King seemed to have a vague guess, and he cast a respectful yet wary glance at Boros before lowering his head, already planning how to persuade Kaido. Only Kaido still thought he had a chance to turn things around. King and Jack had already accepted reality. As for Queen, he was too busy enjoying the alien technology to care. If Kaido knew what his 3 all-stars were thinking, he'd probably blow a gasket. Meanwhile, the Fleet Admiral promotion ceremony at Marineford continued. As a veteran Marine who had climbed step by step from the very bottom all the way to the Fleet Admiral's seat, Kizaru was not only a superior in the eyes of the sailors but also an object of admiration. Under such circumstances, no matter what Kizaru said in his speech, it would be warmly received by the Marines, and even more so when what he had prepared was a full plan to improve Marine benefits across the board. I want every Marine to be cared for in old age. I want the heroes who uphold justice to shed neither blood nor tears. Effective immediately, salaries for all Marine ranks will increase by 20%, pensions by 15%. Marines on the front lines will receive corresponding mission bonuses. Standing at the podium, Kizaru spoke with rare seriousness, but his words made countless Marines' faces light up with joy. Still, not everyone was impressed. Especially Akainu, standing not far from Kizaru, whose face remained expressionless from start to finish. In his view, the Marines' duty was to uphold justice, and only the private armies of kings and nobles would need to rely on higher pay to keep morale. But as someone who had been through it himself, Kizaru knew well, maintaining spiritual conviction requires a solid material foundation. In simpler terms, you need to pay people well. Of course, just giving money wasn't enough, an army without belief would inevitably fall into decay. Most Marines naturally didn't dare to speak out at this moment, silently calculating in their heads how many extra berries they'd be getting. But some people didn't bother with such restraint. If salary goes up 20%, then I can get. Kizaru, can you help me calculate how many berries that would be a month? Standing at the edge of the podium, Vice Admiral Garp frowned and tried to do the math for quite a while, before finally giving up on a field he was clearly not good at and choosing instead to ask Vice Admiral Kizaru for help. Strictly speaking, a headquarters Vice Admiral, especially a high-ranking officer like Garp, shouldn't be short on money. Unfortunately, Garp was a chronic, spend-it-all-each-month type who had never learned the meaning of saving. Add to that the occasional fines for disobeying world government orders, and it wasn't hard to see why Vice Admiral Garp's finances were a little tight. Damn it, why is my pension increase smaller than that old mad dog's? Is that kid Borsellino targeting me? But to raise it all at once like this, won't it cause problems? Admiral Zephyr stood with his arms crossed, looking a little displeased. But those who knew him well could tell he was actually in a very good mood. Even compared to troublemakers like Vice Admiral Garp, who routinely had his pay docked, Zephyr's finances weren't exactly flush. From long before he'd even made Admiral, Zephyr had been raising and supporting the orphans of fallen Marines. After retiring, he had devoted all his energy to training the next generation. In the original timeline, the reason Admiral Zephyr could rally an entire force from within the Marines was precisely because of his decades-long reputation for teaching and supporting Marine recruits. Now, with an unexpected boost to his pension, he could sponsor even more young Marines, a fact Zephyr considered nothing but good news. The only thing nagging at him was whether such a massive expenditure would get the world government and the Five Elders' approval. After all, salaries already took up a significant share of the Marines' military budget. With over 1 million Marines, even a 20% raise represented an enormous sum. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 248, Merit System. Improving Marine pay, huh? That's actually not a bad direction. This year's budget is already triple last year's, and on top of that, Borsellino demanded another 70% more. Vice Admiral Kizaru, seemingly guessing Zephyr's concern, explained with a mix of exasperation and amusement. In past years, every Marine budget submission had been picked apart by the world government, so the finance department had always adopted a conservative approach. But this time, spurred on by Borsellino and under the very real justification of the Marines' heavy losses at Marine Ford, they had prepared a budget that was already bold by normal standards. They were mentally prepared for several big items to be cut, only for Borsellino not only to get it all approved but to force the Five Elders to cough up 70% more. Afterward, even the usually stern former Fleet Admiral Sengoku had cracked a rare joke. If I'd known Borsellino was this good at squeezing money out of them, I'd have handed him the Fleet Admiral's seat years ago. That guy's always good at pulling off shady little tricks, Zephyr said with feigned disdain, but the pride in his voice was unmistakable. He might not have thought much of Borsellino's future at first, but by now even Zephyr had to admit that Borsellino's achievements had far exceeded his expectations. After all, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, had fallen to Borsellino, and counting his earlier victories, all 4 Yonko had technically been defeated by him. Under such a powerful fleet admiral, maybe the great pirate era really could be brought to an end. That thought sent a rush of excitement through Zephyr, enough to stir the faint urge to come out of retirement. But his aged, battle-worn body, riddled with old injuries that ached on rainy days, reminded him that Black Arm Zephyr was long gone. To think of tackling things from the pay side. Truly worthy of Fleet Admiral Borsellino. Come to think of it, the last large-scale pay raise was decades ago, wasn't it? Although, if they could approve a few more vacation days, that would be even better. Standing on the other side of the stage, Kazan gave a slight nod. Compared to Sakazuki's barely concealed displeasure, Kazan was actually pleased with Borsellino becoming Fleet Admiral. Sure, there was some small regret over not becoming Fleet Admiral himself, but between the two, Borsellino's philosophy was far easier for him to accept. Kazan hadn't even lowered his voice, so Sakazuki, standing not far away, heard every word clearly. Billions of berries in military funds, enough to build several main fleets, wasted on this nonsense. Sakazuki muttered darkly. Sakazuki, long known for his hardline stance, scoffed at Kizaru's approach. In his view, since their mission was to uphold justice, as long as the pay wasn't so poor that it became unacceptable, there was no reason to waste the budget in areas that weren't strictly necessary. For the lowest-ranked Marines, ignoring all the various hidden benefits, their annual take-home salary was about 250,000 berries. If one counted all the commissioned and non-commissioned officers as well, this wave of salary increases would cost the Navy nearly 20 billion berries. On top of that, there was the massive group of retired Marines, whose pensions were no small sum either. If Kizaru hadn't promised them that next year's military budget would be even higher, Sakazuki would have been the very first to jump up and oppose this decision. Ah la la, you can't really put it that way. Kizaru hasn't cut the budget for shipbuilding. Besides, the production capacity for the new model warships still can't keep up. Even if we had the funds, it's impossible to launch them in bulk in a short period of time. Kazan drawled lazily. He was already quite satisfied with the Navy's current state. If it weren't necessary to have a force capable of counterbalancing the hawkish faction, he would have even considered giving up his position as its leader. Being just an ordinary admiral wasn't so bad. If Kizaru could bring an end to the Great Pirate Era, Kazan could retire early, just like Teacher Zephyr. However, Kazan had no patience for teaching the Navy's younger generation. By then, he'd probably choose to travel around the world, wandering wherever he pleased. If we don't take advantage of Whitebeard's death to press the attack and advance into the New World, when will we ever completely wipe out all the pirates? Sakazuki was clearly dissatisfied. Though he admitted that this opportunity was created by Kizaru, letting it go to waste like this was far too regrettable. Kazan scratched his head from the side. For once, he didn't oppose Sakazuki's proposal, but Kizaru rejected it, saying that the Navy also needed time to rest. It wasn't an unreasonable explanation, but for some reason, Kazan felt that Kizaru was hiding something from them. As for Kizaru's idea of giving the Navy's high-ranking officers a vacation, Kazan was, of course, all for it. From the podium, Kizaru could naturally hear the conversation between Kazan and Sakazuki. But as for why he wouldn't seize the chance to advance into the New World, he really had no way of explaining it to them. He couldn't exactly tell them that before long, a spiky-haired, one-eyed weirdo claiming to be the Pirate King would pop up in the New World. If the Navy advanced into the New World at this time and ran into Boros directly, even as Fleet Admiral, Kizaru wasn't confident he could avoid a head-on clash between the Navy and Boros. Rather than rack his brains later on figuring out how to keep the two sides from colliding, it was better to make sure they avoided each other from the very start. For the sake of upholding justice, for the sake of protecting the peace of the seas, from this day forward, aside from the existing bounties, a new merit system will be implemented within the Navy. Kizaru's speech continued. Compared to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's purely formal resignation address, Kizaru's speech was more like a detailed action plan, making sure every Marine knew exactly what he intended to do next. The new merit system looked a bit complicated at first glance, but in essence, it was a sort of bounty aimed internally at the Navy. In other words, from now on, capturing pirates would not only earn the pirate's bounty, but also merit points. Depending on the pirate's strength and threat level, they would be assigned bounties of first-class merit, second-class merit, or third-class merit. Naturally, for major pirates such as the 4 Emperors or the 7 Warlords, it wouldn't be unusual for capturing one to be worth dozens or even hundreds of first-class merits. 10 third-class merits could be exchanged for 1 second-class merit, and likewise, 10 second-class merits could be exchanged for 1 first-class merit. For officers below the rank of ensign, earning a third-class merit meant an unconditional promotion by 1 rank. For those below field officer rank, promotion required a second-class merit. For those below flag officer rank, promotion required a first-class merit. This system was designed not only to encourage the Navy to eliminate pirates, but also to break the ingrained habit of relying solely on seniority for promotion. As soon as Kizaru announced the new merit system from the podium, Marines in the plaza couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, many of them beaming with joy. Compared to a pay raise, the new merit system was an even greater source of excitement for them. In the past, no matter how much credit they earned, if they didn't curry favor with their direct superiors, they could forget about getting promoted. This was one of the main reasons Navy factions were so rampant. Joining a faction meant you might be targeted by rival groups, but it was still better than being stuck at the bottom forever with no one to pull you up. Now, with the new merit system, even if superiors wanted to suppress them, they couldn't stop someone from earning merits and getting promoted directly. Such a system clearly favored the Navy's strongest elites. Barring any surprises, the Navy's strength would see an unprecedented boost in the coming years. Truly unexpected. No, I should say, truly impressive. Kazan couldn't help glancing at Kizaru. If increasing Navy benefits was still within his expectations, then this merit system was, in his eyes, a stroke of genius. At first glance, it seemed like nothing more than opening a new path of promotion for mid- and low-level officers, but in reality, it was a powerful step toward ending the Navy's factional disputes. As long as there was enough room for promotion, the divide between the Hawks and Doves in the Navy would be reduced to a pure difference in ideology. At least it's not bad news. Sakazuki first furrowed his brows, then slowly relaxed them. He didn't care about the Navy's factional disputes, or rather, in his view, factions were a good thing. Only competition could keep the Navy vibrant. And in that sense, the new merit system could effectively motivate the mid- and lower-level Marines, encouraging them to take the initiative in eliminating pirates. Any system that could wipe out pirates was a good system. Having just dropped such a major announcement, Kizaru didn't rush to move further. At the end of the day, the Navy, like the world government, was an ancient institution that had existed for 800 years. It was impossible to completely rejuvenate the Navy in a single step. Even with full control over the situation, reform had to be carried out gradually. Increasing benefits and creating new promotion pathways were just steps Kizaru used to win hearts. As his speech gradually moved into its conclusion, the Marines in the plaza could barely contain their excitement. Although the content of Kizaru's address only directly mentioned improving benefits and the new merit system, it was already enough to convey a strong, forward-driving momentum. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group who had watched Kizaru's speech via live broadcast finally got to see what kind of presence the often somewhat unserious Kizaru in the group chat actually had in real life. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 249, 250, Small Problem. Chapter 160, In the Name of Justice. Long live the Marines. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, ha 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 ha, I can't take it anymore. From now on it's going to be, Comrade Smoker lawfully arrests Pirate Straw Hat Luffy, earns a first-class merit, hereby commended. This is too funny. Is death, HM. What's wrong with my dear doing that? Do you have an issue with him? Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, sorry, I spoke too loudly. Kizaru-sama is awesome. Kobayashi, well, I think Kizaru-san's idea makes sense, earn more merits and you get promoted. Fubuki, if only the Hero Association had so many heroes. Tony Stark, raising soldiers' pay is fine, but upgrading their equipment would be better. With more and better gear, they can actually fight pirates. Orochimaru, equipment is just a tool. Becoming stronger yourself is the key. Someone without talent will remain weak, no matter how good the tools they get. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, Well, if luck counts as talent, then I guess you're not wrong. Orochimaru, hey, it seems the future of the shinobi world is even more exciting than I imagined. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, true, but the world I know is one where Orochimaru never became Hokage. Just like now, Kizaru became Fleet Admiral, and I have no idea what's going to happen next. Kamado Tanjiro, amazing. Senior Kizaru is truly incredible. Kamado Tanjiro, are all these people under Kizaru's command? Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, from your point of view, yes. But this is only a fraction of Kizaru-sama's subordinates. Hermione Granger, how spectacular. Is this the scenery of another world? Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, haha, this is nothing. But if you want spectacular sights, you can't go wrong visiting Kizaru-sama's world. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, things like Reverse Mountain, Knock Upstream, Skypiea, and the Red Line, see them once and you'll remember them for life. I'll definitely visit Kizaru-sama's world if I get the chance. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh at Hybra AI, how long have you been in Kizaru-sama's world? Kobayashi, sounds fun. Once Kizaru-kun's world becomes safe enough, I want to travel to another world too. Fubuki, count me in when the time comes. Fubuki at Orochimaru, weren't you researching how to let others travel to different worlds? How's that going? Orochimaru, unfortunately, there's no new progress yet. But if you don't have too many people to bring, you can just buy a Zoan-type devil fruit from Kizaru-kun. Kamado Tanjiro, We can also go to Kizaru-san's world. Passerby wanting to hug Luo Feng's thigh, Tanjiro, you're only realizing this now. Kamado Tanjiro, then once Nezuko is cured, I'm taking her to travel to other worlds too. Naturally, Kizaru had no time to pay attention to the barrage of comments in the live stream. After announcing his two major upcoming initiatives to the entire Navy, his speech was already moving into its conclusion and closing phase. Overall, Kizaru's speech couldn't be called extraordinary, but barring surprises, as the opening act of his tenure as Fleet Admiral, this speech would surely go down in history, alongside the eventual downfall of the world government. Finally, I declare to the world, in the name of justice. Long live the Marines. Kizaru put down the speech manuscript in his hand, raised his right fist high, and shouted loudly to the Marines gathered in the plaza. The Marines, already stirred up and brimming with excitement, also raised their right fists and roared in unison. In the name of justice. Long live the Marines. Long live the Marines. Long live Fleet Admiral Kizaru. Cheers erupted across the skies, and even the branch Marines around the world, watching through the transponder snail broadcasts, all raised their right fists high, shouting in excitement. The two major measures announced by Fleet Admiral Borsellino would truly benefit these lowest-ranking branch Marines. They were the greatest supporters of raising naval benefits and introducing the new merit system. Now, even if Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself stepped forward, he couldn't possibly gain a higher approval rating within the Navy than Borsellino. The only group within the Navy who might feel dissatisfied with the new merit system were probably those parasites who had monopolized the old promotion channels and sucked the lifeblood out of the mid- and lower-ranking Marines. Damn it. That. Fleet Admiral Borsellino, how can he act so recklessly? No, we must file a complaint with the world government. I knew it. Once that guy became Fleet Admiral, he'd definitely stir up trouble. In a spacious office, a group of inspectors wearing coats emblazoned with the word justice were gathered around the broadcast screen of Borsellino's speech, angrily voicing their grievances. They were inspectors from Marine headquarters, tasked with overseeing the affairs of each branch and evaluating whether officers seeking promotion were qualified. In reality, however, these so-called inspectors under headquarters were nothing more than the world government's tentacles inside the Navy. When the inspector role was first created, the world government intended to control the Navy indirectly by monopolizing its promotion channels. Unfortunately, the inspectors proved so inept that not only did they fail to achieve that goal, they also became a malignant tumor within the Navy. Borsellino didn't even allow these inspectors to attend the Fleet Admiral inauguration ceremony. Even if we can't stop the new merit system from being implemented, we must at least seize the authority to grant the merits, one pot-bellied inspector growled through gritted teeth. They had the world government backing them, yet they were being suppressed by headquarters to the point they could only influence branch Marines. And now Borsellino was trying to take away even the little authority they still held. This was going too far. If it were merely a matter of improving Marines' benefits, they could tolerate it, but once the mid- and lower-ranked Marines gained a new promotion pathway, how could the inspectors keep skimming their profits? You're right. Even if he's Fleet Admiral, he can't just do whatever he wants. We must stop him. We can't let Borsellino run rampant. The inspectors echoed each other angrily, and just as the atmosphere reached its peak, there was a loud bang, the office door was kicked open. Sengoku, now wearing the uniform of the Chief Inspector of Marine Headquarters, strode in. Well, such a lively scene. Hello, gentlemen. I'm the new Chief Inspector of Headquarters, though I suppose I don't need to introduce myself, do I? Sengoku stood with his arms crossed, smiling. The moment they heard his words, the inspectors felt as though they'd been plunged into an icy abyss. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The inspector who had been shouting the loudest just moments ago now looked like a trembling quail, shivering in fear. Facing the invisible pressure that came naturally from Sengoku, the chief inspector, he could barely speak without stammering. For branch Marines, headquarters inspectors might not quite be imperial envoys holding life and death power, but their status was still enough to make most branch officers wary. To headquarters Marines, however, so-called inspectors were nothing more than annoying parasites who popped up only to disgust people when they weren't paying attention. And to Sengoku, who had just stepped down from the position of Fleet Admiral and taken up the role of Chief Inspector, these inspectors were nothing but clowns. Now, don't get the wrong idea, the current Fleet Admiral is Lord Kizaru. I am merely a humble Chief Inspector, Sengoku said, pushing up his glasses, his tone carrying a rare hint of mockery. When he was Fleet Admiral, every word and action had to be carefully measured, and he often had to feign ignorance or tolerate things he didn't like just to keep the peace. Now that he'd stepped down, he could finally relax a little, and take the opportunity to clean up these blood-sucking parasites clinging to the Navy. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 250-251, Tato Island. Chief Inspector Sengoku, there's something I must remind you, one of the bolder inspectors said, forcing himself to speak. According to the regulations set when the inspector system was created, only the world government has the authority to revoke an inspector's position. Even you, as Chief Inspector, can't overstep. At any other time, even 3 times his usual courage wouldn't have been enough to challenge Sengoku. But now, Sengoku was no longer Fleet Admiral, and the man was unwilling to give up such a lucrative post. Backed by the vocal support of his colleagues, he dared to stand up. Even a brand new inspector could easily take home over 1 million berries in dividends each month. For veteran inspectors with well-established networks, it wasn't uncommon to earn several 100 million berries in a single year, provided they were lucky and willing to share the spoils. Clearly, the inspector role was a comfortable one. Don't worry, Sengoku said with a slow smile, I can guarantee I won't revoke your positions. However, if I remember correctly, when the Navy is short on manpower, a direct superior has the right to reassign personnel from their department to fill the gap. Long before becoming Fleet Admiral, Buddha Sengoku was already famous as a brilliant strategist. In the past, his position as Fleet Admiral and the special status of the inspectors had restrained him from acting freely against them. But now, with Kizaru holding the top seat, there was no need for such restraint. Compared to what Kizaru had to deal with, Sengoku figured that cleaning up a few inspectors was already giving the world government plenty of face. The senior inspectors immediately turned pale. Such a regulation did indeed exist, but it dated back to when the world government, working with Kong, had planned to use the inspector system to gradually gain control over naval headquarters. Later, even Admiral Kong had retired under less than honorable circumstances, though they prettily called it a promotion to Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, and the plan to control headquarters through inspectors completely collapsed. Who could have guessed that Sengoku would remember, let alone use, this rule against them? Even Vice Admiral Garp could see that Sengoku wouldn't assign them cushy posts. Given the heavy Navy losses during the Summit War, it was reasonable to expect a batch of branch Marines to be brought in to fill the gaps. And the most grueling, exhausting, and dangerous positions among those vacancies. They'd almost certainly be reserved for the inspectors. "We have to appeal to Fleet Admiral Kizaru and the world government," cried several senior inspectors who had grasped the situation. Headquarters inspectors held headquarters ranks and didn't get demoted like branch Marines when moving between posts. But that only meant the places they'd be sent to were even more dangerous. There was a huge difference between what a headquarters field officer faced compared to a headquarters general officer. Among the inspectors present, the lowest rank was major, and the highest was already a rear admiral. Together, the few dozen inspectors could staff a large branch base. But carrying the rank of a headquarters rear admiral didn't mean they had a headquarters rear admiral's combat strength. Sengoku's plan was clearly to send them to their deaths. "That's right. We'll file an appeal to our superiors. Even Chief Inspector Sengoku can't act so arbitrarily. Our job is to be inspectors, not Marines. You can't force us to be Marines." Watching several senior inspectors raise their voices in protest, the remaining inspectors, though still unclear about the exact situation, could already feel the intense malice radiating from Chief Inspector Sengoku. The inspectors didn't dare gamble on what treatment they might receive from the Navy soldiers they had once oppressed, should they lose their headquarters inspector status. "You can file a complaint with the Fleet Admiral's office, but make sure you pack your bags first. The mobilization orders will be coming soon, if you miss the deadline." Recalling the many times he had been disgusted by these inspectors in the past, Sengoku dropped the words slowly and deliberately before turning to leave. Truth be told, Sengoku was rather looking forward to these inspectors openly defying orders. That way, he could exercise his authority as chief inspector to deal with them directly. Once Sengoku's figure disappeared through the gates, the inspectors looked at one another, and finally, unable to hold back, erupted. "No. We can't just sit and wait for death. Everyone, use every connection and contact you have, or we're all doomed." One inspector, holding the rank of rear admiral in headquarters, took the lead. While ordinary Navy personnel found promotion difficult, inspectors, rejected by the Navy's upper echelon, didn't have it much better. They had all started at the rank of headquarters major, and even the highest ranking among them was only a headquarters rear admiral. For one to climb to rear admiral despite the Navy leadership's hostility, it wasn't hard to guess the kind of powerful backer such a veteran inspector must have. Inspector General Rodman is right. We have to find a way to save ourselves. The Navy isn't a place where they can cover the sky with one hand. Another rear admiral-level inspector gritted his teeth and spoke loudly. Once upon a time, they had been the ones framing others, now they had to rack their brains just to survive. To their credit, the inspectors did have some ability when united. Before long, a formal accusation against Fleet Admiral Kizaru and Chief Inspector Sengoku was sent through world government channels to the Five Elders. In the past, this would have been a ready-made handle for the Five Elders to use against the Navy leadership. But this time, the Five Elders showed no intention of backing the inspectors. Instead, they resent the complaint back to Marine Ford for the Navy to deal with internally. Continue letting Fleet Admiral Kizaru and Chief Inspector Sengoku act without restraint, and in time, will the Navy still be the world government's Navy? Now that's a good question. Is the Navy the world government's Navy? Seated behind his desk, Kizaru flicked his finger, shattering the forwarded complaint into dust, then blew lightly, scattering it without a trace. It had already been several days since the Fleet Admiral's promotion ceremony. The first thing Kizaru did after taking office was give the Navy High Command, including Chief Inspector Sengoku, a collective vacation. Some took only a week, others up to a month. Aside from the workaholic Sakazuki and the overly dutiful Sengoku, even Vice Admiral Tsuru happily applied for a half-month as leave. "I'll handle the inspector matter myself, you stay out of it." Sengoku, now fully adjusted to his chief inspector role, shook his head. He had been mentally prepared for the Five Elders to use this opportunity to pressure Navy headquarters. But it seemed their tolerance for the current Navy, or rather, for a Navy led by Kizaru, was much greater than when he himself had been Fleet Admiral. The result was, in a way, ironic. Sengoku, who had always tried to take the big picture into account, had been mistaken by the Five Elders for being weak. The thought left his mood complicated. Still, he had braced himself for this outcome. In fact, this was already the best possible result, assuming Kizaru didn't suddenly decide to interfere on a whim. "I couldn't care less about those parasites. But are you really not going to take a vacation yourself? I've still got an invitation from Guild Tesoro." Kizaru looked at Sengoku, who was still busy working even while sitting on the sofa, and spoke with a bit of a headache. Boros had already begun to take action, and at most, in 3 days, a piece of news big enough to scare the world government into wetting their pants would spread across the entire world. If they couldn't send Fleet Admiral Sengoku away before that news went public, the one getting beaten up by Boros wouldn't just be Sakazuki. A thick-skinned guy like Akainu could take a beating and recover after some rest, but Sengoku, with his old arms and legs, bullying someone like Ship King Jack was one thing, but if he ran into Boros, he might just get forced into retirement on the spot. Let's talk about it after I'm done handling this group. After decades of hard work, I'm not quite used to the idea of suddenly being able to take a vacation, Sengoku replied with a smile, flipping through the newly delivered shipbuilding plans as he tactfully turned down Kizaru's good intentions. Although Kizaru's performance so far had exceeded his expectations, Sengoku still wanted to keep an eye on things just to be safe. At the very least, he'd have to wait until Tsuru or Kazan returned from their leave before he could comfortably enjoy a long overdue break. Otherwise, the thought of Marine HQ being left in the hands of only Kizaru and Sakazuki made Sengoku uneasy even in his sleep. Kizaru scratched his head but didn't try to persuade him further. Otherwise, with Sengoku's intellect, he might just figure out that something was off. And to be honest, Kizaru really couldn't do without Sengoku's help at the moment. When he first came up with the idea of improving the Navy's treatment and promoting a new merit system to win people over, it had all sounded great in theory. But when it came to actually putting it into practice, Kizaru realized just how much trouble he had taken on himself. The first part, improving benefits, was easy enough, just hand out money. But for the second part, if he wanted to truly establish a functioning merit system, he had to first draft all kinds of detailed rules and regulations. How should the Navy determine and balance the relationship between a pirate's strength, infamy, and the corresponding amount of merit? Should more merit go to taking down a weak but utterly depraved pirate, or a strong pirate who hasn't committed many crimes? If the former was worth more merit, would that cause some Marines to avoid stronger pirates in order to gain merit more easily? But if the latter was prioritized, wouldn't that mean some pirates who had committed heinous crimes might survive longer just because they weren't very strong? That would be a huge insult to the justice the Navy stood for. Even if they found a proper balance between the two, it wouldn't be a once-and-for-all solution. How could they ensure the merit points went to the Marines who actually earned them, instead of being claimed by someone else? And after a joint operation against pirates, how should the merit be distributed? Should the system encourage individual excellence among elite Marines, or promote teamwork in eliminating threats? These were all questions that needed deep thought and research. There were simply too many such problems, to the point where Kizaru almost regretted sending Vice Admiral Tsuru and Oldman Zephyr away so early. Boros could have easily waited a little longer before taking action. Fortunately, there was still the workaholic Sakazuki and Sengoku, who had voluntarily stayed to help. Otherwise, Kizaru would probably be kicking himself blue with regret by now. While Kizaru was still busy at Marineford trying to fill in the pit he dug for himself, the cosmic dark matter pirates were about to arrive in the waters of Tato Land. The massive spaceship Overlord was flying straight toward Tato Land over the sea without any attempt at concealment, so there was no way it could escape the notice of the Big Mom pirates' spies. Especially when the Big Mom pirates tried to contact the Beast's pirates and got no response, no matter how naive someone might be, they could see the visitors were not here with good intentions. Thus, when the Overlord entered the Big Mom pirates' territory, a massive pirate fleet blocked their path. Mamma. Suddenly barging into Mama's territory without so much as saying hello. Kaido. Standing at the bow of the flagship Queen Mama Chanter, Charlotte Lean shouted loudly, while the various people on the ship chattered noisily along with her. On either side of the flagship, dozens of the Big Mom pirates' ships formed a line. They were commanded by Lean's 34 children who held the title of Minister, including the suite commanders. Behind these direct forces of the Big Mom pirates came dozens of subordinate pirate crews of varying strength. Charlotte Lean regarded her children as bargaining chips for becoming pirate king and often used marriage as a means to win over powerful pirates. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 251-252, Team Up. Leaving aside the overall strength of the four emperors' pirate crews, in terms of personal power, Big Mom was undoubtedly the strongest among the four emperors. Especially now that Whitebeard had fallen, there was no one in the New World who could rival Big Mom's might. What a massive ship! Could the rumors be true? That Kaido of the Beasts was defeated, and even the Beasts' pirates have been swallowed up. Pyrospiro tilted his head back, staring nervously at the colossal Overlord, a vessel nearly the size of an entire city, compulsively licking his candy cane to ease his tension. Even with his absolute faith in Mama, Pyrospiro wasn't arrogant enough to think Kaido's fearsome reputation was exaggerated. Sure, there were monsters out there stronger than Kaido. But imagining someone capable of completely subduing Kaido. That was harder to grasp. If he had to name one, perhaps only the new fleet Admiral Kizaru, the men who killed Whitebeard and even wounded Redhair, could do such a thing. Brother Katakuri, what are you looking at? Not all of Big Mom's children had the qualifications to stand alone. Without a minister's position, Brûlé preferred to stay aboard her brother Katakuri's ship. Seeing his grim expression, she couldn't help but ask with concern. Brûlé, once the fighting starts, you take our younger siblings and escape through the mirrors. Katakuri gripped his trident tightly, his tone growing even heavier. He was Charlotte Linlein's most gifted son, and the strongest under her command. Born with extraordinary observation haki, he even possessed the ability to see the future. But when Katakuri, as always, tried to see what would happen next, he was struck with terror. He couldn't see anything at all. It was as if some monster aboard that ship could shatter the very future itself, rendering his observation haki useless. Eh? Why yes. I understand, brother Katakuri. Brûlé was bewildered, but one thing she had was unconditional trust in her brother. No matter what he said, she obeyed. After all, Katakuri was the man most worthy of trust. The massive vessel, blocked by the pirate fleet, hung motionless in the sky. Just as even Charlotte Linlein herself was beginning to lose patience, a hatch opened beneath it. From within, King, transformed into a pterosaur, flew out. Big Mom. Boss Boros wants to see you. Come with me. Flapping his wings, King positioned himself before the Queen Mama chanter, shouting toward a visibly incredulous Charlotte Linlein. If he had a choice, King wouldn't have wanted this errand. But with so few flyers in the Beast's pirates, and if a lesser underling were sent, they'd likely be killed by Big Mom before finishing a sentence. King, the conflagration, what trickery is this? Why isn't Kaido here himself? And what do you mean by Boss Boros? Has the bastard Kaido really fallen so low as to be someone else's underling? She had prepared herself mentally before coming. But to actually see King, one of the All-Stars, standing before her like this, she couldn't suppress her shock. King wasn't just Kaido's subordinate, he was Kaido's right hand, the second in command of the Beast's pirates. He carried out almost everything a vice captain would, save for the title itself. For comparison, in the Big Mom pirates it would be like Katakuri suddenly going off to serve under another. Just imagining it was absurd. Once you meet Boss Boros, you'll understand. Big Brother Kaido is on board as well. If you've got questions, ask him directly. King's pterosaur form sneered slightly before turning away, beating his wings as he returned toward the Overlord. Anyone else would have suspected a trap. But with Big Mom's personality, even if it were, she'd simply crush it with overwhelming power. Stop right there. Zeus. Just as King had anticipated, Charlotte Linlein summoned the thundercloud Zeus and charged forward in pursuit, paying no mind to any potential ambush inside the ship. Damn it. Cracker, Smoothie, you're with me. Snag, you stay behind with Big Brother to guard against the enemy. Katakuri pulled over Mondor, who had eaten the book fruit, and ordered him to manipulate the pages to lift himself, Cracker, and Smoothie into the air, chasing after their mother's silhouette as she boarded the colossal battleship. Even if the Beast's pirates had gathered their full force on that vessel, with the combined might of the three sweet commanders and Mama herself, they were more than capable of retreating unharmed. Inside the massive palace hall of the Flying Fortress, the all-stars of the Beast's pirates sat cross-legged along both sides, like outstretched wings of a giant eagle, guarding the throne at the center. Upon the throne sat Boros, clad in armor. Beneath him, two slightly smaller seats had been placed, one of which was occupied by a visibly irritated Kaido. His oversized kanabo rested at arm's length, as if ready to be swung in an instant against anyone who dared oppose him. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of thunderous tremors shook the entire palace, as though some unstoppable beast was charging straight toward them. The All-Stars could not help but feel uneasy at the sheer force shaking the air, yet a glimmer of excitement appeared on Kaido's face. It had been years since he last fought with Linlein. Her strength had only grown in that time. If the two of them joined forces, perhaps they could even topple that damned one-eyed monster. Crash. The palace doors were blasted apart, and King's battered body was hurled through, crashing onto the floor. He had barely managed to lure Charlotte Linlein directly before Boros. If not for the notorious toughness of Zou and Devil Fruit users, King might well have been killed outright by the furious assault of Big Mom. Of course, much of this was due to the cramped confines of the ship, which limited King's abilities. In open terrain, he would never have been so easily overwhelmed, even if not Linlein's equal, he could certainly have put up a fight. Seeing her, Kaido's face lit up at first, only to immediately twist in rage. She knew full well King was his subordinate, yet still struck him so mercilessly. Were it not for the fact that he still needed her to help him escape, Kaido's nature would have driven him to retaliate on the spot, perhaps by half-killing Katakuri in return. So this is where you've been hiding, Kaido. Just what kind of game are you playing? Charlotte Linlein stormed into the palace, sword Napoleon in hand, with the thundercloud Zeus and the sun Prometheus flanking her. Her killing intent was palpable. Though she was the only female among the emperors, Linlein's temper had never been mild. Otherwise, she would not have so recklessly beaten Kaido's right-hand men, knowing full well King's importance to him. Yet what truly shocked her was that the notoriously short-tempered Kaido was actually seated beneath a man with a single gigantic eye. She had assumed all this to be some elaborate scheme of Kaido's. But no, just as the rumors claimed, the so-called strongest creature of the seas, land, and air had become someone else's underling. Mama. Wait for us. Katakuri, Cracker, and Smoothie finally caught up, but the sight inside the palace left them every bit as stunned as their mother. Kaido, the men considered her equal, was sitting in the seat of a subordinate. My reinforcements have arrived. You'd better be prepared. Kaido rose to his feet, gripping his kanabo tightly, glaring at Boros with seething fury. Ever since the Rocks pirates had fallen apart, no one had dared ride above him. Even Lean, who had given him his devil fruit, had merely left Kaido indebted with a great favor. But this one-eyed monster who had appeared from nowhere had humiliated him again and again. If you regret it now, it's not too late. At least you might avoid a harsher beating. Boros slowly opened his massive eye, utterly unfazed by the killing intent pouring off Kaido. For Boros, loyalty was meaningless. He didn't care that Kaido was constantly plotting betrayal. In fact, Boros almost welcomed Kaido's so-called betrayal. To him, it was nothing more than Kaido trying to challenge him again, a convenient excuse to beat him down one more time. Only this time, since Boros was in the middle of assessing his next top combatant, he felt Kaido's interference was a bit disruptive. So, for once, he tried to dissuade him. Cut the crap. Thunderbugwa. Unfortunately, Kaido had no understanding of Boros' so-called goodwill. Enraged, he swung his spiked club straight down at Boros' head. Having fought Boros countless times, and been beaten countless times, Kaido came out swinging with full force. His club, clad in advanced armament haki, crackled with pitch-black lightning. He even used the advanced haki infusion technique right from the start. Boom. Boros merely raised his arm and blocked the blow. His armor cracked under the impact, and the throne platform beneath them collapsed entirely. You've gotten stronger. Boros glanced at Kaido with mild surprise. His tone carried a trace of curiosity. Normally, a subordinate at the level of a top combatant didn't grow stronger anymore. Otherwise, Boros wouldn't have needed to scour the universe for worthy opponents. But Kaido, after being pummeled countless times, had somehow refined both his armament and conqueror's haki. That surprised Boros, and even delighted him a little. Punching bags usually grew boring after a while. But if a punching bag could actually get stronger, then he'd never have to worry about that problem. You bastard. Hearing Boros' detached words, Kaido's rage finally erupted like a volcano, fueled by memories of endless beatings. But before he could swing his club again, Boros' leg shot out like lightning and kicked him away. Bang. Kaido was sent flying hundreds of meters, finally crashing into the wall with enough force to leave a crater in its supposedly battleship-proof plating. Boros' flagship had been stripped of all the so-called luxury features he considered unnecessary. What replaced them was absurdly reinforced armor and advanced self-repair functions. The ship could withstand a modern war fought within its hulls. Of course, to Boros, that was merely the level of durability that allowed him to loosen up a little. If he ever fought seriously, even an island the size of Wano wouldn't survive his full strength. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 252, 253, Team Up, 2. Lean. Cover me. Fortunately, Kaido was infamous for his beastly toughness. Even after being kicked into the wall, he shook his head and stood up as if nothing had happened. Barking at Charlotte Lean, who still hadn't even figured out what was happening, he charged at Boros once more. Boom. And once again, he was sent flying back, this time carving a trench several meters deep into the solid flooring. Lean. Why didn't you cover me? This time Kaido didn't recklessly rush in again. After being beaten down so many times, even a monster like him had come to understand one thing: there are levels to being a monster. He was a monster. Boros was the greater monster. At last, Kaido remembered he wasn't alone, he had an ally who could fight alongside him. If they fought together, even if they lost, at least he wouldn't be the only one getting thrashed. How the hell am I supposed to cover you when I don't even know what's going on? What kind of mess are you pulling, and what's with that eye of his? Charlotte Lean, who was being questioned by Kaido, was already burning with anger. First, she had been lured here by King, only to then watch with her own eyes as Kaido got beaten to a pulp by some unknown figure. Before she could even wrap her head around what had happened, Kaido suddenly started demanding answers from her. If it weren't for the fact that Kaido looked so utterly pathetic from the beating he had just taken, Charlotte Lean wouldn't have minded cutting this bastard down herself. Didn't I tell you already? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Just help me kill that one-eyed freak. I'll owe you the biggest favor of my life. It was only then that Kaido realized he hadn't mentioned his intention to team up with Lean. Luckily, since they were once crewmates in the Rocks Pirates, Kaido knew exactly how to sway her. The biggest favor, huh? Fine, that's a deal. Prometheus. Zeus. Let's go. Just as Kaido predicted, the moment Lin Lin heard those words, she stopped caring about what exactly had happened here. Back then, when she had given Kaido the mythical Zoan fish fruit, Azure Dragon form, it had only been in exchange for a single promised favor from him. Now, though she had no idea what madness had taken hold of him, the promise of the greatest favor was enough to make Charlotte Lin Lin personally take action. Her homies, Prometheus and Zeus, transformed into blazing sun and stormy thundercloud, unleashing fire and lightning to cover the charge of the two Yonko as they rushed toward Boros. Everyone, get the hell back. Seeing Kaido gearing up to fight Boros again, this time with Big Mom by his side, King, who had nearly been beaten into a pig's head earlier, immediately yelled at the other beast pirates to get as far away as possible. Even though the hall spanned tens of thousands of square meters, larger than any battlefield or arena, it still wouldn't survive long under the rampage of three monsters. Right now, all King could do was pray that this flying ship was truly as indestructible as Quinn boasted, or else the entire beast pirates crew would be swimming home. For Kaido, who had sailed smoothly to Yonko status ever since leaving the Rocks Pirates, this period facing Boros was the most humiliating time of his life. Even when he was scarred by Kazuki Oden back then, that had merely been the desperate struggle of a dying man. But in front of Boros, no matter how he fought back, all that awaited him was merciless suppression. Worse still, every scheme and calculation of his was treated by Boros as nothing more than a joke, mere amusement for a bored tyrant. For someone as prideful as Kaido, such humiliation was unbearable. Anyone else in his shoes would have felt the same. That was why, the moment he gained such a powerful ally, Kaido erupted with unprecedented fighting spirit and bloodlust. Without waiting for Lin Lin to fully catch up, he roared and hurled himself into a ferocious assault against Boros. Descent of the Three Worlds, into Naraka. His spiked kanabo, wreathed in countless arcs of black lightning, crashed down like a thunderclap from the heavens. Overflowing with hatred toward Boros and fueled by boundless rage, Kaido's furious strike unleashed power well beyond his limits. For once, Boros seemed stirred by excitement. His massive single eye gleamed with satisfaction as he lifted his arm, preparing to take Kaido's all-out blow head-on. Boom. The already half-collapsed throne platform was completely obliterated by Kaido's strike. The ground, as hard as steel, split apart into rubble, the entire temple quaking violently as debris rained down in torrents. Even the battleship was forced several meters lower under the crushing force of Kaido's monstrous power. And Boros, who had wanted to take Kaido's strike head-on, was hammered straight into a crater like a nail, buried beneath countless chunks of shattered stone and rubble. Damn it. What the hell is that lunatic Kaido doing? Even Charlotte Lin Lin, who had agreed to fight alongside him, hadn't expected Kaido to go this wild. She had been planning to claim this massive flying ship once the battle was over, using Kaido's promised favor as leverage. At the very least, she wanted its blueprints and construction technology. But now, if she didn't help Kaido finish off the enemy quickly, this ship would end up smashed to pieces by Kaido himself. So terrifying. Cracker, who had followed Katakuri to back up their mother, gulped nervously. In the face of an attack like that, even his proud biscuit soldiers and armor would be no different from actual cookies. He had looked down on the Beast Pirates' headliners for running away the instant the two sides clashed, but now he finally understood why they were so quick to flee. Watch out. Katakuri, closest to the battlefield, suddenly tensed. He thrust his hands forward, releasing a surge of Machi to form a massive wall that shielded both Smoothie and Cracker. Boom. From within the crater, Boros released a flood of haki outward. As he shoved off the rubble burying him, the blast turned into an indiscriminate AoE attack against everyone in the temple. The rubble, faster than bullets and packed with destructive force, slammed against Katakuri's Machi wall, making it shudder violently. Fortunately, the wall's softness and resilience absorbed much of the impact, barely holding out. Even so, seeing how close the debris had come to piercing through, and several chunks almost breaking past his barrier, made the corner of Katakuri's eye twitch. Just the aftermath of their clash is this outrageous. Fall back. This is no fight we can afford to take part in. Without hesitation, Katakuri led the retreat toward the temple's exit. Even if his mother blamed him afterward, he refused to let his siblings stay in such a deadly battlefield. If he didn't take the lead, Cracker and Smoothie would never dare move without Big Mom's command. The two of them exhaled in relief. Once, after becoming part of the Sweet Commanders, they had thought themselves strong enough already. Though they never dared openly defy their mother, deep inside, they had entertained such fantasies. Now that they had witnessed what a true monster really was, the two of them simultaneously abandoned those unrealistic thoughts, no matter how humble those thoughts might have already seemed in the eyes of others. Kaido, just where the hell did you provoke this kind of monster from? Charlotte Lin Lin, of course, had no need to flee. This level of attack was nothing to her, just a casual slash of her blade was enough to split it apart. However, as she felt the terrifying pressure radiating from that one-eyed monster, her expression grew just as grim as Kaido's. If it weren't for the pride she had to maintain as an emperor of the sea, and the fact that she was currently allied with Kaido, she truly couldn't imagine anyone else in this world being their opponent. At this moment, even she might have seriously considered the possibility of turning tail and running. How the hell should I know? That one-eyed freak came knocking on my door himself. Kaido roared in fury. For some time now, he had been choking on his frustration, an indescribable sense of grievance boiling inside him. He had been minding his own business, lazing about in his Wano stronghold, drinking a little and seeking some small amusement now and then, and out of nowhere, he was attacked in his own home. Not only was his territory occupied and his crew stolen, but the most humiliating part was being forced to play the role of underling. With Kaido's nature, submission was impossible. The result? Being beaten black and blue, every single day. And each time, it was a beating to the brink of death. If it weren't for his monstrous defenses and regenerative powers, anyone else would have long since been pounded into minced meat. Crack. Boros glanced at the cracks spreading across the armor on his right arm, then casually crushed the nearly broken piece to dust. When his opponents weren't strong enough, he had to wear that armor to limit his own power, otherwise there was no fun in the fight. But Kaido's progress had slightly exceeded his expectations. Adding in another candidate for top-class combatant, perhaps now he could finally cut loose a little. I am Boros, captain of the Dark Matter Pirates. Forget it. Saying more now is meaningless. I'll explain after the battle is over. Boros shook his head. After having already subdued Kaido, he had a pretty clear grasp of this planet's customs. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 253, 254, Kaido and Lean. Chapter 162, Tea Party Invitation. Only by first defeating an opponent could proper discussions take place. Fortunately, Boros rather liked this custom, especially when the opponent was not weak. Compared to those aliens who, upon seeing him, couldn't wait to kneel and beg for mercy, someone like Kaido, a hard-headed brute, suited Boros's tastes far more. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. Before Boros could finish speaking, Charlotte Lean, having at least grasped the situation somewhat, didn't bother mocking Kaido's unreliability anymore. Instead, she swung her great flaming saber, Napoleon, slashing down toward Boros. Up until now, Big Mom still hadn't figured out Boros's true identity. But compared to this mysterious stranger, Kaido, an old acquaintance, was far more trustworthy. Charlotte Lean could grant objects souls, turning them into homies with various powers to assist her in battle. Boros instinctively prepared to take the strike head-on, but halfway through extending his arm, he suddenly stopped. His figure flickered, and at the very last moment, he narrowly dodged the saber's slash. As the dominator of the universe, Boros was not born this strong. His current power was the result of his own growth. After arriving in the world of pirates, Boros did not simply coast on his old strength. Nor did he scorn everything of this native planet, despite being strong enough to crush the vast majority of its inhabitants. Observation Haki, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, even Devil Fruit powers, Boros learned and mastered these abilities during his battles with Kaido. Although Boros's Haki had not yet reached its peak, it was already proving useful against Kaido. Of course, this was mainly because this world had produced a powerhouse like Kizaru. Otherwise, Boros wouldn't feel compelled to learn every ability he encountered. So far, the Haki and Devil Fruit powers that interested him most were those possessed by Kizaru. Roaring Thunder, 8 trigrams. Kaido gripped his kanabo with both hands and smashed it toward Boros, his face, now covered in dragon scales, twisted in a ferocious snarl. That damned one-eyed monster grew stronger after every clash. When they first met, Boros couldn't even use Haki. Now he was dodging Lean's attacks with Observation Haki. Boros tried once again to use Observation Haki to sense Kaido's movements. But his skill wasn't yet refined, good enough against King and Queen, perhaps, but when facing a top-tier powerhouse like Kaido, he had to risk frequent mistakes. Boom. Failing to dodge, Boros, whose figure seemed almost slender compared to Kaido, was blasted away like a baseball, set crashing into the ruins of the collapsed throne platform. Lean. Use that move. Having landed a hit, Kaido roared, urging Charlotte Lean to strike together. Otherwise, once the one-eyed monster recovered, finding such an opportunity again would be nearly impossible. After being beaten for so long, Kaido had gradually picked up on Boros's habits. Perhaps in order to savor the thrill of battle, Boros never went all out from the start. Only by seizing this chance could they possibly defeat him. Are you serious? Lean, who had been holding her ground, looked incredulous. She admitted the one-eyed monster was strong, but right now, 2 emperors of the sea were fighting side by side. Even Whitebeard never had such an advantage. Quit yapping. Do it now. Kaido nearly couldn't hold himself back from smashing Big Mom with his club. If this had been before they encountered the one-eyed monster, he would have fought her on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that he simply couldn't beat Boros alone, why else would he have teamed up with her? TCH. Next time something this shameful happens, don't come looking for me. Take this. Charlotte Lean's brows furrowed as she let out a fierce shout, but still raised her broadsword high. Conquerors see. Kaido and Charlotte Lean stood side by side, weapons raised, and swung down at the ruins of the throne platform, unleashing a terrifying shockwave powerful enough to shatter everything in its path. That strike carried the ambition of two emperors of the sea, sworn to annihilate any enemy daring to stand in their way. The unparalleled shockwave tore through the temple, blasting straight through the warship's interior until it was finally stopped at the armor layer. Even so, the heavily damaged ship sank several more meters in altitude. Fortunately, the space pirates in the control room were experienced. If it had been rookies piloting, they'd have probably crashed into the sea head first. Roar. Heat breath. But even after being beaten senseless countless times by Boros, and knowing just how terrifying that cyclopean monster was, Kaido had no intention of stopping. His body swelled rapidly, transforming into a massive azure dragon hundreds of meters long, coiling within the center of the temple before unleashing a scorching blast toward where Boros had landed. In an instant, blazing dragon fire consumed most of the temple. Even Charlotte Lean had to curse and retreat behind him to avoid getting caught in that madman's attack. The flames were so hot they could melt solid rock. The area covered by the inferno turned into a molten hellscape, yet Kaido still didn't dare let his guard down. He inhaled sharply again. Destructive winds. Countless blades of wind spewed from the azure dragon's mouth, screaming through the air and cutting into the molten ruins of the temple. Show. 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 Magma splattered everywhere, and the once solid stone floor was torn apart into rubble under the relentless slicing winds. Even the massive temple pillars were cut down one after another until they collapsed. The vast temple began to tremble, threatening to collapse entirely. Charlotte Lean had no choice but to grab hold of Kaido's dragon horn to stop the raging beast from going any further. She still wanted to claim this enormous warship for herself, but if Kaido kept rampaging like this, even if they won, all they'd have left would be a pile of wreckage. Mama. Quit going berserk. That thing might already be dead. Lean shouted angrily. She admitted the one-eyed monster's oppressive aura had been unlike anything she'd ever felt before. But no matter how strong the enemy, even Whitebeard would have lost half his life if he had taken their joint conqueror's sea head-on. And on top of that, Kaido was relentlessly piling on attacks, practically tearing the entire ship to pieces. You don't get it. That monster could never die that easily. Let go of me, Lean. Kaido had already been traumatized by Boros. He forcefully shook off Charlotte Lean's hand, took a deep breath, and prepared to unleash another blast, determined to completely annihilate that damned one-eyed monster. The three sweet commanders and the beast pirates' officers, who had long since fled outside the temple, felt the tremors coming from within. All of them had the sensation of facing down a natural disaster. That terrifying noise, along with the crushing pressure weighing down on everyone's hearts, forced each of them to recall their most horrifying past experiences. King remembered the annihilation of his people. Katakuri recalled the first time he saw his mother erupt into her feeding frenzy. Cracker trembled inside his biscuit armor, not even daring to imagine what memory had surfaced in his mind. As for the beast pirates Shinichi, they were utterly paralyzed with fear. It was an instinctive terror from the body itself. But when they thought about the three figures currently battling inside the temple, two Yonko, plus a monster capable of effortlessly suppressing a Yonko, that overwhelming pressure didn't seem so hard to understand. Just who is that man? Katakuri, forcing down his unease, grabbed King by the collar and shouted. His greatest pride, his observation haki that could glimpse the future, had completely failed against Boros. It wasn't that Boros had used an advanced, observation-killing technique to suppress him. Rather, Boros's very existence generated an effect akin to observation-killing. He claims to be Boros, captain of the dark matter pirates from outer space. We don't know if it's true or not. But with Boss Boros's personality and power, there's no reason for him to lie. King slapped away Katakuri's hands. Yet, considering the men would soon become a comrade too, he still answered Katakuri's question. From initial wariness, to shock, and finally to numb acceptance, King's mindset toward Boros had been shifting non-stop. When he first encountered Boros, never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the beast pirates and Kaido himself would be reduced to another man's subordinates. And not only that, this man even intended to bring the Big Mom pirates under his banner as well. The beasts really submitted to that man. What on earth is your goal? Katakuri's expression was full of disbelief. As the face of the Big Mom pirates, he had dealt with the beasts plenty of times before. In his impression, King had always been ice-cold and arrogant, never acknowledging anyone but Kaido. And now he was calling some mysterious outsider boss. This was far too absurd. Won't be long before you're the same. Oi, Katakuri, beasts plus Big Mom, don't you think that kind of power could overturn the world? King sneered. Back then, plenty in the beast pirates had resisted Boss Boros. But now, aside from the especially thick-headed, especially stubborn, Kaido himself, everyone else had resigned themselves. No matter how you looked at it, the Big Mom pirates would be no exception. King didn't believe Big Mom was any stronger than Kaido. But just as he was about to mock further, a sudden thought struck him, one he had never considered before. If Boss Boros could defeat Kaido just like before, and at the same time bring down Charlotte Lean as well, then it was entirely possible to subjugate both Yonko crews. With Boss Boros's strength, plus 2 Yonko at his side, and with the beasts and the Big Mom pirates as their wings, such a force could not only challenge the Marines, but even topple the world government itself. If that happened, then perhaps the grudge of the Lunarian race could finally, degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 254, 255, Tea Party. Don't be ridiculous. We're not the beasts. Mama and Kaido, that guy. Smoothie retorted unhappily, but before she could finish her words, the temple in the distance suddenly shook violently. A scorching hot wind surged from the temple's direction, as if they were standing at the mouth of an active volcano. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the supposedly indestructible temple collapsed with a thunderous crash. Charlotte Lean's massive body came hurtling toward them like a cannonball, sending the beast's pirates into a frantic scramble for their lives. Luckily, no one was crushed into paste. Before King and Katakuri could react, they saw Kaido in his Azure Dragon form being swung around like a whip, flung through the air in a wide arc, and then slammed heavily into the ground. Boom. Even though the airship's interior had been built with the toughest materials and reinforced countless times afterward, Kaido's dragon body still smashed a massive crack into it. Such a crushing blow left even Kaido rolling his eyes back. His defense and regenerative abilities might be immense, but that didn't mean he was immune to damage, especially since Boros had gradually figured out his limits and no longer held back like before. Big bro Kaido. Even in a daze, King reacted faster than Katakuri. He moved swiftly to check Kaido's condition, his actions practiced and efficient. After all, Kaido had been beaten down by Boros so many times that the beast's pirates had grown used to it. In contrast, the Big Mom pirates' sweet commanders were still frozen in shock, unable to process what they had just seen. Smoothie and Cracker in particular were so stunned their jaws nearly fell off. Mama. Thankfully, Katakuri was there. Perhaps because of what King had said earlier, he had been somewhat mentally prepared. Although he still found it hard to believe his own eyes, his body managed to react slightly ahead of his stunned mind. Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by a series of approaching footsteps, the beast's pirates Shinichi had already lowered their heads in practiced unison, welcoming the arrival of their new boss, Boros. The beast's pirates had always had a deep admiration for strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so loyal to someone as brutal as Kaido in the first place. Now that someone even stronger than Kaido had appeared, switching allegiance to Boros wasn't such a difficult choice. Of course, Kaido still had plenty of die-hard supporters among the beast's pirates. But even those loyal to Kaido didn't object to serving Boros as well. Few dared to fully abandon Kaido and devote themselves entirely to Boros. Not that Boros cared. In his eyes, loyalty was the most useless thing of all. Emerging from the collapsed temple, Boros' armor was riddled with cracks, but his body remained completely unscathed. It was easy to see that, to him, this battle had been nothing more than a warm-up. This woman's strength isn't bad. From now on, she'll be the second top combatant of the Dark Matter pirates. Boros was very satisfied with Charlotte Lean's abilities. Though weaker than Kaido, whom he had already trained for a while, her ability to endure punishment was in no way inferior. Mr. Morgans, we've received an invitation to Big Mom's tea party. A new intern editor burst into the editor-in-chief's office, holding up an invitation. There might be people in the world who didn't know about the Big Mom pirates, but none of them worked at the World Economy newspaper. A tea party? Didn't she just hold one last month? Has Big Mom already found herself another husband and decided to marry again? The albatross-like Morgans was selecting the headlines for tomorrow's paper when, upon hearing the intern editor's report, he instinctively touched his long beak. Although Morgans was a genuine human, as the user of the bird fruit, albatross model, he had long grown accustomed to maintaining his animal form at all times. To this day, no one knew what Morgans truly looked like. Big Mom's tea party was well known throughout the New World. On the surface, it was a banquet where Charlotte Lean entertained her friends, but in reality, it was merely a way for her to extort benefits. Everyone who received an invitation to the tea party had to prepare a gift for Charlotte Lean. It could be a precious treasure, a devil fruit, or even a famed blade, anything that could increase the strength of the Big Mom pirates. But if anyone dared refuse the invitation, or attended without bringing a gift that pleased Charlotte Lean, if they were lucky, they would merely have their lifespan stripped away as a warning. If they were unlucky, the recipient of the invitation, and their entire faction, would be completely annihilated by the Big Mom pirates after the tea party. And even if Charlotte Lean happened to be in a good mood, the lifespan she stole was never less than several decades. Those who lost their years of life at most clung to survival for a few short years before inevitably dying. If Big Mom's tea parties were held only once every few years, or even just annually, that might have been tolerable. But the timing of Charlotte Lean's tea parties was entirely at her whim. Whether it was her own wedding, a child's wedding, or simply because she was in a particularly good, or bad, mood, any occasion could be an excuse for a tea party. For wealthy guests like Big News Morgans, this was at least manageable. But those who sought protection by aligning with the Big MOM pirates, or the unlucky nations and organizations that fell within her territory, were the ones truly doomed. Every year, countless people who failed to satisfy Charlotte Lean with their tea party offerings were wiped out along with their entire organizations by the Big MOM pirates. Could it be one of Big Mom's children getting married? The intern editor asked curiously. Compared to many other eccentric bigshots, Morgans treated his subordinates rather well. Even a newly appointed intern editor could speak freely in front of him. Unlikely. If it were a child's wedding, the invitation would have specifically noted it, so the guests could prepare even more lavish gifts. Morgan snipped off the end of his cigar, lit it, and took a deep, satisfying drag. He could already smell a major scoop in the making. But before jumping in, to be safe, he figured he'd first check whether Kizaru had any intelligence on the matter. When it came to Kizaru, his partner and shareholder, Morgans always had mixed feelings. On the one hand, Morgans could rely on Kizaru for military protection and also receive a large amount of intelligence and first-hand news from him. On the other hand, since Kizaru held shares in the World Economic News, Morgans had to give him dividends from his profits. That guy also frequently interfered with Morgans' reporting, leaving him torn between gratitude and resentment. Morgans wasn't the only one puzzled. Many others who had received tea party invitations were also baffled. Some of them had even failed to present Big Mom with a satisfactory gift at the previous tea party. By all rights, their organizations should have been destroyed. Yet when the Big Mom pirates almost showed up at their doors and scared them half to death, instead of being eliminated by her children, they unexpectedly received another tea party invitation. This was something that had practically never happened before. Because of this, those people were desperately scraping together resources, hoping that by offering double the gifts, they might earn Big Mom's forgiveness. But when they tried to pry information from the Big Mom pirates' messengers who delivered the invitations, they found those individuals were just as clueless. All they knew was that Big Mom had met with Kaido, and afterward rushed back to Tato Land with members of the Beast's pirates, immediately sending out tea party invitations to every organization within her sphere of influence. Such an abnormal development naturally attracted the attention of the CP organizations. Unfortunately, even Big Mom's own children were in the dark, let alone the spies lurking in Tato Land. Within the Big Mom pirates, aside from Big Mom herself, only Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, and Montior knew the truth. Later, Pyrospiro was added to that circle. But with Katakuri actively sealing information, even the CP organization's elite operatives couldn't uncover the true purpose of this tea party. In theory, spies from various factions had infiltrated the Beast's pirates as well. However, ever since the ship had arrived in Tato Land alongside Big Mom's Grand Fleet, no one had been seen coming out of that enormous airship. The CP agents couldn't even confirm whether Kaido was still aboard. Helpless, they had no choice but to report the limited intelligence they had gathered. As the newly appointed Fleet Admiral of the Marines, Kizaru was naturally among the first to receive these reports. Boros really did a decent job this time, quite efficient. Casually flipping through the documents submitted by CP, Kizaru let out a mocking chuckle before tossing them onto the pile of already read files. The mighty Fleet Admiral had no reason to bother himself with such minor matters. By the time the five elders realized the surprise Kizaru had prepared for them, it would likely be too late for them to hold him accountable. In fact, if the five elders didn't end up kneeling and begging him when the time came, that alone would show they still had some spine. All Kizaru had to do was wait until the final moment to step in with the Navy, and he would naturally be able to seize everything he desired. At that moment, the CP agents had no idea that the intelligence they had submitted had been conveniently intercepted by a certain unscrupulous Fleet Admiral. Although the CP organization and Marine headquarters were technically separate entities, Kizaru not only served as Fleet Admiral but also had an old lover thriving within CP0. It was unrealistic to expect Stussy to reign in the entire CP organization, but simply delaying the handover of intelligence posed no risk at all. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 255, 256, Call. Buru. Not long after Kizaru tossed aside the intelligence uploaded by the CP agents into the trash pile, the private transponder snail hidden in a secret compartment started buzzing. As expected of you, Morgans. Every time there's big news, you're always the first one rushing over. Kizaru didn't even need to wait for the snail to speak, he already knew who was on the other end. Fewer than 10 people knew about this private line. At this moment, the only one who would call was, without doubt, the big news albatross who forever chased the hottest headlines, Morgan's. Gahaha. Looks like I guessed right. Quick, tell me, what huge event will happen at Big Mom's tea party? From the other side came Morgan's shrill, excited laugh. He didn't know how Kizaru obtained such intel, but ever since their acquaintance, not a single piece of information from Kizaru had ever been wrong. Morgan's even believed that at least a third of his reputation as big news was thanks to Kizaru. Without him, Morgan's wouldn't have gotten so many scoops, and would never have been able to keep the World Economic Journal thriving under the world government's heavy censorship. In the end, the world government had been forced to compromise, allowing Morgan's to publish some relatively tolerable negative reports, in exchange for him exercising restraint when smearing them. But the government never knew that Kizaru was always a shareholder in the World Economic Journal, and had been its first patron, financing Morgan's to found it in the first place. It's no exaggeration to say that in the early days, at least 80% of those anti-government articles were Kizaru's doing. Only after Morgan's built a massive intelligence network through his newsbirds did that percentage slowly decline. Even now, Kizaru still provided him with ammunition, ensuring Morgan's remained the undisputed target of blame in the press for attacking the world government. As for that, I'm not exactly sure. Just heard in passing that it'll be a piece of news so big it'll send you flying sky-high on the spot. Kizaru didn't think Morgan's would ever betray him, but he also never revealed any real openings. Even if the government later suspected something, such vague wording could never be used as proof of any anti-government action by Kizaru. Gahaha. That's really something to Birdly look forward to. Morgan's was long used to Kizaru's cryptic way of speaking. In any case, whenever Kizaru called something big news, it was practically guaranteed. All Morgan's had to do was make sure he was there when it happened, and he'd be right on the front line of history. As for sending gifts to Big Mom for entry, to someone who practically monopolized the news industry, that was nothing more than a trivial expense. Anything else? If not, it's about time for my afternoon tea. I don't exactly have the leisure to keep chatting with you. Kizaru only leaked a hint before speaking lazily. He was no workaholic like Sengoku or Sakazuki. A wage earner should act like one. Why risk his life for just a few million berries a month? Even as Fleet Admiral now, Kizaru had no problem being a salary thief. No, nothing more. The accounts will be tallied soon. With so many big stories this year, sales have smashed records, your dividends will definitely surprise you. Cigar in his beak, Morgan's was in high spirits. The more dividends he paid out to Kizaru, the more money he himself had earned. Not that Morgan's cared much for the pocket change from sales and ads. What he truly craved was influence, the reach of the World Economic Journal and the thrill of reporting earth-shaking news. Good work. Send the dividends through to Zoro, and tell him he can start preparing as well. Kizaru was very satisfied. Morgan's propaganda and influence, Zoro's financial empire, and the Revolutionary Army's grassroots networks were all indispensable pillars for Kizaru's plan to replace the world government. Of course, the most crucial element was still the Navy's strength, the military force needed to hold the world together. That was why Kizaru had long delayed making his move, content to remain a salted fish. Fortunately, with the Dimensional Chat Group, Kizaru's strength had already surpassed its peak. If not for caution, he wouldn't even need Boros to pave the way. He could storm Marie Joy's himself and grind him and the Gorosei into the dirt. Still, this way had its advantages. If Boros played the role of the Demon King well, then after the world government collapsed, Kizaru could step in with the Navy as the savior of the world. That would make taking over the government's 800-year foundation far smoother. For all its rot, the world government still held plenty of valuable assets worth seizing. So it's finally about to begin. Gahaha. I can hardly wait. An unprecedented, world-shaking piece of news. If I can be the one to report it, even dying for it would be worth it. Morgan's was so excited he almost couldn't stop himself from squawking out loud. Anyone else, upon realizing they'd been dragged into a conspiracy to overthrow the world government, would most likely be scared out of their wits. But Morgan's mind was overflowing with the impulse to report this earth-shattering scoop to the world. He couldn't wait for Kizaru to make his move, so much so that he even took the initiative to involve himself, not caring if it meant putting his own life on the line. You'd better be careful. Zoro doesn't worry me, even if the world government wanted to move against him, they'd have to think twice. But you're the weakest link in our plan. If anything goes wrong, you'll definitely be the first one to suffer for it. Seeing Morgan's getting a little too carried away, Kizaru raised an eyebrow and reminded him calmly. He didn't say what would happen to himself. As long as the Gorosei still had their wits about them, they wouldn't dare move directly against the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. If they truly wanted to act, they'd first have to strip Kizaru of his position. And once that happened, the Gorosei would come to understand the true meaning of despair. Don't worry. Before I report this big news, there's no way I'd let myself die. Morgans cackled, and even after Kizaru hung up the Den Den Mushi, he was still lost in anticipation of the world-shaking headline to come. Meanwhile at Marine Ford, when Kizaru hung up his Den Den Mushi, he still had some doubts. Working with others to stir up trouble was always a pain, you constantly had to worry if your allies would screw things up. After all, their enemy was the world government, which had ruled the seas for 800 years. No one knew how many cards they still had up their sleeve. If not for the fact that the Den Den Mushi he was using had been modified by Vegapunk, Kizaru might have considered going in person to talk with Morgans face to face. After all, with his devil fruit and his stand, the Flash, the trip from Navy headquarters to the World Economy newspaper office would take no more than the blink of an eye. Buru buru, buru buru. Just then, the sound of another Den Den Mushi rang out. At first, Kizaru thought Morgans had forgotten to say something, but he soon realized it was coming from a different Den Den Mushi on his desk. Moshi Moshi, this is Kizaru. What's the matter? Even a slacker had to show some professional courtesy. Although it was almost time for his afternoon tea, the world government had just sent the Navy a hefty sum of money, so Kizaru dutifully answered the call. Yes, Fleet Admiral Kizaru. King Vinsmoke, Judge of Germa, has been insisting on meeting with you. On the other end was a Marine Headquarters Major in charge of handling the distinguished guests. Normally, these kinds of trivial tasks would fall to Nami, but ever since Kizaru had become Fleet Admiral, Nami's position as his adjutant had risen in importance as well. With more responsibilities piling up on her, she had to delegate some of the load to other officers. He hasn't left yet. Kizaru was a little surprised. After the Fleet Admiral promotion ceremony ended, Judge had requested a private meeting with him. But given Judge's peculiar identity and their previously unpleasant encounters, Kizaru had refused. Yet Judge refused to leave. As the king of a world government affiliate nation, Marine Headquarters couldn't simply throw him out by force, so he had stubbornly lingered. Yes, and he keeps shouting that he, ugh. What are you doing? The major in charge of reception explained helplessly. But before he could finish, the Den Den Mushi in front of Kizaru suddenly changed expression, clearly taken over by another hand. Meet with me, Fleet Admiral Kizaru. I have something very important to discuss with you. At this moment, the one holding the Den Den Mushi receiver was Judge, while Yanji had the Marine Major tightly restrained. No matter how hard the officer struggled, he couldn't break free. Ignoring the Vice Admiral who tried to stop him, Judge spoke seriously. Though Germa Kingdom had long since fallen in name and power, Judge had always carried himself as a king. Even in his lowest days, he never abandoned that pride. Now, speaking in such a conciliatory tone with Borsalino was already humbling himself, proof of Judge's determination to meet him. Fine. I'll wait for you in my office. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 256, 257, Judge. Borsalino, who knew Judge fairly well, was a little surprised. After a moment's thought, he agreed. If nothing else, he could consider it on account of his future father-in-law. Though years ago he never had the chance to lay a hand on Reiju, he still felt some guilt whenever she came up. Of course, if Judge ever dared use that as leverage to demand compensation, Borsalino would immediately toss the blame on Reiju. After all, she hadn't recognized him as an admiral back then. Which woman? Nami entered the office just then, carrying a stack of papers. Upon overhearing the conversation, her brows furrowed sharply. For Judge, a king of a world government-affiliated nation, to go so far just to secure an audience with Borsalino was telling. That he had to scheme to even make contact was largely due to Nami's interference. Ever since meeting Reiju, Nami had been wary. She suspected the woman might try to cause trouble before Borsalino and Gion's wedding. Though Reiju never acted, Nami still cut off every chance for her to meet Borsalino. What Nami never expected was that the real one seeking him wasn't Reiju, but Judge himself. Jealous. Borsalino chuckled, pulling Nami into his arms. He soothed her until the little cat thief stopped pressing the issue. But it wasn't long before Judge and his entourage, escorted by the same restrained Marine officer, arrived at Borsalino's office. You all wait outside. I doubt Mr. Vinsmoke wants anyone overhearing our talk. Seeing Judge's grave demeanor, Borsalino scratched his head. There went his precious afternoon tea time. He'd have to file for some emotional compensation pay later for having to work during his break. You two, wait outside. When Borsalino addressed him as Mr. Vinsmoke rather than King, Judge's expression soured briefly. Still, since he was the one requesting help, he swallowed his displeasure, ordered Reiju and Yanji out, and sat down opposite the Admiral with a dark look. Speak your piece. I've no patience for circling words. State your purpose before I lose interest. Leaning back in his chair, Borsalino regarded Judge with faint condescension. Meeting him at all was already a favor for Reiju's sake. That didn't mean he had to treat a warmongering would-be monarch kindly. I want your support in restoring Germa Kingdom. In return, I'll give you Reiju as your wife, and I'll grant you the title of Duke of Germa. Judge declared firmly. Borsellino, Midjan, paused and idly cleaned his ear, wondering if he'd heard right. Support Germa's restoration. If memory served, all he'd done was toy with Judge's daughter. He hadn't even sealed the deal yet. What gave Judge the confidence to think a Marine Admiral, no, the Fleet Admiral, would back his ambitions? This is a dukedom we're talking about. Once Germa is rebuilt, you and your descendants will be great nobles for generations. Judge pressed on, emphasizing the weight of his offer. To him, it was the perfect bargain, handing over Reiju, his most valuable piece, and even promising noble status for her children. If Kizaru were willing to support Germa Kingdom in acquiring more territory, Judge could even consider granting Kizaru lands befitting the title of a duke. Of course, such fiefs could only be inherited by Reiju's descendants, and if her line were ever to die out, the inheritance rights to the land must return to the Vinsmokes. That's all you wanted to say. Kizaru couldn't help but wonder if Judge had water in his brain, or if his obsession with restoring his kingdom had grown so heavy that it finally drove him mad. Anyone with an IQ above 0 should be able to understand just how vast the gap was between a Marine Admiral and the so-called dukedom of Germa Kingdom. And offering Reiju's hand in marriage to Kizaru was another absurd, self-important condition. Leaving aside the fact that Kizaru's engagement to Gion was no secret, Judge's proposal to grant him a dukedom and Reiju's hand only after Germa was restored was laughable. Either Judge had turned into a fool, or he thought Kizaru was one. Judge's expression darkened as he silently cursed Kizaru for not knowing a good deal when he heard one. But with the current situation forcing his hand, and since he needed Kizaru's help, no matter how much anger he felt, he could only raise the stakes further. If you're still not satisfied, then in the future Germa Kingdom can be inherited by the children you have with Reiju. But they must take the Vinsmoke name. Gritting his teeth, Judge put forward what he believed was the most tempting condition for Kizaru. However, there was another hidden condition he didn't say out loud, that he wanted Kizaru's lineage factor. In Judge's mind, this was only natural. If he was willing to leave the second-generation throne to Kizaru's offspring, then Kizaru ought to contribute accordingly. Germa Kingdom can restore itself, but not right now. And the place you restore it in will be decided by me. Unable to comprehend Judge's logic any further, Kizaru didn't bother wasting more time. This so-called king, whose entire head was filled with thoughts of restoration, would never understand. What he valued in Germa Kingdom meant nothing in the eyes of others. Fallen nobles were countless across the seas, even princes and princesses weren't all that rare. Kizaru wasn't some fool brainwashed by bloodline theories. He didn't even hold the celestial dragons in high regard, let alone so-called kings and nobles. In a world where true power resided only in oneself, only strength was real. If Judge had offered his technology in cybernetic modification instead, Kizaru might have looked at him with a bit more respect. The place of restoration should be in the North Blue. And it can't be some uninhabited island. Finally hearing an affirmative reply from Kizaru, Judge rushed to lock down the conditions. Compared with other fallen kings and nobles, Judge's situation was actually quite good. He could still maintain the dignity of a monarch, and commanded a military force strong enough not to be dismissed even by the Navy. Unfortunately, having been indoctrinated since childhood with the ideals of restoration left behind by his forebears, Judge, who should have been a brilliant scientist, ended up nearly walking the road of total ruin. Fine. But I don't need any dukedom or fiefs, and I have no interest in letting my children become some worthless king. Kizaru didn't actually care where Germa Kingdom would be restored. The reason he was pressing down the price was to lower Judge's expectations and keep him from asking for more outrageous conditions. Aside from becoming utterly obsessed whenever the topic of restoration came up, Judge, being a genius scientist, wasn't so easy to fool once he calmed down. Reiju truly didn't misjudge you. I'll arrange your engagement banquet as soon as possible, and when the Germa Kingdom is restored, I'll personally hold the grandest wedding for you too. Judge spoke excitedly. If he had known earlier that just finding a powerful son-in-law would be enough to restore his kingdom, why would he have bothered exhausting himself with modifying his own children? And what made him happiest, apart from the hope of restoration being right before his eyes, was that he didn't need to pay any real price for it. All it took was giving away Reiju, whom he considered little more than an accessory, and he could gain the support of the Navy's Fleet Admiral. The deal couldn't be more profitable. My words aren't finished yet. Germa 66 must hand over the cloning and lineage factor technology. And once the kingdom is restored, you must disband your army and reduce yourselves to the level a normal kingdom should have. Kizaru tapped the desk impatiently. He wasn't some great benevolent soul offering charity to Judge. If Reiju wanted to be queen, Kizaru wouldn't mind lending a hand. But if it was Vinsmoke Judge himself who wanted help, then he had to trade technology Kizaru actually valued. Though it couldn't compare to Vegapunk's work, Judge's research still ranked among the top scientists of the seas, and his technology was indeed valuable to the Navy. Just a moment earlier, Judge had been smiling for once, but after hearing Kizaru's conditions, his expression instantly froze. The cloning and lineage factor technology were Judge's life's work. Though not as important to him as the great mission of Germa's restoration, the thought of handing them over still made him hesitate. The cloning and lineage factor technology one can give you. But Germa 66 cannot be disbanded. The reborn Germa kingdom needs enough strength to protect itself. Still, Judge wasn't some fool raised in a greenhouse. After brief hesitation, he made the correct decision. Handing over cloning and lineage factor technology would indeed damage Germa's interests. But without using those two technologies to win Kizaru's support, Germa 66 alone, no matter how hard they tried, could never complete the restoration. Without the world government's approval, even if Germa 66 conquered other nations, it would be impossible to establish a kingdom on someone else's territory. The powers of the world could allow small nations to slaughter each other endlessly, but they would never tolerate a strong Germa kingdom rising within their sphere of influence. That was why Germa 66, as mercenaries of war, were welcomed by all, but could never rely on mercenary work alone to find the chance to rebuild their kingdom. Yet Kizaru merely sneered. With power in his grasp, killing intent arose. He didn't believe for a second that Judge would truly use Germa 66 only for self-defense. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 257, 258, Acting. If you want to restore your kingdom, you must disband your army. There's no need to argue. Protecting yourself doesn't require a military far beyond the average level. Look at the Germa kingdom, back then they were powerful enough, yet weren't they still destroyed? Kizaru's tone was firm, leaving Judge no room to explain. Back when he was pursuing Reiju, Kizaru had deliberately studied Germa's history. What he found made him shake his head. An entire history of Germa was essentially the blood-soaked tragedy of surrounding nations. From before its founding to after its fall, Germa never stopped waging wars of aggression. In the end, several powerful North Blue nations, unable to tolerate them any longer, joined forces and crushed the kingdom. Even as an exiled regime, Germa's remnants refused to repent. They formed the war mercenary force known as Germa 66, spreading their infamy from the North Blue to the entire world, truly earning a reputation that stank far and wide. So it was no surprise that when Kizaru demanded they disband their army, Judge did not immediately agree, even though the temptation of restoring his kingdom was right before him. Deep down, he knew, without overwhelming force to deter all enemies, those who once destroyed Germa, those ruined by Germa, and the nations harmed by Germa 66 would surely unite against them the moment they returned. Back when Germa 66 had no fixed base, no one knew where they would strike next, making retaliation difficult. But if Judge restored the kingdom, then it would be like, a monk can escape, but the temple cannot. Revenge would become far easier. What's the point of restoring a kingdom like that? Do you want me to see Germa destroyed a second time under my rule? Judge slammed the table angrily, raising his voice in protest. But compared to the high-ranking Marines or the cunning officials of the world government, his acting wasn't even second-rate. He was angry, yes, but not too much. Even with Kizaru's harsh terms, nothing truly crossed his bottom line. After all, Germa's strength didn't just lie in its clone soldiers. Judge and his 3 sons alone could crush most nations' armies. His anger was more of a performance, an attempt to bargain for the new Germa kingdom, to keep Kizaru from placing too many shackles on them. Then you can choose not to come to me for help. Seeing through Judge's act, Kizaru spoke calmly. He knew Judge would never let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That was why he could ignore the theatrics so completely. No matter how well Judge performed, as long as he didn't walk away, it meant Kizaru's conditions were within his limits. Even if I disband the army, what about the clone soldiers I've already created? I can't possibly execute them all, right? Judge fell silent, then finally spoke with apparent reluctance. In just a few lines, his acting had suddenly improved, as if he'd achieved enlightenment. If Kizaru hadn't seen countless true actors before, and hadn't already known exactly what kind of invincible Judge was, he might almost have mistaken him for a commander genuinely fighting for his men's rights. Then let them all join the Marines, Kizaru answered offhandedly, not even bothering to look at him. But the moment he said it, his eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his head to see Judge, who was pretending to be unwilling, but whose eyes could no longer hide his excitement. This man's clumsy performance had almost made Kizaru underestimate him. In truth, for the new Germa kingdom, no matter how strong their clone army was, it could never truly guarantee their survival. For Germa's enemies, the stronger the clone army, the more determined they would be to completely eradicate the Vinsmoke family. Even if they couldn't defeat them alone, they could easily find allies. Germa 66 wasn't the world's only mercenary force. But if those clone soldiers all became Marines, who would believe that Judge had disbanded his army only because Kizaru forced him to? Judge would almost certainly spread the story of Germa's special relationship with the Marines. Plus, with Reiju deliberately left at Kizaru's side, even Germa's bitterest enemies would hesitate to act rashly against them. Then let the clone soldiers join the Marines. For so many years, they fought and died for Germa, I can't abandon them. Once they join the Marines, as long as they aren't stripped of their status as Germa soldiers, it'll be as if they're still defending the kingdom. Judge, unaware that his scheme had already been seen through, grew impatient and quickly added on. Compared to Germa 60 SIX's infamy, the Marines, especially after the Summit War, were truly awe-inspiring. As long as he could borrow that name, Judge was confident he could safeguard the reborn Germa kingdom. Of course, that's your choice. But the Marines will never recognize them as soldiers of Germa. Kizaru, who quickly came up with a good idea, fully cooperated with Judge's little performance. The more they talked, the more in tune they seemed, just short of swearing brotherhood on the spot, with Judge calling him son-in-law and Kizaru calling him father-in-law. Judge, convinced he had succeeded, was overwhelmed with excitement. The long-cherished dream of the Vinsmoke family, passed down for generations, finally seemed within reach in his lifetime. Once their nation was restored, he would no longer be the half-baked mercenary leader he was now, but the great Judge I. But what Judge, secretly rejoicing, could never imagine was that the Navy headquarters, so dazzling in the eyes of the world right now, would soon become an unfathomable pit. All the benefits he was reaping under the Navy's name would, before long, be demanded back many times over. If Kizaru actually managed to overthrow the world government, then fine. But if not, Germa 66 would most likely be branded accomplices of a Navy rebellion, hunted to death by the Five Elders. Since you're talking about restoring your nation, you can't keep doing your old line of work anymore. If you still have mercenary contracts on hand, you'd better wrap them up quickly. The Navy won't accept a bunch of hired guns as allies. Kizaru kindly reminded him. Since Judge had shown tact by offering to leave Reiju behind, Kizaru didn't have the heart to drag his dear father-in-law straight into a death trap. Meanwhile, as Kizaru and Judge plotted inside the office, across the hall in the reception room, Nami and Reiju, rivals but not exactly love rivals, were locked in a fierce battle of glares, each regarding the other as a fox spirit. Nami had it better. She already knew what kind of man Kizaru was, and had long grown numb to the stream of women showing up around him. If it weren't for Reiju's overwhelming main wife aura, Nami wouldn't actually mind comparing notes with another mistress on how to deal with a certain playboy. Even someone as proud as Hancock, Nami could get along with fairly well. At the very least, Hancock didn't openly reject her. But facing Reiju now, Nami instinctively sensed that this woman was not the same kind of creature as herself, and the little thief cat bristled at once. Reiju, on the other hand, had grown up with little contact with men. Distance had made the heart grow fonder, and over the years she had endlessly idealized Kizaru in her mind, handsome, dashing, gentle, considerate, romantic, and most importantly, powerful enough to give a sense of absolute safety. Especially when compared to Judge, whose mind was filled only with restoring the kingdom, treating even wife and children as tools, cold and ruthless Ichiji, violent and lecherous Niji, and, insensible, utterly rotten Yanji. Kizaru seemed the perfect man. But reality never matches fantasy. Once Reiju came to know Kizaru better, she suddenly felt her dream shatter. Her Prince Charming turned out to be a frivolous womanizer, and she was just one among many girls he had toyed with. And yet, apart from his unshakable womanizing, Kizaru's other strengths were undeniable. Even Reiju, with all her pride, had to admit she had fallen for this incorrigible scoundrel. This time, she had finally worked up the courage to seek him out, only to find him absent, and instead had to endure the constant needling of another woman at his side. Another girl might have grown disheartened, even turned love into hate. But Reiju wasn't the type to give up easily. Nami's hostility only ignited Reiju's competitive spirit. She was determined to fight this fox spirit to the end. Hey, are Navy women all this terrifying? Sitting nearby, Yanji shrank his neck as he muttered quietly to a headquarters major, watching the two women's glares nearly spark into flames. Compared to Ichiji and Niji, Yanji, the youngest, was mentally far more immature. To Reiju, Yanji was already a hopeless scoundrel. But to Yanji, it was Reiju, the sister who constantly bullied him, who was the real bad woman. Fear was not something he often knew, but when facing Reiju, he couldn't help but feel guilty and timid. And now, his terrifying sister had actually found a girl who could match her glare for glare. Probably. The Marine headquarters major tried to defend the Navy's reputation, but the first female Marine that came to his mind was Vice Admiral Tsuru, then Vice Admiral Guion, Vice Admiral Vivian, and finally Rear Admiral Black Cage. After silently counting them over, the major couldn't bring himself to lie against his conscience, nor could he openly take the lead in tarnishing the Navy's image. He could only mumble a vague response. Too scary. I'd better keep my distance from the Navy from now on. Smelling the tension in the air, Yanji couldn't help but shake his head, making what he considered to be a very wise decision. Click. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 258, 259, Right and Left Hand. At that moment, the office door finally opened. Judge, whose expression usually shifted between grim and expressionless, actually walked out with an unconcealable joy on his face. Father. Seeing their father looking like a completely different man, Reiju and Yanji were both stunned. Reiju even forgot to keep up her silent eye duel with Nami, hurrying to her feet to confirm whether Yanji's body had been swapped in the office. Ahem. Reiju, I've already reached an agreement with Fleet Admiral Kizaru. From now on, you'll be part of the Navy, and in the future, all those clone soldiers will join as well. You must take care of them on behalf of the Vinsmoke family. With the hope of restoring his kingdom right in front of him, Judge even discarded his earlier plan of making vague promises and decisively left Reiju behind as a kind of hostage. If he hadn't already secured terms with Kizaru, Judge, whose mind was consumed by the dream of restoring his kingdom, might have even thrown aside royal dignity and ordered Reiju to seal the deal in the crudest way possible. What? Reiju was completely stunned. She had considered the possibility of staying by Kizaru's side, but leaving aside the troublesome rival Nami, the question of how to convince her father to abandon his perfect tool had always been the hardest problem. But before she even came up with a plan, Judge was already in a rush to give her away to Kizaru. Huh. Nami was equally shocked. She had spent days coming up with countless schemes to prevent Reiju from staying, yet never imagined her trump card, Judge, would flip the script against her. This turn of events actually lessened Nami's hostility toward Reiju. Having been abandoned by her parents from a young age, Nami couldn't stand seeing such a scene of fatherly affection. In her eyes, Reiju had suddenly become a pitiful girl abandoned by a father desperate to cling to power. If not for the fact she didn't want to cause trouble for Kizaru, Nami's fiery temper would have already driven her to stand up and denounce Judge. Meanwhile, Yanji's face was full of joy. That annoying sister who always bossed him around was finally going to disappear. From now on, he'd be free to act as recklessly as Ichiji and Niji. It was perfect. Even after Judge left with Yanji, Reiju was still trapped in a daze, torn between shock and secret delight. Don't be sad. A family like that isn't worth longing for. Nami took the initiative to hold Reiju's hand, comforting her with the gentlest voice she could muster. From Nami's perspective, Judge was a heartless father handing over his daughter as a gift to a powerful figure, while Yanji was a cold-blooded little brother who, knowing his sister was being given away, felt no anger and only joy. With such relatives, Reiju seemed far too pitiful. Compared to her, Nami, though never having met her real parents, still had her beloved adoptive mother Belmir and her sister Nojiko. You're right. There really is nothing worth clinging to. But Reiju wasn't like Nami, the little girl sheltered from real storms by Belmir, Nojiko, and Kizaru's protection. From Nami's words and behavior, Reiju could easily guess what the girl was thinking, leaving her both amused and exasperated. The new world, Tato Land, Whole Cake Island. This island, shaped like an enormous cake and full of dreamlike colors, was the fearsome stronghold of the Big Mom pirates. To prepare for the upcoming tea party, the Big Mom pirates gathered countless ingredients and delicacies from all over the world, both to entertain their guests and to provide for Big Mom herself. Normally, the tea party was the day Charlotte Lean looked forward to the most. Whether it was the delicious food or the precious gifts, both would leave her immensely satisfied. Yet now, nearly under house arrest inside Cake Castle, Charlotte Lean felt no joy at all for the approaching tea party. The throne inside Cake Castle that once belonged solely to Big Mom had now been transformed into a towering seat, much like the temple-like throne room aboard the Overlord ship. Just below the throne, a step lower, sat the designated seats for Charlotte Lean and Kaido, their places as the highest-ranking combatants. Of course, this arrangement was set by the Pirates of the Beasts and Big Mom crews. In their minds, their captains ought to be Lord Boros's right and left hands, something like vice-captains. But Boros had no such concept as deputies. Even the top combatants, whose lives and deaths he could decide at will, were nothing in his eyes. Garibas, whom Boros left behind in the One-Punch world, no doubt understood this all too well. Fortunately, Boros didn't care how his subordinates viewed things. Even when these newly recruited underlings placed the two top combatants on seats only slightly below his own, Boros was completely indifferent. Kaido, you bastard. Why did you drag that guy onto my turf? Sitting on a throne far smaller than the main seat, Charlotte Lean stuffed herself with all kinds of delicacies while cursing loudly at Kaido, who was on the other side guzzling down liquor. Every time she thought about how she had been enjoying cake and singing in Tato Land, only for Kaido, who had lost to Boros and become his underling, to forcibly drag her down with him, Charlotte Lean's stomach twisted with fury. The worst part was that she had no power to fight back against Boros. Even when her hunger pangs drove her into a frenzy, Boros would just beat her back to her senses. What angered her even more was that her own children, once they realized this, began cooperating with Boros to help keep her under house arrest. Shut it, old hag. If you'd actually fought like your life depended on it, would we have ended up like this? Kaido roared back without hesitation. At first he had felt somewhat guilty, but after being berated day after day by Charlotte Lean, the hot-tempered Kaido wasn't about to put up with it. After days of mutual bickering, Kaido had even started ignoring the fact that he was the one who dragged Lean down. He now believed it was she who had dragged him down. If she had gone all out from the very beginning like he did, how could the two of them have been beaten so badly by that one-eyed monster? And so the two former emperors of the sea sat there glaring at each other, hurling accusations, but neither had the will to actually fight. Even Kaido, thick-headed as he was, had developed some self-awareness after being beaten countless times by Boros. As for Charlotte Lean, after several failed attempts to resist alongside Kaido, she was forced to grudgingly accept reality. Seated high on his throne, Boros paid no attention to the quarrel between his so-called top combatants. In the past, Melzergard and Garibas hadn't gotten along much either. Even if their quarrels really did escalate into a fight, Boros could always bring the situation under control with his overwhelming strength. In fact, there had been several times when Kaido and Charlotte Lean, in the middle of one of their arguments, suddenly found a moment of unspoken agreement and launched a joint rebellion against Boros. To him, it was a bit of fun. After all, Boros was someone who had sailed across the universe for decades just to seek out a worthy opponent. He was never the type to get bored easily. So when his two top combatants occasionally resisted, it was nothing more than a little amusement for Boros, a pastime to break the monotony as he waited for a true rival to appear. The only shame was that, after taking too many beatings, Kaido and Charlotte Lean had slowly wised up. These days they mostly argued with words instead of blows. More than once, Boros thought they were finally about to clash, only to watch them grit their teeth and hold back at the last second. That, of course, left him somewhat disappointed. And once Kaido and Charlotte Lean noticed the look of disappointment in Boros's eyes, they became all the more determined not to throw the first punch, at the very least, never to be the ones who struck first. After all, whoever threw the first blow was always the one to suffer the worst beating. Even with their legendary endurance, both Kaido and Charlotte Lean had developed a genuine psychological shadow under Boros's fists. Sitting high upon his throne, Boros soon closed his eyes again. Clearly, these two had no intention of fighting. Still, Boros wasn't worried. With the personalities of Kaido and Charlotte Lean, even if they knew they'd be beaten senseless, sooner or later they wouldn't be able to hold back. Seeing Boros relax, the two emperors let out a subtle sigh of relief. But almost instantly, they caught themselves and exchanged vicious glares again. Charlotte Lean tore savagely into a massive piece of roast meat, chewing as if she were devouring her worst enemy. Kaido, unwilling to appear weak, tipped back his gourd and drowned himself in liquor. Since all the wine came from the Big Mom pirate stores, he figured he might as well drink as much as he pleased. Just as the two emperors of the sea waged this strange little contest of wills, Katakuri, wearing his signature scarf, strode into the hall with long, confident steps. Completely ignoring his mother's furious expression, he dropped respectfully to one knee before the throne. Lord Boros, the guests for the tea party have already begun arriving. Preparations are complete. Do you have any further orders? Katakuri paid no mind to the hellish glare his mother cast at him. After witnessing Boros's overwhelming might firsthand, he had submitted completely. He had even personally suppressed several younger siblings who failed to grasp the situation, and in doing so, despite Charlotte Lean's threats, he naturally became Boros's most loyal hound. Without Katakuri's cooperation, even if Boros had defeated Charlotte Lean, it would not have been so easy to bring the Big Mom pirates fully under his banner. I understand. You've done well. Do you want any reward? Boros had meant to dismiss Katakuri casually, but suddenly remembered that this top combatant was someone Kizaru had specifically asked to be spared. Though Boros himself saw nothing particularly special about this subordinate who had so eagerly pledged allegiance, for Kizaru's sake, he didn't mind granting Katakuri a bit of favor. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 259, 260, Katakuri's Request. Thank you for your mercy. If possible, I beg you to forgive my ignorant younger brothers and sisters. They simply couldn't understand your greatness for the moment. I can swear on my own life that every single one of them is willing to devote themselves to Lord Boros unto death. Katakuri quickly adjusted his posture, dropped to both knees, and bowed deeply to the ground. Facing Charlotte Lean's gaze that looked as if she wanted to devour him alive, he pleaded with Boros in the most humble tone. Even though he knew full well that by saying this he would be an unforgivable traitor in his mother's eyes, Katakuri did not hesitate in the slightest. The consequences of angering his mother were indeed terrifying, but compared to being unable to protect his younger siblings, he would rather bear her hatred alone. Pwahaha. How disgraceful, you old hag. Even your own son has gone over to someone else. Kaido laughed mockingly with glee. In the past, Big Mom had often boasted to him about Katakuri, and although Kaido would never admit it out loud, deep down he had always envied her for having such a good son. After all, compared to Katakuri, Yamato was so abstract and eccentric that even Kaido himself could hardly stand it. Sometimes Kaido even fell into self-doubt, just what kind of thing had he brought into this world? But as he laughed, his amusement suddenly froze. He realized that Katakuri had only defected to the one-eyed monster after the old hag's defeat. In contrast, Yamato had wanted to help that monster fight him from the very beginning. Katakuri. Charlotte Leanlean's bloodshot eyes locked onto Katakuri with a glare that could kill. If she hadn't already tried countless times without success, Big Mom would have struck him down immediately, even if he had once been her most proud son. Yet Katakuri, still kneeling on the ground, didn't even glance in her direction. In his heart, nothing was more important than protecting his younger siblings' lives. Even if it meant being hated by his mother forever, even if it meant risking his own life, Katakuri could no longer care. Do as you wish. Boros spoke indifferently. He hadn't even realized there were still members of the Big Mom pirates trying to resist. To catch Boros's attention, one had to at least reach the level of a high-ranking combatant. Even counting the remnants of the Big Mom pirates, the number of high-ranking fighters under him hadn't yet reached double digits. After all, Boros judged his subordinates by only one standard: combat power. Someone like Pyrospiro, whose strength was a bit lacking, could only be relegated to the middle ranks. Fortunately, by virtue of being the eldest son of Big Mom and having prestige from the past, Katakuri wasn't in danger of having his voice completely ignored. Understood. Thank you for your mercy. Katakuri finally let out a sigh of relief. Although he had already judged from Boros's words and actions so far that he wouldn't care about such trivial matters, until he received Boros's permission, Katakuri had no choice but to restrain those reckless younger siblings. Compared to his violent and ruthless mother, this self-proclaimed, universal overlord, Boros was far easier to serve. Clatter clatter clatter. Charlotte Leanlean glared at the traitor Katakuri, her massive teeth grinding together with a horrifying sound, as if she longed to bite him into pieces and grind him into meat paste. Yet, in the end, Charlotte Leanlean still did not make a move. Even as Katakuri bowed respectfully toward her, the hatred in her eyes did not fade in the slightest. She would never stop to wonder why Katakuri had betrayed her, nor reflect on why all her children had so easily turned against her. To Charlotte Leanlean, her children were nothing more than tools to realize her ambition, and tools that dared betray their master deserved only death. Gay ha 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 ha. How ugly, you old hag. Oi. Katakuri brat, why don't you become my son instead? Kaido, always eager to fan the flames, seized the chance to stir things up, hoping the old hag would explode and fight the one-eyed monster on the spot. If the old hag dared to go all out, he'd gladly join in and once again test whether they could drive off the one-eyed monster. Otherwise, he could simply enjoy the show from the sidelines. Truth be told, he had long been sick of the old hag. After all, it was just one time he had tricked her, and yet she nagged endlessly about it. She deserved to be thrashed badly by the one-eyed monster. Once his strength grows stronger, I'll make him one of the highest-ranked fighters. Boros cast a glance at Kaido. For Kizaru's sake, he didn't mind praising Katakuri a little. Of course, the condition was that Katakuri's strength had to reach near Kaido's level, at least strong enough to hold his own in front of both Kaido and Charlotte Leanlean. You've got to be kidding me. That brat deserves to be on the same level as me. Now it was Kaido's turn to lose it. Just earlier, he'd resisted the idea of being ranked as a top fighter, yet suddenly he was the first to jump out and oppose Boros's decision. Being forced to serve under the one-eyed monster was bad enough. Now he had to be considered equal to Katakuri, Big Mom's son no less. If word spread, what face would he have left? Mama. Kaido, you're only on the same level as my son. How about this, why don't I marry off a daughter to you, and you can become my son-in-law? Charlotte Leanlean now mocked Kaido mercilessly. She was already furious from being tricked by him, and yet he had the audacity to complain that she wasn't trying hard enough. If Boros weren't sitting above them, Leanlean would have already shown Kaido what it truly meant to fight with her life on the line. Shut the hell up, you old hag. Kaido was fuming, literally. For most, that was just a figure of speech, but Kaido truly snorted out sparks of fire from his nose. Even after being forced into Boros's service, he hadn't been this enraged. After all, in some ways Boros's methods weren't all that different from Kaido's own. The only difference was that this time, Kaido himself was the victim. But Boros wanting to put the old hag's son on equal standing with him. Even with the condition that Katakuri first had to grow stronger, Kaido couldn't accept it. If you've got the guts, then come and shut me up yourself. Charlotte Leanlean split her massive mouth wide in a horrifying grin, utterly unafraid of Kaido's threats. After being subdued easily by Boros several times despite working together, neither of the Yonko wanted to admit it aloud, but both were beginning to face a cruel truth. On their own, they had no way of escaping Boros's control. With Whitebeard dead and Shanks crippled, there was no one left in the pirate world to rely on. Unless Boros himself decided to lead them against Marine headquarters, forcing that Navy monster to take action, giving them a chance to betray him, their futures were grim. Since resistance was hopeless, the only thing left was to keep the bastard who had tricked them from turning the tables. For Kaido, that meant preventing the hag he had tricked from taking revenge. The two Yonko glared at each other, teeth clenched, their overwhelming conqueror's haki colliding violently in the air, bursting into countless arcs of black lightning. And yet, both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin tacitly confined the clash to a small area around themselves, deliberately avoiding Boros's throne foundation, doing everything possible not to provoke him into joining the fray. Even so, the homies inside Whole Cake Castle trembled in terror, sprawling on the floor without even the courage to flee. Meanwhile, just as Katakuri walked out of the castle, a group of his younger siblings rushed to surround him, nervously checking if he was hurt. Even though they had assisted Boros in confining their mother, the Charlotte pirates were still deeply terrified of her. Apart from Katakuri, none of them dared face Charlotte Linlin directly. "Big brother Katakuri, are you okay? Did Mama give you any trouble? What did Lord Boros say?" Charlotte Linlin's children surrounded Katakuri, bombarding him with questions. Although Big Mom had always been the person they feared most, her existence was also the greatest source of their confidence. Now, not only had their mother been defeated by an outsider, but under Katakuri's lead, they had even gone so far as to imprison her. If, by chance, she were to break free from her restraints later, then every single one of them present would be in for a disaster. Especially Katakuri, who spearheaded this rebellion. When that time came, even death would be a luxury he couldn't obtain. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Lord Boros is even willing to give the others another chance. I'll go release them right now." Katakuri did his best to calm his uneasy siblings. Even when their mother had joined forces with Kaido, they had still not been a match for Boros. Against such overwhelming power, the Big Mom pirates, even united, stood no chance of resisting. Given that reality, Katakuri would never allow his brothers and sisters to throw their lives away in vain. Even if it meant being branded a traitor, he would never hesitate. What's more, Boros's arrival had made Katakuri see another possibility. Compared to his increasingly violent mother, at least Boros would not casually slaughter others over fleeting whims. Even when Charlotte Linlin's hunger pangs exploded, Boros would personally step in to suppress her rampages, preventing widespread destruction. In comparison, it was no wonder Katakuri had surrendered so decisively, more decisively, in fact, than even the cadres of the Beast's pirates. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 261, Family. That's good, but, brother, is Mama alright? Smoothie finally let out a breath of relief, though when she glanced in the direction of Whole Cake Chateau, a flicker of hesitation returned to her voice. Although she was one of the sweet commanders just like Katakuri, compared to her elder brother, Smoothie's temperament appeared somewhat soft for someone of her strength. "Don't worry. From now on, Mama will also be one of the highest-ranking combatants of the Dark Matter Pirates under Lord Boros. Her status will be second only to his. She won't be in danger." Even Katakuri stumbled slightly at that point, mainly because he wasn't fully accustomed to his new identity. But fortunately, he managed to phrase it correctly in the end, avoiding any embarrassment before his siblings. "But, if that's the case, won't Mama come after us later?" a younger sister asked uneasily. For those who had never even left Tado Land, nothing in the world seemed scarier than Mama's wrath. Even the older children couldn't help but feel a chill at the thought, and the mood suddenly turned heavy. "Don't be afraid. Lord Boros won't allow Mama to run wild. And besides, you still have me." Katakuri spoke firmly, his steady voice combined with his long-standing reliability and unmatched strength immediately giving his siblings a sense of reassurance. "Then let's hurry and release Brother Snack. Everyone's really worried about them." The younger sister who made the suggestion grew quieter and quieter as she spoke, clearly realizing how out of place her words sounded. Katakuri had already told everyone to trust him, yet here she was, making it seem as though she doubted him. Idiot. Brother Snack almost got us all killed. Another slightly older sister gave her a light smack on the head, scolding her with a trace of annoyance. If the Big Mom pirates had really followed Snack back then and tried to resist Lord Boros to rescue Mama, most likely, a lot of people would have ended up dead. In fact, Boros himself wouldn't even have needed to act, just the Beast's pirates that came along with him would have been enough to throw the Big Mom pirates into disarray, causing heavy casualties. Even the brothers who usually had the closest relationship with Snack couldn't say anything in his defense at this moment. "Don't say that. Snack only wanted to save Mama. No matter what, we're still family." Katakuri stopped his younger siblings from condemning Snack. In Katakuri's eyes, what Snack had done was actually a good thing. By using Snack as a contrast, even if Mama managed to escape, she wouldn't end up blaming too many others. Of course, this was just a backup plan Katakuri had prepared in case of emergencies. Given the strength Lord Boros had shown so far, Katakuri didn't believe Mama had any chance of resisting. As expected of big brother Katakuri. I like you the most, brother Katakuri. Flamp, wearing a spotted suspender dress, stared at Katakuri with sparkling eyes, looking like she was just about to throw herself into his arms to act spoiled. Unfortunately, Katakuri only gave Flamp a glance before subconsciously tugging up his scarf, hiding his fangs from the siblings who idolized him. Even though he knew exactly how they would react if they saw his face, that didn't stop Katakuri from working hard to maintain his image as the perfect older brother. Led by Katakuri, the group soon arrived at the prison where Snack and several other siblings were being held. Their eldest brother, Pyrospiro, was personally guarding the cell to prevent any hot-headed siblings from trying to rescue them. If something like that were to happen, and Lord Boros started questioning the loyalty of the Big Mom pirates, it would be far too unjust. Katakuri. Why are you all here? Did something happen to Mama? Seeing so many of his younger siblings rush over together, Pyrospiro was startled. Thankfully, once he saw Katakuri and Smoothie at the front, he relaxed a little. But almost immediately, another possibility came to his mind, and his voice trembled as he asked. No, don't worry. We've received Lord Boros' permission, Snack and the others are allowed to go free. Katakuri immediately guessed what Pyrospiro was worried about and straightforwardly conveyed Boros' decision. Hearing this, Pyrospiro finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since Mama's defeat, he hadn't smiled once, but now a grin appeared on his face again. He lifted his candy cane and gave it a heavy lick. Thanks to Lord Boros' mercy, this result couldn't be better. Pyrospiro was quick to adapt to his new identity. Even though he was Charlotte Leanling's eldest son, neither before nor now had anyone ever considered him the second-in-command of the Big Mom Pirates. Now, he had simply gone from the Big Mom Pirates' chief steward to a mid-level officer in the Dark Matter Pirates. Still, with the special status of being Leanling's firstborn, and with Lord Boros seemingly appreciating Katakuri, Pyrospiro believed the future still held great promise. I'll go release Snack and the others. Smoothie had already taken the keys and entered the prison. Soon, she came back out with a dejected Snack in tow. Having been locked up for several days, Snack had calmed down, realizing that his actions had nearly gotten his siblings killed. Especially those few younger brothers who trusted him enough to join his reckless plan. If Katakuri hadn't subdued them in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I'm very sorry, brother Katakuri. The tall and heavy-set Snack lowered his head and walked up to Katakuri, speaking in a deeply ashamed tone. We're family. No need to apologize, Snack. Katakuri patted Snack's shoulder, not minding in the least that Snack had once considered him a traitor. Katakuri, have all the tea party guests arrived? Seeing the reconciliation between Katakuri and Snack, Pyrospiro happily licked his candy cane, then curiously asked. This tea party would announce the unification of two Yonko crews. As a member of the newly formed Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates, Pyrospiro was already looking forward to seeing a true ruler rise over the seas. The only ones left are a few underworld kingpins. But if nothing unexpected happens, they should arrive within the next couple of days. Katakuri nodded, unaware that while he had gone to release Snack, the underworld bosses he mentioned had already arrived on Whole Cake Island. From the world's greatest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro, the men rumored to control 20% of the world's wealth, the richest men alive, Guild Tesoro. Through both direct and indirect means, the one who controlled every red light district across the seas, the queen of the pleasure district, Stussy. The editor-in-chief of the World Economic News, master of countless news birds, the ever-flamboyant, Big News Morgans. The three titans of the underworld had clearly agreed to come together. Though not officially affiliated with Big Mom's territory, even they tread cautiously when dealing with Charlotte Leanling. Jaya Jaya Jaya. Big news, such exciting big news. Morgan strutted with exaggerated steps, humming a wildly off-key tune, unable to contain his eagerness to uncover the big news Kizaru had spoken of. Shut it. Your singing is terrible. Tesoro bit down on his cigar and muttered irritably. For someone who doubled as a top-class singer, listening to Morgan's off-key nonsense was nothing short of torture. Jaya Jaya Jaya, really that bad? I have great confidence in my voice, you know. Morgan stroked his long beak with narcissistic flair. Unfortunately, neither Tesoro nor Stussy had any appreciation for his singing. It is quite terrible, Morgan's. If I borrowed your voice, I'd scare away all my clients the moment I opened my mouth. Stussy, clutching her handbag gracefully, spoke softly. The three were not only underworld giants but also had close ties with Kizaru, enough that there was some genuine camaraderie among them. Otherwise, someone as socially shrewd as Stussy would never openly mock Morgans to his face. That really hurts my feelings, Stussy. But given your special relationship with that man, surely you'd know better than us what Big Mom's tea party is really about, right? Morgan stared at her with sharp eyes, as though ready to whip out a notebook and jot down every word. Even Tesoro instinctively glanced over. He hadn't originally planned to attend the tea party, after all, even Big Mom had little leverage over a king recognized by the world government. But Kizaru had recently dragged a cluster of marine higher-ups to Grand Tesoro for a vacation. Tesoro didn't fear the Marines, but so many top brass gathering at once still made him uneasy. So when Big Mom's invitation arrived, he decided to attend after all, curious to see what this tea party would reveal. What a shame. Kizaru hasn't sought me out in quite some time, and when Lean sent me the invitation, she didn't mention what the purpose was. Stussy didn't hide her special connection with Kizaru. In fact, it wasn't much of a secret across the seas. Without it, her red light network would never have spread so far. Unaware that Stussy had already defected to Kizaru, the world government actually encouraged her to keep close ties with him, hoping this special relationship might one day be put to use. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 262, Underworld Titans. Just as the three giants were about to leave the harbor, another massive ship arrived at Whole Cake Island. Seeing this giant sailing ship, shaped like a coffin, the three all stopped in unison. The so-called underworld doesn't literally exist underground, more accurately, it is a vast black market whose influence spans the entire world. Guild Tesoro, Stussy, and Morgans were the three giants of the underworld, representing gambling, the red light district, and intelligence respectively. But aside from them, there were also others. From the assassin trade, the leader, Drug Peklo. From the loan shark industry, the king of loans, Dufeld. From the storage trade, the concealer, Giberson. From the shipping business, the deep current, Umit. Together, the seven giants dictated the rules of the underworld. Beyond them were other powerful figures, not quite as strong but still commanding great influence. For example, the broker Joker Don Quixote da Flamingo, who specialized in arms and human trafficking, and Judge of Germa 66, both renowned in the underworld. Still, these powers were usually confined to certain regions, unlike the seven giants who spread their business across the globe. The first to step off the coffin ship was a fat man in a lavender suit, wrapped in a heavy cloak. Stinks. It stinks. This damned ship reeks of corpses. If I'd known it was in such bad shape, I'd have lent you money for a new one. The fat man waddled down the gangway, pressing a handkerchief to his nose, muttering non-stop. Recognizing him, Tesoro snorted coldly, clearly displeased. Though the seven giants each monopolized their industries, there was no true harmony, illegal trades often overlapped. Some complemented each other, while others clashed sharply. Ahahaha, if it isn't the famous Golden Emperor. What a rare sight to see you at Big Mom's tea party. The fat man laughed heartily as he waddled over. He was Dufeld, the king of loans, controlling over 80% of the underworld's lending business, and also one of the most unwelcome names on Guild Tesoro's blacklist. The annoying fly shows up again. Tesoro exhaled smoke irritably. Grand Tesoro, his floating city, was the largest entertainment venue in the world, and the greatest casino ship. Tens of thousands of gamblers went bankrupt there every day. For Dufeld, it was an endless gold mine. But Tesoro repeatedly refused his requests to conduct business on the ship. Not just because Dufeld had once offended him, but because Tesoro had no intention of sharing his profits. Both sought to squeeze the very last berry out of the gamblers, only their methods differed. He, you all arrived early, huh? See, I told you it wasn't too much trouble. If we'd taken Umit's ship from the start, we'd have been here even sooner. A drunk man with two curly mustaches stumbled over. This was Giberson, the concealer, one of the seven giants. He was the only one among them who inherited his position, and on the surface, both his strength and influence were the weakest. Yet no one dared look down on him. Generations of warehousing left Giberson with treasures stockpiled beyond imagination. Even some of the giants stored goods with him. When push came to shove, someone would step in to protect him. So long as he didn't court death, his position among the seven was paradoxically the most stable. Business is business. I won't repurpose a delivery ship just to ferry you lot. Another man approached, stern-faced, with a flamboyant pirate captain hat. He wasn't a pirate though, he was Umit, the deep current, a true shipping magnate. Long before the Marines devised a way to move ships through the calm belt, Umit was already transporting goods safely across those perilous seas. No one knew how he did it. But mastering such dangerous routes gave Umit one of the top positions among the giants. Click click click, now that's rich. Complaining about my ship while still using it. When people borrow your money, do they complain about it being dirty? And Giberson, if you think my ship is slow, why don't you swim here yourself? The last to arrive was a burly man with lion-like mane, carrying a scythe and wearing a clown-like mask. He was Drag Piaclaro, the titan of the assassination trade and head of the Great Funeral Home. He was dressed in a khaki work uniform, looking harmless and even a little comical. However, to stand as one of the seven giants of the underworld, and to base his reputation in the assassin trade, Drago Piaclaro was far from as simple as he looked. After all, the ones targeted for assassination were never weak. To make a living hunting strong people, Drago Piaclaro and his subordinates might very well possess the greatest open combat strength among the 7 giants. The 7 giants stood together, but they were clearly divided into 2 factions, faintly opposing one another. This was almost unimaginable in the past. Though the underworld giants frequently changed hands, it was mostly due to internal struggles and dynastic shifts. The relations between giants had generally been cordial. After all, unless one was absolutely confident, it wasn't wise to show open hostility toward a rival of equal scale. Unfortunately, this world line produced a Kizaru. Long before becoming a Marine Admiral, during that overly energetic period of his life, Kizaru had already extended his claws into the underworld. Not only did he personally prop up 3 underworld giants, but he also drove them to join forces to swallow up the shares belonging to other giants. Unfortunately, by the time Kizaru realized his efforts were all in vain and chose to lie low, or simply slack off, the alliance of the 3 giants still hadn't managed to truly crush any of the others. Instead, the pressure only pushed the remaining giants to band together on the surface, forming a counter-alliance against the coalition of Tesoro, Stussy, and Morgans. Gaga, let's save the talk for after the tea party. We're all people of status here, there's no need to make a scene for the little ones to watch. Sensing the tension building, Morgans, who maintained relatively good relations with the other giants, took the initiative to smooth things over. Though he belonged to the 3 giant faction, as the underworld's greatest information broker, Morgans still had plenty of cooperative ties with the other giants. In truth, if not for Kizaru's meddling, Morgans had no desire whatsoever to participate in such a meaningless giant war. So later, when Kizaru abandoned his plan to manipulate the underworld from the shadows, Morgans was the first to jump out and voice his agreement. Hick, Morgans makes a good point. We're all just trying to make a living in the underworld. No need to fight and kill all the time, it's such an ugly look. The concealer, Giberson, of the 4 giant faction, also chimed in with a cheerful laugh. If given the choice, Giberson would be the last person to want to see a war among giants. Every time a giant war broke out, his storage business took a catastrophic hit. But with the 3 giant faction pressing so aggressively, he had no choice but to pick a side. Fighting and killing is my business, and the underworld has been getting colder and quieter. Stirring things up once in a while isn't such a bad thing. Drago Piaclaro, scythe slung over his shoulder, scoffed with indifference. He couldn't care less about claims that giant wars would destabilize the underworld. Without turmoil, there would be no assassination contracts. If everyone got along peacefully, how could his grand funeral company stay in business? What would his hand-reared killers eat? Thin air. Unfortunately, both he and Giberson were among the lower ranked of the 7 giants. No matter how strong their open combat strength, without Dufeld's financial backing and Umit's help in moving manpower, fighting a giant war on their own would see them crushed to dust in minutes by the 3 giant faction. No, making money is what really matters. Don't you agree, Golden Emperor? Dufeld glared fiercely at Tesoro. As long as Tesoro was willing to let him extend his business into Grand Tesoro, the Lone Shark King was confident he could make tens, even hundreds of billions more berries every year. Tesoro's ability to run a casino was decent, but when it came to loan sharking, Dufeld considered himself far superior. Clearly, the 2 of them together could have earned several times more berries, yet the Golden Emperor, stubborn to the core, absolutely refused to let him in. Dufeld was so angry he nearly spat blood. Watching mountains of berries pile up right in front of him, unable to touch them, it was even more unbearable than losing money outright. Even later, when the giant war turned so brutal, part of it was due to Kizaru pushing things from behind the scenes. But another reason was Dufeld wanting to teach Tesoro a lesson. Unfortunately, the old giant was completely crushed in terms of financial power by Tesoro, the rising star. If Kizaru hadn't chosen to pull back, the underworld likely wouldn't be in its current state with 7 giants sharing power. Making money is meaningless anyway. Someone's always desperate enough to deliver berries straight into my hands. Tesoro cast Dufeld a disdainful glance. For the men who ran the world's largest casino ship, wasn't that the case? Every single day, countless people scrambled to stuff money into his pockets. Even Dufeld, the so-called Lone Shark King, was left speechless. Back during the Giant War, Tesoro's terrifying financial power had already left him unable to breathe. And that was when the Golden Emperor had only been active for a few short years. Even as a gold fruit user, the gold he created wasn't truly real. Yet the gold in Tesoro's possession seemed endless, and he had crushed Dufeld's loan sharking empire in the very domain Dufeld excelled at, money itself. By now, the berries under Tesoro's control had reached astronomical levels. Even the celestial dragons, those unreasonable beings, were forced to show at least a little courtesy when facing the wealthy Golden Emperor. They might not acknowledge him as an equal, but at the very least, it was enough to make the celestial dragons behave themselves within Grand Tesoro. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 262, 263, Unusual Tea Party. Honored guests, please follow me. We've already prepared your accommodations. A troop of homies dressed as playing card soldiers arrived with 7 fantastical pumpkin carriages, tasked with receiving the 7 underworld giants at the port. Even the Big Mom pirates had to show a certain degree of respect when dealing with the giants of the underworld. After all, these were not weaklings sheltered by or intimidated into submission by Big Mom's crew. Giants like the Golden Emperor could easily ignore an invitation to her tea party altogether. By his own strength alone, he was enough to stand against Big Mom's massive fleet. Not to mention, Grand Kizaru was recognized by the world government as an affiliated nation. It was proof that with enough money, one could do whatever they wanted, even buying the title of a world government member state with an astronomical sum of berries. Come on, let's all get in the carriages. It's been a long time since I chatted with Lean. I really do miss her a little. Stussy lightly pressed her lips together and let out a soft laugh. From her appearance alone, she looked less like the famed queen of the pleasure district and more like an aristocratic young lady on a countryside outing. Yet, the 6 underworld emperors present all instinctively gave her a degree of respect, even the arrogant and proud Golden Emperor was no exception. This wasn't merely because of Stussy's own strength or the influence of the pleasure district. More importantly, anyone in the seas with enough standing knew that the Queen of the Pleasure District had a special connection, at the very least a familiar relationship, with the current fleet Admiral of the Navy, Kizaru. And anyone who couldn't afford to offend Kizaru naturally wouldn't dare provoke Stussy. Even the emperors of the sea themselves were wary of that Navy monster, let alone the comparatively weaker giants of the underworld. Especially now that Kizaru had not only been promoted from Admiral to Fleet Admiral, but had also seized the title of World's Strongest Man, a crown that had rested on Whitebeard's head for decades, after defeating 2 emperors of the sea, leaving one dead and the other gravely wounded. With his rise, Stussy's status naturally soared as well. Even Tesoro and Morgans, who liked to think of themselves as Kizaru's partners, would tread lightly around her. Truly enviable. As expected of the Queen of the Pleasure District, equally at home in both the underworld and the light. Although the other emperors stayed silent and tacitly agreed to Stussy's proposal, Piaklo, who loved sparring with words, couldn't resist slipping in a jab. Fortunately, Stussy didn't pursue the matter. She only offered Piaklo a mysterious smile. Originally, Piaklo had wanted to say more, but his expression stiffened. In the end, he didn't dare utter another word. As a top-class assassin, Piaklo's Kenbunchiku haki was naturally highly refined, and on top of that, he possessed a special variation of observation haki. But contrary to what most imagined, his specialty wasn't an assassination-based ability. Instead, it was something closer to Kizaru's malice detection, a kind of danger sense. This unique observation haki allowed Piaklo to avoid potentially fatal threats, massively boosting his chances of survival. It was precisely because of this powerful self-preservation ability that Piaklo had been able to rise to the throne of the assassin world, earning fame under the name Funeral House, instead of being eliminated by other killers the moment he made a name for himself. Just moments ago, when Stussy smiled at him, Piaklo suddenly felt the chilling presence of death, the same kind of pressure he once felt when he accepted a commission to assassinate Whitebeard. When he disguised himself as a doctor and approached Whitebeard, just being close to him made his legs buckle. Forget attempting the assassination, he hadn't even had the courage to look Whitebeard in the eyes. The sense of crisis that Stussy had just given him was naturally not as overwhelming as that time with Whitebeard. Still, as a top-class assassin who lived by the principle of survival, Piaklo naturally wouldn't keep provoking Stussy after sensing danger. The arrival of the 7 giants of the underworld usually signaled that all the guests for the tea party had arrived. As for those unlucky ones who failed to make it on time, Big Mom's children would later pay them a visit to discuss the consequences of rejecting her friendship. However, to the surprise of all the guests, even after the 7 giants of the underworld had assembled, the Big Mom pirates still didn't immediately start the tea party. Instead, they waited an entire extra day, holding off until every single invited guest had truly arrived before officially declaring the tea party open. This abnormal behavior made those who had been delayed, whether due to long travel or unexpected accidents, feel extremely fortunate, while at the same time stirring suspicion among many of the guests. After all, Charlotte Lean was never known for her consideration of others. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pulled that ruthless stunt of hosting a second tea party immediately after the first had ended. Unfortunately, even the pirates and homies of the Big Mom pirates were clueless about the reason for such an abnormal arrangement. They only knew it was an order passed down by Katakuri. Because of this unusual generosity from the Big Mom pirates, the number of attendees at this year's tea party was nearly double the usual, with even the leaders of minor factions receiving invitations. The square in front of the Cake Castle had been transformed into an oversized tea party venue, decorated with blossoms everywhere. Countless homies bustled about, diligently serving the guests with all kinds of delicacies. This is certainly lively. Has Lean come up with a new trick? Don't tell me she's planning another marriage. Stussy looked around with some surprise. For the past 2 days she had been trying to meet Charlotte Lean, but her children politely declined, saying she would see her during the tea party. Big news, big news. What kind of big news could it be? Morgans, sitting nearby with his wings propping up his head, wore a bird face full of very human-like anticipation. At this point, he could hardly contain himself, already fantasizing about what earth-shaking event was about to unfold. Have the tea parties always been like this? The big MOM pirates still haven't shown up. Tesoro raised his eyebrow slightly. It seemed that anyone who had spent enough time around Kizaru would unknowingly develop this habit of raising an eyebrow whenever something surprised them. Although this was Tesoro's first time attending one of Big Mom's tea parties, with his status, finding out about the usual process and how things had gone in the past was just a matter of asking. What he hadn't expected, however, was that his very first tea party with Big MOM would already be met with some unexpected development. Gaga gaga, it's never been like this before. Tea parties are usually Charlotte Lean's top priority. How could the big MOM pirates not be watching things closely at all times? I've got a feeling, this time's bound to bring some big news, gagaga. Morgan spoke with great excitement, even pulling out a video transponder snail and a fax transponder snail he had prepared in advance, ready to transmit any breaking news back to the newspaper headquarters immediately. At the same time, 4 other underground big shots sat together. They were all regular attendees of Big Mom's tea parties and were especially sensitive to such abnormalities. Where the hell have the big MOM pirates gone? I spent a fortune to come to this tea party, I didn't pay just to sit here as a display for others. Dufeld angrily snipped the end of a cigar. If not for the fact that every tea party's conclusion brought him a steady stream of high-value clients desperate for his loans, the king of usury, whose life revolved around money, would never have wasted time and berries buying gifts to attend. Hick. The booze from Toto Land is still the best. Giberson, on the other hand, didn't mind at all. His main reason for attending every tea party had always been the big MOM pirates' food and drinks. After all, with a captain who loved nothing more than gorging herself, it would be strange if their cuisine weren't first class. Since the tea party hasn't started yet, I'll go find a few potential clients to pitch my business to. Stussy suddenly stood up. Times were hard for assassins too, bounty hunters often stole their jobs, and new upstart assassin organizations constantly tried to challenge the prestige of the famed funeral parlor. As the king of killers, Stussy himself never lacked for work, but the assassins who followed him also needed to eat. I'm going to the restroom. Umit spoke sternly. Without waiting for the other bosses to respond, he signaled a homie to guide him away from the tea party. Once the guiding homie was stationed at the restroom door to prevent anyone from entering, Umit stepped inside, awakened a horned transponder snail designed to jam signals, and then pulled out another modified private line snail. This private line snail, after modification, had lost the ability to communicate with other ordinary snails. In exchange, it could maintain contact with another private line snail even under heavy signal jamming, untouchable even by black snails designed for eavesdropping. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 263, 264, Beyond the Yonko. Moshi, this is Kizaru, Oh, Umit. It's rare for you to call me first. What's the matter? The special Den Mushi had transformed to resemble Kizaru's face, though for some reason, its expression looked utterly lifeless. Yes, Lord Kizaru. I'm currently at Big Mom's tea party, and I want to report a special situation I've discovered within the Big Mom pirates. If Umit's words were ever leaked, they would definitely cause an uproar in the underworld. As one of the 7 giants of the underworld, Deep Current Umit was, in truth, a Navy agent, an elite spy who could directly contact the Admiral himself. What made it even more terrifying to think about was that, during the Underworld Giants' War, Umit had openly taken the side of the 4 giants. Big Mom, huh? I see. Keep monitoring things. I'll find time later to hear a full report from you. On the other end, Kizaru scratched his head and hung up before Umit could even finish his sentence. The rise of Deep Current's transport empire to the point of monopolizing the underworld was, of course, inseparable from the Navy's secret assistance. Everyone had speculated about who Umit's partner in the Navy was, but none had imagined that from the very start, Umit himself was a planted asset. Marine Ford, Fleet Admiral's office. Ahem, where were we just now? After hanging up, Kizaru gave a dry cough, glanced at the papers in front of him, and spoke in an unusually serious tone. What happened with the Big Mom pirates? From the sofa opposite him, Chief Inspector Sengoku frowned. Any intelligence involving a Yonko was something that had to be handled immediately. All the more so since this intel came from the special spy Umit. To Sengoku, Kizaru's attitude seemed somewhat unusual. What else could it be? Most likely something like a partnership with Kaido. Otherwise, why would the Beast's pirates go to Toto Land? Stussy is also at the tea party. I'll confirm the details with her afterward. Kizaru gave a half-truth. As long as he muddled through for now, the rest would fall under his control later. Sengoku gave a half-believing nod. After all, things couldn't be much worse than what Kizaru described. In a sense, the alliance of the beasts and Big Mom pirates wasn't necessarily the worst outcome for the Navy. Sure, the enemy's combined strength grew stronger, but such pirate alliances were rarely a simple 1 + 1 = 2. Sometimes, merging forces actually weakened the overall effectiveness of two Yonko crews. After all, neither Kaido nor Charlotte Lean had the power to truly subdue the other. Any faction without a single, unquestioned leader would waste the majority of its energy on internal power struggles. From Sengoku's experience, there was little need to worry about their alliance drastically increasing their strength. Instead, something else concerned him, Kizaru's personal life. Among the Navy's high command, the single rate was quite high. Aside from Zephyr and Garp, who had married and had children, only Kizaru had a fiancée. No one could understand why the stern and conservative Vice Admiral Gion had fallen for a playboy like Kizaru, who had been a womanizer for decades. Nor did anyone know the limits of Gion's patience. If, after marriage, Kizaru continued his womanizing ways, a marital quarrel might end with Marineford itself split apart. When are you and Gion planning to set the wedding date? Just imagining the Navy becoming the laughingstock of the world because of this, Sengoku shivered. He even put aside matters concerning the Big Mom pirates to ask Kizaru directly. Hasn't been decided yet. Gion's busy chasing down the escaped prisoners from Impel Down, running all over the world. Last time I spoke with her was through a den mushy. Kizaru stroked his chin, hesitating whether to wait until after overthrowing the world government, when perhaps a law would be passed allowing multiple wives. But then again, that seemed a bit unfair to Gion. Even though Kizaru had confidence in Gion, at most she'd slash him a couple of times, she would never bring herself to kill him outright. After all, she still had to consider the feelings of Vice Admiral Tsuru, who treated Gion like her own little sister. There were also Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Oldman Zephyr, all of them elders who had practically watched Gion grow up. If they ever found out that he had wronged her, they'd probably band together and beat him half to death. Even if your wedding date hasn't been set yet, you're already a man about to be married. You'd better start acting more responsibly. Sengoku, the chief inspector, spoke with a stern expression. Marineford might have survived the assault of the world's strongest men, Whitebeard, but it could very well be reduced to rubble by a quarrel between husband and wife, and that kind of joke wasn't funny at all. Just say what you want to say. Kizaru looked helpless. Sometimes he really did think he should hold back, but whenever he saw a girl who suited his tastes, he just couldn't resist making a move. Afterward, he would often repent sincerely, only to relapse again once enough time had passed. At his worst, Kizaru repented 3 times in a single day. As Nami once put it, this playboy was beyond saving. You'd better keep your distance from Stussy. Otherwise, you won't need to wait for Gion to cut you down. I might not be able to resist punching you first. Sengoku folded his arms with a scowl. He had watched Gion stumble her way from a little girl of 7 or 8 into the woman who now stood as an admiral candidate. He might not see her as his own daughter, but watching this shameless playboy Kizaru flirt left and right, and even picking up a pink-haired girl as his new adjutant just days ago, was simply outrageous. Ahem. My relationship with Stussy is clean, well, relatively pure, purely professional. Once I'm married, I won't. I'll try not to have any contact with her. Even Kizaru found it hard to bluff in front of a serious Sengoku, the men knew him far too well. That's good. Just don't forget your promise later. Sengoku stared at him for quite a while, and only when he confirmed Kizaru's tone carried some sincerity did he finally let the matter drop. As for whether Kizaru's promises needed a heavy discount, Sengoku was already used to it. Expecting a playboy to cut ties completely with a beauty like Stussy was nothing short of wishful thinking. Don't worry. Since when have my words ever not counted? Kizaru declared with confidence. After all, he had promised to try to keep away from Stussy. If that wicked woman came to him of her own accord, well, that was beyond his control. A rotten womanizer maybe, but he was famous for being loyal in his own way. Abandoning old flames for new ones, that was something Kizaru would never do. Meanwhile, in Tato land, Umit, who wanted to report the strange situation he had noticed back to Marineford, scratched his head, overcome with unease. But Kizaru hung up on him before he could finish. Even if the secure Den Mushi couldn't be tapped, Umit didn't dare take any chances in Big Mom's territory. If it were ever exposed that one of the great underworld brokers was actually a marine spy, it would be impossible for him to keep his current position. That was why, even after becoming a kingpin of the underworld, Umit still faithfully carried out his role as a marine agent, never daring to even think of betraying them. Otherwise, if the Marines decided to choke his transport routes, his so-called deep-sea current network would instantly become a joke. On this sea, no one could truly stand against the Marines, not even pirates. Soon, Umit returned to his seat. By then, all the guests had arrived, yet the tea party still hadn't begun. Many were left wondering what was going on. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the gates of the cake castle swung open. To everyone's shock, at the same moment Charlotte Lean stepped out, another figure radiating an equally oppressive presence entered their view. Beasts Kaido. The two emperors of the sea sat down at their respective seats with blank expressions. Behind them, the officers of the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates followed their captains into the venue. For a moment, the tea party fell completely silent. No one knew what it meant for the two emperors of the sea to appear at the same time. Could it be that the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates were finally announcing an alliance? Big news, big news. Jaya 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 Jaya, this really is big news. Morgans trembled all over with excitement. The appearance of both emperors together, whatever they intended to do, was definitely worthy of the front page. If it weren't for the fact that both Kaido and Charlotte Lean were known for their terrible tempers, Morgans would probably have rushed up to interview them already. For someone obsessed with big news like Morgans, the more chaotic the seas became, the better. His greatest hope was that the two emperors would form a pirate alliance and declare war on the navy, recreating another Marineford war. Lean and Kaido's seats. Stussy lightly pressed her lips together, her brows furrowing in mild surprise. Don't be fooled by the fact that it was merely a seating arrangement. For pirate crews, where hierarchy could be even stricter than in nobility, a single misstep could be fatal. The guests quickly noticed that neither of the two emperors had taken the main seat. Instead, they sat reluctantly at the positions to the left and right. The empty main seat immediately sparked speculation. Just as many sharp-minded attendees began to assume that the two emperors were unwilling to yield to each other, and thus had settled on a relatively equal alliance. A figure, who wasn't particularly muscular, yet whose overwhelming presence made it impossible for anyone to ignore, boldly took the seat above the two emperors of the sea. Seeing Boros appear, Kaido let out a low grunt. But the lingering pain all over his body left him with no strength to vent his temper. Even Kaido, infamous for his hard-headedness, had gained some sense after being beaten into the ground countless times by Boros. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 264, 265, Declaration of War. Mama, this isn't like you at all, Kaido. Charlotte Lean suddenly grinned wide. This bastard Kaido had caused her so much grief, sooner or later, she'd make sure he paid for it. Cut the crap. Kaido's mouth twitched. Normally he would have exploded at the slightest provocation, but now, no matter how Lean taunted him, he couldn't be bothered to respond. After being disciplined by Boros so many times, both emperors had gradually come to understand his personality and habits. It was no exaggeration to say that, apart from his overwhelming power, Boros was a completely unqualified leader. He didn't care about his subordinates' loyalty, nor whether they schemed behind his back for personal gain. As long as they were strong enough, Boros would tolerate anything. Realizing this, both emperors began to develop dangerous ideas. Beating Boros seemed impossible for now, but was there a chance they could use his strength to achieve their own ambitions? But at the same time, they also realized another issue: they weren't the only ones who might try to exploit Boros. In other words, before they could make use of Boros, they had to make sure the other emperor wouldn't get in the way. Mama, look at you now, Kaido. Charlotte Lean lowered her voice in mockery. But she had no intention of starting a fight here. Just as Kaido was wary of her presence, Lean, who also planned to use Boros for her own ends, was troubled by how to deal with Kaido, the troublesome obstacle in her path. But whatever the solution, it absolutely couldn't happen in front of Boros. Otherwise, given how well the two emperors knew Boros, they would never care about who was in the right or wrong, they would simply attack and beat both of them at once. But neither Kaido nor Charlotte Lean had the slightest confidence they could eliminate each other under Boros's watchful eye. While the two emperors wrestled with their own thoughts, the cadres of the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates lined up along the left and right sides. The sight of such a symbolic display made the guests' hearts race wildly, especially as they recalled the recent news, Kaido's defeat, the fall of the Beasts pirates, and Wano being forced to change banners. Even though they knew how unlikely it was, they couldn't help but form a bold, almost unthinkable guess. At that moment, Katakuri took a deep breath and stepped forward under countless doubtful, astonished gazes. Welcome, everyone, to Mama's tea party. But today's tea party will be slightly different. Before it officially begins, I will, on behalf of Lord Boros, formally announce. Katakuri paused for a brief moment, then, under the guests' incredulous stares, spoke the decision destined to shake the entire world. The Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates will together join the Cosmic Dark Matter pirates. The words had barely fallen when the guests, stunned beyond measure, even forgot the presence of the two emperors, bursting into cries of shock. Those under the protection of the Big Mom pirates, or whose own groups existed within Tato Land's sphere of influence, were left dumbfounded and at a total loss. Yet a few ambitious individuals revealed excited expressions. The alliance of two emperors was enough to shake the very foundations of the seas, and the more chaotic the situation, the better it was for them to fish in troubled waters. But soon, some guests began to realize the real question: what kind of men could make two Yonko crews merge, or rather, willingly join another pirate crew altogether? And so, more and more eyes turned toward the silent figure of Boros, who since his arrival had radiated an overwhelming presence, yet not spoken a single word. And now, before your very eyes, this man is the captain of the cosmic dark matter pirates, Lord Boros. Katakuri naturally noticed the gazes of the guests, and it just so happened that he had reached the most crucial part of his introduction. To subdue two Yonko crews with his own power, to force Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the two emperors of the sea, to submit. Such a crazy feat was something that even Roger and Whitebeard had never thought of, yet Boros, whose origins were still unknown, had accomplished it. Seated upon the throne, Boros now opened his massive single eye. But in a pirate world where Longarm tribe, Longleg tribe, giants, and Tontatas all existed, having only one eye wasn't enough to make the guests think it strange. Big news. Jaya 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 ha 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 ha. Truly remarkable big news. This trip was worth it. Morgans laughed in excitement under his breath while furiously sending photos and articles back to his newspaper through image transponder snails and fax snails. With his status, it had been a long time since he personally wrote articles, but Boros taming two Yonko crews was clearly news big enough to warrant Morgan's personal touch. What a terrifying guy. I'd better add him to the refuse all contracts list right away. Scythe on his back, Peklo scratched his hair while eyeing Boros warily. The reason the Grand Funeral Society, under Peklo's leadership, had become the top assassin organization in the underworld wasn't just because of their efficiency and completion rate. More importantly, Peklo had a very clear sense of who could and could not be provoked. He kept a list of targets that his organization would reject no matter how much bounty money was offered. Those on the list weren't just troublesome figures like the Celestial Dragons, who brought endless disaster if touched, but also monsters who could annihilate the entire Grand Funeral Society without effort. Admirals and Yonko had always occupied the top spots on that list, and Boros hadn't even needed to make a move before Peklo had already marked him down as untouchable. Huff, another monster, huh? I wonder who's stronger, this guy, or Kizaru? Tesoro, with a cigar in his mouth, remained rather calm. Ever since the death of his beloved Stella, his life had been reduced to nothing but making more money and clinging to his obsession with avenging Stella against the Celestial Dragons. Even knowing that he was now facing a monster stronger than even the Yonko, death itself was not something that could frighten Tesoro. This really is quite a surprising piece of news. A flicker of unease flashed across Stussy's beautiful eyes. Even Nami, who had always stayed close to Kizaru, had no idea what connection there was between Kizaru and Boros, so naturally, Stussy wouldn't know either. Although she had already been swayed by Kizaru, from either the Navy's or the world government's standpoint, Boros's appearance, along with his consolidation of the two Yonko crews into the cosmic dark matter pirates, was nothing short of a menacing threat. Lord Boros hereby declares to the whole world that he will become the Pirate King. And in the name of the cosmic dark matter pirates, he declares war on the world government. Katakuri took a deep breath and loudly announced the news that would shake the world. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the guests at the tea party cried out in shock. Even most of the officers of the Beasts and Big Mom pirates looked at Katakuri in disbelief. They hadn't heard anything about this beforehand, but knowing Katakuri's character, and seeing that neither Boros nor the two Yonko showed the slightest sign of disagreement, it wasn't hard to guess who had made the decision. Lord Katakuri, you must be joking, right? Declare war on the world government. That's not something to joke about. Please, don't make such a terrible joke. The first to lose their composure were the factions within Big Mom's sphere of influence, especially the smaller nations and organizations that were practically semi-affiliated with her crew. If Tato Land went to war with the world government, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be these peripheral forces. Thus, even the guests who were usually the most humble before the Big Mom pirates had no choice but to speak up, desperately trying to persuade Katakuri or Boros to reconsider. Silence. Katakuri's sharp command rang out, accompanied by a surge of conqueror's haki that instantly subdued the chaos beginning to spread through the hall. Even among the Yonko crews of the New World, there were few who mastered all three colors of haki, and rarer still those who possessed Katakuri's unique observation haki abilities. Even Kaido's gaze toward Katakuri grew unusual. It wasn't that he was intimidated by Katakuri's conqueror's haki, but rather that he felt a simple envy, that old hag actually had such a good son. In Charlotte Linlin's eyes, Katakuri was already a damn traitor, but everything was relative. In Kaido's eyes, compared to his own useless and troublesome son, Katakuri was the very model of a worthy heir, a flawless successor. The only pity was that Katakuri hadn't eaten a Zoan-type devil fruit. Otherwise, Kaido might have even considered pulling a Whitebeard, taking Katakuri as his foster son. At the very least, Katakuri could have served as a role model for Yamato, who spent every day deluding herself by pretending to be Kazuki Oden. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 266, Debt. Back in Wano, the closed-off geography of the country and the special circumstances of the Beast's pirates had made it possible to keep Boros's presence under wraps. But once Big Mom's crew was brought under control and Boros openly declared war on the world government, it became impossible to keep information about him and the cosmic dark matter pirates from reaching the world government. Of course, Boros himself didn't care. Even though he acknowledged Kaido and Charlotte Lean as top-tier combatants, he still didn't believe that anyone on this native planet, aside from Kizaru, could pose a threat to him. The news of Kaido's defeat had already shocked the world. But because of Wano's isolation, and because Kizaru had deliberately or inadvertently suppressed further information, the five elders hadn't paid close attention. Now, however, with two Yonko and their crews all under Boros's banner, the world government and the five elders considered this force even more terrifying than the Rocks pirates of the past. On paper, the Rocks pirates had a more star-studded roster, but a rookie Kaido back then was not the same as the Yonko Kaido of today. What's more, the cosmic dark matter pirates had openly declared war on the world government. If they weren't eliminated quickly, given pirates' reckless nature and their admiration for strength, more and more would likely follow suit. By then, things would spiral completely out of control. What is this cosmic dark matter pirates anyway? What is the Navy doing? Do you still intend to keep your post as Fleet Admiral, Kizaru? The furious five elders immediately called Kizaru's office. To see two Yonko crews united, led by a madman openly declaring war on the government, no matter how they looked at it, this was a failure of the Navy. Even as the Den Mushi mimicked the elders' furious expressions, Kizaru showed no nervousness at all. If anything, he found it amusing. Am I remembering wrong? Wasn't monitoring Wano supposed to be the job of the CP agents? Since when did the Navy become CP superior officers? Prepared for this line of questioning, Kizaru let out a mocking laugh and bluntly fired back. Normally, the Navy could request the CP organization's cooperation, and vice versa. But technically, CP was never a direct subordinate of the Navy. In other words, if responsibility had to be assigned, the first ones to bear it should be CP0, the CP organization's highest branch. Bang. A loud slam came from the other end of the line, as one of the elders pounded the table in rage. The noise was so sharp that even the Den Mushi on Kizaru's desk flinched. Stop shirking responsibility, Kizaru. Don't forget who put you in that Fleet Admiral's chair. If you let those lawless pirates continue rampaging, do you have any idea what the consequences will be? The enraged elder was then replaced by another, who quickly took over the call from Mary Gios. But his mood was hardly better. At first he tried to reason with Kizaru in a calmer tone, but soon his words grew harsher and harsher, just short of outright shouting in his face. At first glance, the elder's reaction might have seemed excessive. But looking at Kizaru's utterly indifferent demeanor, along with his long record of disobeying orders and ignoring prohibitions, it wasn't hard to see why they were so strict with him. It was Fleet Admiral Sengoku who recommended me for the position. Have you all grown so old that you've forgotten even that? Kizaru spoke with a half-smile. Most of the five elders' usual tactics were useless against him, not just because he was a potential rebel, but more importantly because he hadn't been promoted by their hand in the first place. On the contrary, Kizaru had always been the one suppressed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a vice admiral at such a young age, only to stagnate for years before earning enough credit to be promoted to admiral. With Kizaru's strength and accomplishments, even factoring in his years of service, he had every qualification to compete with Sengoku back then for the position of Fleet Admiral. Forgetfulness is a sign of senility, you know. If you don't take care of your health, don't forget that pure gold can only grant eternal youth, it can't turn back the clock. Kizaru's words dripped with sarcasm, and for a moment the five elders on the other end of the line fell silent. After all, his reminder hit home, the Fleet Admiral's seat had been bought with pure gold. Unless the five elders were willing to completely discard their dignity, there was little they could do against him. And even if they were that shameless, they would first have to ensure Kizaru would still obey. Otherwise, they would have to seriously consider what it meant to be at odds with the Navy itself. Enough with the nonsense. Whatever the case, that lunatic who claims he will become Pirate King, he should be the Navy's primary target, shouldn't he, Kizaru? At last, one elder who realized Kizaru was not Sengoku was forced to soften his tone. Judging from the Den Mushi's expression, the elder's mood was far from pleasant at having to lower himself like this. That's right. Once the top brass finish their vacations, I'll convene a meeting to discuss how to eliminate the target. Kizaru didn't press his advantage. In fact, he even offered them a promise. Vacations. What do you mean? On the other end, the elders suddenly felt a chill of foreboding, and one of them barked angrily into the line. But no matter how wildly they imagined, none of them could have guessed that Kizaru had simply granted every single high-ranking officer in the Navy vacation time. Even workaholics like Inspector Sengoku and Sakazuki had been influenced by Kizaru's years of preaching his slacker philosophy, and even Vice Admiral Tsuru had taken time off to relax. As a result, Marine headquarters barely had enough personnel left to handle routine duties. To mobilize a grand fleet against Boros was now practically impossible. That's what I mean. You guys never let me take time off, so when I became Fleet Admiral, I decided to give everyone a vacation. As for me, I stayed behind at Marineford to hold down the fort. How touching is that, huh? Kizaru chuckled, but his words nearly made the 5 elders cough up blood in fury. Call them back. Recall every single one of them immediately. Otherwise, even as Fleet Admiral, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of the world government. After hearing Kizaru's explanation, the elder on the other end was trembling with rage. He cursed the day they had given into the temptation of pure gold and entrusted the Fleet Admiral's chair to Kizaru. If given the chance, they would probably still cave to pure gold's allure, but that didn't stop them from regretting it now, nor from issuing him their harshest warning yet. Kizaru had expected hostility from the 5 elders, but even he hadn't anticipated their desperation. They went so far as to pointedly remind him of his title as Fleet Admiral, a move that nearly tore away all pretense and placed the Navy on the opposite side of the world government. Fine. I'll summon the High Command back as soon as possible. But tell me, are you hiding something from me? At that moment, Kizaru suddenly realized something. His sharp brows lifted slightly, and his keen gaze locked onto the Den Mushi, which had already taken on the face of another of the 5 elders. For the elders to go so far as to threaten him with the taboo subject of a rift between the Navy and the world government, and without Kizaru sensing any direct hostility toward himself, clearly meant something was happening that he had yet to learn about. That isn't something you need to know. Do your duty. CP agents will fully cooperate with the Navy. That band of lunatics must be eliminated as quickly as possible. Even if it sparks a war across the New World, so be it. The elder speaking through the Den Mushi seemed to guess Kizaru's thoughts. He rattled off his words in haste and then abruptly cut the line, obviously unwilling to let Kizaru probe any deeper. Kizaru raised an eyebrow at being hung up on. He casually pulled out a small notebook from his drawer and jotted down the name of the elder who had just cut him off. Boros was moving at an impressive pace, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before Kizaru could go down the list one by one and settle accounts. If anyone were to flip open Kizaru's grudge book, they would see that most of the names inside were celestial dragons, with the 5 elders making up the largest share. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. Kizaru was no gentleman, but when it came to bearing grudges, he far exceeded that standard. What exactly happened, I wonder? Moshi, this is Kizaru. After putting away his grudge book, Kizaru stroked his chin thoughtfully, then pulled a special line Den Mushi from a hidden drawer beneath his desk. He dialed a number and immediately hung up. Not long after, the special line began to ring back. I should have known nothing from you would come without strings attached. A weathered voice came from the other end. If any older veteran Marine had been in the office, they would have been astonished to recognize that voice. It was identical to that of Fleet Admiral Kong from decades past. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me. Chapter 267, Panic. Oh. So, are you planning to return what you took from me? Kizaru chuckled lazily. He had to admit, the effects of pure gold were truly remarkable. It had been less than a month since Kong had obtained it, yet his voice already sounded at least 10 years younger. While pure gold couldn't literally reverse aging, for a former top-tier powerhouse like Kong, halting the decline of his body was enough for him to restore his vigor. Dream on. Once something's in my hands, you think I'd just give it back to a brat like you? Out with it, what do you need this old man to handle for you? Kong sounded both rejuvenated and irritable, half scolding and half amused. Back when he had accepted pure gold from Kizaru, Kong had known it wouldn't be a simple gift. He had been prepared for trouble. But when the reality hit, regret still gnawed at him. Not that it mattered, there was no way he could give it back now. Had he never experienced pure gold's miraculous effects, he might have had the resolve to refuse it. But after tasting its power, even a man like Kong couldn't bear the thought of losing it. All he could do was secretly pray that Kizaru's requests wouldn't be too excessive or beyond his current capabilities. It's nothing much that needs doing. I mainly just want some information. What's happening in Mary Geos? The 5 elders seem very concerned about this Boros and his cosmic dark matter pirates. Kizaru naturally wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for old man Kong. After all, Kong was half his teacher and also a former superior, and during his tenure, even though he wasn't favored in the Navy, he never went out of his way to target rising stars like Kizaru. But Kizaru's question wasn't easy to answer. If it were exposed that Fleet Admiral Kong had taken the pure gold, he would immediately lose the trust of the 5 elders. And now, if he revealed such a secret to Kizaru, once the five elders found out, Kong would instantly be branded a traitor deserving death. Why are you asking this kind of question? Hearing Kizaru's inquiry, Fleet Admiral Kong couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Even though he had somewhat prepared himself for the difficult demands Kizaru might make, he hadn't expected it to be such a thorny problem. If given the choice, Kong would rather fight the Red Count again than leak such information to Kizaru. Curiosity. Pure curiosity. A faint smile appeared on Kizaru's face. That idle move he had made long ago had proven useful at a crucial moment after all. And it seemed the five elders trusted Old Man Kong even more than he had anticipated, something he might be able to use to his advantage later. It's related to rocks. The rest, you'll have to figure out yourself. After a long silence, Fleet Admiral Kong finally gave up his resistance, choosing the option that was more favorable to himself. One could say that integrity is something easy to abandon a second time once you've already abandoned it once. Even a man like Kong wasn't immune. Meanwhile, in the holy land of Mary Geos, the five elders, who had just hung up the Den Mushi, sat in silence. After a long while, the elder dressed in samurai robes finally looked at the others. So far, CP0 still hasn't been able to trace the origins of that madman. For now, it's unclear whether he's one of the D clan. Saint Nusturo's voice was raspy, his tone unusually heavy. To make Kaido and Big Mom submit willingly, and his appearance is 70% similar, plus his age lines up. Are all these coincidences? Saint Mars muttered grimly. The alliance of two emperors was shocking, but not enough to make the five elders panic like this. It was Boros's actions that reminded them of the Rocks pirates from decades ago. Back then, Rocks D. Zebek had done exactly what Boros was doing, gathering a group of notorious pirates under his banner, building a massive force to declare war on the world government. And, coincidentally, Rox's height, hairstyle, and even appearance bore a certain resemblance to Boros. By sheer irony, the five elders began to suspect that Boros was Rox's son, using Rox's name to subdue Kaido and Charlotte Lean, preparing to complete the mission Rox had once failed to accomplish. But the time of the prophecy, there are still several years left. Besides, don't we know whether Rox had any descendants? Saint Saturn frowned as he spoke. He didn't believe Rox could have left behind an heir right under the world government's nose. And what about Roger? If Roger could hide it from the world, why not Rox? Saint Mars grew even more convinced of his theory. Even if it turned out to be wrong, it didn't matter. When it came to the menace of the D clan, the five elders' policy had always been the same: better to kill the wrong person than let one escape. Let the Navy handle it first. Even if he really is AD, there's no way he'll be a match for Kizaru. St. Peter took the initiative to propose this, as he was already swamped with countless affairs and simply didn't have the energy to deal with the sudden appearance of Boros. At the mention of Kizaru's name, even St. Mars, who was the most anxious of them all, allowed his expression to ease slightly. Indeed, in the eyes of the five elders, Kizaru had always been a troublemaker and an unstable factor, but they had never once doubted his strength. Otherwise, they would never have held their noses and tolerated Kizaru's recklessness. If it had been Kazan or Sakazuki who had obtained the pure gold, not only would they have failed to use it to pressure the elders into increasing the Navy's budget, they might not have even been able to secure the position of Fleet Admiral in the first place. I'll urge Kizaru to take action as soon as possible. But the Divine Army also needs to be ready. If he really is AD. Saint Warkiri didn't finish his words, but everyone present understood his meaning. When it came to the D-clan, one could never be too cautious. After all, they were the ones known as the enemies of the gods, the most troublesome foes of all. Don't worry. The Divine Army can be deployed at any time. Saint Nusturo, his hand tightly gripping the sword at his side, spoke without hesitation. Eradicating the D-clan had always been the Divine Army's foremost duty. Even if Boros truly was Rox's descendant, there was no way he could escape the Divine Army's hunt. On this point, Saint Nusturo's confidence was absolute. A pity the Seraphim still need time for their final adjustments. Saint Saturn shook his head, his tone full of regret. While they were still far inferior to top-tier powerhouses, the Seraphim had one overwhelming advantage: they could be mass-produced. With the world government's vast resources, it was entirely possible to overwhelm quality with sheer quantity. Moreover, the Seraphim's potential had yet to be fully developed. In theory, they even carried the possibility of surpassing their originals. Most importantly of all, the Seraphim were tools completely under their command. There was no risk of these artificial beings disobeying. Can't the process be accelerated? Saint Mars frowned. In the foreseeable future, with Kizaru at the helm, the Navy would only grow more and more rebellious. The world government urgently needed to seize control of a new force to make up for the power that had been effectively weakened when Kizaru took the Fleet Admiral's seat. Perhaps it can, but it would require additional research funding. Saint Saturn's eyes shifted toward Saint Nusturo. The words he left unspoken were already perfectly clear. The other 5 elders all turned their eyes toward him as well. If the Seraphim could be made battle-ready ahead of schedule, the benefits for the world government were obvious. But the kings of the allied nations will never agree. Counting in the massive increase in military expenditure that Kizaru demanded, this year's heavenly tribute is already several times higher than in previous years. If we add another round of funding, even if we squeeze them dry, they simply won't be able to produce it. Saint Nustero's face darkened as he firmly rejected his colleague's probing suggestion. It wasn't that he sympathized with those kings of the allied nations. Rather, as the financial warrior god, he knew perfectly well how much more could realistically be extracted. No matter how ruthless those kings were toward their own people, there was simply no way to wring more wealth from a mass of penniless commoners. The celestial dragons, then. Saint Warcury was still unwilling to give up. The other elders could at worst turn a blind eye, but among them, he was the one most closely tied to the navy, and matters concerning it generally fell under his responsibility. Back when Sengoku was still Fleet Admiral, Saint Warcury could do whatever he pleased with the navy thanks to Sengoku's cooperation. But now, with Kizaru in that position, the very man they had long since branded a troublemaker, things were different. Without the Seraphim as a military counterweight, it was likely no longer he who commanded the navy at will, but rather Kizaru using the navy to extort him. You willing to hand over your share of the pure gold? Saint Mars shot back sharply. As the one who had traditionally been closest to the celestial dragons, overseeing Mary Geos and handling all matters related to them, he had once held an implicit primacy among the 5 elders. But now, those same celestial dragons, driven by greed for pure gold, opposed him at every turn. Some had even gone so far as to deliberately create disturbances in Mary Geos itself to force him into concessions. Fortunately, the celestial dragons were far from united. Since the total amount of pure gold was limited, the more participants there were, the less each could claim. So far, fewer than 1/3 of the celestial dragon families had involved themselves in the scramble for pure gold, and of those, fewer than 1/10 of the total number of dragons even knew of its existence. The most crucial point was that the figure at the head of the gods' knights had not yet learned of the pure gold. If he were to step in as well, the 5 elders might not be able to withstand the pressure. It was precisely for this reason that they had the leeway to sit here and deliberate over Boros. But that did not mean they could rest easy. The celestial dragon's patience was not infinite. And among those currently vying for the pure gold were several already advanced in years, some even nearing death. Once those celestial dragons realized that, by their own strength alone, they could never wrest what they wanted from the elders, they would undoubtedly spread the word, rallying more dragons into the battle. At that point, the 5 elders would truly be riding a tiger with no way to dismount. The very thought sent a chill down Saint Mars's spine. Just as Sengoku had once been easily manipulated by Kizaru, the 5 elders, whose temperament was far less steady than Sengoku's, were even less likely to give up the pure gold in their hands. Degree. Subscription should be made through the web and never the iOS app, it helps you and me.